Chapter 1. The Wedding Night. As the night deepens and a gentle breeze stirs within the confines of the regent's residence, a voice, deep and melodious, cuts through the air. Do not squander this beautiful moment. I shall escort the princess on her journey. Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the man before her. Dressed in a resplendent red wedding robe, he towered tall and elegant, his brows like ink paintings and his eyes twinkling like stars. The solitary black mole on his nose added an air of cold allure to his otherwise breathtaking visage, exuding an unspoken severity. Were it not for the wine cup in his hand, Jiang Huaiyue might have succumbed to a moment of infatuation. However, the current situation allowed no room for such fantasies. With the approaching figure and the unmistakable contents of the cup, her lips trembled. "Your Highness, I find life quite pleasant. I have no desire to die just yet." She forced a smile, her heart heavy with despair. This cruel twist of fate made her wish she had perished in the car accident rather than being thrust into this narrative. Jiang Huaiyue had met with an accident while on her way to film a melodramatic short with her best friend, expecting to be dead and gone, only to find herself within the confines of a script. The silver lining: she was indeed a princess. The dark cloud: she was a mere pawn, a tragic figure destined for demise. Before her stood the formidable antagonist of the script, Pei Ji, the regent of the realm. Born into a humble family, he had once achieved remarkable academic success, earning the late emperor's favor and rising swiftly through the ranks to become the youngest prime minister of Daong, a position he held with both power and trepidation. Yet his temperament was peculiar, marked by a ruthless nature devoid of the humility expected of a civil servant. Upon the emperor's death, he was granted the title of regent to assist the newly crowned 10-year-old crown prince, Jiang Huaiyue. Years have passed, and the once-child prince had matured, harboring his own ambitions. His desire to eliminate Pei Ji had been thwarted time and again, leading him to marry off his sister, Princess Yunhe, to the regent, under the pretense of Pei Ji's bachelorhood. The reasoning was evident. On this very wedding night, the original host had followed her brother's orders and spiked the ceremonial wine not with poison, but with an aphrodisiac. Jiang Jingchun, not lacking in intelligence, understood that Pei Ji would not fall prey so easily. His aim was merely to humiliate. Should it succeed, it would be fortuitous. If not, it was of no consequence to him. The original host's compliance stemmed from her infatuation with her brother. Indeed, the male lead of the script was a charming figure, captivating the hearts of all who beheld him, the original host included. Pei Ji's lips curled into a sinister smile at her words, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. He stepped closer, firmly grasping her chin and lifting her face. Such matters are not for the princess to decide. With that, he poured the contents of the cup into her mouth. Panic flooded Jiang Huaiyue's eyes as she pushed against his hand, yet his strength rendered her powerless. Desperately shaking her head, she attempted to spill the wine. But Pei Ji, discerning her intentions, merely scoffed at her futile resistance. He tightened his grip, leaving her no choice but to swallow the liquid, a portion of it trickling down her fair cheek and staining her wedding gown. After administering the wine, he released her disdainfully, leaving Jiang Huaiyue to collapse upon the bed, coughing violently. Her face flushed crimson. A singular thought consumed her. She was doomed. The original host had added a triple dose of the substance. In a moment of despair, she turned, collapsing to the floor, clutching Pei Ji's robe. "Your Highness, the wine is harmless. I admire you dearly. How could I ever wish you harm?" Little was revealed about Pei Ji in the script, save for his eccentricity and madness. The original host had also been forced to consume the spiked wine on her wedding night, only to be discarded by Pei Ji to the guards, ultimately meeting a horrific fate. Pei Ji's gaze bore down upon her, his murderous intent palpable. "Oh, is that so? If that is the case, what does the princess fear?" He leisurely seated himself on the bed, retrieving a clean handkerchief to wipe his palms. Jiang Huaiyue felt a wave of heat wash over her voice trembling as she spoke. "I fear that you might not share the chamber with me. Thus, I took the liberty of preparing an aphrodisiac. I truly did not wish to harm you." The original host had been naive, unaware that the male lead had been manipulating her all along. Yet, she dared to offend Pei Ji, seemingly oblivious to the grim fate that awaited her. With thoughts of the original host's tragic and swirling in her mind, Jiang Huaiyue braced herself for the night ahead. Page Ji's gaze shifted, his voice dripping with malice. In that case, I shall provide the princess with additional company. Your Highness, please. I'm already your wife, how could I? Jiang Huaiyue's cheeks flushed, warmth radiating from within as she instinctively tugged at her collar. Upon hearing the word wife, Pei Ji leaned closer, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Wife, do you believe yourself worthy of such a title? The sudden proximity ignited an unbidden spark between them, and Jiang Huaiyue caught a whiff of his cold, intoxicating scent, her heart racing against her will. As her heated breath brushed against his fingertips, Pei Ji shot her a disdainful glance, his gaze lingering on the exposed skin of her neck and collarbone, which seemed to glow. With an ethereal light, sensing her soft touch on his leg, he reacted swiftly, pushing her away with a forceful kick to her chest. Jiang Huaiyue staggered back, colliding with a nearby table, pain coursing through her body. Overwhelmed by this humiliation, tears streamed down her face. She realized this night demanded her survival. She could not allow Pei Ji to toss her aside to any man. With resolve, she seized a cup from the table and shattered it, retrieving a shard to press against her leg, hoping to subdue the desires within her. Your Highness, I shall handle this myself. There is no need for your concern. Determined to survive, she remembered her friend, Wan, who had been with her during the accident. Perhaps Wan had also crossed into this world. She had to endure this night. Pei Ji observed her actions, recognizing the stubborn fire in her eyes. Rising from the bed, he declared, I shall await your performance. With that, he strode away, leaving Jiang Huaiyue to release the tension that had gripped her, collapsing to the floor. Weakly, she called out, someone come? At the door, Qiu Chan, who had been waiting, rushed in upon hearing her voice, alarmed by the disarray within the bridal chamber and the sight of the princess on the ground. Princess, what has happened? Qiu Chan, fetch cold water, I need to bathe, quickly. Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip, gripping the shard tightly, blood seeping through her fingers. Qiu Chan helped her sit, hurrying out to fulfill her request. Chapter 2 Departure. Once the water was prepared, Jiang Huaiyue wasted no time in shedding her garments, plunging directly into the bath. The effects of the medicine had reached their zenith, and she felt as though tiny insects were gnawing at her, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Beside her, Qiu Chan, filled with concern, spoke up. Your Highness, shall I fetch a physician? Do not, Jiang Huaiyue replied, her delicate fingers gripping the edge of the tub with all her strength. Instead, bring me the items of pleasure from my chamber, and guard the entrance to ensure no one intrudes. But your Highness, is that not? Qiu Chan's voice trembled with distress, her eyes brimming with worry. You have yet to consummate your union with the prince. What if using those items leads to misunderstandings regarding your purity? The woman in the bath, her porcelain visage glistening with perspiration, had her hair clinging to her cheeks. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared dazed, resembling an enchanting spirit. Go and fetch them, she commanded. Jiang Huaiyue could no longer concern herself with the implications. The sensation of impending doom enveloped her. With no other choice, Qiu Chan, her eyes reddened, hurriedly retrieved a small box from beneath the chest and opened it, presenting its contents to Jiang Huaiyue. Suppressing her discomfort, Jiang Huaiyue reached out weakly and instructed, You may leave now. Yes, Qiu Chan replied, closing the box, wiping her tears with her sleeve, and turning to shut the door behind her. Once alone, Jiang Huaiyue gazed at the items in her hand, managing a bitter smile. Well, I suppose I shall treat this as a mere diversion. After a considerable time, the water rippled, lapping against the wooden tub, with occasional splashes spilling onto the floor. The woman within appeared imbued with the essence of spring, her skin radiant under the candlelight. That night, Jiang Huaiyue endured a tumultuous struggle, succumbing to a high fever by midnight. The following day, Jiang Huaiyue groggily opened her eyes, staring at the crimson gauze canopy above her. In a hoarse voice, she called out, Qiu Chan, Your Highness, you have finally awakened. I was frightened to death. Qiu Chan rushed into the room, her face lighting up with relief upon seeing her conscious. She had stood at the door for quite some time, anxious at the absence of Jiang Huaiyue's voice, and had finally mustered the courage to enter. To her horror, she found the princess unconscious and hurriedly assisted her. Throughout the night, when Jiang Huaiyue's fever spiked again, Qiu Chan refrained from seeking a doctor. Resorting to the simplest of remedies, wiping her brow and ensuring her blankets were securely in place, all the while drenched in sweat. It was only as dawn approached that the fever began to subside. Jiang Huaiyue recognized Qiu Chan as the sole loyal companion by her side. Noticing her distress, she offered comfort. "Do not worry, I am well now. I would like some water, Qiu Chan." After a night of turmoil that nearly cost her life, Jiang Huaiyue felt particularly unfortunate. She pondered whether her friend Su Xiangwan had also crossed over. She needed to find an opportunity to visit the general's residence. Yet, she believed that if she had indeed traversed into this world, then it was highly likely that Xiangwan had done so as well. After all, the original script had been penned using their real names to provide the actors with an immersive experience. According to the common tropes of stories involving transmigration, characters bearing the same name as the protagonist often indicate the possibility of having crossed over. "Your Highness, I shall go fetch the water at once." Qiu Chan approached the round table within the room, deftly pouring water and serving it to Jiang Huaiyue. After consuming a cup of water, Jiang Huaiyue felt a significant relief in her throat and casually inquired, "Do you know where the prince has gone?" As she spoke, she placed a hand upon her chest, still feeling a lingering pain. That scoundrel, how utterly lacking in decency to strike a woman. What a waste of such a handsome face. Returning to the princess. "At this hour, the prince should be attending court," Qiu Chan replied, setting the cup upon a small table beside the bed and adjusting Jiang Huaiyue's position for comfort. Observing the princess's frail visage, Qiu Chan hesitated before speaking again. "Princess, what shall we do next? The prince has a peculiar temperament, and I am your only companion in this predicament." Jiang Huaiyue lowered her eyelids, remaining silent for a long moment. She too was uncertain about what to do. She found herself utterly isolated, caught between a wolf and a tiger. On one side was the male lead, Jiang Jingshan, who had instructed the original owner to poison Pei Ji before their marriage, compelling her to monitor Pei Ji's every move and report back regularly. On the other side was Pei Ji, who was aware that she had been sent to spy on him by Jiang Jingshan. The original owner had barely survived 3 days under his command. "Qiu Chan, help me prepare. I wish to leave the residence," Jiang Huaiyue declared, throwing off the covers. She could not afford to remain passive. After all, she was a princess, and despite Pei Ji's apparent disregard for her, he could not outright prevent her from leaving. "But, princess, you are still unwell," Qiu Chan protested gently. "I'm fine. I have important matters to attend to. Assist me in my preparations," Jiang Huaiyue insisted, resolved to seize the opportunity while Pei Ji was still at court to find out if Wanwan had made her way to the general's residence. According to the script, Wanwan was the daughter of the right minister and had been wed to General Xiao Qingrong. On their wedding day, the border was invaded, and Xiao Qingrong set off to battle, only to be slain by the enemy. Thus, Su Xiangwan was left to mourn. After becoming a widow, Su Xiangwan encountered Jiang Jingshan in the palace, and from that moment, she became deeply infatuated with him. However, the male lead was destined for the female lead, and no one else was to interfere. In her pursuit of Jiang Jingshan, Su Xiangwan committed numerous acts that harmed the female lead, ultimately leading to her demise when the male lead rendered her mute and cast her away to the military, where she succumbed to a grave illness. Reflecting on this, Jiang Huaiyue could not help but sigh. Both of them had met tragic ends, yet Wanwan perhaps fared slightly better. As long as she did not fall for Jiang Jingshan and did not oppose the female lead, she should remain safe. Seated before the bronze mirror, Jiang Huaiyue gazed at her reflection, which had not changed significantly from her previous self, yet her expression grew somewhat dazed. The image before her featured elegantly arched crescent-shaped brows, round eyes, a petite and refined nose, and naturally crimson lips, a true beauty in the making. Qiu Chan skillfully fashioned her hair into an elegant bun, adorning it with exquisite hairpins. Moments later, Jiang Huaiyue, accompanied by Qiu Chan, hastily exited the regent's residence, unaware that someone had stealthily followed her out. Not long after leaving, she beheld the bustling marketplace filled with shops, vendors peddling their wares, and the lively throngs of citizens. Taking in the scene before her, Jiang Huaiyue finally felt a genuine sense of being alive. If her heart were unburdened, she would surely take her time to explore, yet at this moment, she yearned only to reach the general's residence swiftly, to ascertain whether the general's wife was indeed Wanwan. Guided by the memories in her mind, Jiang Huaiyue navigated through the crowd, with Qiu Chan trailing behind her. Meanwhile, in the study of the general's residence, a woman clad in a light green gown furrowed her brow as she perused the book in her hands. She distinctly recalled the car accident she had experienced with Huaiyue, only to awaken and find herself in the body of a woman who shared her name. Confounded by her situation, she had ventured into the study to peruse the literature of this era in search of information. At that moment, the door to the study creaked open, and her personal maid, Ning Xiang, announced, "Madam, Her Highness the Princess has arrived." Su Xiangwan lifted her gaze, her expression a mix of excitement and urgency. "Where is she?" It must be Huaiyue. The original owner of this body had no ties to the princess, and at this moment, it had to be Huaiyue seeking her out. "She has already arrived in the front courtyard." Ning Xiang observed her mistress's animated demeanor with some confusion. Hearing this, Su Xiangwan closed the book in her hands, gathered her skirts, and stepped toward the door. As Su Xiangwan traversed the corridor, she paused to gaze at the figure in the distance clad in a pink gown. The hurried Jiang Huaiyue approached, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "A crow on a plane? Coordinates, Hotel 801. Su Xiangwan responded with a mixture of disdain and resignation to her coded message. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue felt a surge of confidence and was about to embrace her. However, Su Xiangwan took a step back, glancing at Qiu Chan behind her and the occasional servants passing by. She softly remarked, "This is not a place for conversation. The princess and a subject must be discreet." Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Huaiyue composed herself and, with a proud tilt of her chin, replied, "Then please, General's wife, lead the way." After speaking, she winked at Su Xiangwan, her smile enchanting. Su Xiangwan returned a subtle smile, softly inviting, "After you, princess." The two walked side by side along the corridor, Qiu Chan trailing behind, still puzzled by the newfound familiarity between the princess and the general's wife, as she recalled that they had hardly exchanged words before. Having successfully met with her dear friend, Jiang Huaiyue felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, in this unfamiliar world, she still had Wanwan. Su Xiangwan guided her back to the study, where at the door, Jiang Huaiyue instructed Qiu Chan, "Wait here. I need to speak with the general's wife." "Of course, princess," Qiu Chan nodded, standing attentively by the door. Once the door was closed, Jiang Huaiyue approached Su Xiangwan, asking, "Wanwan, when did you arrive?" "I woke up last night. How about you? Were you well last night?" Su Xiangwan inquired anxiously, recalling the harrowing events of Jiang Huaiyue's wedding night. In truth, upon awakening, her first instinct had been to rush to the regent's residence, but the guards were formidable, preventing her entry. After lingering for a time, she ultimately returned, contemplating that if Huaiyue had arrived, her intelligence and divine perspective would surely keep her safe. However, the mention of last night caused Jiang Huaiyue's heart to ache once more. She spoke with indignation, "Don't mention it. That wretched man, Pei Ji, nearly took my life. It is nothing short of a miracle that I survived. Are you involved with him?" Su Xiangwan inquired, astonished by her words. It was no wonder she was concerned, given the gravity of her situation. "What are you thinking? The moment I regained consciousness, the vile man forced me to drink drugged wine and even kicked me. He intends to find me a man. To avoid following the tragic path of the original protagonist, I endured a night in a cold bath." Jiang Huaiyue felt wronged recalling the incident. She had never experienced such torment. Su Xiangwan took her hand gently. "I am relieved you are unharmed. Yeah. Unlike the princess in the script, who was humiliated on her wedding night, you have escaped that fate, which signifies that everything can be altered." Huaiyue was Jiang Huaiyue's nickname. She and Su Xiangwan had been acquainted since middle school, later attending the same high school and university, eventually working together after graduation. In the modern world, Su Xiangwan was a renowned intangible cultural heritage blogger, boasting over 10 million followers online, excelling in ice making, paper making, and sculpting, among others. Jiang Huaiyue often remarked that with her talents, if she were to traverse into a novel, she would undoubtedly thrive. Now it seemed that prophecy had come to fruition. "Let us carefully analyze the plot and devise a strategy for what comes next," Su Xiangwan suggested, pursing her lips. Jiang Huaiyue gazed into her tranquil eyes, her anxiety easing, and nodded, The foremost concern is how to handle Pei Ji. He plays by his own rules. The narrative primarily revolved around the male lead, Jiang Jingchun, and the female lead, Chu Nanxi, focusing largely on their romantic entanglements. The subplot involved Jiang Jingchun overthrowing Pei Ji to seize control. Pei Ji is capricious and ruthless. He knows you're affiliated with the male lead and is waiting for you to make a mistake, Su Xiangwan remarked thoughtfully. She recalled the script's portrayal of Pei Ji, but was struck by how superficial his character seemed. His background, childhood experiences, and lineage were merely glossed over. Yet, this also implied that everything was unpredictable, for they were dealing with a living, breathing individual, not mere words on a page. Indeed, and the male lead has tasked me with monitoring Pei Ji, requiring me to report his movements regularly. He is fully aware of how dangerous Pei Ji is, yet he still arranged for the original protagonist to marry him. After all, he is her half-brother. How cruel! Jiang Huaiyue rested her chin on her hand. Her face clouded with worry. She had found the script amusing at first, thinking it merely a minor role, never anticipating it would unfold like this. Su Xiangwan lightly tapped her fingers on the table, contemplating aloud. In that case, we must deceive both sides. Deceive both sides? Are you suggesting I should feign compliance? Jiang Huaiyue's delicate hand toyed with the ribbons of her dress. Yes. Keep Jiang Jingchun informed, but send him trivial information. As for Pei Ji, tread carefully and avoid confronting him directly. We are in a foreign land, lacking martial skills and any assurance of safety. A single misstep could cost us our lives. Moreover, Jiang Huaiyue's identity as a princess complicates matters. I can only hope for her safety. Jiang Huaiyue observed her serious expression and smiled gently, assuring her, do not worry. I am fully aware of my circumstances and will certainly take care of myself. In the past, while engrossed in novels and period dramas, she often fantasized about experiencing a time travel adventure. Yet, now that she found herself truly immersed in such a world, she was anxious that her life could be extinguished at any moment. Well, my current status allows me a degree of freedom. I shall venture out in the coming days and devise a means to earn some money. Su Xiangwan recognized that, regardless of the place, wealth is the foundation of survival. Moreover, as the narrative suggested, they were in chaotic times, and it would not be long before the capital fell into unrest. They must acquire silver to empower their endeavors. All right, take care of yourself, and do not fret over me. I possess a strong resilience and shall be fine. Jiang Huaiyue tilted her head, her demeanor relaxed. Su Xiangwan, her brows unfurling, jested, I know you are as indomitable as a cockroach. Once I earn some money, we shall seek an opportunity to leave the capital. The world is vast. We can go wherever our hearts desire. Since the world revolved around the protagonists, their best course of action was to maintain distance from them. As long as they kept away from the main characters, the scripted calamities would likely bypass them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue envisioned a carefree existence roaming the rivers and lakes with Su Xiangwan, indulging in fine wine and delectable food. I must find time to learn horseback riding. Jiang Huaiyue thought, realizing the limited transportation options of the ancient era, either horseback or by carriage. Agreed, Su Xiangwan nodded. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, and Jiang Huaiyue lost track of time until Qiu Chan softly knocked at the door, saying, Princess, we must return. Chapter 4. If only her husband were gone inside the room. Jiang Huaiyue heard the reminder and turned to Su Xiangwan. Wan, I shall take my leave now. I will come to find you in a few days. Very well, do not overthink things. Whatever happens, prioritize your safety. Nothing else matters. Su Xiangwan urged gently as she rose from her chair. Jiang Huaiyue sensed the deeper meaning in her words and nodded softly. I understand. You need not worry. With that, she turned to depart, heading towards the Wangfu with Qiu Chan after leaving the general's residence. In the palace, Pei Ji had just finished his court duties when Mo Ying, who stood at the entrance, approached with a cold demeanor to report, Your Highness, the princess has left the palace. The warm spring sun illuminated Pei Ji, whose purple robes fluttered, the luxurious fabric shimmering under the sunlight as he lifted his gaze. Where has she gone? The image of the woman from the previous night resurfaced in his mind, and his dark pupils grew even colder. Montauk Ying replied, The princess has gone to visit General Zhao's wife. The legitimate daughter of Su Mingwei? Pei Ji twirled the jade ring on his thumb, his tone casual yet laced with indifference. Indeed, receiving the confirmation, Pei Ji chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Su Mingwei, that old fool, was excessively pedantic, always seeking trouble in the court, especially as a staunch supporter of the young emperor. It was no wonder that someone who had never interacted with Su Xiangwan rushed to the general's residence on their wedding day. It seemed he could hardly wait to convey the news. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Pei Ji let out a soft click of his tongue, his handsome features taking on a hint of malevolence. Ultimately, he had shown some restraint, and Mo Ying, having accompanied Pei Ji for many years, immediately sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. Jiang Huaiyue had believed that by hastening her pace, she would avoid an encounter with Pei Ji. However, fate had other plans, and she found herself unexpectedly colliding with him at the doorway. Before the entrance of the regent's residence, an exquisitely luxurious carriage came to a halt. As the door swung open, its occupant descended. Upon catching sight of Pei Ji, Jiang Huaiyue suppressed her rising dread. Given their unintentional meeting, she could not feign ignorance and approached him, greeting him with an air of nonchalance. "Your Highness has returned from court." Pei Ji had already spotted her and, upon hearing her voice, lifted his gaze. Bathed in sunlight, she wore a delicate pink gown, her features strikingly beautiful. Her autumn-like eyes sparkling with mirth, her skin radiant as jade, truly a testament to her royal upbringing. Yet, the sight of such exquisite beauty only deepened the coldness in Pei Ji's gaze. "Where has the princess gone?" he inquired, as if casually. His scrutinizing gaze fixated on Jiang Huaiyue. Despite standing in broad daylight, she felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss, a chill enveloping her. The man nearby, draped in a purple robe that accentuated his tall stature, exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Heaven knows how much effort Jiang Huaiyue exerted to mask her trepidation in his presence. "I rarely had the opportunity to venture out while in the palace, so I simply went for a stroll," she replied softly, lowering her eyelids. Jiang Huaiyue pondered the necessity of concealing her visit to the general's residence. For given Pei Ji's suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly assume she was there to relay information or betray him. Upon hearing her response, Pei Ji let out a cold scoff. Were it not for his decision to have someone follow her, he might have genuinely believed her fabricated tale. "Is that so?" he remarked indifferently. "Of course. I merely went out for a stroll. There is nothing to hide from your Highness. If you have the time, we could go together next time." Jiang Huaiyue thought of many joyful things in her mind, striving to smile brightly and sincerely before him. Pei Ji regarded her with an inscrutable expression. "Do you wish to know the fate of the last person who accompanied me on such an outing?" "Where?" Jiang Huaiyue inquired, following his lead. Pei Ji stepped closer, his voice low and ominous. "He has been reduced to mere dice, and I fear the grass on his grave now stands as tall as you, princess." He suddenly drew near, causing Jiang Huaiyue to instinctively retreat a step. "Your Highness must be jesting." She forced a smile, her eyes betraying the familiar fear she felt in his presence. "The princess may wish to test that theory," Pei Ji suggested, his tone unsettling. Jiang Huaiyue shook her head in refusal. "I think not." She yearned to live a long life, dreaming of wandering the rivers and lakes with Wan, utterly disinterested in death. "Your Highness, how about we go for a meal? I'm quite hungry." Jiang Huaiyue ventured cautiously. Heaven knows how desperately she wished to proclaim with commanding authority, "This princess is hungry and desires food." Yet, she dared not, for she was but a nominal princess. With her father deceased, her mother gone, her brother indifferent, and a husband who could threaten her life at any moment. Why was it so arduous? Why until she met the same fate as Wan, who had perished with her husband? She wondered if her current wish for his demise would ever come to fruition. Pei Ji did not respond to her and walked straight into the mansion. Jiang Huaiyue pouted and hurriedly followed him. After all, one must bow their head when under a roof. Moreover, even a male lead currently felt apprehensive towards him. So as a mere woman, she thought it prudent to adopt a humble demeanor to preserve her life. Having convinced herself, she hurried to catch up with Pei Ji's figure. Upon entering the main hall, she noticed that Pei Ji had already taken his seat. The sight of a table laden with delicious food heightened her hunger. After a night of tossing and turning, and a busy morning visiting Wan, she had scarcely eaten anything and was now ravenous. Seeing that the person beside her remained silent, Jiang Huaiyue tentatively took a seat. "Your Highness, I am quite hungry. May I eat?" Pei Ji replied coolly, "If I do not permit it." Will the princess refrain from eating? Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's thought, she simply smiled. Taking up her chopsticks, she bowed her head to eat, selecting the dish closest to her, and her eyes instantly brightened, secretly thinking to herself, "This cuisine from the royal residence is indeed quite delectable." As she buried herself in her meal, she remained unaware that Pei Ji's gaze lingered upon her, subtly and contemplatively. He scrutinized Jiang Huaiyue, recalling the matters he had previously set in motion, a smirk forming in his eyes. The rumored Princess Yunhe was said to be timid and frail, yet she bore no resemblance to the person before him. However, the identity of the individual was inconsequential. She could not stir up much trouble, and he was intrigued to observe how this piece on the chessboard would be utilized by the young emperor in the days to come. As night fell, in the imperial study of the palace, Jiang Jingshun, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression stern. "Are you saying that Yunhe's attempt to poison Pei Ji failed, yet she survived?" The dark-clad guard knelt, responding in a low voice, "Indeed." The regent lord administered the poison to the princess and then departed, leaving her to soak in cold water for an entire night. For a long time, Jiang Jingshun had secretly cultivated his own network and had kept a watchful eye on Pei Ji, hoping to find the opportune moment to bring him down decisively. The decision to bestow Yunhe upon Pei Ji was a gamble. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to lose little. After all, his father had left him with little else but a plethora of sisters, and he merely selected the most obedient and aesthetically pleasing one to offer to Pei Ji. Chapter 5. Where the dog barks again. When Jiang Jingshun had instructed Yunhe to poison Pei Ji, he had anticipated the possibility of her being killed. Yet he was taken aback by her survival. Nevertheless, her survival was fortuitous. He had a premonition that perhaps this sister of his would become the most pivotal piece in his quest to topple Pei Ji. Understood. Continue to monitor the situation and report immediately if anything arises, he commanded. The guard replied, "Yes." With a wave of his hand, Jiang Jingshun dismissed him, and the guard silently vanished from the study. Glancing at the stack of memorials already reviewed by Pei Ji on the desk, Jiang Jingshun's eyes turned cold. "Pei Ji, your arrogance will not endure much longer." For years, Pei Ji had relied on his status as regent to dominate the court, acting with brazen impunity despite having reached adulthood and retaining substantial power. One must wonder which emperor could tolerate such a minister. After dinner, Jiang Huaiyue returned to her chamber. Perhaps Pei Ji was aware of Jiang Jingshun's intentions in marrying her, for the so-called wedding was quite perfunctory, lacking even the formality of ceremonial bow. The room where Jiang Huaiyue rested last night was not the main courtyard of the royal residence, but rather a random courtyard that had been chosen for her accommodation. However, this arrangement suited her well, as she was disinclined to deal with Pei Ji. She would be far happier if they did not trouble her. Yet, she did not anticipate that trouble would come knocking on her door the very next day. As dawn broke and a gentle breeze swept through, all life seemed to awaken. Qiu Chan hurriedly pushed open the door and, seeing the young woman peacefully slumbering on the bed, whispered, Your Highness, it is time to rise." Jiang Huaiyue was deep in her dreams and waved her hand dismissively. "No, let me sleep a little longer." "Your Highness, you cannot sleep any longer. Eunuch Yu has arrived. His Majesty wishes to see you." Qiu Chan glanced outside and gently shook Jiang Huaiyue. "What eunuch Yu? I will not see him," Jiang Huaiyue replied, irritated by the chatter while she was trying to rest. Qiu Chan had been by Jiang Huaiyue's side since childhood, knowing well her fondness for meeting the emperor, and aware that the regent was not kind to the princess. Perhaps, she thought, the emperor could offer assistance. With this in mind, she raised her voice slightly. "Your Highness, someone from the palace has come. His Majesty wishes to see you." "From the palace?" Upon hearing those words, Jiang Huaiyue paused, suddenly alert as she sat upright in bed. "Qiu Chan, whom did you just say wishes to see me?" She tucked her hair behind her shoulder, her delicate brows furrowing as she spoke. Seeing the princess awake, Qiu smiled. Your Highness, it is the emperor who sent Eunuch Yu to summon you. Contrary to Qiu cheerful demeanor, Jiang Huaiyue's expression darkened at this news. Why would the male lead want to see her? Did he not think her demise was swift enough? Truly, could he not allow her a few days of peace? Go tell him that I am unwell and shall not be able to enter the palace today. She dared not step into the palace. She feared that entering would lead to her demise at Pei Ji's hands. Thus, she wished to delay as long as possible. Qiu, puzzled by the princess's reluctance, ventured, But your Highness, were you not once so eager to see His Majesty? Jiang Huaiyue raised her gaze to her demeanor indifferent as she replied, Qiu, I hope you remember that I am your mistress. If you do not wish to follow me, you may return to the palace today. Upon hearing this, Qiu's face paled, and she hurriedly knelt and bowed her head. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please do not send me away. I wish to serve you for a lifetime. They had endured the treacheries of the palace together, and Jiang Huaiyue had always treated her kindly, never laying a hand on her servants. Qiu felt that having such a mistress was a blessing she had earned throughout her life. Jiang Huaiyue closed her eyes, suppressing her compassion, and said coldly, Get up and go respond. In this foreign realm, she feared a single misstep could lead to her ruin. Since Qiu was by her side, she must ensure her absolute loyalty and obedience. Your Highness, you are not sending me away? Qiu raised her head, her eyes filled with hope. Jiang Huaiyue sighed, feigning anger as she said, If you do not leave soon, I shall truly expel you. Qiu understood her implication and immediately smiled, rising to bow. I shall go at once, my lady. Outside the courtyard, the ever-impatient eunuch had grown somewhat restless, yet he dared not act out, for this was the residence of the regent prince. As the door creaked open, Qiu stepped lightly before him, bowing and stating, Eunuch Yu, the princess has developed a fever and has yet to recover. She cannot enter the palace today. Upon delivering her message, Qiu felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety. Eunuch Yu was a favored servant of the emperor, respected even by the concubines in the palace. Given the princess's current condition, she feared it might offend him. Eunuch Yu fixed a sharp gaze upon the closed door, raising his high-pitched voice deliberately. His Majesty has expressed a deep longing for the princess and has specially dispatched me to fetch her. I fear if we delay, His Majesty may be displeased. His eyes glimmered with disdain. How absurd for a neglected princess to act so haughty, merely because she had married the regent prince. In the past, Princess Yunhe had been eager to visit the emperor's study, and now, with the emperor's name invoked, he was certain she would not resist coming out. Inside, Jiang Huaiyue had already risen from her bed and stood by it, witnessing the overbearing eunuch in the courtyard and hearing his veiled threats. A cold smile crept across her lips. How pitiable it was for a princess to be so subjugated, even by a mere eunuch. Qiu, her face drenched in nervous sweat, mustered her courage to speak, Forgive me, eunuch, but the princess is truly unwell. I hope you can understand. With a sharp crack, eunuch struck Qiu, shaking the feather duster in his hand. A mere servant has no place to speak here. He exerted considerable force, causing Qiu to stumble, the imprint of 5 fingers immediately appearing on her face. Witnessing this, Jiang Huaiyue's expression turned icy as she moved toward the door, intent on stepping out. Just then, a cold voice echoed. I could hear the barking of dogs from afar. I thought it was someone else, but it is you, Eunuch Yu. Pei Ji strode into the courtyard with an imposing presence, and upon hearing his words, Eunuch Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. He immediately trembled and knelt. I greet the prince. Please forgive me. It was my loud voice that disturbed you. Knowing you have disturbed me, yet you do not self-punish, Pei Ji remarked, his narrow eyes lifting slightly as he spoke indifferently. Eunuch had lost all his earlier arrogance, meekly replying, Yes. The courtyard soon echoed with the sound of crisp slaps, and before long, his face was swollen and bruised. I acknowledge my mistakes, he muttered, his voice lacking the clarity it had before due to the injuries. Pei Ji casually toyed with the jade pendant at his waist. What brings you here today, eunuch? Eunuch bowed his head to respond, Your Highness. His Majesty wishes to see the princess, and has specially sent me to invite her. Upon hearing this, Pei Ji's gaze drifted to the partially concealed window with a lazy demeanor. Is that so? Have you managed to summon her? As his eyes swept over, Jiang Huaiyue instinctively recoiled, feeling as though Pei Ji had caught sight of her. Before Yuan could respond, Qiu Chan took a couple of steps forward and spoke first. Your Highness. The princess has been experiencing intermittent fever for the past few days and has yet to recover fully. She cannot enter the palace at this time. Yuan cast a resentful glance at her, thinking of her as an insufferable little wretch. Your Highness, I am merely conveying the Emperor's will, and given the princess's condition, it would be prudent to summon the palace physician for her treatment. His tone was earnest, appearing genuinely concerned for Jiang Huaiyue's health. Pei Ji was well aware that Jiang Huaiyue was in perfect health, yet he was taken aback by her audacity to refuse the young emperor's summons. Feigning illness to avoid entering the palace, there was a certain cleverness to it. Yuan will inform His Majesty that I shall personally escort the princess to the palace to meet him tomorrow. Yuan hesitated, recognizing that the emperor had summoned him for a specific purpose. If he returned without the princess, it would be difficult to explain. Observing his indecision, Pei Ji's eyes glimmered with a frosty intensity. What, cannot you hear? Or does Yuan sense a flaw in my command? I understand. I shall return to report to His Majesty. I take my leave. Yuan recalled the rumored methods of the regent and felt a cold sweat on his brow, hastily concluding his words before retreating. As the group departed, silence enveloped the courtyard and Pei Ji strode toward the room. At the window, Jiang Huaiyue, seeing him approach, hurried back to her bed, lifting the embroidered quilt and lying down. Upon entering, Pei Ji saw her feigning illness on the bed and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I hear the princess is unwell. He adjusted his robes and sat on a small couch by the window, exuding an imposing presence, his striking features tinged with a hint of mischief. Jiang Huaiyue observed his demeanor and inwardly scoffed at how such an attractive man could possess such a disagreeable temperament. What a waste of beauty. After a moment of silence, Pei Ji noticed the admiration in her gaze and instinctively furrowed his brow. He raised his voice. Has the princess lost her hearing? It seems she is indeed gravely ill. Perhaps I should summon a physician? Jiang Huaiyue snapped back to reality. Your Highness jest, I merely did not respond in time. Remembering his earlier statement about taking her to the palace the next day, she placed a hand on her heart and coughed lightly, her expression feeble. Cough, cough, Your Highness. I am still unwell. I fear I cannot enter the palace tomorrow. She pondered his intentions, knowing full well that Jiang Jingqian summoned her to discuss strategies against him. Yet he still insisted on delivering her to their schemes. She wished only to remain peacefully uninvolved in their conflict. Pei Ji glanced at her, noting her white cross-collared nightgown, which subtly revealed the delicate patterns beneath, her long hair cascading over her shoulders and her delicate brows furrowed, as if she might shatter at any moment. Suddenly inspired, he rose from the couch and took a couple of steps toward her. Jiang Huaiyue was feigning weakness, yet when she saw him approach, an expression of anxiety flickered in her eyes. She worried he might kick her again or worse. In that case, I shall have Mo Ing enter the palace to summon a physician for the princess's treatment, Pei Ji stated, sitting at her bedside and regarding her intently. As the distance between them diminished, Jiang Huaiyue found herself rendered breathless, hesitatingly raising her gaze with a look of pitiful innocence. Your Highness, I do not wish to enter the palace. The beauty before him, with her glistening almond-shaped eyes, appeared both aggrieved and playful. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to the urge to embrace her gently and offer soothing words. However, Pei Ji discerned an unusual undertone in her demeanor, realizing that she was attempting to curry favor with him. The emperor was the princess's royal brother, and the palace was her home. So, why would she not want to go there? Beneath her brocade garments, Jiang Huaiyue clenched her palms tightly and replied softly, Your Highness is mistaken. I am already married to you. Therefore, you are my family, and the regent's residence is now my home. She had contemplated this matter thoroughly, recognizing that her foremost priority was to survive under Pei Ji's influence. Furthermore, on their wedding night, she had inadvertently confessed her affection for him. Given Pei Ji's suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly be disinclined to believe her, yet this presented an opportunity, a means to redefine her identity. She feigned a deep affection for him, hoping to convince him that she would forsake Jiang Jingqian for his sake. After all, it is a well-known truth that once one becomes entangled in the throes of passion, rationality often diminishes, making her actions appear justifiable. Pei Ji's lips curled slightly, his handsome features betraying no emotion as he silently observed Jiang Huaiyue's performance. Twirling the ring on his finger, he found his gaze drawn to the girl's flushed cheeks, and narrowing his eyes, he suddenly grasped her chin. "The princess certainly has a way with words," he remarked. His movement evoked memories of that night when he had intoxicated her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, fear glimmering in her eyes. Yet, she understood that it was imperative to maintain her composure in such moments. Raising her gaze, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, I speak the truth. I genuinely admire you. For you, I would do anything." How absurd, she thought, nearly retching at her own words. She had never believed her acting skills could be so convincing. The man holding her chin leaned in slowly. Jiang Huaiyue found her breath hitching, wondering if he intended to kiss her. What should her reaction be? Should she shy away, feign reluctance, or push him away? Lost in her thoughts, he leaned closer to her ear, his lips moving. "If that is the case, would the princess be willing to die for me?" The warmth of his breath cascaded down her neck, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Goodness, what madness was this? Was his declaration of love to be proven through her demise? She swallowed hard, retreating slightly to increase the distance between them, cautiously tugging at his garment. "Your Highness, I do not wish to die. I want to live and accompany you." Upon hearing her response, Pei Ji abruptly released his grip, observing her hand still clinging to his garment. "If the princess does not let go, you may as well forfeit that hand," he replied coolly. His garment, held so audaciously by her, made Pei Ji feel a twinge of discomfort. Jiang Huaiyue silently pouted, quickly retracting her hand. She thought to herself, how stingy. Did he believe she held any particular affection for his clothing? "At dawn tomorrow, I shall await the princess at the gate," Pei Ji stated coldly before standing up and departing. After he departed, Jiang Huaiyue lifted the exquisite quilt, exhaling heavily as she muttered, "I cannot escape the necessity of entering the palace. It is utterly vexing." Chapter 7. Business with you. Upon witnessing Pei Ji's departure, Qiu Chan entered from outside. Jiang Huaiyue, noticing her face concealed by her hands, felt a pang of sympathy and called out, "Qiu Chan, come here." Hastily responding to her summons, Qiu Chan approached. "Princess, does it hurt?" Jiang Huaiyue inquired, observing the mark of a handprint on her face. In modern times, a girl of her age would be engrossed in her studies, and the memory of that arrogant eunuch stirred within her a desire to deliver a few kicks. Had it not been for Pei Ji's arrival, she would have rushed out, though she too might have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, Qiu Chan was hers to protect. "Princess, it does not hurt," Qiu Chan replied, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob at Jiang Huaiyue's concern. With a sigh, Jiang Huaiyue said, "Silly girl, go to the makeup box and fetch the ointment. I shall apply it for you." Qiu Chan, upon hearing this, immediately knelt. "Princess, as a noble of golden branches, how can you attend to a servant's wounds? This injury will heal by tomorrow. Quickly fetch it, or I shall be displeased," Jiang Huaiyue retorted, feeling distressed by Qiu Chan's subservient demeanor. Once intrigued by the allure of ancient tales through dramas and novels, she now comprehended the harsh reality of this world, a place that devours the unwary. Before the might of power, no matter how proud one may be, surrender is inevitable, or one faces the abyss. Qiu Chan, unable to defy her command, rose and retrieved the ointment. Jiang Huaiyue took it, opened it, and delicately applied the white salve to her face. "Qiu Chan, as a princess with nothing, I have caused you to endure these grievances." In the memories of her former self, Qiu Chan was the only one who genuinely cared for her, tirelessly seeking medicine when she fell ill, attending to her injuries without rest, and even resorting to theft for food, suffering grievous punishment in the process. Upon hearing Jiang Huaiyue's words, tears streamed down Qiu Chan's cheeks. "Princess, I am not wronged. As long as you do not disdain me, I am willing to follow you for a lifetime." After applying the ointment, witnessing the tears on Qiu Chan's face, Jiang Huaiyue feigned anger, "Stop crying. The medicine I just applied is smudged now. If you continue, I shall punish you." "Yes, I understand my mistake." Qiu Chan quickly ceased her tears, fearing to irritate her. In the general's residence, Su Xiangwan had been venturing outside for several consecutive days, leaving Ningxiang perplexed. "Miss, Are you intending to purchase something? Observing Su Xiangwan walking veiled through the streets, Ning Xiang inquired. I'm not buying anything. I am merely browsing, she softly replied. Over the past few days, she had acquainted herself with the various inns, tea houses, and vendors in the capital. Historically, women's money was the easiest to earn, and thus she intended to capitalize on this aspect. Ning Xiang acknowledged with a soft "oh," silently trailing behind her. After a circuitous walk, Su Xiangwan's gaze fell upon a bustling garment shop in the distance, lost in contemplation. Ning Xiang, following her line of sight, remarked, Miss, do you wish to purchase dresses? Let's first take a look, Su Xiangwan replied. To Ning Xiang's astonishment, she did not head towards the bustling shop filled with patrons, but instead made her way to a rather inconspicuous establishment across the street. Miss, let us visit the Jinsho workshop. Their garments are all the rage, and the noble women of the capital are fond of shopping there. Ning Xiang was perplexed as to why her mistress would forsake Jinsho workshop for a less frequented shop. Su Xiangwan lifted the curtain and glanced at the sign above the entrance, responding with a hint of indifference. I have no intention of purchasing garments, and it is not solely the busy shops that are worthy. She stepped inside, where shelves on either side displayed a variety of clothing. At the central counter sat a woman, her hair elegantly styled, deftly maneuvering an abacus in her hands. Upon noticing a customer, she set the abacus aside and greeted them with a smile. What can I assist you with, young lady? Our store offers every type of garment imaginable. Su Xiangwan surveyed her surroundings, her fingers gently caressing the fabric on the shelves. As she leaned in closer, she detected a subtle fragrance that suggested the garments had been meticulously infused with scent. Yunshang followed closely behind, patiently awaiting her selection, displaying no signs of impatience. Noticing Su Xiangwan lingering on certain pieces, she would softly offer additional details. The proprietor had scented the garments with herbs. Su Xiangwan raised her gaze to the woman beside her. Initially, she had not scrutinized her closely, but upon further inspection, she realized the woman possessed striking beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes were uplifted, her nose elegantly arched, and her lips full and rosy, every movement captivating. Yet, there lingered a hint of sorrow in her eyes, suggesting she was a person with a story to tell. Yunshang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Miss, you are indeed correct. This small shop struggles to attract customers, and thus must resort to such futile endeavors. Typically, one would expect a shopkeeper to exhibit some concern over poor business. Yet Su Xiangwan observed that the woman displayed none. It was as if the success of her shop held no significance to her. How could it be deemed futile? The arrangement of garments was orderly and clear, and each piece exuded a delightful fragrance, attesting to the owner's considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Yunshang's lips curled into a smile. I shall take your words as flattery. However, I can discern that you do not appear to be here merely to purchase garments. From the moment she entered, the woman had been scrutinizing the shop, and then her very self. Perhaps due to her prior encounters with numerous individuals, she possessed a keen sense of perception. Behind her veil, Su Xiangwan's eyes narrowed slightly. She relished engaging with astute individuals. Since we have reached this juncture, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have business to discuss with the proprietor today. Yunshang assessed her closely, raising her voice. If you wish to conduct business with me, I must know who you are. That is only natural, Su Xiangwan replied, reaching up to remove her veil. As the veil fell away, a look of astonishment flickered in Yunshang's eyes. The woman before her, even while veiled, exuded an extraordinary grace, but unmasked, she was breathtakingly exquisite. Her slender willow-leaf eyebrows were charming, her eyes sparkled like crystal, and her lips, naturally rosy, complemented her smooth, jade-like complexion, prompting admiration for such a beauty. After a moment of appreciation, Yunshang averted her gaze and stepped forward to close the door. The once bright shop was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Ning Xiang, feeling somewhat anxious, approached Su Xiangwan and voiced her concern. Miss, what if they have encountered some ill-intentioned individuals? Otherwise, why would they close the door on such a clear day? Upon observing Ning Xiang's reaction, Yunshang chuckled softly. Do not fear. This is not the place for conversation. I have shut the door. Let us proceed to the backyard. Su Xiangwan gently patted Ning Xiang's hand, reassuring her it is all right. With an air of calmness, She followed Yun Shang into the inner chamber, lifting the curtain to reveal a hidden courtyard. Once again, Su Xiangwan felt she had made the right choice. Chapter 8. A lack of long-term consideration brings immediate woes. The courtyard was exquisitely maintained, adorned with beautiful flowers in the corners. On one side, a fence enclosed a patch where vibrant green vegetable sprouts had begun to emerge, presenting a scene of vitality. In the center stood a pear tree, now in full bloom, its white blossoms competing for attention. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, causing petals to cascade to the ground and settle on the stone table below. "Please, take a seat. I will fetch some water," Yunshang gracefully gestured. Su Xiangwan nodded slightly, watching her enter the house. Meanwhile, Ningxiang noticed the petals on the stone bench. She withdrew a handkerchief to gently sweep them away before assisting Su Xiangwan in sitting down. "Miss, what prompted you to pursue business all of a sudden?" "They are not lacking in sustenance at the general's residence." Ningxiang expressed her confusion. Su Xiangwan offered no extensive explanation, merely stating, "Ningxiang, you must understand. A lack of long-term foresight leads to immediate troubles." Everything she possessed was not truly hers. The original owner's father had long since neglected her after her marriage, having favored the Prince Jiang Jingchen as a son-in-law. However, Xiao Qingrong had rendered great service to Daong, and the late emperor, lacking other rewards for him, bestowed a marriage arrangement instead. Calculating the time, it would be less than a month before news of Xiao Qingrong's death in battle reached her, at which point she would become a widow. Before departing from Kyoto, she needed to secure her own means of livelihood. Though Ningxiang had not received formal education, she had been influenced by Su Xiangwan for many years and grasped the essence of her words, though she remained oblivious to the source of her mistress's worries. As they conversed, Yun Shang emerged from the room, placing her belongings upon the stone table. "I have no fine tea, but this is water infused with honeysuckle. And I have also made some pear blossom cakes for you to try," she offered, pouring a cup of tea for Su Xiangwan and nudging the pastries forward. Su Xiangwan expressed her gratitude, lifted the cup, and took a delicate sip. "Thank you, I am Su Xiangwan." Realizing she was introducing herself, Yun Shang responded, "I am Yun Shang." "Miss Yun, let us discuss business matters," Su Xiangwan said, setting her cup down and regarding her with calm eyes. "Of course, Miss Su, please proceed," Yun Shang replied readily. As warm sunlight streamed down, the two engaged in a hushed discussion in the courtyard, forming an exceptionally harmonious scene. After a considerable time, admiration sparkled in Yun Shang's eyes as she looked at Su Xiangwan. She had not anticipated the remarkable intellect of the woman before her. A mere exchange of words had bestowed upon her immense insight. "Miss Su, I'm eager to collaborate with you." Yin Shang believed her partnership would surely elevate her business beyond that of the neighboring brocade shop. Initially, her venture into this trade was merely a means to survive. Having journeyed alone from Yangzhou, and having finally extricated herself from that man, she sought only a secluded place to start anew. Over the years, she had amassed a considerable sum of silver, rendering her indifferent to the fluctuations of her business. However, upon meeting Su Xiangwan today, she inexplicably sensed a surge of strength emanating from her, igniting a desire within her for a different way of life. With a slight smile, Su Xiangwan replied, "Very well. I shall return and prepare the blueprints, and have them delivered to you. In the meantime, we must renovate the shop." Since they were embarking on this business venture, it was imperative to strive for excellence. Thus, all aspects required transformation. "Agreed. I shall defer to your judgment." Yun Shang expressed no dissent, fully trusting in her newfound partner. "Then I shall take my leave now." "Thank you for your efforts," Su Xiangwan said, rising to depart. After taking a few steps, Yun Shang suddenly inquired, "By the way, should I wish to find you, where might I go?" As the business discussion had progressed, she realized she knew nothing of her companion. Su Xiangwan lowered her gaze and after a moment replied, "If you seek me, release a kite in the courtyard. I shall come upon seeing it." She had considered this carefully, knowing she could not easily reveal her identity, both to protect Yin Shang and to safeguard their secrets should complications arise with Yuya. Very well. Yin Shang felt no discomfort with this arrangement. Everyone harbored secrets to some extent, and it was unnecessary to delve deeply. Moreover, she speculated that perhaps Su Xiangwan bore burdens of her own. Given her demeanor, she seemed to be the daughter of a prominent family, likely unable to reveal herself freely. The reason for her being a daughter rather than a wife was evident in the way her hair was styled, as unmarried women in Daong wore their hair down, while married women were required to bind it up. After their exchange, Su Xiangwan politely nodded and then returned home with Ning Xiang. Upon exiting Yun Shang's establishment and observing the bustling street, Su Xiangwan mused about what Yuya might be doing. Once encounters had been effortless, yet now they seemed so elusive. "Miss, shall we return home?" Ning Xiang asked, noticing her daze. Su Xiangwan took a few steps when she suddenly heard a flurry of curses and glanced towards a nearby alley. She beheld 2 or 3 ragged beggars mercilessly pummeling a small child on the ground. The child, appearing no older than 10, was emaciated and unkempt. His face obscured by disheveled hair, and his tattered clothing exuded a foul odor as one drew near. After observing for a time, Su Xiangwan called out, "The officials are coming." At the sound of her voice, the assailants fled. Once they had departed, she entered the alley, regarding the small child with a furrowed brow and asking, "Are you all right?" As Su Xiangwan observed the reluctance in his eyes, she sighed and withdrew some small silver coins from her pouch, placing them before him. "Go buy something to eat and return," she urged. When he remained unresponsive, Su Xiangwan turned and departed with Ning Xiang. After she left, the child on the ground reached out, clutching the silver coins tightly in his hand, his gaze lingering on the direction she had taken, unwilling to look away for some time. On her way back, Su Xiangwan encountered numerous beggars lining the streets, including elderly men and women well past their prime. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart. It was disheartening to witness so many suffering citizens even beneath the emperor's domain, let alone in the remote areas. The capital, Deyong, was rife with internal strife and external threats, and it was the common folk who bore the brunt of their hardship. In her past as a blogger, she had earned money each year, donating a portion of it, not seeking accolades, merely hoping to assist even a couple of individuals in need. They say all beings suffer and must rely on themselves for salvation. Yet she wished to contribute within her capabilities, striving to perform what was within her reach. Chapter 9. Entering the palace the following day. Jiang Huaiyue was awakened early by the autumn cicadas. Yawning, she sat before the bronze mirror, allowing Qiu-chan to style her hair. With deft hands, Qiu-chan fashioned an exquisite hairpin adorned with delicate ornaments. "Princess, it is done." Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Huaiyue lifted her gaze to the mirror and could not help but admire Qiu-chan's skill. "Qiu-chan, do I look beautiful?" she inquired, touching the hairpiece atop her head as she scrutinized her reflection. As Qiu-chan, her devoted admirer, replied without a trace of hesitation, "You are the most beautiful woman in the world, Princess." Jiang Huaiyue felt a surge of pride, her lips curling into a smile as she playfully remarked, "I think so too." Her laughter illuminated her features, exuding a radiant charm as if she were glowing. Noticing her princess reveling in her reflection, Qiu-chan turned her gaze outside and reminded, "Princess, it is time to enter the palace." As the hour approached, she recalled that the prince had mentioned waiting for the princess to enter the palace together. Concerned that they might arrive late and incur his displeasure, she understood that it would ultimately be the princess who suffered the consequences. Her reminder, however, extinguished Jiang Huaiyue's cheerful demeanor. Yet, with matters as they stood, there was no choice but to proceed. "Let's go," Jiang Huaiyue declared, reluctantly rising and making her way to the door. At the entrance of the residence, she found Pei Ji already waiting. As she approached the opulent carriage, accompanied by the stoic Mo Ying, Jiang Huaiyue drew near. "Please, Princess," Mo Ying said, his expression unchanged. Jiang Huaiyue lifted the curtain and beheld Pei Ji seated regally in the center of the carriage, his well-defined fingers holding a book. Today, he wore a deep indigo robe, the collar and cuffs elegantly embroidered with silver cloud patterns, secured at the waist with a wide azure belt. His jet-black hair was elegantly bound with a silver crown, enhancing his striking features and imposing presence. Jiang Huaiyue sought the most distant place to sit, apologetically remarking, "I am sorry for my tardiness. I have kept the prince waiting." As her words faded, she noticed Pei Ji's gaze shifting from the book to her. She lifted her head, revealing a gentle smile. Pei Ji's dark eyes scrutinized her attire today. She wore a floral hairpin and a graceful gown, her radiant smile almost blinding. A thought crossed his mind, and he tightened his grip on the scroll he held. If Yuan had not fallen ill, she too could have lived with such freedom and joy. Yet now she was confined to a small courtyard, hidden from the world. All of this turmoil stemmed from the actions of the Jiang family, and a surge of resentment welled within him. Pei Ji lowered his gaze, fearing he might lose control and harm her. Noticing his indifference, Jiang Huaiyue refrained from pressing him for conversation. She surveyed the carriage and realized how much Pei Ji enjoyed his comforts. This modest space was indeed well equipped. As the carriage moved, a profound silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of wheels rolling and the rhythm of hooves. Jiang Huaiyue, feeling restless, discreetly observed Pei Ji. He appeared aloof, absorbed in his book, as if the world around him held no significance. A sense of trepidation washed over her, yet she yearned to shatter the silence. Clearing her throat, she carefully inquired, "My lord, will you accompany me to meet my brother later?" To be frank, she sincerely hoped Pei Ji would join her, for it would prevent Jiang Jingqian from assigning her any tasks. Pei Ji did not lift his gaze, a hint of irony flickering in his eyes. Does the princess truly wish for this prince to accompany her? The young emperor has gone to great lengths to summon you to the palace, merely to inquire about my affairs. You, however, wish for me to join you, inadvertently thwarting his intentions. It is uncertain whether you are feigning ignorance or are genuinely so. Of course, we are family now, Jiang Huaiyue replied softly. Pei Ji smirked coldly. If that is the case, then I shall abide by the princess's wishes. He found himself somewhat eager to witness the young emperor's expression upon seeing him. Upon receiving his consent, Jiang Huaiyue felt a sense of relief. The sound of commotion reached her ears, prompting her to lean back and lift a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. The carriage was passing through a bustling marketplace, reminiscent of the vibrant sights she had previously encountered. A glimmer of longing shone in her eyes. "My lord, after we exit the palace, may I stroll through the streets?" She turned to Pei Ji, her eyes filled with anticipation. Pei Ji's reaction was subdued. The princess may do as she pleases. "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Huaiyue expressed her heartfelt gratitude, mentally planning to visit Wanwan and inquire about her entrepreneurial aspirations. After a fragrant incense sticks burned, the carriage halted at the palace gate. Mo Ying's voice resonated from outside. "My lord princess, we have arrived." Pei Ji silently set aside his book and disembarked from the carriage first. Jiang Huaiyue pouted, lifting her gown as she followed him down. Once outside, she raised her gaze, taking in the towering palace walls and the serpentine roofs adorned with glazed tiles, shimmering in the sunlight, exuding opulence and intricacy. Walking alongside Pei Ji, she struggled to keep pace with his long strides, soon finding herself lagging behind. Observing his tall figure, she inwardly scoffed. Is having long legs so impressive? Is walking swiftly such a remarkable feat? As she pondered, she couldn't help but complain about the immense size of the palace, wondering why it needed to be so vast when walking through it left one's legs aching. Pei Ji walked ahead, and after a moment of silence, turned to find Jiang Huaiyue trudging along at a leisurely pace. He coldly remarked, "If the princess continues to dawdle, we might as well have our lunch in the imperial study." Jiang Huaiyue replied with a forced smile, "Your Highness is jesting." With that, she quickened her pace to catch up with him. Pei Ji turned to observe the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and her gentle breaths, his brow furrowing. It was disconcerting that after just a few steps, she was so out of breath. Her constitution seemed quite fragile. Strangely, Jiang Huaiyue felt as if he had slowed his pace for her benefit during the remainder of their journey. Upon arriving at the imperial study, a young eunuch stationed at the door approached them and bowed. "This humble servant greets His Highness and the princess." "Is His Majesty inside?" Pei Ji inquired. "Yes, His Majesty has been awaiting you both. He said you may enter directly," the eunuch answered respectfully. Jiang Huaiyue clenched her hands slightly hidden within her sleeves, feeling an inexplicable mix of trepidation and curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder what the so-called heartthrob of the realm looked like. A man capable of captivating every woman in the world. Inside the imperial study, after performing their courtesies, Jiang Huaiyue discreetly lifted her gaze to glance at Jiang Jingchen. After taking in the sight, she concluded that he did not hold a candle to Pei Ji. Pei Ji's features were striking and refined, shaped by his experiences, exuding a remarkable aura. In contrast, Jiang Jingchen, seated in a position of authority, donned a golden dragon robe and a crown adorned with resplendent jewels. Though he appeared handsome with his youthful, gentle demeanor, he lacked the depth of maturity. Chapter 10. Let's make a deal upon arriving in this world with Wan Wan. She had once fantasized about whether the actors from their short film would also find themselves here. However, upon seeing Jiang Jingchen, she realized that possibility was unlikely, as he lacked the distinctive spark of a mere office worker. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Jingchen spoke gently. Yunhe, are you adjusting well to life in the palace? Jiang Huaiyue, fearful of revealing her true self, lowered her eyes and responded, Yes, Your Majesty, I am adapting well. That's good to hear. The regent is no longer a young man, and with no heirs yet. It is time to make haste, Jiang Jingchen counseled. Jiang Huaiyue's lips twitched as she thought to herself how odd it was for someone so young to be so eager for progeny. Pei Ji had remained silent since their entrance, and Jiang Huaiyue noted his audacity. Despite Jiang Jingchen's presence, he boldly took a seat without a care. It was no wonder that some harbored animosity towards him. With such a demeanor, it was only natural for others to wish to bring him down. Your Majesty should perhaps turn his attention to his own affairs. The position of Empress remains vacant, and if a consort is not appointed soon, it may lead to unrest in the court, Pei Ji remarked nonchalantly, cradling a teacup in his hand. Jiang Jingchen, seated above, understood the underlying message all too well. The entire court was pressuring him to establish a consort, yet his heart longed for but one individual to take the title of Empress. If it weren't for Pei Ji's unwavering control over state affairs, he would not be unable to elevate the woman he cherished to such a position. As these thoughts coursed through him, a glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes, and the bitterness of unfulfilled desires threatened to spill over. Pei Ji seemed to sense something amiss and lifted his gaze towards him. What occupies your thoughts, Your Majesty? He caught a glimpse of the unwillingness in the depths of his eyes, and a teasing smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Indeed, he harbored a deep resentment, the murderous intent practically emanating from him. It is nothing, Jiang Jingchen replied calmly. As I have stated, the war with Barong is currently in a stalemate. We shall discuss the matter of the crown prince once we receive favorable news. Pei Ji merely smiled in silence, gently setting down the cup in his hand. Once good news arrived, he feared there would be no opportunity for him to ascend as the crown prince. Jiang Huaiyue stood within the hall, listening to their exchange, finding it exceedingly dull. After all, she was a princess, yet Jiang Jingchen did not even offer her a seat, leaving her legs weary from standing. Yunhe, since you have returned to the palace today, why not stay the night before departing? Jiang Jingchen's gaze returned to her. Meeting his eyes, Jiang Huaiyue felt an undercurrent of meaning, but at that moment, she sensed a heated gaze from her left. Pei Ji was also staring at her. Your Highness, perhaps we should postpone this. I'd already made arrangements with the prince to dine at Yunshan Tower today. She lowered her eyelids slightly, her fair cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Compared to the palace, she would much rather return to the residence of the regent, for despite Jiang Jingchen's radiant presence, Pei Ji currently posed a greater threat to her. Pei Ji observed her feigned innocence with a deeper smile in his eyes. Jiang Jingchen's words were met with rejection, and his expression darkened momentarily. Merely a few days into the marriage, and she has completely forgotten her surname. Dining can be done at any time. I have heard you are unwell. Stay the night in the palace and allow the imperial physician to examine you properly. The seemingly caring words rang in Jiang Huaiyue's ears, making it feel as though he were threatening her, particularly when he turned to Pei Ji and inquired. The regent would not mind, would he? Perhaps the regent could also remain. Pei Ji, toying with his jade pendant, lightly tapped it. Your Majesty is aware that securing a spot at Yunshan Tower is no easy task. If you truly miss the princess, perhaps you may allow her to visit the palace another day. The regent's reasoning was sound. Beneath the desk, Jiang Jingchen clenched his fist tightly. The more anger he felt, the more his demeanor remained serene. Yunhe, if that is the case, you may enter the palace another day and stay a few more nights. Yes, Your Highness. Noticing that Pei Ji had not exposed her, Jiang Huaiyue let out a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few more idle pleasantries, Jiang Huaiyue and Pei Ji exited the palace. In the study, watching their departing figures, Jiang Jingshan slammed his fist onto the table, his expression darkening considerably. How wonderful! Just a few days in, and my dear sister has completely aligned herself with Pei Ji. Truly splendid. The reason he had arranged for Jiang Huaiyue to marry Pei Ji was due to her docile nature, believing she would be easy to manage. She had always complied with his requests without objection. Yet now, merely 3 days later, she had cast aside everything he had said before their union. As if transformed into an entirely different person. Had she been feigning all along in the palace? At that moment, Eunuch timely presented a cup of tea. Your Majesty, do not let your temper flare. You are the sovereign, and there will always be opportunities to see the princess. If she has declined once, surely she cannot refuse a second time. Jiang Jingshan languidly leaned against the chair, his gaze fierce. Fortunately, I had reserved a contingency. Under the cover of night, I sent someone to convey a message to her. Within half a month, I must obtain the military token of the Shen's army, or else I shall bear the consequences. This Shen's army is entrusted with the defense of the capital and the protection of the palace. During the reign of the late emperor, the military token was bestowed only upon those most trusted. Yet now, it rests firmly in Pei Ji's hands. I find myself constrained by him in every aspect. Once I reclaim the token, I shall find a way to deal with him. Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately, replied Eunuch, bowing respectfully. Jiang Jingshan waved his hand, and when the vast imperial study was left with only him, he retrieved a token of love from his bosom. Recalling the exquisite and intelligent woman, he softly murmured, Sierra, wait a little longer for me. I shall ensure that you become my empress. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaiyue lifted the curtain and watched as the carriage exited the palace gates, finally exhaling in relief. Turning, she met Pei Ji's gaze. Her heart racing. Does the prince have something to discuss with me? Why the deceit? Pei Ji's eyes were filled with scrutiny. Though he harbored doubts about her recent behavior, he could not comprehend her true intentions. Was her acting merely exceptional, or was she not the genuine Jiang Huaiyue? Jiang Huaiyue's hands, resting on her lap, unconsciously clenched tighter as she spoke softly. Why must the prince feign ignorance? It is well known that my elder brother's intentions in marrying me to you are far from pure. Now that I am wed to you, my loyalty naturally lies with you. Pei Ji scrutinized her expression. Her pupils were clear, her lips pressed tightly, and her tone earnest. He did not voice his belief or disbelief, merely continuing to regard her intently. Perceiving his gaze, Jiang Huaiyue boldly continued, Prince, let us strike a bargain. She had contemplated this. Rather than allowing Pei Ji to harbor suspicions, it would serve her better to be forthright and sincere. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Pei Ji reclined against the soft couch, his tone laced with intrigue. The task my elder brother assigned to me was to surveil you, to report your movements. Today, I decline to remain behind, and he will inevitably seek a moment to send someone after me. I wish to stand by your side, only asking for a chance to survive. Jiang Huaiyue's words were earnest. Chapter 11. I shall slay your elder brother alongside you. Pei Ji lifted his gaze, arching an eyebrow. How can I be certain that the princess is not merely performing a fade? Your Highness understands well, Jiang Huaiyue replied. I am but a frail woman. To put it nicely, I am a princess, but in reality, merely a pawn. Even the lowest of creatures strive to survive. All I desire is to live. She concluded with a self-deprecating smile. Pei Ji had not anticipated her to be so cognizant of her predicament. Perhaps she was not entirely foolish. What conditions do you propose? He suddenly inquired, causing Jiang Huaiyue to momentarily falter, looking up at him in confusion. Pei Ji cast a casual glance her way. Did you not claim you wish to trade with me? What are your terms, and what can you offer? Jiang Huaiyue regained her composure and replied with calm assurance. I understand that the prince harbors disdain and suspicion towards me. Should my elder brother send further orders, I pledge to inform you at the earliest opportunity. As her voice faded, she lifted her gaze to meet Pei Ji's scrutinizing stare, suppressing the unease that bubbled within her. She spoke again, Your Highness, when you married me, It must have been a matter of expediency. I am willing to request a divorce, so that we may lead our separate lives, free from each other." Within the opulent carriage, a heavy silence enveloped them, and the absence of his response left Jiang Huaiyue's heart feeling as if it were being scorched by flames. She carefully considered that she had not misspoken. Before she could gather her thoughts, Pei Ji's cold voice broke the stillness. "Did the princess not profess her love for me? Why then this sudden desire for separation?" Noticing the fleeting panic on her face, Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, realizing that she had yet to master the art of deception. Jiang Huaiyue clenched her teeth. Her excitement had caused her to forget this crucial detail. Remembering this, she quickly adopted a sorrowful expression and softly replied, "Your Highness, you misunderstand. To love someone is to wish for their happiness without expectation. I know I am unworthy of you, so as long as you are content, I shall remain in the shadows, quietly cherishing you." After speaking, Jiang Huaiyue felt almost moved by her own words. Oh, but the princess just declared her intention to separate, suggesting she might seek another marriage. Pei Ji observed her performance with an indifferent demeanor. Jiang Huaiyue's lips twitched. Surely this man was being deliberately provocative. If they were to part, what concern was it of his whom she married next? How could that be? "My heart belongs solely to you, Your Highness. If we were to part, I would be left to the solitary company of the flickering lamp and the silent Buddha, praying day and night for your long life." As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief and pretended to dab at non-existent tears, her act reeking of sincerity. Pei Ji scoffed lightly, languidly saying, "If that is the case, then would it not be simpler for me to end your life? I had contemplated resolving this on our wedding night, but softened in the moment, allowing you to linger a while longer. Yet now you boldly flaunt your claws, bargaining with me." Jiang Huaiyue stiffened. "Your Highness, even if you were to kill me, my brother would find other means to keep an eye on you. As the saying goes, it is easy to evade a direct attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Why not keep me around?" While she urged him to reconsider, her thoughts betrayed the realization that he was indeed the villain from the tale she had read, so quick to resort to murder. "Then I shall simply eliminate your brother as well, and all will be well," Pei Ji remarked casually, uttering words that were profoundly audacious. He exhibited no concern and was unfazed by the possibility of Jiang Huaiyue revealing his intentions. "Your Highness must be jesting," Jiang Huaiyue said, inching back slightly, casting a wary glance his way. Witnessing the coldness in his demeanor, she lamented inwardly. What sort of nightmarish scenario had she found herself in? This was entirely at odds with the narrative she had anticipated. She had not foreseen Pei Ji contemplating the assassination of Jiang Jingchen to usurp the throne. If this trajectory continued, her demise was inevitable, for she had already openly offended Jiang Jingchen, and Pei Ji now held suspicions about her, perpetually harboring thoughts of her murder. Moreover, he, as the antagonist, would surely meet a tragic end opposing the protagonist. No, she needed to flee swiftly, without pause. Inevitist. Pei Ji observed her furtive movements, a mocking smile gracing his lips. If only she had taken matters into her own hands, she believed she could evade her fate. Jiang Huaiyue felt as though death was imminent, yet she yearned for one last chance to save herself. What did the prince just say? I suddenly seemed to be deaf, unable to hear. Her eyes flickered lightly as she covered her ears with her hand, adopting an innocent demeanor. Pei Ji was about to respond when the carriage lurched violently, as if it had collided with something. Jiang Huaiyue, unable to maintain her balance, was thrown forward, perilously close to colliding with a small table beside her. In a moment of desperation, she grasped Pei Ji's arm. As he was pulled down with her, he swiftly reacted, pulling her back and steadying himself. Jiang Huaiyue thus found herself in his embrace, a sharp pain striking her nose, causing her eyes to redden. She exclaimed softly, "Ouch, that hurts. Is this man made of iron? How can he be so hard? It's unbearable. Thankfully, my nose is real." Pei Ji lowered his gaze. A faint floral fragrance wafting from the person in his arms, who felt as soft as a bundle of cotton. Her reddened eyes resembled those of a rabbit, evoking an overwhelming desire to protect. He composed himself and gently pushed her away as a voice from outside the carriage, Mo Ying, offered an apology. "Your Highness, forgive me." A child suddenly dashed out. "Drive more carefully," he commanded. "Understood," Mo Ying replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved that the prince did not reprimand him. Jiang Huaiyue was unceremoniously pushed from his embrace, landing on the ground. She widened her eyes, staring at the indifferent figure before her, her heart brimming with indignation as she chastised him internally for his lack of tenderness. No wonder he remained unmarried at over 20. Is the princess planning to sleep here? Pei Ji cast a glance her way, adjusting his slightly disheveled robe. Jiang Huaiyue slowly rose, ignoring him. The carriage halted at the market's edge, and she spoke in a nonchalant tone. Your Highness, you may return on your own. I shall wander a bit. With that, she turned and exited the carriage. Pei Ji lifted the curtain to watch her retreating figure, instructing, have someone follow her, observe whom she meets and what she does. Yes, Emoing replied quietly. To Yunxiang Tower, he added, retracting his gaze and speaking in a calm tone. Emoing guided the carriage toward Yunxiang Tower, while Pei Ji took a sip from a nearby teacup. He gazed at the spot where Jiang Huaiyue had just sat, the air still tinged with her delicate scent. Reflecting on the earlier sensation, his eyes deepened with thought, lost in contemplation. Chapter 12. How poor am I? Once alighted from the carriage, Jiang Huaiyue felt like a wild horse set free, marveling at everything around her. Xiao-chan, did you bring any money? She inquired as she navigated through the bustling market, her gaze drawn to the steaming pastries and vibrant candied hawthorns. Hearing this, Xiao-chan reluctantly produced her meager purse, saying, Your Highness, this is all I could bring. Jiang Huaiyue took the purse, weighing it in her hand, incredulous as she asked, Is this truly all? We are exceedingly poor. Your Highness, we have always been quite impoverished, Xiao-chan calmly stated, delivering this sobering truth. Jiang Huaiyue returned the purse to her, sighing, being a princess is truly a constraining affair. While others traverse through time effortlessly, she finds herself preoccupied with the simple desire to preserve her own life, wandering the streets with scarcely a few coins to her name. Your Highness, are you hungry? Autumn Cicada, noticing her gaze fixed on a vendor selling pastries, presumed her hunger. She retrieved some silver from her purse and offered it to Jiang Huaiyue. If you wish to eat, let's make a purchase. Forget it, I shall not eat. Let us proceed to the general's residence. Jiang Huaiyue closed her hand, turning away to depart. Rather than fretting over a few pastries, it seemed more prudent to discover what profitable schemes Wan had devised. Yunxiang Lu, the most renowned tavern in the capital, is famed for its exquisite delicacies and serves as the ideal venue for the banquets of nobility. Pei Ji is a name known to nearly all in the capital. Upon entering Yunxiang Lu, he attracted numerous glances, prompting the tavern keeper to approach. Your Highness, what may I serve you today? Mo Ing, standing behind Pei Ji, responded. Has the young master he reserved a private room? Indeed, it is upstairs. Please follow me. The tavern keeper replied swiftly, demonstrating remarkable alacrity. The interior of Yunxiang Lu is adorned with elegance, featuring musicians in the center of the hall. Their melodies occasionally met with applause. The tavern keeper guided Pei Ji to the last private room on the second floor, respectfully stating, Your Highness, we have arrived. Young master he awaits within. With a wave of his hand, Mo Ing signaled the tavern keeper to leave, then pushed open the door. Pei Ji stepped inside. The room filled with swirling smoke from the stove, and his gaze fell upon two gentlemen seated by the window. One, clad in red garments, possessed exquisite features that blurred the lines of gender. He fanned himself lazily, a hint of roguishness gracing his countenance. He was none other than Elan, the most notorious dandy of the capital, heir to the Prince of Pingyang. The other man, adorned in a narrow-sleeved white robe, his hair elegantly bound with a silver crown, wore a jade belt accentuating his robust waist. He sipped from a wine jug, his expression somewhat morose. This man was known as Shun Yinli, who oversaw all river trade in the Jiangnan region, colloquially referred to as Second Master Shen. As for why he was not called Master, it was merely a matter of personal preference, as he found Master to be unappealing. Upon noticing Pei Ji's entrance, Helan lazily remarked, Those who are married are indeed different. After several invitations, we finally have you here. Pei Ji settled onto a soft couch beside Shun Yinli, crossing his legs and exuding an air of nonchalance. Have matters been resolved? Helan raised an eyebrow. When have I ever faltered? The letter has reached Xiao Qingrong. We now await news of his demise on the battlefield. Once we receive that, we shall storm the palace and bring Jiang Jingshan down. We have awaited this day for so long. At last, our desires may be fulfilled. I have also arranged my affairs. Now, I await your news. Shen Yanli responded with a raised voice. Pei Ji maintained his usual demeanor, revealing little reaction, for everything was well within his grasp. This account had lingered for over 20 years, and the time for settlement had finally arrived. 2 decades passed. This realm was not yet called the Yong. Nor did the royal family bear the surname Jiang, but rather Ning. Emperor Ning Shi was beloved by his people, fostering a prosperous society where the populace thrived in peace and contentment. Pei Ji, originally named Gu Jilin, is the legitimate eldest son of General Gu from the capital. His father, Gu Tsongin, led his troops in a battle against the invading northern Rong, but met his demise in the final confrontation when their strategies were betrayed, leading to his encirclement and death. At that time, his mother, bearing a child, was so stricken by the news that she suffered a miscarriage, resulting in a tragic and untimely death due to excessive bleeding. Following Gu Tsongin's demise, the border was on the verge of collapse. However, the then vice-general, Jiang Qi, displayed remarkable bravery, leading the army to a resounding victory against the northern Rong. After the conflict, he returned to the capital to report, and Emperor Ning Shi, recognizing his valor, granted him the title of Duke of Xuanwu, entrusting him with the command of the Shen's army to maintain order in the capital. Little did they know, his outward loyalty masked a treacherous ambition. On the night of the Lantern Festival, he stormed the imperial palace, unleashing a massacre that led to the death of Emperor Ning Shi. From that moment, he proclaimed himself king, renaming the nation to Daong. The Gu family was left with only Pei Ji and his newborn sister. On the day of the coup, assailants attacked their residence, intending to eradicate them. It was only through the valiant sacrifice of his father's loyal subordinates that they managed to escape. That day, the imperial city was steeped in blood, and apart from Pei Ji and his sister, only one other survivor remained, the then crown prince, Ning Yanqing, now General Xiao Qingrong. Pei Ji was escorted away from the capital by his father's loyalists, but en route, all his protectors were hunted down and killed. Ultimately, he, under the cover of others, managed to flee with his sister, embarking on a life of evasion. From that moment on, his sole purpose became vengeance. His sister, due to her premature birth, suffered from developmental issues, rendering her incapable of leading a normal life. All of this was orchestrated by the Jiang family, and he vowed to personally deliver them to their demise. He clandestinely cultivated his own power and later returned to the capital to take the imperial examination, succeeding magnificently. Ascending to the position of prime minister, he bribed those close to Jiang Qi, ultimately poisoning him, leading to his untimely death. At that time, the young Jiang Jingshan posed little threat. The chaos at the borders and the resurgence of the northern Rong had plunged the common people into despair. Xiao Qingrong conspired with Pei Ji, proposing to restore the Gu family's honor after reclaiming the territory from the northern Rong. Pei Ji had no objections. After all, Jiang Jingshan was unlikely to pose a significant challenge. The fate of the current Daong court was firmly in his grasp, and whether it transpired sooner or later mattered little. Moreover, witnessing a cornered beast fighting desperately was, in itself, intriguing. To this day, those involved in the events have been dealt with, leaving only Jiang Jingshan remaining. Pei Ji withdrew from his reverie, his dark eyes betraying no emotion, akin to the unfathomable depths of a tranquil pond. Helan, tapping his fan rhythmically against the table, remarked with a smile, "I wonder, after you exact your revenge, how do you plan to deal with Princess Yunhe? To be honest, it seems rather absurd. He could have refused, yet he chose to marry her. I can't fathom his reasoning." Pei Ji, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "She is but a pawn. Her fate lies entirely within my grasp." Chapter 13. Do you hold any leverage over him? TSK, the regent remains as ruthless as ever. Helan remarked with a shake of his head, expressing his astonishment. As he finished speaking, he turned to the side where Shen Yanli, having emptied a jar of wine, sat and said with irritation, "I mean, Shen Yanli, it's merely a woman who ran away. Is it truly necessary to be so distraught?" since entering the room. This fellow had been drinking incessantly, utterly captivated by a woman. What do you know? Shen Yanli narrowed his eyes, her anger flaring at the thought of that heartless woman. I don't understand your perspective. You can't even keep a woman, and now you regret it only after she has gone. Although Elon was not entirely aware of the situation, he could surmise a bit. After all, Shen Yi had quite a reputation in the martial world. Tales of him lavishly spending in Yangzhou to redeem a beauty had spread like wildfire. Elon, are you seeking a fight? Shen Yanli set down the wine jug and casually flicked a grape from the fruit platter towards him. As the grape flew toward Elon, he caught it deftly, raising an eyebrow before popping it into his mouth. Is this your way of expressing frustration at being embarrassed by my words? Pei Ji observed their playful banter, leaning quietly to the side with his gaze lowered, lost in thought. At the general's residence, as Jiang Huaiyue arrived, she was led by the servants into the courtyard. This was her second visit to the general's estate. The last time had been so hurried that she hadn't taken the time to truly appreciate it. The residence, though not as grand as the regent's palace, had a delightful charm. The artificial hills and pavilions were artfully arranged, lush flowering trees spilled over the walls, and a subtle floral fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating the senses. Upon reflection, the thought of living alone in such a vast abode, without the need to honor in-laws above or be governed by a husband below and attended by servants, seemed like an ethereal existence. She couldn't help but sigh, lamenting her own lack of fortune. Why hadn't she waited for Pei Ji to pass before crossing over? Then she could have directly inherited his estate. Lost in her musings, Jiang Huaiyue was guided into Su Xiangwan's courtyard. Upon entering, she spotted a figure bent over a stone table, sketching something. She quickened her pace, calling out, "Wan Wan, what are you doing?" Su Xiangwan looked up at the sound of her voice. "You're here. Come and see the designs I've drawn." Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze to the papers on the table, which displayed various styles of dresses, each more beautiful than the last, captivating the eye. She picked one up, exclaiming, "Are you planning to sell these dresses?" "Yes, I found a shop and am trying out. What do you think?" Su Xiangwan responded gently, her eyes soft. Jiang Huaiyue sat on a stone bench, meticulously flipping through the designs. "I must say, these drawings are stunning. They make one long to wear them immediately." These styles were irresistible even to her, a modern woman, let alone the ladies of ancient times. Wan Wan, she suddenly realized, it's wonderful to be a heritage blogger. Now that I've crossed over, I'm perfectly suited for this profession. Su Xiangwan chuckled lightly. All of this knowledge belongs to the ancients. Besides, you are not lacking either. They both graduated from university, albeit in different fields. She studied fine arts while Jiang Huaiyue pursued music. All I can do is play and sing. In this era, such talents hold little promise, Jiang Huaiyue remarked with a hint of melancholy. The path is one that we carve for ourselves. Once we leave in safety, you may pursue whatever your heart desires. Su Xiangwan concluded her final stroke, gently blowing on the still wet ink before setting down her brush. Jiang Huaiyue, resting her chin on her hand, tilted her head and asked, "What can I do to assist you?" She thought it unreasonable to remain idle, merely waiting for provisions. "For now, I do not require your assistance. How are matters on your end?" Su Xiangwan inquired softly, concern flickering in her eyes. Alone within the confines of the Regency Prince's residence, facing Pei Ji, she felt powerless, left only with the option to wait. Yet, waiting is perhaps the most disheartening experience of all. "What else can I do?" "I ran into Jiang Jingchen in the palace today," Jiang Huaiyue replied with a slight pout. Su Xiangwan carefully stored her blueprints, her brows knitting in inquiry. "What happened? Did anything occur?" "Jiang Jingchen requested that I stay in the palace tonight. It was clear to me what his intentions were, and fearing that Pei Ji would suspect me further, I rejected Jiang Jingchen in his presence." Jiang Huaiyue marveled at her own courage, recalling how she had lied unflinchingly in such a tense situation. It seemed her acting skills had indeed improved. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Xiangwan felt a persistent unease. "Doesn't this mean your relationship with Jiang Jingchen is entirely severed? You don't have any incriminating evidence against you, do you?" In the original narrative, Jiang Huaiyue was inclined to heed Jiang Jingchen's every word because of her affection for him. However, The current incarnation of Huaiyue bore no such affection and would not act on his behalf. Yet, one could not discount the possibility that Jiang Jingshan had left contingencies. For stories throughout time have often portrayed such scenarios. Jiang Huaiyue, upon hearing her friend's concerns, began to doubt her own situation. However, after ruminating for a considerable time, she found no recollection of Jiang Jingshan threatening or coercing her within the original memories. There shouldn't be, she said, her gaze wandering, her tone wavering in uncertainty. Su Xiangwan paused, then gently patted her hand in reassurance. Perhaps I'm merely being overly cautious. Do not dwell on it. After all, Jiang Jingshan is the male lead. He likely would not resort to any despicable acts. I might just be overthinking things. There will surely be a way forward. I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? Jiang Huaiyue looked at Su Xiangwan with eager eyes, resembling a beggar cat. Su Xiangwan chuckled at her antics. What a pity it is that Pei Ji, a dignified prince, is so stingy as to deny you a meal. As she spoke, she turned to instruct Ningxiang to prepare some food. Don't mention it. When one is under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. Even dining requires one to consider another's mood. Jiang Huaiyue recalled the one time she had shared a table with Pei Ji, a memory that suffocated her. During that meal, not a sound could be uttered at the table, yet the silver utensils clinked inevitably, making it impossible to avoid noise. Moreover, Pei Ji was as finicky as a small bird, leaving her feeling like a pig by comparison. A flash of sympathy crossed Su Xiangwan's eyes. I've asked Ningxiang to prepare something. Make sure to eat well. Once this establishment is up and running, we shall open our own tavern. Ah, my dear friend. It is truly you, Jiang Huaiyue said, touched, grasping her hand, at a loss for words. As Su Xiangwan observed Jiang Huaiyue's overly affectionate demeanor, she could scarcely endure it and withdrew her hand. All right, let us quietly await our meal. Oh, Jiang Huaiyue replied obediently. By the way, where's the shop you selected? In front of the brocade house, Su Xiangwan responded. The brocade house? The largest ready-made clothing store in the capital, beloved by many? Jiang Huaiyue pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, that one, Su Xiangwan confirmed, pouring a cup of tea for both herself and Jiang Huaiyue, gently pushing it toward her. Jiang Huaiyue lifted the teacup thoughtfully and asked, So, did you rent the space, or have you partnered with someone? The shops in the capital are as precious as gold, particularly considering that the brocade house is situated on the most bustling street. Just having that store there must have significantly influenced the surrounding development. So choosing to set up across from it likely comes at a steep price. I have partnered with someone. Who might that be? Have you investigated them? Are they trustworthy? Jiang Huaiyue bombarded her with questions. Su Xiangwan replied, It is a woman. I have met her. Her demeanor and conversation reflect her wisdom and worldly understanding. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue understood that anyone who could receive such praise from Su Xiangwan must be quite exceptional. It is said that one should trust those they employ. If there is doubt, one should not engage. All right, I trust your judgment. But do you have enough funds? Su Xiangwan looked at her and smiled. What? Do you intend to sponsor me if I fall short? Jiang Huaiyue sighed dramatically, forcing a sheepish smile. I was merely asking. I am a princess, utterly destitute with nothing to offer. Even if she wished to assist, she was unable to do so. Enough of that. You need not worry about anything. With me around, just take care of your well-being, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Su Xiangwan teased, casting a sidelong glance at her. Jiang Huaiyue leaned her head on Su Xiangwan's shoulder, exclaiming, Xiangwan, having you is a true blessing. Now sit up and eat. Su Xiangwan noticed Ningxiang approaching with the dishes and gently nudged Jiang Huaiyue's head. Jiang Huaiyue lifted her gaze to behold the exquisite array of dishes laid before them. Her hunger intensifying, she grasped her chopsticks and began to eat. Observing her ravenous appetite, Su Xiangwan chided, You're now a princess. You must maintain your decorum. If others were to see you like this, they would surely raise suspicions. Jiang Huaiyue swallowed her mouthful and retorted, In your presence, I am merely Jiang Huaiyue. Outside, I shall be the princess. This so-called princess business was quite taxing. Without further comment, Su Xiangwan placed her favorite dishes into Jiang Huaiyue's bowl. In no time, the table was cleared of food, leaving Ningxiang wide-eyed behind Su Xiangwan. Princess Yunhe appears quite slender, Yet she has an insatiable appetite. Where does all this food go? Ningxiang, please clear the table, Su Xiangwan instructed, glancing at the dishes. Ningxiang snapped back to reality. Yes, madam. She swiftly tidied up, while Qiu Chan, ever perceptive, poured each of them a cup of tea. Through these interactions, she had come to realize that her princess and Miss Su shared a profound friendship. And Miss Su treated the princess with genuine kindness. Jiang Huaiyue suddenly recalled something. Qiu Chan, keep an eye out. Do not let anyone approach. I have something to discuss with Wanwan. As you wish, princess. Qiu Chan nodded and distanced herself slightly. Su Xiangwan observed her suddenly serious expression and whispered, What is the matter? Could it be that something has happened again? Wanwan, I suspect that Pei Ji intends to rebel. Jiang Huaiyue recalled her conversation with Pei Ji in the carriage, and the more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. The script indicated that Pei Ji would meet his demise opposing the male protagonist, but did not specify the cause of his death. However, in their recent dialogue, Pei Ji mentioned wanting to kill Jiang Jingchun, and considering his current control over the court, it seemed he must be plotting treason. You mean Pei Ji wants to kill Jiang Jingchun and seize the throne for himself? Su Xiangwan leaned closer to Jiang Huaiyue, their voices barely above a whisper. Indeed, Jiang Huaiyue confirmed with a nod. If that is the case, you must swiftly distance yourself from Pei Ji. He is the antagonist, and will inevitably fail against the male protagonist. You have already openly offended Jiang Jingchun. Should he perish, what will become of you? Su Xiangwan meticulously analyzed the situation, mentally traversing all possible outcomes. Jiang Huaiyue understood her implication and acknowledged her wisdom. I see. Today, I will broach the subject of separation with Pei Ji. What was his reaction? Su Xiangwan inquired. Jiang Huaiyue nervously grasped her skirt. He did not exhibit a significant response. I cannot discern his thoughts. Logically, she should be a mere inconsequential presence. It was unclear what he truly contemplated. Do not act rashly. Be cautious not to provoke him. This matter requires careful deliberation. I understand. Rest assured, Jiang Huaiyue replied with a calm demeanor. Qiu Chan, following Jiang Huaiyue, noticed the princess's troubled expression and felt a pang of concern. Princess, what troubles you? As they walked through the marketplace, Jiang Huaiyue, catching Qiu Chan's worried gaze, gently shook her head. It is nothing. Princess, is there anything you wish to eat? I shall procure it for you. Qiu Chan inquired with a bright smile. Jiang Huaiyue replied, Be frugal. We lack funds. As she spoke, Qiu Chan hesitantly said, Actually, Miss Su secretly gave me some money just now. Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback. What did she get to you? Qiu Chan whispered, Just as we left the general's residence, Ningxiang pulled me aside and handed me a stack of banknotes, saying they were from Miss Su and instructed me not to inform the princess just yet. Understood. Keep it for yourself, Jiang Huaiyue said, a warm smile gracing her lips. Composing herself, Jiang Huaiyue decided to return home. After walking for a while, she heard Qiu Chan say, Princess, it is the prince. She looked up and saw Pei Ji standing before a tavern not far down the long street, flanked by two men. One appeared inebriated and unable to stand, while the other disdainfully shoved the staggering individual toward a servant. It was only upon Mo Ying's reminder that Pei Ji noticed Jiang Huaiyue. Your Highness, it is the princess, Mo Ying announced from behind Pei Ji at the first sight of her. Aware that Pei Ji had acknowledged her presence, Jiang Huaiyue felt compelled to approach rather than turn away in silence. Meanwhile, He fanned himself, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the approaching figure. Is this truly Princess Yunhe? She seems rather different from the rumors. Once, he had encountered her at a royal banquet, where she appeared rather unremarkable, yet now she radiated an undeniable brilliance. Pei Ji remained silent upon hearing her voice as Jiang Huaiyue approached him. What a coincidence, Your Highness! I thought you had returned to the manor. She greeted with a smile, noticing the intense gaze beside her and turning to look. The sight took her aback. A breathtaking peacock of a woman stood next to Pei Ji, adorned in vibrant red, her beauty striking and androgynous, captivating to the point where one could hardly tear their gaze away. Indeed, she smiled brightly like a sunflower, almost too radiant. Does the princess think I am more handsome than Pei Ji? Helan inquired with a smile, his lips curling. Jiang Huaiyue glanced at Pei Ji, who wore an icy expression, his gaze formidable. She promptly shook her head. Well, I still believe His Highness is more handsome. The beauty of this person was undeniable, yet lacked a certain masculine vigor. Helan chuckled nonchalantly. It seems the princess is viewing her beloved through the lens of admiration. Chapter 15. May I borrow some silver? Jiang Huaiyue blinked, offering a sheepish smile. Pei Ji coldly interjected, enough of this chatter. Hurry and escort her back. Jiang Huaiyue glanced at the inebriated man. Dressed like a rogue, were they all friends of Pei Ji? Could it be that Pei Ji had summoned them to conspire against the throne? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. I see you are merely jealous that this heir is more handsome than you, Helan remarked with a light scoff. Snapping his fan shut, observing the approaching carriage, he instructed someone to assist Shun Yanli. Pei Ji, may I borrow your carriage? Since the princess is with you, you both can return together. With that, he waved his hand and stepped into the carriage. Seeing that her lord had not declined, Mo Ying dismounted. Jiang Huaiyue pondered for a moment and recalled that the man had referred to himself as this heir, meaning he must be Helan, the heir of Pingyang. Yet how could he be friends with Pei Ji? Perhaps his debauchery was merely an act to deceive others. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Pei Ji noticed her gaze lingering on Helan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you find him appealing? Indeed, Jiang Huaiyue blurted out instinctively, meeting Pei Ji's chilling gaze. She stammered. What I meant was, the scenery across is quite beautiful. It was spring. The weeping willows swayed gently by the distant arch bridge, and the pink peach blossoms bloomed magnificently, resembling a picturesque landscape. Pei Ji subtly cast a glance before retracting his gaze. Where had the princess been? Oh, I just wandered around a bit. Ha! Since it's getting late, perhaps we should head back, Jiang Huaiyue replied perfunctorily, turning to walk ahead. Observing her retreating figure, Pei Ji's expression remained aloof, his eyes gradually darkening. The incessant lies, not a single truth spoken. Did she truly believe others to be fools? Jiang Huaiyue walked beside him anxiously, daring not to breathe too loudly. What a misfortune it was to encounter this calamity. Had she known, she would have delayed her return. As twilight descended, the streets grew dim, and the vendors on either side began to pack up and head home, leaving the market somewhat desolate. After taking a few more steps, Jiang Huaiyue noticed a throng of people gathered ahead, clapping and cheering, creating a lively atmosphere. She glanced at Pei Ji with a hint of hesitation. Your Highness, shall we join the revelry? Pei Ji neither declined nor acquiesced, leaving Jiang Huaiyue feeling somewhat foolish. She wrinkled her nose and turned to venture forth on her own. As she entered the crowd and tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the spectacle, she found herself unable to see anything, resorting to jumping up and down. Meanwhile, Mo Ying observed Pei Ji advance with an imposing presence, taking 2 bold steps forward. The surrounding onlookers, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively parted to make way. Jiang Huaiyue seized the opportunity to squeeze through and peer inside. Before her was a booth showcasing an animal performance, where monkeys, puppies, and parrots entertained the crowd amidst cheers. The proprietor, wielding a whip and appearing quite menacing with his rough, dark skin, would strike at any animal that dared to slacken its efforts. Jiang Huaiyue felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she witnessed the raucous crowd and the animals, who bravely endured their fear to perform. Yet, what could she do? She was powerless to protect even her own life. In truth, she realized that she was not so different from those animals. Her fate was similarly governed by those in power. Should they wish her demise, it would befall her. Just as she contemplated retreating, she caught sight of a small, emaciated cat in a corner cage. Its thin body was marred by injury, its fur stained with crimson blood. The proprietor, attempting to entice customers, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this creature possesses heterochromia, an omen of misfortune. If you find yourselves troubled, you may vent your frustrations on this little beast." With that, many onlookers began to hurl stones, while some even tossed coins at the small cat. Jiang Huaiyue pressed her lips tightly together. Earlier, she might have observed with indifference, but now she found herself unable to stand by idly. Stop! What nonsense about an omen! It is utterly ridiculous. It is merely a kitten. How can it be considered ill-fated? Her voice, laced with indignation, captured the attention of the crowd. The proprietor, noticing her elegant attire, presumed she to be of noble birth, and laughed. "My dear lady, you misunderstand. This cat is indeed an anomaly and thus deemed inauspicious." Jiang Huaiyue's expression hardened as she retorted, "As the saying goes, the world is full of wonders. If the owner is so narrow-minded, let me enlighten you. This kitten's unique eyes are simply a result of its breed, differing from others. How does that render it ill-fated in your eyes?" A young man from the crowd, intrigued, inquired, "Do you recognize this breed of cat?" Others echoed his curiosity. Jiang Huaiyue raised her voice. "It is a ragdoll cat, one of the most beautiful breeds. As for its origins, it is a cross between a Persian and a domestic short-haired cat." "Ah, I see." The young man nodded, appearing enlightened. Realization dawned upon others in the crowd, understanding that the proprietor had likely fabricated the story for profit. The vendor, displeased by the disruption of his business, remarked, "I must say, miss, what concern is my trade to you?" Initially, he had assumed she was a wealthy patron worth engaging, only to realize she was there to create chaos. "Name your price. I wish to purchase it." Jiang Huaiyue glanced at the feeble kitten in the cage. Her heart twisted painfully. Upon hearing the vendor's response, his eyes glinting with avarice, he extended a hand. 50 taels. Jiang Huaiyue scoffed at his demand. "That cat looks on the verge of death. Why should I pay you 50 taels?" He could have easily resorted to theft, yet he chose to negotiate with her. "These animals are my cherished companions, nurtured with care. 50 taels is a modest price. If you cannot afford it, then do leave." The vendor smirked greedily, unconcerned. Autumn Cicada noticed that her mistress desired the kitten, but upon counting their coins, realized they only had 30 taels. Quietly, she informed, "Your Highness, we lack sufficient funds. We only possess 30 taels." Understanding the predicament, Jiang Huaiyue spoke again. 30 taels. If you are willing to sell, I shall purchase. If not, so be it. It is 50 taels, not a single coin less, the vendor persisted, seemingly aware of her distress. Jiang Huaiyue looked once more at the kitten, then turned away. Though she yearned to save it, her lack of funds restrained her. Yet, as she took a step forward, she bit her lip and approached Pei Ji. "Your Highness, might you lend me some silver? I assure you, I will repay you promptly." She could not bear to witness the suffering of a small life, hence her plea. Pei Ji, discerning the hope in her eyes, glanced at the dying kitten and retorted, "Jiang Huaiyue, suppress your pitiful compassion. A dying cat is hardly worthy of such efforts to seek my financial assistance. Moreover, in this world, compassion is the least desirable trait." Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze, softly imploring, "Please consider it a request." She recognized the absurdity of her position, feeling weak and powerless, yet still wishing to save such a small creature. But whether human or animal, who would not wish for a hand to rescue them from the brink of despair? Pei Ji's dark eyes fixated on her, observing the earnestness and pity reflected in her bright, clear gaze. Though he found her sentiment trivial, something compelled him to summon Mo Ing. Mo Ing provided her with the funds. Yes, Mo Ing complied, producing a 50-tael note and presenting it to her with both hands. "Your Highness." Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip, murmuring her gratitude as she accepted the note. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Huaiyue, with the kitten wrapped in a cloth, sought out a physician. Turning to Pei Ji, she suggested, "Your Highness, I will find a doctor for the kitten. You may return if you wish." Having said this, she anticipated his impatience. Yet to her surprise, he strode purposefully into the clinic. His formidable presence intimidated the physician, who trembled as he inquired, "May I ask what ails you, esteemed sir?" Jiang Huaiyue stood at the entrance, witnessing Pei Ji's cold glare directed at the doctor, rendering the man pale with fear. In a flurry, she rushed in with the tiny kitten cradled in her arms. "Doctor, it's not for me, but for this little one. Could you please see if there is hope for its recovery?" The doctor, upon noticing the gentle expression on the girl's face, exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon observing the kitten in her embrace, his brow furrowed in concern. "What has happened to it? Please examine it," Jiang Huaiyue urged, her eyes filled with anxiety. The doctor, noting the kitten's feeble state, wasted no time and gently took it, placing it on the examination table for a thorough inspection. Jiang Huaiyue watched in silence. Her heart lodged in her throat, overwhelmed with distress. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Pei Ji, who sat imposing and silent, as if he were the master of the establishment, exuding an undeniable presence. Yet, recalling his willingness to lend her money, she suddenly thought perhaps he was not entirely unkind. "Madam, this kitten is gravely injured and emaciated. It may be difficult to sustain its life," the doctor lamented, shaking his head. Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze. Is there truly no way to save it? She had held on to the hope of rescuing it, only to be met with despair. "I shall do my utmost. The outcome rests with fate," he replied. "Thank you, doctor," Jiang Huaiyue responded, sensing a glimmer of hope as she smiled. After a considerable time, she carefully cradled the kitten as she exited the clinic. Observing the small creature, now mostly wrapped in white cloth, she gently caressed it. "Little one, you must strive to survive. Every day ahead is a gift." The kitten, as if understanding her words, extended its tiny tongue to lick her finger. "Life is unpredictable. What assurance do you have that each day will be a blessing?" Peiji scoffed with a hint of sarcasm. Steadying herself with the kitten, Jiang Huaiyue replied, "In this world, aside from life and death, everything else is trivial. Moreover, simply living in peace is already the greatest blessing." Peiji shot her a glance before striding away. "How absurd! I cannot believe I have squandered so much time on her today." Noticing him quicken his pace, Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brow and called out, "Your Highness, please wait for me." Qiu Chan lagged a few steps behind, observing the princess chase after the prince, and felt a peculiar sense that their figures were quite complementary. Lost in thought, she heard Jiang Huaiyue exclaim, "Qiu Chan, hurry up. I'm coming, princess," Qiu Chan replied. After a series of events, by the time they returned home, night had fully descended. Lanterns hung on either side of the Wang residence illuminated their path as Jiang Huaiyue followed Peiji inside. The steward, Lin Bo, greeted them with a smile. "Your Highness, the princess has returned." Peiji nodded in acknowledgement, while Jiang Huaiyue cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Lin Bo," buoyed by Jiang Huaiyue's vivacity, beamed even brighter. "Dinner is prepared. Your Highness and the princess may dine." "Thank you, Lin Bo," Jiang Huaiyue said, handing the kitten to Qiu Chan with a gentle admonition. "Qiu Chan, please take it back to my room. I will go eat now." "Certainly, princess," Qiu Chan replied as she accepted the kitten. After a long, exhausting day, Jiang Huaiyue was famished, and perhaps due to Peiji's assistance, her fear of him seemed to have diminished somewhat. After washing her hands, they sat across from each other. Jiang Huaiyue began, "Your Highness, thank you for today. Rest assured, I will repay you promptly." She needed to quickly devise a way to earn some money. The sensation of being broke was truly unbearable. Peiji's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "Be more restrained and refrain from meddling in unnecessary matters." He had noticed that since her arrival at the residence, there had not been a single day of peace. She truly had a knack for causing a stir. Jiang Huaiyue pouted, "I understand." It was not that she was meddling. Rather, she was simply compassionate. How could she have altered her opinion of him, albeit slightly, only to discover that nothing had changed? With this thought in mind, she hastened to finish her meal. Peiji, with an air of elegance, took his time, delicately picking at his food as if he were an otherworldly being, which left Jiang Huaiyue feeling quite exhausted. Once she finished her rice, she set down her chopsticks and announced, "Your Highness, I have finished. I shall return to my room now. Please take your time." With that, she stood and turned to leave, lifting her skirts as she went. Upon returning to her chamber, she first checked on the little cat, whose droopy demeanor tugged at her heartstrings. "Please get better soon," she whispered, gazing into its mismatched eyes. A smile crept across her face as she pondered a name for it. After some deliberation, seeing its frail form, she exclaimed, "Let us call you Rice Ball. May you grow plump and always have food to eat." Rice Ball," she softly called, and after a moment, she heard a faint meow in response. Jiang Huaiyue stared in astonishment at the little cat. "Are you responding to me?" The cat, lying in its cozy nook, fixed its gaze on her, melting her heart. In the study, Peiji was engrossed in reviewing official documents when Mo Ying entered, announcing, "Your Highness, someone is approaching." "Let them in," he replied with a faint smile, curious about how Jiang Huaiyue would respond to the events of the day. Chapter 17. Unbeknownst to her, others mistook her for the heroine. Mo Ying bowed in acknowledgement and exited the study. Leaning back in the grand chair, Pei Ji's handsome features were accentuated by the flickering candlelight. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaiyue, having finished with rice ball, turned to prepare for her evening routine, only to be startled by the sight of a figure clad in black standing in her room. She nearly screamed, her voice trembling with fear. "Who are you?" "The princess truly has a forgetful nature," the figure replied coldly. Jiang Huaiyue clenched her garments, pondering for a moment before concluding that he must be affiliated with the male lead, perhaps due to her rejection of him earlier that day. He had sent someone to deliver a message. However, she couldn't help but think that the security in the regent's residence was appallingly lax, allowing anyone to enter at will. "Did the royal brother send you for something?" she inquired softly. The figure's tone was devoid of emotion as he continued. "My master instructs me to inform the princess that within half a month, she must procure the military insignia of the Divine Strategy Army. Otherwise, should any harm befall her, do not blame my master for his ruthlessness." Jiang Huaiyue was momentarily taken aback by the black-clad man's words. Was this truly happening? Was her existence as a mere supporting character to be so wretched? One might even think she was the heroine, given the extent of her torment. She remarked on how calm Jiang Jingqian had been, foolishly believing him to be a protagonist with a semblance of conscience, one who would refrain from resorting to despicable means. Little did she expect that such tactics were not absent. They were merely waiting for the opportune moment. Am I truly overestimating my royal brother? Jiang Huaiyue forced a strained smile. The notion of stealing something from Pei Ji felt akin to plucking fur from the jaws of a tiger. If caught, her hard-won life would be forfeit. The cloaked figure, with an air of bureaucratic detachment, merely conveyed the master's orders, stating that should the princess have any inquiries, she could ask directly. Jiang Huaiyue, sensing his impenetrable demeanor, realized that reasoning with him was futile. "What do you mean by saying there is something wrong with this princess's body?" Her heart raced with apprehension, despite her deliberation. She could not recall any memory of Jiang Jingqian tampering with the original owner's well-being. What was the underlying issue? Was it poisoning, sorcery, or some other ailment? She needed clarity to address the situation effectively. The princess may inquire directly with the master. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Huaiyue blinked, finding herself alone in the room. In other times, she would have expressed admiration for such efficiency. However, knowing her body was amiss left her in a state of unrest. She leaned heavily on the table, exhaling a deep sigh, her delicate cheeks furrowing in concern, a torrent of thoughts flooding her mind with no resolution in sight. A sensation that truly troubled her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Huaiyue, after the cloaked figure departed, a shadow flickered across the rooftop, descending into the main courtyard of the royal residence. In the water pavilion, Pei Ji, having completed his ablutions, donned a flowing white robe that softened his usual formidable presence, rendering him akin to a gentleman of serene grace. Seated upon a cushioned bench by the window, he engaged in a solitary game of chess. Fuyo entered, kneeling on one knee and clasping her hands respectfully. "My lord, I overheard His Majesty instructing the princess to steal the military insignia of the Divine Strategy Army." The princess hesitated to comply, seemingly under the influence of poison. She recounted her observations in detail. Fuyo, the most skilled female shadow guard under Pei Ji's command, had been covertly monitoring Jiang Huaiyue since her arrival. Pei Ji placed a piece on the board, murmuring, "Poisoned? Has anything been specified regarding the type?" Fuyo replied, "Not yet, judging by the princess's reaction. She appears unaware of when she was poisoned." "Understood. Continue to observe closely and allow Mo to enter." His lips parted slightly, his expression tranquil. "Yes," Fuyo responded, rising and exiting. Pei Ji contemplated the chessboard, recalling the agreement he had discussed with Jiang Huaiyue, his interest piquing as he pondered her forthcoming choices. Mo soon entered. "My lord, you summoned me." Lately, the guard in the study have grown lax, providing Jiang Huaiyue with a chance to conceal herself. Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at the trapped white pieces and cast aside his own. The opportunity has been given. Whether she seizes it remains entirely in her hands. Mo immediately grasped his meaning, understood. Ever since Jiang Huaiyue realized she might have been poisoned, she felt as though her life had reached its end. She wrestled with the dilemma of whether to steal the military token. If she refrained, her life would remain in someone else's hands, but if she attempted the theft, Success was uncertain and her life was still at risk. Ultimately, she found herself ensnared in thoughts of mortality, contemplating surrender. After an internal battle, she resolved to seek out a physician first. Perhaps she had not been poisoned, or perhaps someone could provide an antidote. Success or failure would become clear in due course. With this decision in mind, she instructed Qiu Chan to assist her in readying herself, changing into a fresh gown. Just before stepping out, she remembered, "Qiu Chan, fetch me a veil." She needed to conceal her identity in case she encountered someone familiar. Though Qiu Chan was puzzled by her request, she obediently complied. Jiang Huaiyue donned the veil, which obscured much of her exquisite beauty, leaving only her remarkably expressive eyes visible. Her slender figure resembled a delicate willow, and this disguise rendered her even more captivating. Qiu Chan smiled and praised, "The princess is truly beautiful." Jiang Huaiyue cleared her throat and declared, "Such sweet words. Let us be off." She and Qiu Chan exited the royal residence and, after some inquiries, found the finest medical establishment on the street. Stepping inside, this clinic, named Hui Chuntang, evoked a sense of familiarity. It seemed all fictional medical establishments shared the same name. Upon entering, the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese herbs filled the air, causing Jiang Huaiyue to wrinkle her nose in discomfort, reminiscent of the bitter herbal concoction she had endured during her previous life's menstrual irregularities. Before she could ponder further, a young apprentice approached and inquired, "Miss, are you here to collect medicine or for a consultation?" "I wish to consult," Jiang Huaiyue replied softly. As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings. Although the clinic was modest, it maintained a commendable policy of separating consultations by gender, effectively safeguarding the privacy of its patrons. "Please follow me." The apprentice beamed, gesturing for her to proceed. Jiang Huaiyue trailed behind him into the inner chamber, where a curtain hinted at the presence of someone seated behind it. "Please take a seat," a gentle female voice beckoned. Jiang Huaiyue, intrigued, glanced around before kneeling on the mat before her. The voice continued, "What seems to be troubling you?" Jiang Huaiyue snapped back to attention. "I may be poisoned. I would appreciate your assistance in examining me." She adjusted her garments and placed her wrist upon the pulse pillow. Almost immediately, she felt a delicate, warm hand cover her wrist, yet the woman remained silent for a prolonged moment. It is widely known that the most dreaded moment during a medical consultation is when the physician sighs or shakes their head in silence, for such gestures carry grave implications. Jiang Huaiyue's heart raced, teetering on the edge of anxiety. Unable to contain her worry, she asked, "Doctor, is there something wrong with my body?" From behind the curtain, the hand that had rested on Jiang Huaiyue's wrist withdrew. "Miss, you're not poisoned." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Huaiyue did not exhale in relief, as her instincts warned her that there was likely a but to follow. She indeed guessed correctly. The woman's voice came again, "But you're afflicted by a curse. Is there a remedy?" Jiang Huaiyue anticipated this outcome. Having prepared for the worst, the realization did not leave her feeling too disheartened. "There is. But what resides within you is a child curse, and we must locate the mother curse," spoke Chu Nanchi from behind the curtain, her brow furrowed in concern. The malice of the curse was insidious. One could only wonder what vile person employed such means to harm this young lady. Jiang Huaiyue sighed inwardly, knowing without a doubt that the child curse within her could only have its mother in Jiang Jingxin's possession. "Doctor, what curse have I been afflicted with?" Jiang Huaiyue inquired. Chu Nanchi replied, "It is the heart-eating curse. When it manifests, it will gnaw at your heart, causing excruciating pain. Is there a way to alleviate it?" Jiang Huaiyue asked, her face clouded with worry. "Please wait." After a moment, a sachet was passed through the curtain. "This is a sachet I prepared. If you wear it, it will help suppress the curse. However, to resolve it completely, we must find a mother curse soon." Jiang Huaiyue lifted her gaze to see the cerulean sachet in her hands, accepting it with gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." After the consultation, she gestured for Qiu Chan to settle the payment before rising to leave. Just as she was about to step out the door, the woman's voice called after her, "If you need anything, you may come find me here." "Thank you," Jiang Huaiyue replied, sensing her goodwill with a faint smile. Upon exiting the medical hall, she took Qiu Chan to a bookstore, purchasing several volumes related to curses, intending to study them further. Aware of her affliction, Jiang Huaiyue felt little inclination to wander. She returned directly to the Wang Fu. Xiu-chan, you may go out. I wish to rest for a while. Princess, why would His Majesty do such a thing? Xiu-chan, deeply troubled since learning of Jiang Huaiyue's curse, could not fathom how the emperor could treat his own sister in such a manner. A mocking glint flickered in Jiang Huaiyue's eyes as she self-deprecatingly remarked, "Foolish girl. Do you think he's a good man? The heart of an emperor is unfathomable. To Jiang Jingchun, the original owner of this body is merely a pawn, easily discarded. What shall we do, princess?" Xiu-chan inquired. "I possess but this one life, and both of them covet it. Since they wish for my demise, I shall live splendidly before their eyes." Jiang Huaiyue's expression remained composed, her tone steady. "Xiu-chan, go have the kitchen prepare a late-night snack." She determined the fate of her own life. Even in death, she would not let others dictate her end. "I shall do so at once," Xiu-chan replied. As she watched Xiu-chan leave, Jiang Huaiyue opened the books she had purchased, delving into their content. Meanwhile, Pei Ji received news from Fu Yao, informing him of Jiang Huaiyue's visit to the medical hall. "Did you overhear what they discussed?" Pei Ji inquired, resting his forehead and closing his eyes, his demeanor calm. Fu Yao, eyes downcast, replied earnestly, "I was too far to hear their conversation. When I later inquired, the doctor stated that she could not disclose the patient's condition. So I remain unaware of the princess's ailment. Since the prince had instructed her to follow discreetly, she could not approach too closely without risk of being discovered." Pei Ji slowly lifted his eyelids. "Understood. Continue to follow her." "Yes," Fu Yao responded, bowing before withdrawing. Night fell. Jiang Huaiyue donned a dress of verdant hues, her figure graceful and her delicate features reminiscent of a pristine lotus in clear water. In her hands, she carried a late-night snack prepared by Xiu-chan from the kitchen as she made her way to the study. Having been at the regent's residence for several days, she found herself disoriented, unable to discern her surroundings, though she was fortunate that Xiu-chan had inquired in advance. As she traversed the mahogany corridor, she noticed the large characters inscribed on the circular archway, reading Qingxin Residence. Upon entering, she found Mo Ying stationed at the entrance, who upon seeing her bowed and greeted. "Greetings, princess. Rise. Is the prince here? I have brought him a midnight snack." She spoke softly, casting a fleeting glance at the door of the study. Montauk Ying nodded. "He is indeed present. Princess, please proceed." As per Pei Ji's prior instructions, should the princess arrive, there was no need to impede her. Jiang Huaiyue cast a skeptical glance at him, questioning, "Aren't you going to announce my arrival?" It was peculiar that he did not obstruct her, as the study was typically a place of significance. The prince can hear everything you say to your subordinates, and if he disapproved of your entrance, he would have spoken up by now, Mo Ying clarified. Suppressing her rising doubts, Jiang Huaiyue stepped through the door, carrying the late-night meal. Inside the study, the candlelight flickered gently, and she turned to find Pei Ji seated by the desk, engrossed in a scroll. His deep-set eyes and long lashes cast shadows beneath them. Despite her awareness of his formidable nature, Jiang Huaiyue occasionally found herself captivated by his striking visage. He was undeniably handsome. "Your Highness, I had the kitchen prepare a midnight snack for you. Would you care for some?" she said, gradually approaching him. Pei Ji was already aware of her presence from the moment she stood outside the study. Having discovered his poisoning the previous day, her visit today seemed to bear ulterior motives. However, it suited him well. Should she exhibit any inappropriate behavior, he would not hesitate to act accordingly. "I am not hungry," he replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers. The sight of her almond-shaped eyes blinking softly, her brows like distant mountains, and her delicate lips akin to a peony after rain was enough to capture attention merely by her presence. Jiang Huaiyue felt a subtle ache in her hand that held the tray. Upon realizing he would not partake, she turned to place the food down. The study was so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. She nervously surveyed her surroundings and attempted to strike up a conversation. "Have you read all these books, Your Highness?" Pei Ji set aside the scroll he had been holding, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "The princess has something to say." He chuckled at her anxious demeanor, questioning the little courage she possessed to approach him. It baffled him how the young emperor expected her to pilfer from him. Had he not ordered the guards to withdraw, She wouldn't have dared to come near the study at all. Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze, gently squeezing her palm. It's nothing. I merely came to deliver the midnight snack to your highness. Since you do not wish to eat, I shall take my leave. She had not intended to do anything today, merely to assess the situation. After returning from the medical hall, she pondered for a long while. Although she had previously mentioned wanting to strike a deal with Pei Ji, her current predicament with the poison made her reluctant to gamble. After all, her life held little value in Pei Ji's eyes. Thus, she resolved to employ her own methods. Wait, bring it here. Pei Ji suddenly called out as he observed her turning away. Jiang Huaiyue stood with her back to him, a trace of surprise flickering in her eyes, uncertain as to why he had suddenly changed his mind. However, remaining in his study for a while could only be advantageous for her. With this thought in mind, she responded affirmatively, then approached him with the evening meal. Your Highness, Pei Ji took the spoon from her hand and leisurely tasted a spoonful. Jiang Huaiyue blinked. Your Highness, may I peruse your books? Pei Ji cast her a sidelong glance, his expression inscrutable. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Huaiyue smiled at him before making her way to the bookshelf, earnestly searching for books. Pei Ji observed her quietly, his long fingers lightly tapping on a book. Lost in thought. In truth, Jiang Huaiyue had no intention of reading. She merely sought an excuse to glance around. Yet, fearing to arouse Pei Ji's suspicion, she picked up 2 travelogues and turned back to him. Your Highness, I've found what I need. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave now. Please rest early. Pei Yi replied in a neutral tone. After Jiang Huaiyue exited the study with the books, Pei Ji set down his spoon, revealing a contemplative smile. The following morning, Jiang Huaiyue rose and called for Qiu Chan. Qiu Chan. Qiu Chan hurriedly pushed the door open. Princess, you're awake? She stepped forward to help Jiang Huaiyue rise and assisted her with her morning routine. Has the prince left? Jiang Huaiyue covered her mouth to stifle a yawn and inquired softly. Qiu Chan lowered her voice to respond. Miss, I saw with my own eyes that the prince has left the residence. Last night, the princess had instructed her to keep a close watch and ensure she personally witnessed the prince's departure. All right, let us prepare, Jiang Huaiyue said, her gaze shifting. Understanding that the princess had important matters to attend to, Qiu Chan quickly styled her hair. Just before leaving, Jiang Huaiyue picked up the book she had taken from Pei Ji's study. Qiu Chan, you needn't come along. Stay here in the courtyard. Princess, I can help keep an eye on things. Qiu Chan expressed her concern about the princess's intended actions. It's fine. Stay here with peace of mind. I will return shortly. Jiang Huaiyue patted her hand, knowing that their duo would attract too much attention, and she had her own plans that made it inconvenient to bring Qiu Chan along. Ultimately, Qiu Chan was left behind, and Jiang Huaiyue exited the courtyard, heading directly toward the study. Upon reaching Qing Shui's residence, she found 2 guards stationed outside, whom she had not seen the previous day. Presumably, it was because Pei Ji was absent today that they were assigned there. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Huaiyue approached and casually inquired, Is the prince in? The prince is not here. Does the princess have business? The speaker was Yushu, a shadow guard who usually remained hidden, but had appeared today at Pei Ji's behest. I mistakenly took the wrong book from the prince's study yesterday and wished to exchange it for another, Jiang Huaiyue stated calmly. In a place unseen by others, her palms began to sweat slightly as she clutched the book, feeling quite nervous. After all, this was her first time engaging in such an endeavor, and it was indeed a challenge for her. Yushu had already been informed beforehand and would not intentionally obstruct her. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Princess, please be swift. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to explain. Very well. Rest assured I will be out shortly. Jiang Huaiyue nodded and passed by the 2 men, entering the courtyard. Upon entering, Yu Qing voiced his concern. Do you think my earlier concealment was too subtle? What if the princess cannot find it? He scratched his head, recalling the military token he had placed. Yushu cast him a disdainful glance and replied coldly, If the princess fails to find it, prepare yourself for punishment. After a prolonged morning of turmoil in the study, it was rather perplexing that he only now pondered whether it could be located. Hearing this, Yu Qing felt his spirits dwindle, silently praying that the princess would succeed. He had only just emerged from the dark guard camp and had no desire to return. Inside the study, Jiang Huaiyue closed the door behind her and casually set down her book, beginning to search with utmost caution. She reasoned that since Jiang Jingchen valued this item so highly, it must be of great significance, and given Pei Ji's meticulous nature, it would undoubtedly be well hidden. After an extensive search yielded no sign of the military token, she approached Pei Ji's desk, gazing at the array of items laid out before her, and sighed deeply. Where could it possibly be? She muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Fu Yao, observing from above, felt a pang of anxiety for Jiang Huaiyue as she continued her fruitless search. She silently mused about Yu Qing's folly in hiding the item so deeply, knowing well the princess's limited intellect. Just as she pondered how to subtly prompt her, she noticed someone below inadvertently knocking a weight off the prince's desk. Jiang Huaiyue, seeing the object tumble to the floor, hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. As she casually looked up, she noticed something unusual beneath the desk. Tapping it with her fingers, she discovered it to be hollow. Could it be a mechanism? After feeling around for a while, she finally found a protruding piece, and with a click, a compartment beneath the desk sprang open. Reaching inside, she retrieved a small box, and upon opening it, she immediately recognized the contents as the much-discussed military token. Outside the study, in the highest tower of the regent's palace, Pei Ji's gaze was cold and fixed in the direction of the study. Beside him, Hilan raised an eyebrow. If you truly kill her, how will you explain that? She is, after all, a princess. Her sudden demise will surely invite scrutiny from the court. Her untimely death due to illness has nothing to do with me. Pei Ji replied, his lips curling into a thin smile, his expression frosty. I must say, with the beauty of Princess Yunhe, you truly have no thoughts of her? Hilan quipped, casting a sidelong glance at him. She is merely a painted skull, a pretty face at best, and moreover, the daughter of my enemy. Even in dire straits, I would not entertain such notions. Hilan shook his head in mock regret. What a pity. Such a lovely mating crossed paths with someone so utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. As their conversation unfolded, the study door swung open once more, and Jiang Huaiyue emerged. Scanning her surroundings nonchalantly, Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, and the hidden guard around him awaited his command, ready to strike. Hilan shielded his eyes with his fan, wishing to avoid witnessing the impending brutality. Pei Ji, however, allowed a cold laugh. Truly, she is of the Jiang family. As he raised his hand to issue the command, he caught sight of Fu Yao's movements across from him and slowly lowered his hand. After a while, Mo Ying approached. Your Highness, Fu Yao mentioned that the princess did not take the military token. Hilan, sensing that no trouble had arisen, immediately perked up. Did not take it? What then was she doing inside? Chapter 20. Crafting a replica. Pei Ji remained silent, awaiting Mo Ying's response. Fu Yao said the princess merely copied the design of the military token onto paper before returning it and leaving, Mo Ying reported. What could Princess Yin he be thinking? Such a splendid opportunity, yet she chose not to seize it. Hilan leaned against the doorframe, his eyes dancing with mirth. Pei Ji observed the figure who had already exited the study, his dark pupils deepening. Have Fu Yao continued to keep watch? Yes. After Jiang Huaiyue left the study, clutching the design in her arms, she intended to forge a counterfeit military token. Just as one had advised, she had to deceive both sides. There was only one military token, and if she were to take it, Pei Ji would undoubtedly be aware, leaving her with no means of survival. Moreover, everything had gone too smoothly. Who could say whether Pei Ji had already schemed this out in advance? She arrived at a street vendor specializing in blades and daggers, presenting the design to the proprietor. Can this be made? She inquired. The proprietor wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at it casually. Yes. How much? Jiang Huaiyue asked loudly. 10 taels of silver, the proprietor replied. Without further ado, Jiang Huaiyue took the coins from her pouch and placed them down. How long will it take? 3 days. The proprietor collected the money and the design. All right, I will send someone to collect it in 3 days. Jiang Huaiyue nodded, and after making the arrangements, she departed the shop. As she strolled through the bustling marketplace, Jiang Huaiyue spent some silver on snacks before returning home. No sooner had she stepped through the door than Pei Ji learned of her actions. Hilan, having heard the entire story, could hardly contain his laughter. Surely, The princess does not believe Jiang Jingchen has never seen a military token. Does she think a mere replica could deceive him? Mo Ying fully understood why He Lan found such amusement. He had entertained the same thought upon first learning of the matter. The military token was crafted by the finest blacksmiths commissioned by the royal family, bearing unique engravings that an ordinary smith could never replicate. Pei Ji spoke suddenly. Switch the one from the study with a fake. Since she intended to use a counterfeit to fool Jiang Jingchen, he would lend her a hand. Yes, Mo Ying acknowledged, turning to carry out the order. He Lan cast a doubtful glance at him. Are you truly aiding her? Did you not say that her fate is of no concern to you? Why bother with switching the military token, even if it is just a replica? Although it may serve to confuse, why not enjoy the spectacle of two tigers fighting? What's not to relish? He raised the teacup from the table, taking a sip with a knowing expression. He Lan curled his lips, letting out a soft click of his tongue. Is that so? Are you so idle? Pei Ji lifted his gaze to regard him, his tone frosty. The entire capital knows I am a dandy. What can a dandy do but wander aimlessly? He Lan sighed, responding loudly. Pei Ji, 3 days hence. Qiu Chan entered the courtyard, spotting the princess playfully engaging with a gradually plumping rice ball. Princess, I have brought the item, she announced, approaching Jiang Huaiyue and producing the object from her sleeve. Jiang Huaiyue placed the rice dumpling on her lap, gazing intently at the object that Qiu Chan had produced, examining it repeatedly. This item bore an uncanny resemblance to what she had seen in Pei Ji's study, almost identical in every detail. Could it be that she had merely stumbled upon a shop, or perhaps encountered a hidden master? Otherwise, how could it have been crafted so perfectly? Qiu Chan, please tidy up. We are heading to the palace, Jiang Huaiyue thought, realizing that since she had obtained the item, it was prudent to present it to Jiang Jingchen swiftly to avoid any further complications. Certainly, Your Highness, Qiu Chan replied, bending to pick up the rice dumpling and placing it in its little nest. As Jiang Huaiyue and Qiu Chan stepped outside the gates, they spotted Pei Ji's carriage waiting at the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, she approached. Mo Ying, where is the prince headed? Replying to the princess. The prince has matters to attend to at the palace, Missouri Ying answered, noting that his master had remained silent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue's eyes brightened. It was the perfect opportunity to share the ride. She called through the curtain, Prince, I wish to accompany you to the palace. May I join you? Come a bordo. Pei Ji's clear voice responded. Grateful for his consent, Jiang Huaiyue hastily lifted her dress and climbed into the carriage. Thank you, Your Highness, for allowing me to ride with you, she murmured softly before finding a corner to sit. Raising her gaze to Pei Ji, she observed him reclining with an air of elegance, his purple brocade robe draping him with a unique charm, his long legs occupying much of the carriage's interior. He had kept his eyes closed since her entry, never once opening them, prompting her to steal a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. What brings you to the palace? He inquired, slowly opening his eyes to regard her. Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip before responding. I recall that I left something in Weiyang Palace, so I'm going to retrieve it. Weiyang Palace was the residence of the original owner within the palace, and she fabricated a reason. She could hardly confess to Pei Ji that she was actually delivering something to Jiang Jingchen. Is that so? Pei Ji replied enigmatically, his tone languid. Indeed. And what about you, Your Highness? Jiang Huaiyue countered, wary that further conversation might reveal her unease before him. Pei Ji noticed her attempt to divert the topic, but chose not to probe further. I have official business. Oh, Jiang Huaiyue replied, then fell silent, refraining from further discourse. As the carriage journeyed along, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward in their silence, leaving Jiang Huaiyue feeling quite uncomfortable. The tension was stifling, and she found it hard to maintain her composure, her back aching from the posture. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of anticipation, the carriage came to a halt. Your Highness, we have arrived. I shall disembark first, she declared, eagerly lifting the curtain to step down, followed closely by Qiu Chan. Once she had exited, Pei Ji remained seated within the carriage, not moving. After a brief pause, he commanded Mo Ying return. Yes, Mo Ying responded, cracking the whip and steering the carriage to turn back. He was puzzled by the prince's actions. Was this merely to escort the princess a short distance? When had he become so benevolent? After walking a short distance, Jiang Huaiyue turned back to check for Peiji, but saw no trace of him. Without hesitation, she redirected her path to seek out Jiang Jingchen. At Longqian Palace, Jiang Huaiyue gazed at the resplendent palace before her and approached. Where a young eunuch stationed at the entrance bowed, "I greet the princess." "Rise. Is my royal brother in?" she inquired. The young eunuch replied, "Your Majesty is here, waiting for the princess." Jiang Huaiyue nodded and instructed the attendant Qiu Chan, "Wait here." "Yes." Qiu Chan stepped aside, unable to suppress her concern for the princess. Longqian Palace. The emperor's sleeping quarters exuded unparalleled luxury in every brick and tile. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Huaiyue stepped inside. Upon entering the inner hall, she saw Jiang Jingchen seated at the imperial desk and greeted him. Yunhe pays her respects to Brother Huang. Hearing her voice, Jiang Jingchen glanced over. "You finally come? I thought you had forgotten about your brother." Chapter 21. The portrait depicts His Majesty. Jiang Huaiyue recognized that he was still upset over their last encounter and hurriedly explained, "Brother, you think too much. You are family to Yunhe. I would never forget you." Jiang Jingchen scrutinized his younger sister, sensing something different about her. "Rise," he commanded, noticing she remained kneeling. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Huaiyue promptly stood. She retrieved a military token from her sleeve, saying, "Brother, I have brought what you asked for." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Jingchen's eyes as he looked at the item in her hand, a hint of excitement evident. "You obtained it? How did you manage that? As a woman, how could she possibly take it from Peiji? Was it not a trap?" Jiang Jingchen's thoughts wandered. After all, Peiji was quite handsome, and if he had deliberately seduced her, it was entirely plausible that his sister might betray him at a crucial moment. Sensing his agitation, Jiang Huaiyue recounted the fabricated story she had prepared. "Bring it to me," Jiang Jingchen instructed. It appeared he had underestimated her. Perhaps she could indeed help him bring down Peiji. Jiang Huaiyue hesitated, asking, "Brother, about my condition." Truly, no man could be trusted. He had secured what he desired without a thought for her predicament. Jiang Jingchen narrowed his eyes at her mention of the matter. "It's nothing serious. As long as my sister obeys, there will be no issues." Initially, he had resorted to using the curse for safety, but now he felt a semblance of relief. Jiang Huaiyue discerned his intent. He seemed keen on using the curse to maintain control over her. "But brother, Yunhe is afraid." She gazed at him with pitiful eyes, her gaze turning red. Jiang Jingchen, unwavering, replied, "Afraid of what?" "Yunhe is willing to do anything for her brother, but could you help me lift the curse?" Jiang Huaiyue pleaded desperately. "Rest assured, you are cursed, not poisoned. As long as you behave, the curse will not take effect." Jiang Jingchen's message was clear. He would not relieve her of the curse. Jiang Huaiyue shivered, her complexion paling. "Brother, you know I have always been afraid of insects." "Yunhe, my patience is limited." Jiang Jingchen's gaze turned sharp as he spoke in a flat tone. Realizing that relying on him to voluntarily lift the curse was futile, Jiang Huaiyue stepped forward. "Extending the token, brother." Jiang Jingchen accepted it, examining it closely and confirming it was indeed the military token of the Divine Strategy Army. A smile of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. With this token in hand, he was one step closer to toppling Peiji. Jiang Huaiyue appeared joyful, seemingly oblivious to the facade, and her anxiety eased slightly. After confirming the authenticity of the military token, Jiang Jingchen turned his gaze back to Jiang Huaiyue, standing below. In the past, his sister had been weak and easily manipulated. He recalled the first time he encountered her, when she had been bullied by several palace maids. And it was he who intervened to assist her. Ever since then, she had frequently appeared before him, a constant presence. Jiang Huaiyue's mother was selected by his father from among the local beauties, reportedly a woman from the Jiangnan region, though he knew little beyond that. "Yunhe, you have performed admirably. However, there remains a task that I require you to undertake." Jiang Jingchen spoke, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Jiang Huaiyue felt speechless. It seemed that among the numerous people under the emperor's command, none were capable, and all responsibilities fell upon her. "Please, elder brother, speak," she replied, though inwardly she grumbled, hesitant to voice her thoughts aloud. Jiang Jingchen slowly articulated, "I hope you can win Peiji's affections." Jiang Huaiyue responded, "He truly holds her in high regard." "Does he not?" "Elder brother, Pei Ji is not a man driven by lust, and he possesses a strong sense of vigilance. With someone like Yunhe, how could he possibly take an interest? She deliberately belittled herself, unwilling to comply with his request. Jiang Jingchun cast a glance at Jiang Huaiyue, noting the transformation of the once frail and timid girl into a vibrant and spirited young woman, agile as a hare, yet poised like a maiden. Moreover, she was the only one to have survived under Pei Ji's scrutiny for such an extended period. Yunhe need only apply herself, and I shall discern the outcome. Regardless, it is essential to make the attempt. Perhaps Pei Ji has a taste for such things, he asserted. With her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, Jiang Huaiyue grudgingly acquiesced. Very well, Yunhe understands. Upon exiting Longqin Palace, Jiang Huaiyue, accompanied by Qiu Chan, made her way to Weiyang Palace, where the original owner had resided. This palace had been assigned to the original owner by Jiang Jingchun following his ascension to the throne, situated neither too far nor too near to Longqin Palace. Upon entering Weiyang Palace, her gaze was immediately drawn to the blossoming peach tree, its pink blossoms radiant against the branches, a sight of exquisite beauty. Qiu Chan, please feel free to gather some items from within, Jiang Huaiyue gently instructed. They had come to retrieve belongings. For returning empty-handed would make an encounter with Pei Ji difficult to explain. Understood, Qiu Chan replied as she entered the palace. She first ventured to the sleeping quarters to select some jewelry, then proceeded to the writing desk where the princess often composed her works, taking with her some of the previous paintings and calligraphy. However, she soon noticed that one piece seemed to be missing, a painting that the princess had cherished and admired daily. After searching for quite some time without success, she ultimately had to leave. As Qiu Chan emerged with a bundle of items, she found Jiang Huaiyue in the courtyard, delicately pruning the peach blossoms. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, making her appear as a vision of vibrant beauty. She approached. Princess, I was unable to locate your favorite painting. Jiang, straining slightly to break off a branch of peach blossoms, replied nonchalantly, it is merely a painting. If it is lost, then so be it. Have you gathered all the items? She held a bouquet of peach blossoms, her smile radiant. Yes, everything is ready, Qiu Chan responded. Noticing the princess's indifferent demeanor, Qiu Chan hesitated, uncertain whether she should voice her concerns. Jiang Huaiyue turned and observed her expression. What is it? Has something happened? Upon her inquiry, Qiu Chan glanced around before leaning in closer, whispering, the painting the princess cherishes depicts His Majesty. In the past, the princess would clutch that painting tightly, seeking solace in her slumber, fearing that if others were to see it, it might stir unnecessary turmoil. Hearing her words, Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in surprise, as memories of the painting flooded her mind. Once, enamored with Jiang Jingchun, she had secretly crafted his portrait to alleviate her yearning. What troubled her most was not merely the existence of the portrait, but the poem she had inscribed upon it. If discovered, it would spell disaster. Are you certain you searched thoroughly? Qiu Chan nodded affirmatively. Princess, I have scoured every nook and cranny, yet it remains elusive. Hastily setting aside the peach blossom branch in her hand, Jiang Huaiyue grasped Qiu Chan's arm. Let us search once more. In Chapter 22, I have kicked its master. Jiang Huaiyue and Qiu Chan rummaged through the room for an extended period, yet not a trace of the portrait resurfaced. Dismayed, she consoled herself. It's fine. It must be hidden in a corner we overlooked. As long as it isn't found by anyone else, it poses no significant problem. Dusting off her hands, she addressed Qiu Chan. No need to search further. Let's depart. But, Princess, could this lead to trouble? Qiu Chan's round face was etched with concern. Jiang Huaiyue, now at peace with her thoughts, replied nonchalantly, it matters not. It bears no signature. Even if found, who would know it was painted by this princess? The palace is vast, and many possess artistic talent. There are countless who admire Jiang Jingchun. In the Wang residence's study, Pei Ji scrutinized the portrait before him. Are you saying this was discovered in Jiang Huaiyue's chambers? Observing the subject of the painting and the poem inscribed in the lower right corner, his dark eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Upon overhearing Jiang Huaiyue's fabricated excuse at the palace gates, he discerned her deceit and considered sending someone to Weiyang Palace, hoping perhaps to uncover something. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. How amusing that the sister harbors affection for her brother. Again, he perused the lines of poetry in the twilight. I behold the clouds. Whether I walk or sit, I long for you. Unable to suppress a scoff, he thought, what profound sentiment. Indeed, I noticed its distinction from other works, prompting me to take a closer look. Upon entering Weiyang Palace, Fu Yao's gaze immediately fell upon the prominently displayed painting. This princess is the emperor's sister, yet the painting conveys boundless affection. If this information were to circulate, it would certainly invite scorn from the world. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaiyue remained unaware that the secret she endeavored to conceal had been discovered by none other than Pei Ji. Tossing the portrait aside, Pei Ji's expression darkened. Leave. Fu Yao sensed the chill in his tone and hastily retreated, feeling a pang of anxiety for the princess. She had wed the master, yet her heart belonged to another. Was this not tantamount to placing a green hat upon her husband's head? Such a predicament would surely displease anyone, given the implications it held for honor. Upon returning home, Jiang Huaiyue handed the peach blossom to Qiu Chan, instructing her to find a vase for it. Then, recalling the rice ball, she ventured to search for it in her room. Rice ball? Meow, she called out for quite a while, but not a single strand of cat fur was in sight. Princess, what are you doing? Qiu Chan entered the room with a vase in her hands, only to find her princess rummaging about. She pondered whether the princess was still searching for that portrait. Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brows. Has the rice ball vanished? Huh? I left it locked in a room when I departed. Qiu Chan hastily set down the vase and joined her in the search. The two of them scoured the room. Yet not a trace of the cat was found. It must have slipped outside. Let us search beyond the confines of the house, Jiang Huaiyue sighed, her heart unable to quell the worry for the rice ball's safety. If it ventured out and inadvertently encountered Pei Ji, it would spell disaster. Thus, Jiang Huaiyue and Qiu Chan exited the courtyard to search outside. Within the study, sunlight filtered through the lattice window, casting shadows upon the floor, while wisps of smoke danced from the incense burner. Pei Ji reclined in his chair, taking a brief respite when a sudden meow pierced the air. He lifted his eyelids and rose to investigate, only to see Mo Ing approaching from the corner. Karina kat. Your Highness, it appears to be the princess's cat, Mo Ing remarked, glancing at him. Pei Ji's gaze swept over the white cat in Mo Ying's grasp. Recognizing its mismatched eyes, it was indeed the feline Jiang Huaiyue had rescued last time. She had cared for it so well that the once near-death creature had now grown quite plump. Dispose of it, Pei Ji commanded coldly. Mo Ing, well aware of his disdain for such furry creatures, immediately turned to leave. However, he suddenly heard from behind, forget it, just set it down. Mo Ing paused, then gently placed the rice ball on the ground. The rice ball, perhaps understanding their conversation, approached Pei Ji and rubbed against the hem of his garment. Mo Ing felt a twinge of anxiety for the cat. This foolish creature seemed utterly unafraid for its life. Pei Ji cast a glance at the frolicking cat and gave it a gentle kick, sending the rice ball tumbling away. It looked up and mewed softly. When Jiang Huaiyue arrived, she witnessed Pei Ji kicking the rice ball aside. She rushed over, scooped the cat off the ground, and carefully inspected it. Your Highness, it's merely a cat. How could you kick it? In her moment of urgency, she momentarily forgot her fear of him and spoke up. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, I have kicked its owner. What is a mere cat to me? His frigid gaze fell upon her, prompting Jiang Huaiyue to step back slightly, clutching the rice ball. Indeed, he had even kicked himself before. How trivial a cat must seem to such a man who valued human life so little. How impulsive she had been to forget her own standing. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep a close watch on the rice ball from now on and ensure it does not wander about to disturb you again. Pei Ji, standing on the steps, suddenly spoke. Did you not go to retrieve something? Have you brought it back? Jiang Huaiyue recalled the portrait at his words and momentarily froze. I have retrieved it. If Your Highness has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Pei Ji discerned her unease and, for reasons unknown, a hint of irritation arose within him. I hope the princess has indeed brought everything back. It would be unfortunate if anything were lost. Jiang Huaiyue was bewildered by his words, yet an unsettling anxiety gripped her heart. She remained silent, clutching her rice ball, and fled. observing her flustered retreat. Pei Ji revealed a smile that held no warmth. After leaving the clear water pavilion, Jiang Huaiyue returned to her courtyard, still holding the rice ball. She scratched the cat's neck and muttered irritably, "You foolish cat. Why on earth did you have to provoke Pei Ji? Are you seeking trouble?" The rice ball, half-closed eyes in bliss, allowed her to scratch it without protest. How delightful it must be to be a cat, Jiang Huaiyue reflected as she watched the feline revel in its comfort. Her mind was preoccupied with the implications of Pei Ji's earlier remarks. Did he know something? But that seemed implausible. Pei Ji could not possibly have any such knowledge. Besides, even if he did, it hardly mattered. In his eyes, she was merely an inconsequential presence. Jiang Huaiyue had thought that the matter of the rice ball had reached a conclusion. However, just a few days later, during a brief meal, the cat vanished once more. "Princess, the rice ball has disappeared again." Qiu-chan rushed in, her face a picture of urgency. Jiang Huaiyue set down her chopsticks and sighed. "Have you searched the courtyard?" "Yes, the maidservants have scoured every corner, yet it remains elusive." "Do you think it might have wandered back to the prince?" Qiu-chan speculated, recalling the previous incident. Jiang Huaiyue offered a resigned smile. "You search elsewhere. I shall check the clear water pavilion." That wretched cat seemed intent on courting disaster. "Understood." Qiu-chan bowed and departed to continue her search. Jiang Huaiyue, with a sense of resignation, wiped her lips with a handkerchief before embarking on her quest for the cat. Upon arriving at the clear water pavilion, the surroundings were eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds. At this hour, Pei Ji was likely absent. After circling the pavilion without success, Jiang Huaiyue let out a long sigh and turned to explore other areas. Wandering past the rockery and through the lengthy corridors, she lost track of her path until she stumbled upon a locked gate. Noting the secure lock, she assumed the rice ball could not enter and did not intend to investigate further. Yet at that moment, a familiar meow echoed from within the courtyard. Without a doubt, it was the rice ball's call. She just could not fathom how it had found its way to such a secluded spot. The locked door, along with the high walls, seemed to hint at something amiss. Examining the lock, she found it robust and impenetrable without a key. Jiang Huaiyue had to devise another plan. The door was unyielding, and climbing over the wall was out of the question. After pondering for a while, a sudden realization struck her. Being a cat, the rice ball must have discovered some alternate passage. Thus, she searched the base of the wall for a considerable time, and finally uncovered a small hole concealed behind a thicket of flowers and grass. Assessing the narrow opening, Jiang Huaiyue concluded that she could indeed squeeze through. Without a second thought, she bent down and crawled through the dog hole, pushing aside the weeds at the entrance. She laboriously made her way through, already contemplating how to withhold the rice ball's food for a few days once she found it. Emerging from the depths, Jiang Huaiyue brushed off the remnants of grass from her attire and tidied her disheveled hair, subsequently rising to survey her surroundings. To her astonishment, the place was not merely a secluded courtyard, but rather a hidden paradise. The abode before her exuded elegance, with a lush garden where pear blossoms were in full bloom, and a sturdy branch adorned with a swing. The sound of flowing water filled the air as koi fish leapt joyfully from a nearby pond. Jiang Huaiyue was suddenly startled by the sound of a woman's voice, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could there be a woman here? Could it be that Pei Ji was secretly harboring a mistress? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Huaiyue began to entertain the possibility, astonished that Pei Ji could engage in such behavior. Cautiously lifting her skirt, she peeked out and beheld a young woman in a light blue dress, playfully teasing a small cat in her arms. To her dismay, that very cat was the rebellious creature she had been searching for, the ungrateful little rascal, who seemed to revel in leisure while she had exerted herself to find it. Caught in a dilemma on how to retrieve the rice ball without alarming the young lady, she was taken aback when a mischievous feline spotted her, leaping from the girl's lap and darting towards her. Just like that, the girl turned to look, leaving Jiang Huaiyue with no time to hide. Watching the audacious cat nuzzle against her feet like a dog, she felt an overwhelming urge to give it a kick. "Sister!" The call startled Jiang Huaiyue, and she lifted her gaze to the girl in the distance, who possessed an oval face, clear eyes, and a smile that curved like a crescent moon. There was something refreshing and pure about her, akin to a mountain spring in summer, untouched by the mundane world. Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback to discover that Pei Ji was enamored with such a girl. "Are you calling me?" Jiang Huaiyue pointed to herself, bemused, feeling unworthy of such an address. Gu Yuan nodded and trotted over, her face alight with excitement. "Sister, are you here to play with the Yuan?" She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if her very presence was a source of joy. Jiang Huaiyue managed a forced smile. "I'm here to find it. And I didn't mean to disturb you. I shall take my leave." She quickly bent down to retrieve the rice ball, intending to depart hastily, fearing for her own safety should she linger too long. However, just then, the little girl grabbed her sleeve, turning to her with a beaming smile. "Sister, a Yuan wants to go too. Please take me with you." Panic surged through Jiang Huaiyue as she yanked her sleeve back, firmly refusing. "No, I cannot take you with me." "Sister." Gu Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Huaiyue would have been compelled to comfort her. But this was Pei Ji's beloved, and if she caused the girl to weep, it would surely lead to her own demise at Pei Ji's hands. Searching her waist, she found a piece of candy and offered it. "Please don't cry. Have some candy." "I cannot take you with me." Pei Ji would be furious. "Who is Pei Ji?" Gu Yuan asked, her cheeks glistening with tears as she accepted the candy, her brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Huaiyue gazed at the young lady, so naive to the ways of the world, and exclaimed in disbelief at the mischief afoot. How could Pei Ji engage in such antics, concealing her true identity? It was simply outrageous. "Never mind, I was merely jesting. I must take my leave," Jiang Huaiyue declared, preparing to flee. Yet, before she could make her escape, her sleeve was seized once more. "Sister, please stay with A Yuan. She adores you." With a sorrowful expression, Jiang Huaiyue replied, "A Yuan, I truly must depart. May I visit you another time?" "No, A Yuan wants sister to play with her." At that moment, Jiang Huaiyue felt a stir of unease. There was something distinctly immature about this girl. Though they appeared similar in age, her behavior was decidedly childish. She gently withdrew her sleeve and soothingly reassured, "A Yuan, I genuinely have matters to attend to today. I promise to bring you delicious treats next time, all right?" "Really? Sister wouldn't deceive me?" A Yuan, still glistening with tears, looked utterly enchanting, melting Jiang Huaiyue's heart. She nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I keep my promises." A Yuan, with a pitiful grip on her dress, fell silent. Relieved to have calmed her, Jiang Huaiyue decided against further hesitation and turned to leave. Just then, the door swung open with a violent kick, and before she could process the sudden shift, a tempestuous force propelled her forward, crashing her against the wall, causing her to tumble heavily to the ground. The rice ball in her grasp let out a pitiful cry as it slipped from her arms and rolled away. Clutching her chest, she coughed up blood, feeling as though her very insides had been displaced. Chapter 24. A narrow escape from death. Only one thought plagued Jiang Huaiyue's mind. She was on the brink of losing her life. Raising her gaze, she found Pei Ji's expression cold as ice, his eyes regarding her as if she were a mere corpse. "What brought you here?" he uttered in a chilling tone. Before Jiang Huaiyue could respond, A Yuan interjected, "Sister is bleeding." Though her mind was not entirely sound, she grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately rushed to aid Jiang Huaiyue. Pei Ji gently grasped her arm, his demeanor softening slightly. "A Yuan, brother has brought you delectable treats. Let a Moing take you back to the house to enjoy them." Observing her tear-streaked lashes, he felt a flicker of anger beneath his calm exterior. "But sister is bleeding and needs medicine," A Yuan protested. Worry etched across her face as she looked at Jiang Huaiyue. Pei Ji tenderly stroked her hair. "I understand. Brother will ensure she receives her medicine. You go inside for now." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Ying, who promptly produced the treats and coaxed A Yuan away. Jiang Huaiyue, leaning against the wall, gradually rose to her feet, meeting Pei Ji's cold gaze, her heart racing with trepidation. "I did not intrude on purpose," she stammered. Pei Ji advanced slowly, his chilling aura instilling fear within her. Jiang Huaiyue's eyes reflected her apprehension, her emotions in turmoil. She had presumed he was enamored with another, only to discover that this girl was his sister. Yet, according to the narrative, Pei Ji was an orphan. How could he possibly have a sister? Did he harbor another identity? If that were the case, her predicament would be even more perilous. She had unwittingly stumbled upon his secret, and he might very well seek to eliminate her. Lost in her chaotic thoughts, Jiang Huaiyue felt her wrist tightly gripped by him through her clothing, stumbling along in his wake as they exited the courtyard. She was already injured, and now her wrist throbbed painfully from his hold. However, she dared not voice her discomfort. Living under someone else's roof, he could extinguish her life as easily as crushing an ant. How could she possibly save herself? Pei Ji led her out of the courtyard and then flung open a door, carelessly tossing Jiang Huaiyue to the ground. A sharp pain shot through her chest, prompting her to cough involuntarily. Pei Ji loomed over her, the light casting striking shadows across his sharply defined features. Jiang Huaiyue, those who know the king's secrets must die. A Yuan was his Achilles heel before he achieved his ambitions. No one could know of her existence, and thus she must perish today. Jiang Huaiyue curled up, raising her gaze to speak weakly. I know nothing, I saw nothing truly. At that moment, she wished more than anything to be blind. Her fate was too cruel, either facing death or being on the brink of it. Only the mouths of the dead remained sealed. As his words fell, he leaned slightly forward, his large hand grasping her throat, lifting her entirely off the ground. Jiang Huaiyue's pale face flushed crimson. She struggled against Pei Ji's grip, but his strength was insurmountable. Lacking power in her arms, she resorted to kicking him. Yet her feeble attempts felt like mere tickles to Pei Ji, who dismissed them entirely. Jiang Huaiyue's clear eyes reddened with suffocation, tears streaming down her face as the prospect of dying once again loomed. She had yet to fulfill her promises to Wan Wan. She could not die now. If it weren't for Pei Ji, how could she have found herself in such dire straits? Hatred flickered in her eyes. Pei Ji, you have killed so many. Do you not fear retribution upon your sister? Warm tears fell upon Pei Ji's hand, and upon hearing her words, his gaze turned icy. You seek death. He tightened his grip once more, and with no other recourse, Jiang Huaiyue gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed against him. Bei swiftly ducked, sending her sprawling to the ground as she coughed helplessly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Pei Ji producing a gleaming dagger from seemingly nowhere, its silver glint sending chills down her spine. Since the princess wishes for death, I shall assist her on her journey. As he drew nearer, Jiang Huaiyue's breath quickened, and the hairs on her neck stood on end. This madman, he was truly insane. Pei Ji, I know of a divine physician who may be able to heal A Yuan, she boldly proclaimed, closing her eyes as she spoke. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes to find Pei Ji had halted. She understood she had taken a successful gamble. A Yuan was indeed ill, and he cared deeply. Pei Ji smirked with intrigue. A princess from the inner palace, and yet you claim to know a divine physician? Perhaps you should concoct a more plausible lie. Moreover, A Yuan was born weak and ill, leaving no chance for recovery. It is true. The doctor I encountered at the medical hall can alleviate the poison within me. She must possess a method to heal A Yuan. Even if she cannot restore A Yuan's sanity, she can at least help regulate her health. Jiang Huaiyue found herself in a dire predicament, her hands trembling nervously within the confines of her sleeves. Pei Ji, with an air of elegance, crouched before her, scrutinizing her intently as he adjusted the dagger in his grasp. Without you, the doctor would still be able to locate what he seeks, he remarked. He could not gamble on Yuan's presence. Should she divulge this matter, a Yuan would be in peril. Noticing the coldness in his gaze, Jiang Huaiyue understood his concerns. If the prince does not trust me, he may as well send someone to monitor my actions. If I exhibit any suspicion of revealing information, he can simply have me killed, she thought. Pei Ji, observing the resolve in her eyes, recalled a Yuan's recent distress and suddenly inquired, why was a Yuan crying? Jiang Huaiyue paused, taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation. She responded, I went to find a rice ball. Upon seeing me, she called me sister and wanted me to play with her. However, fearing your return, I attempted to leave, and that is when she clung to me and wept. Pei Ji remained silent, lost in thought. Jiang Huaiyue, anxious that he might once again spiral into a frenzy, hastily added, I comforted her and gave her a piece of candy. She must have felt lonely in that courtyard, yearning for companionship. Should you utter even a syllable regarding a Yuan, I shall ensure that you find no escape from your fate, Pei Ji warned in a low tone. Hearing his words, Jiang Huaiyue realized she was not in immediate danger and sighed in relief, assuring him, "Rest assured, my prince, I will not speak of it." Pei Ji sheathed his dagger and rose, not sparing her a glance as he exited. Once he was gone, Jiang Huaiyue stood unsteadily, gingerly touching her bruised neck, her eyes reflecting lingering fear. Both of them are mad, insane fools, she inwardly chastised Pei Ji, dragging her weary body outside. She spotted the rice ball nestled in Mo Ying's arms and rushed over to embrace the foolish cat. Mo Ying, surprised to see her emerge unscathed, had thought the master might have already taken the princess's life. Chapter 25. Sister Smell's sweet Jiang Huaiyue returned to the courtyard, where Qiu-chan awaited her eagerly. Upon seeing the disheveled princess, pale of face, she hurried to support her. "Your Highness, what has happened? How did you come to be injured?" Qiu-chan exclaimed, her eyes reddening at the sight of the marks on her neck, filled with concern. Jiang Huaiyue offered a faint smile. "I am fine, do not fret." The injuries appeared grave, yet she was not at death's door. Today, she had truly witnessed the terrifying nature of Pei Ji, and she resolved to tread more cautiously in the future. Qiu-chan helped her into the room and, in a flurry of anxiety, retrieved some ointment. "Your Highness, allow me to tend to your wounds." Jiang Hu gently lifted her head as Qiu-chan dipped her fingers into the ointment and applied it to her neck. "Your Highness, I will keep a close eye on the rice ball from now on, ensuring it does not wander off again," Qiu-chan said, reflecting on how the princess had been injured because of the cat. She felt that perhaps the princess should not have rescued the creature in the first place, sparing her this suffering. Jiang Huaiyue, aware of her concerns, softly reassured her, "It's all right. I truly am fine. Please, try to be a bit more cheerful. My princess, seeing you so hurt brings me no joy," lamented the maid, her round face crumpled in concern as she gazed at Qiu-chan. Jiang Huaiyue, unable to resist, playfully pinched her cheek. "Surviving great adversity often brings unexpected fortune. Fret not." The warmth of Qiu-chan's care enveloped Jiang Huaiyue, igniting a gentle glow in her heart. Meanwhile, Pei Ji returned to a Yuan's courtyard, where he spotted her happily indulging in the pastries handed to her by Mo Ying. As he approached, a Yuan sprang to her feet, her face alight with joy. "Brother, where is sister?" She glanced over Pei Ji's shoulder, but found nothing. Understanding her inquiry about Jiang Huaiyue, Pei Ji replied, "Sister has gone to take her medicine." Upon hearing this, a Yuan's expression fell. She had longed to play with her sister. Did a Yuan truly cherish her sister so? Perhaps her years of solitude had led her to treasure Jiang Huaiyue's presence. "I like her. She is beautiful and fragrant," a Yuan confessed with a twinkle in her eyes. Pei Ji's gaze deepened, contemplating her words. Beautiful and fragrant? He recalled Jiang Huaiyue's appearance, indeed not unattractive, and as for her fragrance, he had sensed it when he had held her. An unexpected thought flickered through his mind, recalling the tear that had fallen onto his hand when he grasped Jiang Huaiyue. Shaking off the thought, he turned to his sister. "A Yuan, do you wish for playmates? I shall find some for you soon." A Yuan, nibbling on her treat, looked up at him with curiosity. "Brother, what is a playmate? Can you eat them?" Pei Ji felt a pang at her childlike innocence and explained, "A playmate is a friend. You mentioned feeling lonely, so I will find some companions for you." "Can playmates swing with a Yuan and play games?" she asked, tugging at his sleeve with her treat-sticky fingers. Pei Ji lowered his gaze and took out a handkerchief to clean her hands. "Yes, they could do whatever you wish, a Yuan." "Wonderful. Then a Yuan wants playmates." "Thank you, brother." A Yuan beamed at him. Moments later, as Pei Ji departed from a Yuan's courtyard, he instructed in a deep voice, "Find some girls of a Yuan's age, ensuring they do not speak carelessly and take good care of her." "Rest assured, my lord," Mo Ying replied solemnly. "Has the person sent to find physician's son returned with news?" Pei Ji's dark eyes gazed into the distance, thoughtful. Mo Ying responded, "There is no news yet, but it is said that physician's son has taken on an apprentice, and Mo Zhu is still searching." Physician's son, whose real name is Sun Bai Chao, is renowned for his exceptional medical skills, widely celebrated in the world, yet he has remained low-key in recent years, making his whereabouts unknown. Pei Ji had dispatched searchers for quite some time, always falling just short. Grant him another fortnight. If he does not return, he shall remain in the dark guard camp for 6 months. Pei Ji declared coldly. Mo couldn't help but feel a chill for Mo Zhu. Understood. Moreover, ensure that Fu Yao stays close to Jiang Huaiyue from this day forth. Should she show any signs of unusual behavior, eliminate her without hesitation. Pei Ji had never trusted unsubstantiated assurances, especially concerning a yuan. Caution was paramount. Does the master mean for Fu Yao to appear in public? Mo inquired. Indeed, Bei Yi replied. I understand. I will inform Fu Yao at once. Mo nodded and, upon receiving his signal, turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, Fu Yao, clad in dark attire, followed Mo, who spoke as they walked. The master has instructed you to accompany the princess from now on. Should she show any inclination to reveal Mrs. Identity, you are to execute her on the spot. Mo felt puzzled. Only moments ago, the master had intended to eliminate the princess, yet inexplicably, he had chosen to spare her. It was indeed curious, but it seemed the master must have his own plans. Understood, Fu Yao replied coldly, her expression impassive. When they arrived at Jiang Huaiyue's courtyard, Qiu-chan was emerging with a basin of water. Upon seeing Mo, she was tempted to splash the water, but fear of causing trouble for the princess restrained her. What brings you here? Qiu-chan asked, her countenance less than pleasant. Is the princess in? The master has sent me to bring someone to her, Mo remarked, sensing her discontent yet remaining indifferent. Qiu-chan glanced past him at Fu Yao, who regarded her with a frigid stare that sent chills down her spine. The princess requires only my service. No one else is necessary, Qiu-chan asserted, tightening her grip on the basin, feeling increasingly anxious. Mo, uninterested in her protests, bypassed her and approached the door. Princess, the master has a message for you. Jiang Huaiyue, already aware of their presence, understood that Pei Ji had sent someone to monitor her, yet she was compelled to accept it with a smile. Kumin, she called out. With her permission granted, Mo and Fu Yao entered the room. Inside, Jiang Huaiyue was weakly leaning against the bedside. Mo lowered his gaze, refraining from looking around, for she was indeed the master's woman, deserving of the respect that must be accorded. Princess, this is Fu Yao. The master has commanded her to attend to you, Mo announced. Fu Yao bowed respectfully. Fu Yao pays her respects to the princess. Jiang Huaiyue observed the newcomer, noting her dark attire and ponytail, exuding an air of sharpness that was intimidating. It was evident that she was someone trained by Pei Ji in secret. You may rise. Since it is the prince's order, you may stay, she spoke softly. Chapter 26. Hope for more choices with the task complete. Mo announced, Princess, I take my leave. Jiang Huaiyue acknowledged. After Mo departed, Fu Yao remained in place, prompting Jiang Huaiyue to casually inquire, what skills do you possess? To kill, Fu Yao replied. Jiang Huaiyue's lips twitched at the blunt honesty of the girl. At that moment, Qiu-chan entered with the basin, her eyes on Fu Yao brimming with suspicion, as if ready to fight should Fu Yao threaten Jiang Huaiyue. Qiu-chan, find a room for Fu Yao, Jiang Huaiyue instructed, with the newcomer delivered. She had no option but to accept the situation, for one cannot resist the inevitable. Qiu-chan responded with evident displeasure, understood. She turned to Fu Yao, let us go. After the two departed, Jiang Huaiyue let out a melancholic sigh. With Fu Yao now keeping a watchful eye on her, she had to tread carefully in all her endeavors. At the general's residence, Su Xiangwan set forth with Ningxiang. In recent days, she had been bustling about, successfully finalizing various intricate details. She had already sent the shop's renovation plans to Yun Shang. Today, she had some free time to check on the progress. Upon arriving at the shop, she found workers diligently engaged in their tasks, while Yun Shang was moving about, occasionally assisting by passing items. You're here? Yun Shang glanced at the plans and, upon spotting Su Xiangwan, inquired with a smile. Su Xiangwan nodded. I came to see how things are progressing. She looked around and noted that the decorations were nearly complete. It seemed they would be finished in less than 2 days. Let us discuss this in the backyard, Yun Shang suggested, brushing off the dust from her hands. Su Xiangwan had no objections and followed her to the rear courtyard. Once inside, Yun Shang washed her hands and poured a glass of water for both herself and Su Xiangwan. It's almost ready. I consulted an astrologer. How does a grand opening in 7 days sound to you? That works. I have no objections. Over the course of their time together, Su Xiangwan discovered that Yun Shang was a remarkably capable individual, and the shop would undoubtedly thrive under her stewardship. What do you think we should name it? Yun Shang pondered, having struggled to settle on a name for several days, hoping to discuss it with Su Xiangwan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiangwan suggested, "How about Yun Shang Pavilion?" Yun Shang hesitated briefly, a conflicted look crossing her face. "But do you have any reservations? If so, I can think of another." Su Xiangwan sensed her unease and gently replied, "I merely recall some past debts. I fear that as the business expands, it may attract unwanted attention." Although the distance from the capital to Yangzhou was considerable, she could not shake her apprehensions. Su Xiangwan nodded in understanding, taking a sip of her water. "Then let us name it Qingshan Pavilion instead." "Qingshan Pavilion," Yun Shang repeated, finding it agreeable. "Perfect. I will have a sign crafted shortly." With the name decided, Su Xiangwan produced a prepared contract. "Yun Shang, I have drafted a contract. Please review it and let me know if there is anything you wish to add. In partnership, it is essential to delineate our terms clearly." Yun Shang took the document, examining it word by word. Upon reaching the end, she frowned. "Why is the profit split 3 to 7? 7 for you and 3 for me? Let us settle for 3 to 7, with you receiving the larger share." Su Xiangwan replied. Given her status as the general's wife, she could not afford to be recklessly exposed, and Yun Shang would bear a greater burden in their business partnership. Thus, she deserved the larger portion. "No, without your designs, this shop would not even exist. You ought to take the larger share," Yun Shang countered. She had never intended to make a profit from opening the shop. It had merely been a whimsical endeavor. However, since meeting Su Xiangwan, she genuinely desired to invest herself in this venture and had come to regard Su Xiangwan as a true friend. Seeing her steadfastness, Su Xiangwan smiled. "In that case, let's agree on a 50-50 split. That will suffice. It is settled." Yun Shang smiled, brushing her lips lightly before pressing her handprint. Observing her nonchalance, Su Xiangwan couldn't help but smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. Once the important matters were concluded, Yun Shang turned to Su Xiangwan and inquired, "Xiangwan, what inspired you to venture into business?" From their first encounter, she sensed that Su Xiangwan's identity was likely more complex than it appeared. A few days prior, she had conducted some inquiries and discovered that the only prominent family with the surname Su in the capital was that of the Right Minister. The minister's only child was his married, legitimate daughter, which aligned with all aspects of Xiangwan's identity. Moreover, Xiangwan had never deliberately concealed her background, leading Yun Shang to connect the dots. A married woman is akin to a drifting reed. If cherished by her husband's family, life may be somewhat bearable. But if she encounters ill fortune, she can only weep in despair, lamenting her fate. "I pursue business in hopes of securing more choices for myself." Su Xiangwan believed that regardless of one's circumstances, every individual must possess the courage and determination to ascend. In ancient times, merchants held the lowest status among the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes. However, everything requires money. Otherwise, why would those in power be so greedy for wealth? Who does not yearn for inexhaustible riches? Upon hearing her words, Yun Shang reminisced about her past. Indeed, had she possessed wealth, she would have redeemed herself long ago, sparing herself the need to curry favor with others to escape her plight. "Xiangwan, I had no idea you were so insightful." She had assumed that, as a young lady raised in comfort, Xiangwan would be carefree, yet she was surprised by her profound understanding. Su Xiangwan smirked. "You are no less remarkable. Managing a shop alone in the capital must be quite arduous." Although the capital appeared prosperous, its depths were perilous. Few women ventured into business on the street, suggesting that she must have endured considerable hardships. Yun Shang had only been in the capital for a mere 3 months, but the challenges she faced were known only to her. All these years, had no one ever inquired about her struggles? Su Xiangwan was the first. A wave of emotion surged within her, and her eyes misted over. Noticing the beautiful woman in tears, Su Xiangwan offered her handkerchief, saying, "It's all in the past." Yun Shang accepted it, gently dabbing her face. "I apologize for my display of emotion." Overwhelmed by her feelings, she could not contain her tears. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has moments of sorrow. If you wish to cry, then cry. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. No one is watching, so there is no need for restraint. Su Xiangwan observed the sorrow in her eyes, recognizing that she harbored unspoken concerns. However, everyone has a past, and there was no need to pry. Moreover, Yunshang's reluctance to share her burdens surely had its reasons. After conversing for a while, Yunshang felt a sense of clarity. Indeed, the present was a new beginning, and the unpleasantness of the past had faded away. Chapter 27. The feast. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, casting a gentle glow. In the room, the candlelight flickered as Jiang Huaiyue leaned over her writing desk, pen in hand. Qiu-chan entered with a pot of hot tea. "Princess, it is getting late. You should rest." "What time is it?" Jiang Huaiyue rubbed her aching wrist and set down her pen. Qiu-chan approached her from behind, gently massaging her shoulders. "It has just passed the hour of the dog." Jiang Huaiyue blinked. The hour of the dog? It was just past 9, and despite the time that had elapsed, she still couldn't tell the hour. For someone like her, a perennial night owl, sleeping at this hour was indeed too early. However, she had little choice, as there was little else to amuse her. "Qiu-chan, have you read the book I brought back yesterday? What do you think?" Jiang Huaiyue inquired aloud. With no other pursuits in the manner, she contemplated writing a novel, hoping to generate some income to assist Wanwan. Although she told herself not to worry about financial matters, Wanwan was still new to this world and faced everything alone. She thought that if she could earn a little, it would bolster their confidence. Jiang Huaiyue, a music student, could play instruments and even sing online to earn some money in the modern world. Yet in this setting, playing and singing were the domain of courtesans seeking to please their patrons, making it less commendable. After much deliberation, she concluded that writing novels was the best option. Adopting a pen name would ensure her true identity remained undisclosed. She had also considered composing some melodies, but ancient scores differed somewhat from modern notation. Although the essence remained unchanged, she would need to study further before she could put pen to paper. Qiu-chan recalled the tales penned by the princess and felt a surge of interest. "Princess, I found it captivating. Does Xuanyin perhaps harbor feelings for her master?" After the princess had given her the book, she had read it eagerly and found it increasingly engrossing. She had never encountered such a riveting tale before. Jiang Huaiyue chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What do you think?" The story was set in a fantasy realm where the heroine became the disciple of the hero, befriending a group of companions, ultimately saving the world while also finding love and friendship. "Princess, you've piqued Qiu-chan's curiosity again." As she spoke, Qiu-chan surreptitiously glanced at the new manuscript Jiang Huaiyue had written. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Huaiyue reached beneath the table to retrieve her completed work, handing it over. "Here, take this. It's my new piece. Go read it while I write a bit more." Overjoyed, Qiu-chan accepted it with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "You're so wonderful, princess." She found a corner to immerse herself in the book, while Jiang Huaiyue shook her head in exasperation, collected her thoughts, and resumed writing. Outside, Fu Yao stood holding a sword, the moonlight casting a solitary shadow beneath her feet. After several days, Jiang Huaiyue found herself once again sharing a carriage with Pei Ji. Today was Jiang Jingchen's birthday, and they were to enter the palace together for the banquet. Celebrations for the emperor's birthday were typically grand. However, due to ongoing conflicts at the borders and the widespread drought, calamities had followed in quick succession, leading to a more modest affair this year. Despite the simplicity, it was still the emperor's birthday, and it could not be overly austere. Jiang Huaiyue was particularly delighted at the prospect of seeing Wanwan at the palace banquet. As the general's wife, she would surely attend. The mere thought filled her with uncontainable joy. Pei Ji, fiddling with the chessboard beneath his hands since boarding the carriage, noted her apparent cheerfulness, his perceptive nature detecting her elation. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of the painting found in the Weiyang Palace, deepening the intrigue in his gaze. Is the princess truly in high spirits? The man's cold voice reached her ears, prompting Jiang Huaiyue to raise her gaze. His eyes bore an unsettling intensity, leaving her to wonder if she had inadvertently provoked him. What a lunatic. Today marked the birthday of her royal brother, and naturally, she felt elated for him. After careful consideration, She chose a response that would likely avoid error. Little did she know, her words only served to deepen the chill surrounding Pei Ji. Is that so? The princess and His Majesty indeed share profound affection. The notion of a sister harboring romantic feelings for her brother, if it were to circulate, would add another scandalous entry to the historical records following Jiang Jingqian's demise. Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brow, finding the phrase profound affection oddly unsettling. Offering a sheepish smile, she replied, "It's not so bad." Perhaps it was more akin to insincere flattery. Having ensnared herself in her own web, where was the genuine sibling affection? Before her stood a woman with lowered brows, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately like a butterfly poised to take flight. Just the thought that her heart's desire lay with Jiang Jingqian filled Pei Ji with a sense of revulsion and discomfort. Quietly stroking the jade-like chess piece in his hand, he remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Jiang Huaiyue dismissed the thought, preoccupied with the fragrance pouch at her waist. This pouch, a gift from a physician at the rejuvenation hall during her last visit. Though she was uncertain of its efficacy against poisons, she cherished it and kept it close. As the carriage arrived at the palace gates, Pei Ji and Jiang Huaiyue descended in succession. The palace was ablaze with lights this evening, and officials attending the banquet entered in waves. Upon seeing Pei Ji disembark, passing officials offered their bows. Jiang Huaiyue pursed her lips as she walked beside him, observing the haughty demeanor he exhibited. Yet, it must be said, he possessed the stature to carry such arrogance. Clad in a deep purple brocade robe and adorned with a white jade belt, his long hair partially bound and partially cascading down his back. His strikingly deep brow and well-defined facial contours, coupled with his tightly pressed crimson lips, exuded an imposing aura that could freeze anyone in their tracks. The banquet was held in the Chongqing Palace, and Jiang Huaiyue felt fortunate to bask in Pei Ji's radiance, as her seat was placed notably in the front. Before her lay a table adorned with golden platters and jade bowls, accompanied by an array of exquisitely presented cold dishes, visually appealing, though the taste remained a mystery. Guests gradually settled into their designated places when a sharp voice announced, "His Majesty has arrived." Jiang Huaiyue glanced around to see the officials rising, while only she and Pei Ji remained seated. The collective gaze of the assembly turned toward them, and amid her internal conflict, she reluctantly stood, reasoning that in the presence of Pei Ji, she ought to adhere to proper decorum. "Bowing to your Majesty, long live the Emperor, long live, long live." The chorus completed. Jiang Huaiyue discreetly stole another glance at Pei Ji, who appeared utterly unconcerned as he leisurely sipped from his wine cup. Shifting her gaze to her royal brother above, she noted the steely glint in his eyes after surveying Pei Ji, a clear indication of his ire, although he was compelled to maintain a smile. One could only surmise he harbored a desire to see Pei Ji swiftly dispatched. At times, she pondered whether Jiang Jingqian had acted sooner to eliminate Pei Ji. Would she have found a release? However, it seemed neither of them were paragons of virtue. "Be at ease, everyone, please rise." Jiang Jingqian suppressed the emotions beneath his gaze and spoke with a gentle demeanor. Chapter 28. A meeting at the palace banquet. After everyone was seated, they began to present their birthday gifts to Jiang Jingqian one by one. Jiang Huaiyue was quite taken aback by the extravagant offerings, such as the East Sea Pearl, a coral piece half the height of a person, and colorful glass lanterns, leaving the onlookers in awe. "May the regent prince present his gift," the steward announced loudly beside Jiang Jingqian. As his words fell, Mo Ying stepped forward, holding a small box. "This is a millennium-old Ganoderma, wishing His Majesty blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing that of the South Mountain." Upon hearing Mo Ying's words, the crowd began to murmur. This Millennium Ganoderma is indeed a treasure. It is unexpected for the regent prince to be so generous. Jiang Huaiyue found the murmurs curious, for Pei Ji did not seem like the type to bestow such lavish gifts upon Jiang Jingqian. "The regent prince is indeed thoughtful," Jiang Jingqian remarked symbolically. Pei Ji nonchalantly responded, "As long as your Majesty is pleased." Mo Ying presented the gift, and noticing the cautious demeanor of the eunuch, he could not help but smirk. His master was quite mischievous, casually picking a small Ganoderma and claiming it to be a millennium-old one. and even if His Majesty discovered the truth, he would not dare to speak out. Once the gifts were presented, Jiang Jingchen said, "Esteemed ministers, please feel free." The sound of brass instruments filled the air as dancers entered, their melodious singing adding an air of elegance and joy to the banquet. Jiang Huaiyue peeled an orange, her gaze wandering among the guests until she finally spotted the person she was looking for in the corner. Su Xiangwan sensed the gaze upon her and looked up. Their eyes met, and she carefully gestured with her finger. Su Xiangwan smiled and winked, signaling her acknowledgement. "Your Highness, I shall go change," Jiang Huaiyue said, greeting Pei Ji. Pei Ji lifted his eyelids, responding ambiguously with a grunt. Jiang Huaiyue stood and walked outside, and as she left, Pei Ji waved his hand. Montaking, who was behind him, immediately followed suit. Exiting the Changchun Palace, Jiang Huaiyue strolled to a nearby corridor, glancing around before softly calling, "Wan Wan." After a couple calls, the nearby trees rustled, and turning around, she saw Su Xiangwan emerging from the side. She excitedly rushed forward to grasp her hand. "Wan, I missed you so much." "Be discreet. We are in the palace," Su Xiangwan gently admonished, pulling her aside to sit down. Jiang Huaiyue pouted. "I got carried away in the moment and forgot." Qiu Chan, who had followed Jiang Huaiyue, was pulled aside by Ningxiang to stand guard. "How have you been lately?" Su Xiangwan asked softly. The two felt as if they were in a long-distance relationship. Despite being close in proximity, they could not meet at will. Without mobile phones, even reaching out to one another was not a simple task. Jiang Huaiyue sighed deeply. "Don't mention it." "You are right. Jiang Jingchen has placed a curse on me." "A curse? Is there an antidote? Have you seen a doctor? Have you felt unwell at all?" Su Xiangwan anxiously took her hand, examining her. "Yes, I consulted a doctor. He said it is a mother-child curse. I must find a mother to break it." Jiang Huaiyue's expression turned despondent. To be honest, she truly felt quite unfortunate. Upon careful reflection, it is fortunate that misfortune has befallen her, sparing Wan from such predicaments. Su Xiangwan furrowed her brows. Is the mother poison in Jiang Jingchen's possession? During her modern-day excursion to Miaojiang, also known as Guizhou, she learned that the so-called poison is merely a concoction of toxic insects, with the last surviving one being the gu. Indeed, he instructed me to pilfer the military token from Pei Ji, and I managed to craft a counterfeit for him, which he failed to detect. Jiang Huaiyue whispered softly into Su Xiangwan's ear. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan came to a profound realization of the perilous nature of Jiang Huaiyue's predicament. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Yeah. Seek an opportunity to rendezvous with me at Qingshang Pavilion across from Jinxiufang in the coming days. We can no longer remain idle. We must expedite our departure from the capital." She feared that if this continued, Yuya might not endure. The poison originates from Miaojiang. At worst, after their departure, they could journey there in search of a remedy. Jiang Huaiyue observed her grave expression and gently patted her hand. "Understood. I am fine for now, so do not fret." She had intended to discuss Pei Ji with her, but knowing that Jiang Huaiyue was already distressed about the poison, she refrained from mentioning how close she had come to being strangled by Pei Ji, fearing it would only heighten her worries. As they conversed, Qiu Chan interjected, "Princess, someone approaches." Jiang Huaiyue responded, "Let us hide. If our close bond is revealed, it may lead to unnecessary complications." Su Xiangwan nodded, and the two of them retreated behind a nearby rockery. The night was cool as water, with moonlight cascading down. The sound of rustling footsteps drew near, and Jiang Huaiyue heard a familiar male voice call, "Sierra." The voice was distinctly known to her. It belonged to Jiang Jingchen. Connecting this with the yet-to-appear heroine from the book, Chu Nanshi, whose name fortuitously contained the character 11, she pondered whether they had inadvertently stumbled upon an encounter between the male and female leads. The respectful young woman spoke. "Your Majesty, I have met you, and as a lady, it is best not to invoke such familiarity, as it may lead to misunderstandings." Jiang Huaiyue felt an odd familiarity with this voice, as if she had heard it somewhere before. However, what perplexed her most was the nature of their conversation, which seemed to lack intimacy. Did the script not indicate that the two had grown up as childhood sweethearts, with Jiang Jingchen harboring profound feelings for Chunanchi? Yet, Due to his charm attracting countless admirers, the heroine consistently succumbed to jealousy, leading to prolonged misunderstandings before they finally united. Sierra, must you be so distant with me? You know that you're the sole occupant of my heart. Jiang Jingchun gazed at Chu Nanqi's aloof demeanor, feeling a pang of bitterness. Chu Nanqi, listening to his words, remained unmoved. Your Majesty is of the highest rank, adored by many women. Why waste time on a mere subject? Jiang Jingchun's heart tightened. But I only cherish you, Sierra. I desire for you to be my empress. I am unworthy of such a responsibility, Your Majesty. Please consider this carefully, Chu Nanqi replied softly, bowing her head. Strangely enough, she had had little interaction with the emperor, leaving her puzzled as to why he held any interest in her. Jiang Jingchun pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze filled with anticipation. Has she ever harbored feelings for me? Your Majesty, forgive my insolence, but I have never dared to hope for such a thing. Chu Nanqi replied, her eyes lowered, enunciating each word carefully. She was aware that her response might provoke him. Yet she could not deny the truth. His so-called affection was non-existent. Moreover, she harbored feelings for someone unattainable. So how could she ever come to love another? Jiang Jingchun's expression turned despondent as he involuntarily took 2 steps back, forcing a bitter smile. Then why, pray tell, did you have someone present me with the heart knot you crafted with your own hands? Upon hearing the mention of the heart knot, Chu Nanqi furrowed her brow. Why had she ever gifted him such a thing? Observing the confusion in her eyes, Jiang Jingchun cautiously retrieved the cherished heart knot from his bosom. As she beheld the object, a look of bewilderment crossed Chu Nanqi's face, and fragments of memory surged forth. For a time, her maids had been weaving those knots daily, and out of mere boredom, she had attempted it herself. The completed piece had been carelessly discarded, so how had it ended up with His Majesty? Jiang Jingchun felt a heaviness in his heart upon realizing that it was indeed not she who had given it to him. Her feelings for him were utterly non-existent. It matters not. I must have been mistaken, he said, his gaze growing dimmer, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he turned to leave. Chu Nanqi watched his solitary figure retreat, still pondering the heart, not until he vanished from sight. She glanced toward a certain direction. Are a few of you still not planning to reveal yourselves? Hidden behind an artificial hill, Jiang Huaiyue widened her eyes in surprise as she exchanged glances with Su Xiangwan. Had they been discovered? Su Xiangwan calmly patted her dress and pulled Jiang Huaiyue forth. I apologize. We did not mean to eavesdrop. We hope Miss will forgive us. Su Xiangwan cast a look of contrition toward Chu Nanqi. Observing the two, Chu Nanqi's gaze fell upon the fragrance pouch at Jiang Huaiyue's waist, then to her face, and she realized the truth. The familiar scent she had detected upon arriving here had led her to believe others might be present, yet turned out to be her. The woman who had visited the clinic for treatment was none other than Princess Yunhe. But why had she been afflicted with a curse? Recalling the rumors circulating among the common folk, she could not help but wonder if it was the regent prince's doing. It is of no consequence. It seems the princess and the general's wife arrived here first. If it was unintentional, there is no need for apologies, Chu Nanqi replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with life. Jiang Huaiyue, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, How does Miss Chu know who we are? And how does the princess know my surname is Chu? Raising an eyebrow, Chu Nanqi remarked, If memory serves, neither of you mentioned your surnames during our conversation. Jiang Huaiyue paused momentarily, and Su Xiangwan interjected, In the capital, only the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor has the name she in her given name. Chu Nanqi raised her gaze, taking in the sight of the gentle and serene woman before her, akin to a magnolia in full bloom. Surely, he must be pleased with such a wife. She suppressed her emotions and smiled faintly. I hope the princess and the madam will keep today's events confidential. I shall take my leave now. With that, she nodded and turned to depart. Jiang Huaiyue gently stroked her chin, pondering aloud. Why do I feel that something is amiss? It seems that Chu Nanqi has no thoughts about Jiang Jingchun at all. Aren't they the protagonists? The script merely serves as a reference, since we entered this world. Everything here has become tangible, and everyone has transcended mere words on a page. Those words are inadequate to comprehend them, Su Xiangwan spoke solemnly. She had meticulously studied their circumstances and realized that everything had long deviated from the original script's trajectory. How things would unfold from now on depended entirely on their choices. Forget it. I won't dwell on this any longer. I should focus on myself for now, Jiang Huaiyue remarked with a pout, acknowledging that she could hardly manage her own mess, let alone concern herself with others. Su Xiangwan squeezed her hand reassuringly. Do not fear. I am here with you, and everything will be all right. Jiang Huaiyue replied with a radiant smile, grateful for Xiangwan's presence, for without her, she truly would not know what to do. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Jiang Jingshan returned, his demeanor despondent as he downed one cup of wine after another, quickly becoming inebriated. Under the moonlight, Pei Ji stood in the pavilion, his gaze placidly fixed on the distance, adorned in elegant purple attire. Mo Ying approached slowly. Your Highness, the princess has gone to chat with the general's wife and has eavesdropped on His Majesty conversing with Miss Chu. Inform her to leave the palace. Pei Ji replied without further inquiry. Since Mo Ying's brief words suggested that Jiang Huaiyue had not divulged anything of significance, he felt no inclination to pry further. He ascended the stone steps, heading towards the palace gates, with Mo Ying closely trailing behind. As they passed through the garden, Pei Ji overheard several officials' families conversing. Although he held no interest in their trivial matters, he unexpectedly caught mention of Jiang Huaiyue in their dialogue. He halted, stepping aside to conceal himself, prompting Mo Ying to do the same. The conversation continued nearby. Did you hear? It is said that Consort Rong gave birth to Princess Yunhe prematurely, but the imperial physician confirmed that the princess was actually born at full term. Do you know what that implies? What does it imply? Another woman inquired. Oh, it suggests that the princess may not possess royal blood. One among them gasped. Such words should not be spoken carelessly. If this spreads, it will surely cause an uproar. I am not speaking carelessly. I am well acquainted with Lady Li, and she told me this personally. The woman speaking was Madame Zhang, wife of the Assistant Minister of Works, who was known for her penchant for gossip. Mo incautiously observed his master's expression, contemplating the veracity of the rumor. Could it be true that the princess was not the biological offspring of the late emperor? Pei Ji, maintaining a stoic expression, stepped out, prompting Mo Ying to create a slight commotion. Upon seeing Pei Ji, the gossiping ladies immediately trembled in fear, dropping to their knees. We greet your highness. Observing the kneeling women, Pei Ji coldly stated, Mo Ying, it seems these ladies have had their tongues itch. Let them be silenced. At his words, the women quivered in terror, with one even fainting from fright. Your highness, we were in error. We shall never speak recklessly again. We beg for your highness's forgiveness. Madame Zhang implored, her head knocking against the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Pei Ji's voice was cold and harsh as he cast a fleeting glance. Uttering a single word, kill. This weighty word left the few present acutely aware of their impending doom. Mo Ying, understanding Pei Ji's intent, dragged a person aside, and the sound of a blade meeting flesh soon echoed in screams, which were swiftly replaced by whimpers. Should I hear such words again? Next time it will not merely be tongues at stake, he declared before striding away. When Jiang Huaiyue returned to the banquet, she found Pei Ji had vanished. After a prolonged period of restlessness, hunger overtook her, prompting her to indulge in the feast. Amid the festivities, the dancers moved with supple grace, and she watched with rapt attention. At that moment, a young eunuch entered, causing several dignitaries across the table to rise hastily and depart. Finding this peculiar, Jiang Huaiyue turned to Qiu Chan and instructed, Qiu Chan, go and discover what has transpired. Qiu Chan, receiving her command, hurried out, only to return shortly, her face pale with trepidation. She crouched before Jiang Huaiyue, trembling as she spoke. Princess, it is the prince. He ordered Mo Ying to sever the tongues of several ladies. The ground is awash with blood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue's pastry suddenly lost its appeal. Chapter 30. Fear that I may also sever your tongue. Is he not terrifying? She pondered, aghast at the thought of someone so readily resorting to such brutality, especially against the families of officials. Did he not fear retribution? She dabbed at the corners of her lips with a handkerchief, preparing to rise when Mo Ying entered. Princess, it is time to leave the palace, he stated, his tone grave. As he approached, Jiang Huaiyue's keen eyes caught the bloodstains on his clothing, a chilling reminder of Qiu Chan's words. and she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Lowering her gaze, she replied, understood. Qiu-chan, equally shaken, supported Jiang Huaiyue as they exited the Changchun Palace. Outside, she observed a flurry of activity as many rushed about, likely attending to the recent incident. In that moment, a sense of dread washed over her. Surviving under Pei Ji's rule was a formidable challenge. Recalling Jiang Jingxin's suggestion to entice Pei Ji, making him fall for her, she questioned whether someone so cold-hearted could ever be swayed by a woman. Lost in her thoughts, they arrived at the palace gates, where she spotted a familiar carriage. The thought of the person seated within caused her heart to race. "Princess, please board," Mo Ying's voice reached her ears. For reasons unknown, it felt as though he were inviting her to embark on a journey. Qiu-chan, trembling, assisted her into the carriage. Jiang Huaiyue hesitated for a brief moment before parting the curtain and stepping inside. Inside the carriage, Pei Ji's penetrating gaze was fixed upon her from the moment she entered, his sharp eyes causing her heart to constrict. She wondered if she had inadvertently provoked him today. Why was he staring so intently? Could it be that, after severing another's tongue, he suddenly thought of taking her tongue as well? The mere thought sent a chill through her, draining the color from her face. Noticing her pallor, Pei Ji smirked playfully. "What is it? Afraid that I might also sever your tongue?" His tone was light, as though he spoke without a care. Jiang Huaiyue's fair hands clenched involuntarily, her voice stiff as she retorted, "Your Highness jests. Those who speak indiscreetly often learn the value of silence only after their tongues have been severed." He cast a sidelong glance at her and spoke carelessly. Jiang Huaiyue's eyelashes fluttered. Was he subtly admonishing her? "Rest assured, Your Highness, I am quite discreet," she replied, raising her eyes with a hint of a charming smile. The individual before her appeared fragile and pitiable. Pei Ji scrutinized her face, recalling the words of several women, and noted that she bore no resemblance whatsoever to Jiang Qi. Could it be that she had long been aware of her origins, which emboldened her to harbor feelings for Jiang Jingxin? Pei Ji remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Huaiyue, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, unsure of his intentions, and fidgeted restlessly. The following day, in Longqian Palace, Jiang Jingxin awoke from a night of heavy drinking, his head throbbing painfully, and was incessantly troubled by sounds that irritated him greatly. "Yuju, come in," he bellowed, fury evident on his face. Eunuch Yu hastily entered. "Your Majesty, you are awake. What is all the commotion outside?" Jiang Jingxin inquired in a low voice. The previous night, upon discovering that Shi held no feelings for him, he had succumbed to frustration and consumed more than he should have, leaving him hazy about how he returned. Eunuch Yu knelt on the ground to respond. "Your Majesty, it is Lord Liu, the Minister of Works, Lord Wang, the Assistant Minister of Revenue, and Lord Shi, the Minister of Personnel, who have come to seek your judgment." "What judgment? Why couldn't they wait until court to discuss their matters?" Jiang Jingxin grumbled, rubbing his heavy forehead. "Last night, several ladies inadvertently offended the regent, and the prince had their tongues cut out." Eunuch Yu recalled the horrific scene, still trembling at the memory. He was fortunate to have left the regent's residence in time. Jiang Jingxin gazed at him incredulously. "What did you say? Pei Ji had the tongues of the officials' families severed? Who gave him the audacity? It is utterly outrageous. He brazenly executed such a punishment amidst a palace banquet, as if he held no regard for authority." "Your Majesty, what about the lords?" Eunuch Yu cautiously inquired. Jiang Jingxin rose from the dragon bed, and upon seeing him extend his arms, Eunuch Yu hurried to assist him with his attire. "Do you know what they said to provoke Pei Ji? Could it have been some secret concerning me?" Yet, with Pei Ji's temperament, he should have killed them outright instead of merely cutting their tongues. As Eunuch Yu assisted him, he replied, "The ladies, having lost their tongues, are unable to speak." "Unable to speak? But they still have hands, don't they? What if their hands were severed as well? Are they unable to write?" Jiang Jingxin retorted coldly. A wave of frustration welled within him. One incident after another overwhelmed him, leaving him breathless. He yearned to have Pei Ji executed immediately to assuage his pent-up resentment. "Send them back. Let them wait until we ascertain the truth before seeking redress from me, having suffered too many losses beneath Pei Ji's hand. I understand the need for caution in all matters. I shall determine the facts before passing judgment. Otherwise, I may find myself ensnared, losing more than I gain. Eunuch nodded in agreement. Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, in Yunxiang Tower, Helan leaned against the window, observing the bustling marketplace, and remarked with a smirk, the news of your tongue-severing incident has spread far and wide. He was somewhat intrigued by what had provoked this individual to brazenly sever the tongues of officials' family members within the palace. In the elegant chamber, Peiji held a teacup in a languid manner, remarking, quite good. Good for what? Helan responded, shaking his head in resignation. The young emperor has now found an excuse. He will surely seek ways to trouble you. Suddenly, Shun Yanli interjected, what has transpired? Why has someone's tongue been cut off? Rather than the consequences, he was more curious about the process. Peiji lightly tapped the teacup with his fingers and replied, make time to investigate whether Jiang Huaiyue's mother had any affections for others prior to the selection. Upon hearing this, Helan turned back incredulously. Are you suggesting that Princess Yunhe is not Jiang Qi's biological daughter? If that is the case, does that not mean you two are no longer adversaries? Shun Yanli poured himself a glass of wine, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, what do you plan to do about it? Helan said, looking at Peiji with a teasing glint in his eyes. Peiji cast a cold glance at the two and replied, things remain as they were. Whether she is Jiang Qi's daughter is of no concern. They are ultimately inconsequential. Is that so? I find it hard to believe you regard her indifferently. If you intended to kill her, you would have done so already, Helan remarked with a light scoff. It seems you also have no desire for your own tongue. Peiji said in a low voice. Helan shrugged, unperturbed, and took a seat as if no one were around. Then do enlighten me on why you severed those individuals' tongues. Surely you fear the matter becoming public. You are clearly protecting them. Just as with the incident of the false military talisman. Even if your heart is not swayed, your actions are certainly peculiar. Chapter 31. Seeking an opportunity to depart the matter of identity requires investigation. Regardless of the outcome, the initiative must remain in my hands. I have never engaged in an unprepared battle. I must ensure that everything is foolproof. Shun Yanli propped his head on his hand, questioning. Even if you have severed their tongues, they still possess hands. Surely those so-called officials' family members can write? Peiji, upon hearing this, slightly curved his lips. It depends on how they choose to respond. Helan shook his head with a light laugh. I say, Shun Yanli, do not concern yourself with Peiji's heart. He is like a cunning and malevolent fox. From my understanding of him, he must have left a contingency plan, as he desires those who are silenced to remain so. Peiji shot him a sidelong glance, but did not refute him. Shun Yanli turned to Helan. In that case, I shall leave the investigation of the regent's mother-in-law to the heir. I have some matters to attend to. Helan looked at him with discontent. You are clearly more familiar with Jiang than I. Why not have your subordinates investigate? I have other tasks at hand, he replied, and with a swift motion of his robes and a light tap of his toes, he leapt through the window, vanishing amidst the crowd in the blink of an eye. Helan, frustrated, closed the fan in his hand and turned to Peiji. When did you assign him a task? His tone resembled that of someone questioning a faithless lover. Peiji, likely aware of Shun Yanli's intentions, maintained a calm demeanor in the face of Helan's ire and said, I did not. Helan regarded him with suspicion, but ultimately smiled. Well, considering he has run off with a woman, I shall not hold it against him. Peiji observed how easily he had been placated. A knock resonated at the door of the elegant chamber, and Helan called out, Enter. Mo Ing pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and approached Peiji. Your Highness, the princess has left the palace. Indeed, where's she gone? Peiji's gaze remained fixed on the teacup before him, his expression tranquil. Helan listened intently, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, for Peiji's tidbits of gossip were a rarity. Mo Ing spoke in a low tone. The princess has gone to a newly opened clothing shop at Jinxiufang. The proprietress is a woman, and shortly after, Madame Xiao, the wife of General Xiao, also arrived. You seem to have a thorough understanding of the princess's whereabouts, Helan remarked, his tone teasing. Peiji shot him a frosty glance, with nothing to do. You resort to gathering intelligence, only to command me. Helan retorted with a hint of irritation, but soon found himself compelled to depart. Have you discovered that Su Xiangwan and Jiang Huaiyue were not acquainted in the past? Bei casually inquired. Mo Ing confirmed. Yes, according to my investigation. The princess and Miss Su had no prior interactions. It appears they only began to associate after their marriage. And Jiang Huaiyue went directly to the general's residence to meet Su Xiangwan the very next morning. Emoing lowered his gaze, affirming, "Indeed." Pei Ji's fingers absently stroked the table as he pieced together the information. The Jiang Huaiyue of the past bore no resemblance to the current Jiang Huaiyue, who now purposefully visited the general's residence on her wedding day, as if they had long been acquainted. This might suggest that Su Xiangwan had also undergone a transformation. A complex emotion stirred within his deep-set eyes, hinting at indistinct implications. Was it a matter of reincarnation or possession? It seemed a visit to the Law Cloud Temple was in order. Return to the manor, Pei Ji instructed as he rose from the couch, his sleeves billowing without a breeze, leaving the room enveloped in silence. In the courtyard of Qing Shan Pavilion, Jiang Huaiyue regarded the woman before her, realizing she was the one who collaborated with Wan in business. With a smile, she began, "I am Yuya. You must be Miss Yin Shang." Yin Shang had been mentioned by Wan, and her connection with the general's wife suggested that she was of considerable status. However, their wealth or nobility mattered little to Jiang Huaiyue. Her friendships were dictated solely by affinity. The girl before her possessed bright eyes and a radiant smile. Dressed in a light yellow gown that accentuated her graceful figure, undeniably charming. "Just call me Yin Shang. Wan has spoken of you. She should arrive shortly. Please, follow me to the back courtyard," Yin Shang said, leading her inward. Jiang Huaiyue nodded. "Very well." Behind her, Qiu Chan felt somewhat perplexed, wondering how the princess had recently become acquainted with so many people, fearing she might be deceived. Hesitantly, she trailed after Jiang Huaiyue, contemplating a warning for the princess upon their return. Fu Yao, holding her sword with a cold demeanor, followed closely behind. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Huaiyue admired its beauty, exclaiming, "Yin Shang has truly managed the courtyard wonderfully." It was evident that she was a person who cherished life, as every corner of the small yard exuded cleanliness and elegance. Yin Shang smiled lightly. "With idle time on my hands, I merely pass the hours." Her gaze swept over Qiu Chan and Fu Yao behind Jiang Huaiyue, before she lowered her eyelashes. Jiang Huaiyue pursed her lips and addressed Fu Yao. "Fu Yao, could you ask Qiu Chan to take you to Huachuntang and see if that physician is available? If she is, inquire whether she would be willing to accompany me to the Wangfu for consultations." Fu Yao understood that she wished to dismiss her. "Your Highness, the Wangya has instructed me to remain by your side at all times." With a firm tone, Fu Yao spoke. Qiu Chan recognized the predicament of her princess and immediately interjected. "Fu Yao, the princess is our master. Her word is law. It was the Wangya's directive. Do you dare disregard his orders?" Jiang Huaiyue spoke with an impassive expression. Fu Yao hesitated for a moment. "Very well." Seeing her acquiescence, Jiang Huaiyue exchanged a knowing glance with Qiu Chan, who instantly comprehended. Boldly, she grasped Fu Yao's arm. "Let us go. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return." Fu Yao, feeling discomfort, withdrew her hand. Noticing her frosty demeanor, Qiu Chan huffed softly, inwardly lamenting the coldness of a woman who should be warm. Indeed, she was a product of the Wangye's upbringing, mirroring his chill. Having successfully dismissed the two, she turned to find Yun Shang's scrutinizing gaze upon her and offered an explanation. "It was not my intent to conceal anything from you. My circumstances are rather awkward. As an uncherished princess wed to the current regent, she was seldom regarded, and there was little reason to complicate matters with her status." Yun Shang, understanding her plight, expressed her relief. "As long as you do not hold my previous rudeness against me." Yun Shang poured her a cup of tea and spoke softly. "How could I? If possible, I would prefer to be merely Yuya. Thus, it is best that you remain unaware." The two conversed for a while until Su Xiangwan arrived. "Xiangwan, you are here," Jiang Huaiyue exclaimed, joyfully rising to usher her to a seat, aware that the two had matters to discuss. Yun Shang kindly stood. "I shall step outside to tend to the shop." "Thank you for your hard work," Su Xiangwan acknowledged, understanding her intentions. Yun Shang shook her head lightly and exited. Ningxiang also distanced herself, granting the pair privacy. Once alone, Jiang Huaiyue relaxed her posture. "Xiangwan, did you summon me for something specific?" "Yuya, You must keep an eye on Pei Ji's movements. If we find an opportunity, we should leave, Su Xiangwan replied in a grave tone. But isn't your shop still not operational? Did you not say you would wait until you earned some silver before departing? Su Xiangwan grasped her hand. Leave this place to Yunshang to manage. We must first vacate the capital. Your situation is too perilous. Her concern for Jiang Huaiyue's safety was palpable. Money could be earned again, but life was irreplaceable. Moreover, as the wife of a general, she could discreetly take some silver and escape, especially since she had a dowry from her marriage. However, Jiang Huaiyue, afflicted by poison, pondered the implications of departing. What if she were to perish along the way? Chapter 32. I suffer from illness, hence my affection for him. Let us first travel to Miaojing. It is the source of the poison, and perhaps a remedy may be found there. Su Xiangwan had researched extensively about the poison, believing that in the intricate balance of nature, a solution must exist. Jiang Huaiyue noticed the dark circles under her eyes, understanding that she was tirelessly worrying about her health, which stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Very well, we shall leave. Let the Wangya and the male Li be damned. The youth's guiding principle is to take one step at a time, living recklessly for the moment. I shall prepare everything and await your message. Su Xiangwan contemplated how their current identities had become shackles. Perhaps leaving Kyoto would grant them a new horizon. Jiang Huaiyue nodded in agreement. Moments later, Ning Xiang rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Miss, the princess's 2 handmaidens are approaching. Aren't you her only handmaiden? Su Xiangwan inquired, puzzled, recalling that she had only seen Qiuchan. When this matter was broached, Jiang Huaiyue's demeanor soured. Let us not discuss it. Pei Ji has sent someone to watch over me. Su Viangyan furuit harboroi. She had glimpsed Pei Ji from afar and had to admit that he was indeed remarkably exceptional, yet also perilous. She cast her gaze over Yueya's features, suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable worry. Yueya, you should keep your distance from Pei Ji. Do you understand? Upon noticing the concern in her eyes, Jiang Huaiyue laughed nonchalantly. Are you afraid I might develop feelings for him? That is impossible. Although he possesses good looks, his temperament is far too erratic, like a rabid dog. I will be mad to fancy him. She preferred a refined gentleman, and Pei Ji was not within the realm of her romantic aspirations. Princess, they have arrived. Ning Xiang's voice interrupted. Jiang Huaiyue embraced Su Xiangwan and whispered in her ear, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. Watching her retreating figure, Su Xiangwan remained silent, troubled by the thought that it was Pei Ji who might take an interest in her. Such a man, with a profound and brooding nature, likely had a tumultuous past. Yueya was pure-hearted and delicate, her vitality resilient. Anyone who drew close to her would feel a warmth that stirred their emotions. Those who had long dwelled in darkness would inevitably be drawn to the light. Moreover, with his current position of power, wielding life and death in his hands, should he ever set his heart upon someone, extricating himself would not be a simple matter. Yunshang entered after Jiang Huaiyue left and immediately noticed Su Xiangwan's troubled countenance. What troubles you? She inquired. Su Xiangwan turned to her. Yunshang, do you have someone you hold dear? Upon hearing the question, Yunshang momentarily froze. Recalling the man who had once saved her from dire circumstances, a tumult of emotions flooding her. She wondered what his reaction had been after her departure. Surely it mattered little, for she was merely a plaything to him. Observing her expression, Su Xiangwan realized she had inadvertently touched on a painful subject and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it was just a casual question. It's fine. What prompted you to ask this? Yunshang replied, a smile gracing her lips, indicating she bore no ill will. It was merely a passing inquiry. Su Xiangwan pondered whether she had overthought the matter. Someone as cold and indifferent as Pei Ji would likely not easily develop affections. As Jiang Huaiyue exited the Qingshan pavilion, Fu Yao and Qiuchan happened to arrive at the entrance. Princess, the physician is not present. Fu Yao, aware that Jiang Huaiyue was trying to dismiss her, nonetheless took her duties seriously given the matter at hand. Jiang Huaiyue descended the steps. No matter, the physician may be occupied. I shall personally invite him another day. Then, recalling Fu Yao's address, she added, Fu Yao, do not call me princess in public. Refer to me as Mississippi understood, Fu Yao replied. Shall we return to the manor? Jiang Huaiyue smiled and turned to walk ahead. As Autumn Cicada follows closely behind, Jiang Huaiyue returns to her courtyard. Before she can even settle down, Mo Ying approaches her. Princess, the prince requests your presence. What does he want me for? Jiang Huaiyue ponders, fearing that he may have learned of her plan to escape with Wanwan. However, that shouldn't be the case, as she had successfully sent Fu Yao away. Furrowing her brow, she rises and inquires, Do you know what the prince requires of me? I do not know, Mo Ying replies with a lack of emotion. With a sigh inwardly, Jiang Huaiyue responds, Let us go. Upon exiting the courtyard and gazing at the increasingly familiar path, unease washes over her. Isn't this leading to Pei Ji's sister's courtyard? She wonders. What could this mean? Could he have realized his intention to silence her? The more she contemplates, the more her apprehension grows. She halts and clutches her abdomen, saying, I suddenly feel unwell. Please inform the prince that I shall join him shortly. Seeing this, Mo Ying responds, The princess may go change. I know the way. Jiang Huaiyue forces a smile that does not reach her eyes. Before Mo Ying can speak further, a cold voice emanates from behind her. Is that so? I thought the princess feared having her tongue cut out. Turning to see his stern countenance, she awkwardly smiles. What a coincidence, your highness. Internally, she scoffs, thinking, This man frequently mentions tongue cutting. Is he proud of it? Pei Ji stands atop the stone steps, hands clasped behind his back, clad in white garments that enhance his striking features, softening his imposing presence. How unfortunate. I have been waiting for the princess. Noticing the artificial smile on her face, Pei Ji speaks without revealing his thoughts. As Jiang Huaiyue realizes there is no escaping, she meets his gaze and raises her voice. What does the prince wish to discuss with me? Yuan wishes to see you. Pei Ji recalls returning to the residence, where his subordinates informed him that Yuan had expressed dissatisfaction with her playmates, insisting on Jiang Huaiyue instead. Having only met once, why does Yuan persistently request her company? Could it be that she shared something with Yuan? Jiang Huaiyue is perplexed. Did he not keep his sister under tight guard? Your Highness, as the saying goes, the more one knows, the sooner one meets their end. I believe it will be best if we do not meet. She cautiously declines. Pei Ji, discerning her intentions, coldly remarks, Are you suggesting that I should eliminate those who know my secrets? The threat of violence hangs in the air, prompting Jiang Huaiyue to feel overwhelmed. She lifts her skirts and ascends the steps, passing by Pei Ji, and glancing back, she calls out, Did you not say Yuan wishes to see me? Let us not keep her waiting. Recalling the adorable Yuan, she feels there is little resemblance to Pei Ji. What a delightful sister she is. While her brother presents an intimidating presence that evokes fear, Pei Ji watches her retreating figure, his hand gently rubbing against his side as he follows. Upon her arrival, she notices the small courtyard gate remains locked, prompting her to question, Your Highness, Yuan hasn't been confined in this little courtyard all these years, has she? Chapter 33. Yuan admires her sister upon hearing this question. Pei Ji's gaze turns colder. Yes. Mo Ying approaches with a key to unlock the door. Jiang Huaiyue had not contemplated deeply. She merely assumed that Pei Ji's reluctance to allow his sister to venture outside stemmed from her mental deficiencies. In truth, the prince could occasionally take Yuan out for a stroll. After residing in such a small courtyard for over a decade, it was no wonder that the girl felt stifled. She was a person, not merely a pet. Despite her childlike demeanor, she deserved the liberty of movement. Mo Ying sensed the formidable aura emanating from her master and couldn't help but admire the princess for her audacity. Do you think it is my desire to keep her confined? He remarked lightly, as if it were so simple to take Yuan out for a walk. He had many adversaries, and should any ill-intentioned individuals discover Yuan's existence, she would surely be at risk. Moreover, given Yuan's fragile health and mental challenges, which required constant medication and careful nurturing, how could he bear the thought of exposing her to potential harm? Jiang Huaiyue noticed his discontent and promptly fell silent, feeling a twinge of regret. Speak less to err less, Jiang Huaiyue, be more mindful. As the courtyard door creaked open, she stepped inside, while Pei Ji brushed past her toward the interior, with Jiang Huaiyue trailing closely behind. Before they could approach, she heard a maid's gentle coaxing. Miss, after taking your medicine. May I play with you? No, it's too bitter. A Yuan frowned in strong opposition. The maid persisted for quite some time, but A Yuan remained resolute in her refusal to take her medicine. Upon entering the room, Pei Ji spotted A Yuan hiding in a corner and approached her, gently lifting her up. A Yuan, why aren't you taking your medicine? A Yuan clutched his sleeve, pleading, Brother, I don't want to drink it. It's too bitter. She had to take her medicine 3 times daily for many years and would occasionally protest against the bitterness. Initially, they could sweeten the medicine with sugar to coax her, but eventually that tactic ceased to work. At times, Pei Ji would resort to having someone administer it forcefully, for her health depended on her compliance. Pei Ji seated her and brought forth the medicine. I don't want to drink it, A Yuan insisted, shaking her head. With a steely gaze, Pei Ji commanded, Lu Bai. Feed her. The maid, waiting patiently, stepped forward to take the medicine. Jiang Huaiyue observed the scene from the doorway, realizing they intended to administer it forcibly. Remaining silent, she acknowledged Pei Ji's long-standing experience in caring for his sister, refraining from interference. However, after watching for a while, she could no longer bear it. A Yuan's stubbornness was fierce. More than half of the medicine had been spilled, and the little girl was crying pitifully, evoking a sense of compassion. Prince, may I attempt to help? She suddenly spoke up. Upon seeing her, A Yuan broke free from Pei Ji's grasp and rushed over to Jiang Huaiyue, exclaiming, Sister, brother is being mean. Jiang Huaiyue glanced at her now soiled sleeve and wryly smiled. A Yuan, let's first wash up. Mo Ing, please fetch some water, she instructed, turning back. Mo Ing exchanged a glance with Pei Ji, receiving his nod before proceeding to fetch water. Jiang Huaiyue took out a handkerchief and gently wiped A Yuan's lips, who gazed at her with wide, sparkling eyes, unblinking. Pei Ji, witnessing this tender moment, instructed Lu Bai, clean up, and then return to the kitchen for another bowl of medicine. Yes, Lu Bai replied, deftly tidying the table. Mo Ing brought in a bowl of water, and Jiang Huaiyue gently took A Yuan's hand, wiping her tear-streaked face and washing her hands before guiding her to sit at the table. A Yuan, did her brother say you wanted to see me? Jiang Huaiyue asked with a smile. Yes, I like my sister. A Yuan nodded, her dimples appearing as she smiled. Utterly adorable. Jiang Huaiyue stroked her hair, inquiring, what do you like about your sister? She found it curious that A Yuan, having only met her once, could hold such affection for her. Perhaps it was because she was the first stranger A Yuan had encountered. A Yuan blinked and replied, Sister is pretty, and she smells nice. I like her. With that, she enveloped Jiang Huaiyue in a hug, rubbing against her like a little kitten. Jiang Huaiyue glanced at Pei Ji, her eyes wide, as if to say, it's your sister who initiated this, not me. A Yuan held her tightly, and after a moment of hesitation, Jiang Huaiyue gently patted her back and said, A Yuan, be a good girl and let go of your sister. Upon hearing this, A Yuan obediently released her. Jiang Huaiyue caught a familiar medicinal scent, and sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Bai entered carrying a bowl of dark, bitter herbal soup. No wonder A Yuan disliked it. To be honest, traditional Chinese medicine is notoriously bitter. Upon seeing the medicine, A Yuan grimaced, her face contorting in distaste. Jiang Huaiyue pondered for a moment and quietly addressed Pei Ji. If I can get A Yuan to drink the medicine, would the prince agree to one favor for me? It was evident that Pei Ji cared for A Yuan. Perhaps through her, he might alter his perception of her. She did not seek his complete trust, merely a reprieve from the constant threat of his animosity. Pei Ji shot her a glance. Princess, do not forget that you still owe me money. I know. I never said I wouldn't repay it. Just give me a few more days, and I assure you I will settle the debt. Jiang Huaiyue's novel was complete, and she planned to take it to the bookstore in the coming days. Surely it would garner attention. Once her novel became popular, a mere few dozen tales would be inconsequential, merely a matter of time. Pei Ji replied nonchalantly, consider this time as your payment. Jiang Huaiyue had not anticipated his response. Yet finding herself at a disadvantage, she conceded, all right. She picked up the medicine, thinking to herself that A Yuan had many opportunities ahead to drink it. A Yuan, your brother wants you to take the medicine for your own good. If you do, your sister will play with you, all right? She smiled at A Yuan, her tone gentle. A Yuan hesitated, glancing at the medicine in her hand, then at Jiang Huaiyue, remaining silent. She longed to play with her sister, but the bitterness of the medicine was daunting. Jiang Huaiyue retrieved some candy from her pouch. Would a Yuan like to try this? A Yuan remembered the candy from their last encounter, her eyes lighting up as she reached out to take it, eagerly opening it and placing it in her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor filled her palate, and she beamed with delight. Is it delicious? Jiang Huaiyue watched her playful demeanor, her heart melting. A Yuan nodded. It's tasty. A Yuan wants more. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Huaiyue extended the bowl of medicine. If a Yuan drinks the medicine, sister will give you some more. A Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, sister still needs to play with a Yuan. Upon discerning her meaning, Jiang Huaiyue helplessly shook her head, a mixture of laughter and tears evident on her face. All right, I promise you. Upon her acquiescence, a Yuan, frowning, lifted the bowl and drank its contents in one gulp. Jiang Huaiyue raised her lips in a slight smile and turned to cast a triumphant glance at Pei Ji. Pei Ji's gaze swept over her charming visage, his eyes gradually deepening. After consuming the medicine, a Yuan's entire face scrunched up, prompting Jiang Huaiyue to unwrap a piece of candy and offer it to her. Chapter 34. Our fates are misaligned with the temple after the medicine was taken. She spent a considerable time playing with the Yuan. Pei Ji remained by her side, and Jiang Huaiyue sensed that he might be concerned for a Yuan's safety, fearing she might take the opportunity to harm her. The sun ascended high in the sky, and the weather grew increasingly warm. Once she had lulled a Yuan to sleep, she left the courtyard alongside Pei Ji. Upon exiting, Pei Ji spoke, his lips barely parting. What did you give a Yuan to eat? Jiang Huaiyue paused for a moment, then retrieved another piece from her pouch and handed it to him. This is made from hawthorn, crafted by my own hands. Would you care to try it? It seemed prudent for him to have one as well. After all, should anything happen to a Yuan, it would be her own head on the chopping block. Pei Ji lowered his gaze to her fair palm, which cradled a small candy. And, almost unwittingly, he accepted it, clasping it in his hand. Well, I won't linger. I shall take my leave. As he took the candy, Jiang Huaiyue withdrew her hand, bidding him farewell before turning and swiftly departing. Her figure vanished from sight, yet the warmth of the candy lingered in her palm. As night descended, Pei Ji completed his official duties and glanced at the candy resting on the side of his desk. He reached for it and opened it. After a moment, he brought it to his lips, savoring the sweet and sour flavor that blossomed on his palate, imbued with a faint fragrance reminiscent of her essence. Unbidden, her countenance surfaced in his mind, his gaze drifting to the scrolls retrieved from her chamber, his expression growing cold, and an inexplicable anger welled up within him. Unaware of these tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Huaiyue was blissfully finishing her evening ablutions and preparing for bed. Many days had passed since the incident involving the tongues of those relatives. Yet the matter had ultimately dissipated without resolution. The reason being that those involved had resolutely remained silent about what had provoked the regent. The officials, observing the situation, had quelled any intent to lodge complaints, rendering Jiang Jingshan's efforts to confront him futile. However, to maintain appearances, Jiang Jingshan symbolically docked his salary for 6 months and ordered him to reflect in solitude for 10 days. This delay had stretched into half a month, during which Pei Ji had neither attended court nor left the estate, leaving Jiang Huaiyue without an opportune moment to depart. Nevertheless, she believed that with every passing night hearing of Pei Ji's punishment, he would eventually comprehend the reason behind her silence. Throughout these days, she had almost daily visited a Yuan, spending time in playful company, which consequently increased her encounters with Pei Ji. Yet, Jiang Huaiyue noticed a peculiar occurrence. Pei Ji's gaze consistently lingered upon her, and whenever they occupied the same space, she felt a disconcerting sensation, as if she were being scrutinized. One evening, after supper, Jiang Hua, holding a rice ball, strolled through the estate's garden to digest her meal. Observing the servants moving about in haste, she tasked Xiao Chan to inquire about the commotion. Princess, I inquired, and they said that the prince intends to reside at Faiyun Temple for a few days. Faiyun Temple? Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue's eyes sparkled. Pei Ji was preparing to leave the residence, which signified an opportunity for her. With this thought, her desire for a leisurely stroll dissipated, and she immediately spoke, Xiao Chan, let us return. However, Xiao Chan, perplexed, remarked, "But your highness, aren't you supposed to digest your meal?" They had only just stepped out. "Why return so soon? By the time we walk back, it will be digested," Jiang Huaiyue replied as she walked. Seeing this, Qiu-chan hurriedly trotted to keep pace with her. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Huaiyue placed the rice balls on the ground and began to gather her belongings. In truth, she had very few items. Given her brief stay at the royal residence, just a few garments and such. "Your Highness, what are you packing for?" Qiu-chan inquired, watching her mistress frantically rummage through the wardrobe. Jiang Huaiyue shushed her and closed the door, her expression turning serious as she asked, "Qiu-chan, would you be willing to leave with me?" Qiu-chan, her loyal handmaiden, would undoubtedly face a difficult existence if left behind, so it was best to take her along. "Does your highness mean to escape?" Qiu-chan whispered, glancing around in disbelief. She had sensed something unusual about Jiang Huaiyue lately. It turned out she was planning to depart from the royal palace. "Indeed, my union with Pei Ji is nothing but a facade, and given his perilous nature, leaving is our most prudent choice." Qiu-chan hesitated, "But your highness, you are afflicted with poison. If we leave, your condition, last time the physician mentioned that to cure your poison, we would require the mother poison in His Majesty's possession, which we have yet to acquire. How can we simply abandon this? My health is of no concern. Once we leave the capital, I'm certain there will be ways to resolve the poison. I only ask if you would accompany me." Jiang Huaiyue gazed intently at her. Qiu-chan's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, her voice choked. "I have followed you since childhood. Wherever you go, I shall follow." "Very well. Once Pei Ji departs, we shall leave together, venturing far and wide, never to return." Jiang Huaiyue patted her shoulder, her eyes crinkling with joy. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qiu-chan exclaimed, "Your Highness, rest easy. I shall handle the packing." She rushed to neatly fold and organize the garments Jiang Huaiyue had taken out, her heart brimming with happiness. How fortunate she was that her mistress had not abandoned her during such a pivotal moment. She vowed to serve Jiang Huaiyue well in the future. Jiang Huaiyue chuckled softly. "There is no need to rush. Take your time." Just as the two were conversing, a voice from outside called, "Your Highness, Mu Ying has arrived." Upon hearing this, Qiu-chan became flustered while Jiang Huaiyue calmly instructed, "Do not fear. Quickly put everything away." Together, they restored the room to its previous state before Jiang Huaiyue unhurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing Mu Ying and Fu Yao outside, Jiang Huaiyue's demeanor remained composed. "Is there something you need?" Mu Ying bowed deeply and spoke in a low voice, "Your Highness, the Huaiyue has sent me to inform you to prepare your belongings. We shall go to Faiyun Temple together tomorrow." Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback. "What is the meaning of this? When did my relationship with Pei Ji become amicable enough to visit a temple together? Do I have to go?" she asked incredulously, pointing at herself. Surely this is a jest. She was just contemplating her escape, and now this calamity befalls her. Indeed, Emoing nodded. He himself could not fully grasp why his master insisted on bringing the princess along, but it must have been for a reason of his own. Upon hearing the prepared response, Jiang Huaiyue felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon her. She forced a smile and said, "Could you kindly relay to the prince that I have never been compatible with the temple since childhood, so it would be best if I do not go." What a ridiculous notion. It was a rare opportunity for Pei Ji to leave, and if she failed to seize this chance, one could only wonder when another would arise. My duty is merely to convey the prince's words. Should the princess have any issues, she may address them with him directly. I take my leave. Mo Ying exhibited an unyielding demeanor, delivering the message before turning to depart. Chapter 35. Journey to Faiyun Temple. Once Mo Ying had left, Jiang Huaiyue sat down with a despondent expression, grinding her teeth and exclaiming, "This is utterly vexing." Qiu-chan pressed her lips together and picked up a rice ball from the ground, stuffing it into Fu Yao's embrace. "Sister Fu Yao, the rice ball wishes to go out and play. Could you take it for a stroll?" Fu Yao, having accompanied Jiang Huaiyue for several days, was aware that the prince was wary of her, yet she remained unfazed. Clutching the silly cat in her arms, she exited wordlessly. Once she had left, Qiu-chan spoke up, "Princess, shall we still proceed?" Jiang Huaiyue sighed. "Let us first assess the situation." She truly could not comprehend Pei Ji's intentions. Why would he insist on bringing her to Faiyun Temple? As night fell, Jiang Huaiyue soaked in the bath, reaching out to gather the rose petals floating in the water. Lost in contemplation, she pondered how she might avoid going to Faiyun Temple, perhaps feigning illness? But Pei Ji had always been unpredictable. If her ruse were discovered, who could fathom what he might do? Outside, Qiu-chan spotted a tall figure approaching. As the individual entered the courtyard and her features became clear, she hurriedly bowed. "I greet you, Your Highness." Pei Ji, without a glance, stepped forward to enter the house. But Qiu-chan quickly interjected, "Your Highness, the princess is bathing. Please wait a moment while I summon her." As she spoke, she attempted to enter, but Mo-ing swiftly pulled her back. "The prince has matters to discuss with the princess. You must not enter," he said sternly, fixing his gaze upon her. Qiu-chan hesitated. "But the princess is in the bath. They are husband and wife," Mo-ing stated flatly. Worry clouded Qiu-chan's eyes as she silently prayed for the princess's safety. Once inside, Pei Ji walked toward the inner chamber, with a flickering candlelight beside the bath cast shadows and a thin mist hung in the air. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Huaiyue assumed it was Qiu-chan and called out, "Qiu-chan, could you help me wash my hair?" After a long silence without a reply, she turned to find Pei Ji standing there, her expression instantly freezing. When had he arrived? Jiang Huaiyue shrank deeper into the water, allowing it to cover her shoulders, offering an awkward smile. "What brings you here, Your Highness?" Pei Ji glanced at her, his tone cool. "I have heard that the princess does not wish to accompany me to Faiyun Temple." Jiang Huaiyue thought to herself. Had Mo-ing not said she should speak to Pei Ji directly? Why was he now reporting her intentions? Your Highness, perhaps you could step outside for a moment. Allow me to dress before we continue this conversation." She truly wished to avoid speaking to him in such an awkward situation. The individuals within the pool bore expressions of tranquility, their fair cheeks suffused with a delicate blush cast by the thin mist, and their lively eyes seemed to converse without words. An inexplicable warmth enveloped Pei Ji, prompting him to turn and gracefully exit. As he departed, Jiang Huaiyue exhaled a sigh of relief. Emerging slowly from the water, her exquisite figure commanded attention at every turn. She donned a gown draped over a screen and casually twisted her hair before stepping outside. Outside, Pei Ji sat with one leg crossed on a soft couch by the window. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance wafted towards him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Jiang Huaiyue coming forth. "Your Highness, would you care for some tea?" she offered, pouring a cup and placing it before him. Pei Ji raised his eyes, their depth revealing skepticism. "Why do you not wish to go? Are you perhaps afraid of revealing something?" Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze, responding softly, "I have a peculiar affliction. I become anxious whenever I visit a temple." "Is that so?" Pei Ji inquired, his tone bland. "Indeed, and I have promised to accompany a yuan tomorrow." "Perhaps it would be best if Your Highness went alone," she replied, nodding slightly as she mentioned a yuan, hoping it might sway him. Pei Ji leisurely lifted the cup of tea from the table. "As for yuan, I have matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I shall await the princess at the gate. The more you resist, the more it suggests there is something amiss." Jiang Huaiyue discerned the unyielding tone in his words, her eyelids drooping as she internally lamented. What a stubborn man. Observing the discontent reflected in her eyes, Pei Ji discreetly set down his cup and rose to leave. Suddenly, Qiu-chan rushed in, exclaiming, "Princess, are you well?" She scanned Jiang Huaiyue from head to toe, worry evident in her voice. Jiang Huaiyue waved her hand dismissively. "Go prepare. We are heading to Fuyun Temple tomorrow." "Oh, very well," Qiu-chan nodded in agreement. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a cerulean sky adorned by fluffy white clouds. Jiang Huaiyue was awakened early by Qiu-chan and, once adorned, made her way to the estate's entrance. Outside, Mo-ing had prepared the carriage and, upon seeing Jiang Huaiyue emerge, called to Pei Ji within the carriage, "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." Inside, Pei Ji, upon hearing this, neatly folded the letter in his hand and placed it in a concealed compartment. The letter, delivered by Helan, revealed that before entering the palace, Jiang Huaiyue, his mother, consort Rong, had indeed had a lover, suggesting a significant possibility that Jiang Huaiyue was not the daughter of Jiang Qi. Yet, the truth remained to be meticulously examined. Jiang Huaiyue was assisted into the carriage by Qiu Chan, choosing to sit as far from Pei Ji as possible. As the carriage began to move, she glanced around, only to realize that her attire bore an uncanny resemblance to Pei Ji's, evoking a sense of coupledom. In preparation for the temple visit, she had chosen a simple dress from her wardrobe, unaware that Pei Ji had also forsaken his usual dark attire for a white robe. Clad in white, he resembled a refined gentleman, yet she understood that this was merely an illusion. Beneath his polished exterior lurked a heart capable of cruelty, capable of anything. What prompted your highness to suddenly wish to visit Fuyun Temple? Jiang Huaiyue inquired hesitantly after a moment's pause. Leaning against the carriage wall, Pei Ji replied, "Just to take a look." Jiang Huaiyue's lips twitched slightly. Such a response was indeed perfunctory. She merely acknowledged it with a soft sound, choosing to refrain from further conversation. Meanwhile, Pei Ji had just departed for the Fuyun Temple, and the news swiftly reached Jiang Jingqian's ears. "Are you saying the regent has taken Yunhe to the Fuyun Temple?" Jiang Jingqian pondered the information relayed by his subordinate. The Dark Guard affirmed, "Indeed." A thought crossed Jiang Jingqian's mind, and a smile graced his lips. "It seems my imperial niece possesses some talent. Thus, as her elder brother, I shall lend her my assistance." To this day, he increasingly felt that marrying Yunhe to Pei Ji was a prudent decision. Perhaps she could indeed help him resolve the persistent concern that Pei Ji posed. The Fuyun Temple, located 10 kilometers outside the capital, was a bustling place of worship frequented by both the affluent and the common folk alike. Having been in this era for quite some time, this was Jiang Huaiyue's first experience traveling such a distance by carriage. Although Pei Ji's carriage was luxuriously cushioned, she still found herself jostled painfully. Perhaps it was the frailty of her current form. It seemed that she needed to engage in some serious physical training. Glancing at the person seated beside her, who was engrossed in their game, Jiang Huaiyue felt a genuine admiration for him. Despite the lengthy journey, his posture remained impeccably upright, and his expression betrayed no sign of fatigue. "Your Highness, how much farther do we have to go?" Jiang Huaiyue could not help but inquire. At that moment, she was exceedingly grateful that she did not suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, she would have surely succumbed to nausea. Pei Ji placed a piece on the board and lifted his gaze slightly, approximately half an hour. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue's bright demeanor dimmed as her spirits sank at the thought of enduring another half hour. It felt like an eternity, and she feared her backside might fall apart. "Do you know how to play chess?" he asked. Jiang Huaiyue looked at him incredulously. "Are you asking me, Your Highness? Unless there is someone else here." Pei Ji replied nonchalantly. Jiang Huaiyue regarded him with suspicion, feeling that something was amiss. She responded, "I do not know how to play, but I will be delighted to learn if Your Highness is willing to teach me." Pei Ji met her cheerful gaze and hesitated for a moment before averting his eyes. "Come sit closer." Jiang Huaiyue thought it would be wise to engage in a different activity to distract herself, so she adjusted her position forward, lifting her skirt. The chess pieces on the board interwove in a captivating manner, nearly overwhelming to the eyes. Pei Ji began to gather the pieces, and Jiang Huaiyue joined him in the task. During the remainder of their journey, they taught and learned from one another, and the atmosphere within the carriage grew remarkably harmonious. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt, and Mo-ing jumped down. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Fuyun Temple." Pei Ji set down the chess pieces and rose to exit. Jiang Huaiyue sighed. Following suit, they had finally arrived. It was spring, and upon raising her gaze, she was greeted by a verdant landscape that was most kind to her eyes, instantly lifting her previously stifled spirits. However, her heart sank as she beheld the tall stone steps before her, and she could not help but exclaim, "Do we have to climb up there ourselves?" Pei Ji turned to her, "No climbing. Do you expect this prince to carry you up?" Looking at the figures standing on the steps, Jiang Huaiyue forced a smile. "How could that be? Your Highness is of noble stature. I could never impose such a burden." She feared that he might fall and injure himself halfway up the path. Observing Pei Ji ascending, Jiang Huaiyue lifted her skirt and painstakingly made her way upwards step by step. After only a few strides, she was already panting heavily, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted." Qiu Chan supported her gently, suggesting, "Princess, would you like me to carry you?" "No need," Jiang Huaiyue replied, glancing at the petite figure of her companion. Shaking her head. Upon finally reaching the top of the steps, Jiang Huaiyue's fair forehead was glistening with beads of sweat, her legs weak and unsteady. In contrast, Pei Ji had already arrived at the entrance of the temple, standing elegantly beneath the Bodhi tree, attracting the attention of several passing women. After resting briefly, Jiang Huaiyue lifted her gaze to survey the Faiyan temple before her. The mountain gate loomed above, with a weathered plaque inscribed with the 3 ancient characters of Faiyan temple in fading gold paint. Following Pei Ji into the temple, she was met with the sight of swirling incense and the gentle sound of chanting, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. At that moment, a monk approached from the front, clad in traditional robes and draped in a kasaya, holding a string of prayer beads, his expression kind and benevolent. "Umapa, I have the honor of meeting the prince," he greeted. Pei Ji nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Master, you are too courteous. Might I inquire if Master Sansheng is available?" "Master Sansheng is currently meditating. Perhaps you could visit after your meal," the monk replied slowly. "Thank you, Master," Pei Ji responded graciously. Observing this, the monk summoned a young novice. "Yuan Tong, please escort the prince to the bamboo cottage on the back mountain." "Yes," the smiling young monk nodded. After the monk departed, Yuan Tong led the way, saying, "Please follow me, esteemed guests." Jiang Huaiyue and her party followed him, winding around the front hall, traversing a short stretch of mountain path, and passing through a bamboo grove until they arrived at the bamboo cottage mentioned by the abbot. It was a quaint bamboo house, exquisitely constructed, enclosed by a fence, with purple morning glories blooming perfectly. As the breeze passed, the bamboo leaves rustled softly. "Here we are. The cottage was just cleaned yesterday, and you may settle in right away. I will have the monks bring you your meal shortly," Yuan Tong said with his hands clasped together. "Thank you for your kindness," Moying replied, seeing the young monk off. Jiang Huaiyue entered the cottage and found a chair to sit down, her legs too weak to support her. Qiu Chan noticed and set down her burden, pouring a cup of tea. "Princess, please have some tea." Jiang Huaiyue reached for it and drank it all at once. "Stay here. Do not wander about," Pei Ji said as he stood up, leaving those words behind before turning to exit. Once he left the room, Jiang Huaiyue rose from the chair and rushed to the bamboo bed within, collapsing onto it. "I am so tired," she lamented, staring blankly at the pale green canopy above. Qiu Chan approached to massage her legs. "Princess, allow me to help you." Jiang Huaiyue closed her eyes, savoring Qiu Chan's ministrations. Meanwhile, Pei Ji, having exited the bamboo cottage, made his way directly to Master Sansheng's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, the sound of a hanging bell chimed, followed by a voice that remarked, "The prince remains ever unorthodox." Pei Ji maintained his composure as he pushed open the door, entering a simply furnished room with only a couch and a small table, where Master Sansheng sat cross-legged on a mat, dressed in monk-esque robes, with a large lotus flower painted on the wall behind him. "The master's ears are quite astute," Pei Ji remarked lightly, settling down gracefully in the room. Sansheng opened his eyes and gazed at Pei Ji, slowly inquiring, "What brings you here today, Your Highness?" After months of absence, the malevolence that once clouded his eyes seemed to have lessened, suggesting he had encountered some fortuitous event. "I wish to ask, if one were to suddenly change their disposition, becoming entirely different from before, what might be the cause?" Sansheng stroked his graying beard and replied, "Do you know this person's birth date?" "It should be the 3rd of the 1st month," Pei Ji recalled from his investigations, raising his voice. Sansheng rose and took out a turtle shell, sitting beside Pei Ji. He gently shook it, and the copper coins fell upon the table. As he observed the divination, understanding illuminated his eyes. "Well?" Pei Ji inquired. Sansheng collected the divination tools and spoke softly, "In all matters of the world, there exists a cause and effect. I believe Your Highness already possesses the answer within. The dual souls from another realm may indeed alter the fate of this world with their arrival." Hearing this, a contemplative curiosity flickered in Pei Ji's profound gaze. It appeared his suspicions were correct. Yet, he pondered the origin of the wandering souls that had seized the body originally belonging to Jiang Huaiyue. Regardless of who they were, The matter was firmly within his grasp. "Thank you, master. I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave." Having received the answers he sought, Pays tutto depart. Just before he exited, Master Sansheng spoke once more. "Your Highness, all is governed by heavenly will. Do not cling too tightly, lest you harm yourself and others." Pei Ji stepped over the threshold without responding. He had never believed in fate or deities. Whatever he desired must be firmly held in his own hands. Master Sansheng observed his retreating figure and murmured softly, Amit Ba. Chapter 37. Seeking a sense of peace upon leaving Master Sansheng, Pei Ji returned to the bamboo cottage and, from a distance, spotted Jiang Huaiyue lost in thought at the stone table. Upon seeing him, she waved her hand. "Your Highness, you have arrived. Come, let us dine." Jiang Huaiyue had been waiting for what felt like an eternity and was nearly starving. She immediately picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. The vegetarian dishes from the temple were surprisingly delightful. Pei Ji settled down across from her, also taking up his chopsticks to partake in the meal. Jiang Huaiyue ate swiftly, and once she finished, she looked at Pei Ji and asked, "Your Highness, may I take a stroll outside?" Feeling that now that she was here, she ought to explore a little. "I shall accompany you," he replied, setting down his chopsticks and taking a sip of tea. Jiang Huaiyue hesitated, softly saying, "Your Highness, you probably have not finished your meal, so I shall go alone." What was his intention? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? Why else would he persistently follow her? Yet his gaze did not seem to reflect such sentiments. It was truly perplexing. "All done," Pei Ji announced as he rose, noticing her lack of response, and smiled. "Do you wish for me not to accompany you?" "Of course not. I would be delighted for your Highness to join me," Jiang Huaiyue replied with a slight smile. The temple was not hers to command. Naturally, he could go wherever he pleased. Thus, the two walked side by side out of the bamboo cottage. The back mountain of Huaiyue Temple stood tall with towering peaks, lush green branches, and vibrant foliage, creating a breathtaking sight. Jiang Huaiyue found it quite extraordinary to stroll alongside Pei Ji, especially considering that he had once seemed intent on her demise. After a while, Jiang Huaiyue raised her gaze to the towering Buddha statue within the grand hall. The golden figure gleamed radiantly, casting a compassionate gaze upon all living beings, as if able to perceive the deepest yearnings and fears of the human heart. Kneeling upon the meditation cushion with her hands clasped in prayer, she addressed the celestial deities. "I, the devotee, Jiang Huaiyue, have 3 wishes. First, may I live this life free from worries, blessed with enduring happiness. Second, may we successfully escape to lead carefree days. Third, may this world know peace, allowing the common folk to thrive and prosper, enabling us to amass great wealth." Having silently recited her wishes, Jiang Huaiyue humbly prostrated 3 times. Outside the hall, Pei Ji observed the worshippers with an indifferent expression. As Jiang Huaiyue completed her offering of incense and approached him, she inquired, "Your Highness, will you not pay your respects?" "I do not believe in such things," he replied, his gaze deep and his tone cool. If there truly existed a Buddha, why would they stand idly by while humanity suffers? Why are the virtuous often wronged, while the wicked roam freely? Furthermore, with his hands stained with blood, how could he expect divine favor when his only kin endured torment? Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip and spoke. "It is merely a quest for inner peace." She understood well that her wishes would not be easily granted. Otherwise, those who longed for something would do nothing but pray, finding swifter fulfillment in incense offerings. Pei Ji surveyed her serene visage and slowly remarked, "Rather than placing hope in so-called deities, it is better to rely on oneself. Without experiencing suffering, one cannot believe in gods, yet in times of helplessness, one may cling to faith." Suddenly, Jiang Huaiyue recalled the days following her grandmother's passing in the modern world, when she prayed daily, hoping that fate would grant her beloved kin more time and lessen their suffering. Yet ultimately she departed. Upon hearing her reflections, Pei Ji's demeanor grew cold. A flicker of mockery crossed his eyes. The beloved? Was she beseeching the Buddha for her fate with Jiang Jingchen, or lamenting her marriage to him, wishing she could be with another? For reasons unknown, a surge of resentment welled within him, compelling him to seize the person before him, to ensure her vision was solely of him, to make her weep fervently. Jiang Huaiyue, regaining her senses, caught sight of his frosty gaze, causing her heart to constrict. Surely, she had not spoken amiss. He appeared as if he could devour her whole, as if driven mad. I heard that the peach blossom grove at Huaiyue Temple is exceptional. Let us go there, she suggested, eager to distance herself from Pei Ji as she descended the steps. Pei Ji suppressed his tumultuous emotions and followed her quietly, observing her retreating figure. As they traversed the verdant path, the gentle sound of a babbling brook accompanied them, occasionally adorned with drifting pink petals. Suddenly, raising her eyes, she beheld a breathtaking expanse of blossoming pink, a sight that would bring joy to any beholder. How beautiful! Jiang Huaiyue exclaimed, captivated, as a breeze swept through, showering her with a cascade of petals. She instinctively reached out to catch them. Her joyous demeanor etched itself into Pei Ji's memory. Not far off, she donned a white garment, her smile radiant amidst the peach blossoms, a vision more dazzling than the blossoms themselves. Pei Ji gently caressed the jade ring hanging at his waist, his expression contemplative. Jiang Huaiyue, having plucked a branch of peach blossoms, toyed with it in her hand. Suddenly, a flash of silver darted towards her, a long sword aimed directly at her heart. Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in terror, her body frozen in place. Could it be that her life would end here today? The thought arose from her belief that Pei Ji would not come to her rescue. To her astonishment, Pei Ji leaped in front of her, delivering a powerful blow that sent the assailant crashing into a nearby peach tree, petals scattering to the ground. Go find Fu Yao, he commanded, drawing the sword from his waist to engage with the surrounding attackers. Jiang Huaiyue's heart raced, and she hurriedly sought refuge behind Fu Yao. The onslaught from the assailants was fierce, yet Pei Ji matched their intensity, creating a stalemate in the battle. Just then, more black-clad figures surged from all directions, encircling them. Jiang Huaiyue gripped the peach blossom branch tightly, fear and urgency flooding her mind. Were they truly intent on wearing them down? Pei Ji scoffed at the sight, noting that Jiang Jingchun was willing to expend his trusted subordinates. Fu Yao, with decisive and swift movements, dispatched the attackers targeting Jiang Huaiyue. This was the first time she witnessed such violence since arriving, and though she was genuinely frightened, she understood that there was no room for fear at this moment. She could not falter and become a burden. Chapter 38. Herbal medicine. The black-clad assailants realized that Jiang Huaiyue lacked martial prowess, and thus directed their assault towards her. Fu Yao, protecting her alongside Xiao Chan, began to struggle against the sheer number of opponents. At that moment, one attacker, wielding a sword, approached from the side. Jiang Huaiyue quickly bent down to evade, but in the next instant, he swung his weapon at her, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. A chilling fragrance enveloped her as she was pulled into an embrace. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld Pei Ji's sharply defined profile as he slashed at the attackers. Hadn't he always despised her? Why would he save her? While her mind raced with confusion, Pei Ji, in his effort to shield her, inadvertently sustained a cut on his arm from an enemy. Strangely, upon seeing him injured, the assailants ceased their attack and swiftly retreated into the woods. Montaking, send someone to pursue them, Pei Ji commanded, dropping his sword and releasing Jiang Huaiyue from his grasp, his tone cold. Mo Ying, cradling his sword, bowed in acknowledgement. Jiang Huaiyue, noticing the bloodied arm, exclaimed, "You're hurt." Pei Ji glanced at her before lowering his eyes to assess his injury. "It's nothing," he replied, taking a couple steps forward. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to falter. Jiang Huaiyue, standing closest, quickly reached out to steady him. "Your Highness, are you all right?" she inquired, concern etched on her face. Pei Ji focused on her lips as she spoke, a surge of heat rising within him. Realizing something, his expression darkened. "Fu Yao, go fetch Song Ke," he commanded. "Yes," Fu Yao responded without hesitation, departing with swift agility. "Bei Yi pushed Jiang Huaiyue aside. Montaking, assist me in returning." Mo Ying stepped forward to support Pei Ji as they departed. Jiang Huaiyue, bewildered by being cast away, felt a pang of confusion. Yet, understanding that he had been injured while saving her, she followed closely behind, her worry evident. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, Mo Ying supported Pei Ji as he entered. while Jiang Huaiyue had yet to step inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. She nearly collided with it, halting abruptly. What was happening? Though his injuries seemed minor, why was Pei Ji reacting so dramatically? Could it be that the sword was poisoned? Inside the room, Pei Ji leaned against the bamboo bed. His handsome visage flushed with crimson, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He was exerting himself to counteract the effects of the drug, yet his condition was deteriorating. Your Highness, this. Mo Ying observed his symptoms, increasingly convinced that he had fallen victim to some nefarious concoction. Leave. Pei Ji clenched his fists, bending over the bed in desperate breaths. He had not anticipated Jiang Jingshen would resort to such despicable means, applying such foul substances to the sword. No wonder the cloaked figures withdrew upon seeing him wounded. Mo Ying, hesitant, approached the door, suggesting, Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent to allow the princess to enter. After all, they are wed, and this might naturally alleviate the poison. Get out. Pei Ji gritted his teeth, his voice cold. Seeing this, Mo Ying opened the door and exited. Jiang Huaiyue, upon his emergence, called out, Is the prince unharmed? Meeting her concerned gaze, Mo Ying contemplated. The princess will know once she enters. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease stirred within Jiang Huaiyue as she pinched her fingers together. Let us wait for the doctor to arrive, she decided. Mo Ying inhaled deeply, pushing the door open and ushering Jiang Huaiyue inside. Before she could comprehend the situation, the door had closed behind her. She knocked, exclaiming, Mo Ying, what are you doing? Open the door. What was his intention? Locking himself in. Did he believe her presence would miraculously remedy Pei Ji's plight? Princess, the prince sustained his injury while saving you. Thus, it is your duty to assist him, Mo Ying declared, shutting the door firmly and swiftly incapacitating the protesting Shochan with a decisive strike. He thought to himself, Your Highness, even if you harbor resentment toward me, I must act in this manner. Victimized? Jiang Huaiyue murmured softly, perplexed by his words. Before she could ponder further, a sudden force thrust her against the door. She looked up into a pair of crimson eyes, feeling the grip around her waist tighten, rendering her breathless. She gasped as Pei Ji's tortured state compelled him to seek more. Noticing her lack of cooperation, he seized her chin, forcing her lips apart. The kiss he bestowed upon her was fierce and passionate. Jiang Huaiyue surmised that he must have been affected by an aphrodisiac, but how could he have been poisoned? Could it be a consequence of a sword wound? The thought made her lips twitch. Who would apply such a potion to a sword? Wouldn't it be more common to use poison? Pei Ji manipulated Jiang Huaiyue with a fervent intensity, her soft sigh escaping her lips as she struggled more vigorously. Although he sought to rescue her, she had no desire to become his antidote. In a desperate attempt to bring him to his senses, Jiang Huaiyue bit down sharply on his tongue as he leaned in closer. Pei Ji's breathing grew heavy, his eyes swirling with darkness. The individual before him had eyes tinged with red at the corners, exuding a seductive allure, and her fair skin was as smooth as warm jade, each feature drawing him in. Unwilling? His voice was husky, and his gaze was deep and enigmatic. Jiang Huaiyue lowered her eyes. Of course, she did not wish for him. Your Highness, Fuyao has gone to summon a physician. Please bear with it a little longer. Pei Ji lifted the corners of his lips, recalling her thoughts, a flicker of malice passing through his eyes. You have wed this prince. In life, you are mine. And in death, you shall be my ghost. Jiang Huaiyue could not help but scoff coldly. Now he remembered she was his wife. One could hardly forget who had claimed she was unworthy on their wedding night. Your Highness, this remedy does not necessitate the union of man and woman for its efficacy. You can take it independently. After all, she was unwilling to serve as his antidote. When she was poisoned before, he had shown no inclination to save her, and moreover, he had wished to cast her off to another man. Did you not profess your love for this prince? As he spoke, he drew her closer, seeking her lips once more with a kiss. She was merely a woman. If he desired her, he would have her, with no need to consider the implications. Jiang Huaiyue's gaze sharpened, and she turned her head to evade him, but he held her tighter. With no other recourse, she attempted to kick him. Yet Pei Ji merely seized her leg and wrapped it around his waist. Witnessing her reluctance beneath him only fueled his growing rage, and he carried her to the bed. Peiji, release me. There are plenty of women you can have. I can help you find one. Jiang Huaiyue's entire being resisted, her eyes reddening with anger. Yet, the disparity in strength between them rendered her attempts futile. Isn't this what the princess and your imperial brother have always desired? Peiji used his internal energy to tear open her dress, burying his head. A tear slipped from the corner of Jiang Huaiyue's eye, the pain coursing through her body, making her cling tightly to his shoulder. It hurts. The veins on Peiji's forehead throbbed. The woman's alluring voice echoed in his ears, coupled with the effects of the drug coursing through him, rendering him devoid of reason. Outside, as Fu Yao arrived with Song Ku, they saw Mo Ying hiding at a distance, while Qiu Chan lay asleep on the stone table in the courtyard. She abandoned the person in her grasp. Where is the prince? Inside. He is currently occupied, Mo Ying replied, touching his nose calmly. Song Ku smoothed out his crumpled clothing, overhearing their conversation, retorted irritably. Then why drag me here? He had been busy preparing medicine when Fu Yao had summoned him, and along the way, he had been frantic, unsure of what had transpired. Chapter 39. Are you all right? If there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. Song Ku waved his hand, preparing to turn away. Mo Ying stopped him. Dr. Song, please wait a moment. Once the prince has finished, could you assist him in checking his condition? Since they were already present, it would be prudent to have him examine the prince. Otherwise, another trip might be necessary in case of any issues. I am simply curious about what he is busy with. Song Ku raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his scholarly features. He was originally a wandering physician, having been saved by Pei Ji many years ago, and had since remained by his side to help care for his sister, a Yuan. Mo Ying's expression grew somewhat awkward, and he whispered, the prince has been afflicted with an aphrodisiac. Fu Yao was taken aback, glancing at the unconscious Qiu Chan, and inquired, so the princess is inside? Indeed. Mo Ying nodded. No, he has been administered an aphrodisiac. What do you need me for? The princess suffices, does she not? Song Ku expressed his confusion. Even if summoned, he would be powerless in this situation. Mo Ying's expression was somewhat conflicted, uncertain of how to articulate the truth. The prince was reluctant to allow the princess to provide him with the antidote. Fu Yao, having worked alongside him for many years, quickly deduced the situation. You took it upon yourself to involve the princess, didn't you? I had no choice. I couldn't just watch the prince perish. Fu Yao silently gave him a thumbs up. Song Ku, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. Is it possible to find something to eat? It seems this matter will not be resolved anytime soon. A man who has long abstained from women suddenly finds himself in such a predicament, compounded by the effects of the drug. It will certainly take several hours to conclude. Mo Ying exchanged glances with Fu Yao, who pointed towards a nearby thatched cottage. The kitchen is over there. If Dr. Song wishes to eat, he may prepare something himself. Song Ku remarked, truly deserving of being Pei Ji's subordinate, mirroring his foul temper perfectly. He then rose, rolled up his sleeves, and sighed as he headed to the kitchen. The group waited from daylight until nightfall, yet still no one emerged. As the rain ceased, the air within the room was thick with an intoxicating atmosphere. Pei Ji, eyes half closed, gazed at the slumbering figure on the couch, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he donned his clothing and stepped outside. The individuals waiting in the courtyard turned their attention towards the sound of the door opening. I say, Your Highness, you have finally emerged, Song Ku teased. Expecting to wait until dawn, Pei Ji remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Mo Ying. Have you captured the individual? It seems Jiang Jingshan has gone to great lengths to devise this plan. He cannot possibly believe that after sharing a bed with Jiang Huaiyue, he can manipulate me. HM? Yes, he has been captured and confined in the dungeons of the palace. Missouri, Ying replied with his head bowed. Send a message to the palace, instructing them to administer a drug to Jiang Jingshan and provide him with some company. His pitch-black eyes, as deep as ink, reflected his determination. Since they dared to drug him, they must pay the price. Mo Ying, not daring to delay, quickly acknowledged the order and prepared to carry it out, only to hear a voice behind him. After the matter is accomplished, you shall face your punishment. Yes, he knew a reprimand was inevitable. Your Highness, may I take your pulse to see if the poison has been purged? Song Ku stepped forward. Pei Ji cast him a glance. No need, it is already resolved. The poison has long been neutralized. As for the reason for the delay, only he understood that fully. Fu Yao, prepare the carriage to return to the palace. Upon finishing his words, he turned and re-entered the room. When Jiang Huaiyue awoke, she felt an excruciating pain throughout her body, particularly in certain indescribable areas. She seriously suspected that Pei Ji had never encountered a woman in his life. He nearly caused her demise. "Xiao-chan, water!" She called out hoarsely from the edge of the bed. The curtain was drawn aside, and a cup of water was handed to her. Jiang Huaiyue accepted it without a glance and drank it down in one go. After finishing, she inquired aloud, "Xiao-chan, what time is it?" "It's noon," came the deep voice of a man. Jiang Huaiyue was startled and pulled back the curtain to find Pei Ji seated in a chair by the window, watching her. Recalling the passionate entanglement from the previous day, her complexion shifted from pale to red, then back to pale again. How could things have developed in such an unexpected manner? How could she have ended up sleeping with Pei Ji? It was utterly absurd. Noticing her silence, Pei Ji's gaze grew slightly colder. "It appears that the princess does not seem pleased to see me." "The prince is overthinking," she replied. "Whether I am happy or not is of little concern to you. As you stated, you endured the poison for my sake yesterday, and I have repaid that kindness by alleviating your suffering. That debt is settled." Jiang Huaiyue raised her eyes and spoke slowly. Pei Ji smirked slightly. "And what now?" "I request a letter of divorce from you, allowing me to leave," she stated firmly, locking her gaze with his. Upon hearing her words, Pei Ji laughed, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. He rose and sat at the edge of the bed. "The princess is quite naive. I have declared that once you marry me, you are mine in life and in death." With that, he scoffed inwardly, contemplating his departure. But the door was barred. Jiang Huaiyue grasped the silk quilt tightly, her eyelashes fluttering. "What must I do for you to let me go?" Pei Ji studied her intently, his hand brushing against her cheek, his fingers caressing her skin. "It seems you may never escape." As he touched her face, his fingers suddenly pressed against her soft lips. Recalling her past declarations of affection, which now seemed devoid of sincerity. For reasons unknown, he suddenly desired to hear it once more. "Say you love me." Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback, inwardly questioning his sanity for making such an unreasonable demand. "Are you unwell, my lord? If you are ill, seek treatment rather than acting irrationally." Pei Ji pressed down heavily on her lips. "Say it." Jiang Huaiyue remained silent, unwilling to engage with him. Unexpectedly, he seized her chin and kissed her. Half of his body pressed against hers, making it difficult for Jiang Huaiyue to breathe. "Let go, mm." As his kiss deepened, the air in her lungs was completely stolen away, and just as she felt she might suffocate, he slowly released her. "Speak," he commanded in a tone that brooked no refusal. Jiang Huaiyue gritted her teeth. "I like you." It is often said that those who understand the current situation are wise. It was merely a phrase, so why not utter it? "That is not it," Pei Ji replied coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. He discerned no hint of genuine emotion in her eyes. It was all a facade, and she could not even feign sincerity. Jiang Huaiyue was perplexed by his intentions, and, feeling impatient, asked, "What do you truly want?" "I have complied with your request." Pei Ji closed his eyes, realizing his emotions were spiraling out of control. He released her and turned to leave. Once he departed, Qiu-chan rushed in, crying at the bedside. "Princess, are you all right? I was rendered unconscious by MOing yesterday. It was my failure to protect you." Jiang Huaiyue shook her head. "Silly girl, it is not your fault. Please do not cry. Who could have foreseen the events of yesterday? It was simply too outrageous." However, upon reconsideration, she understood who was responsible. There was no one but her imperial brother. She found herself perplexed, wondering why the male lead in the book seemed so lacking in intelligence and resorted to such despicable tactics. She truly could not fathom what occupied his mind. Chapter 40. The marriage proposal in the days following that incident. Jiang Huaiyue did not encounter Pei Ji for 3 consecutive days, which suited her perfectly. She harbored no feelings for Pei Ji, and it would be best to forget him altogether. Fortunately, he was rather handsome. She could simply regard him as a handsome companion. Meanwhile, a rumor spread through the palace, suggesting that the emperor had a penchant for handsome men, which caused quite a stir in the court. As the tale unfolded, it grew increasingly sensational, with some asserting that the emperor refrained from taking a consort because his affections lay with a man. In response, Jiang Jingchen erupted in fury within the palace. That night, after indulging in a few too many drinks, he lost his composure and ended up entangled with a palace eunuch. He quickly realized it was Pei Ji who orchestrated this. It was his act of vengeance. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate an explanation, so he ordered that everyone involved be discreetly dealt with. Though the matter inexplicably leaked out, the situation escalated beyond his control, prompting him to announce the next day that he would appoint Chu Nanshi, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, as Empress. Despite the objections from the court officials, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Even if Nanshi did not currently harbor affection for him, he was confident she would come to do so in time. When the decree reached the Grand Tutor's residence, Chu Nanshi was tending to her herbs in the courtyard. Her maid, Helu, rushed over, saying, "Miss, someone from the palace has come to deliver a decree." "Has grandfather gone to receive it?" Chu Nanshi stood up, puzzled by the sudden arrival of a decree. Helu replied, "He is gone, but the eunuch delivering the decree insists that you must also go." With her brows furrowed, Chu Nanshi took a cloth from Helu to wipe her hands and proceeded to the front courtyard. Upon her arrival, she found many people gathered, with Eunuch Yu holding a bright yellow imperial edict. He smiled and announced, "Grand Tutor, Miss Chu, please receive the decree." The Grand Tutor glanced at his granddaughter and trembled as he knelt down. "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees. I have heard of Miss Chu Nanshi from the Grand Tutor's residence, known for her gentle and graceful demeanor, possessing both talent and virtue. I am enamored with her and hereby bestow upon her the title of Empress, to take her place in the inner palace. Thus it is decreed." After reading the edict, Eunuch Yu stepped forward to Chu Nanshi. "Miss Chu, congratulations. Quickly receive the decree." With a cold expression, Chu Nanshi gazed at the edict before her and scoffed. What is there to congratulate? She had made her position clear. Why then had a marriage decree been issued? The eunuch had been instructed by the emperor prior to entering the palace that he should not take offense at whatever reaction Miss Chu may display, but merely deliver the edict. "Miss Chu, this is a fortune that countless women yearn for. You should accept the decree." Chu Nanshi clenched her fists at her sides, but ultimately extended her hand after a moment. "I accept the decree." Seeing her compliance, Eunuch Yu joyfully uttered a few auspicious phrases before turning to leave. The Grand Tutor approached her. "Nanshi, if you are unwilling, I shall think of a way to refuse it for you." Hearing her grandfather's words, Chu Nanshi handed the edict to Helu behind her and supported him. "Grandfather, your health is not well. Do not trouble yourself with these matters. I will handle it myself." After all, he was her only remaining family, and given his age, she could not bear to let him toil any further. "Silly girl," he replied, "though I may be old, I still have a voice in the court." Chancellor Chu gently cleared his throat, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "I know my grandfather is formidable. I will seek his assistance when the time comes." Chu Nanshi patted him on the back and supported him as they entered the residence. At the Wangfu, after Jiang Huaiyue had dined with the Yuan and returned to her quarters, she discovered that her room had been entirely emptied. "What does this mean? Is Pei Ji intending to drive me out of the estate?" She pondered aloud. Just then, Mo Ing entered from outside. "Your Highness, all your belongings have been moved to the Shui Xieju." "Why?" Jiang Huaiyue inquired, perplexed. "It is the Lord's command," Mo Ing replied. Jiang Huaiyue was bewildered as to Pei Ji's intentions. Why would he want her to relocate and live with him? She bypassed Mo Ing and headed directly to Pei Ji's courtyard. The Shui Xieju, where Pei Ji resided, was the finest residence within the Wangfu, spacious and exquisite, albeit rather desolate, which suited his temperament well. Upon her arrival, she found Song Ku tending to Pei Ji's wounds. "My lord, why did you instruct Mo Ing to bring my belongings to Shui Xieju?" Pei Ji glanced at her, his expression indifferent. "What of it?" After she had fled his courtyard in distress, Pei Ji had remained composed for several days, deliberately avoiding her. Yet for reasons unknown, she occupied his thoughts incessantly. The more he considered her infatuation with Jiang Jingchen and her deceitful words crafted to beguile him, the more his ire festered against Jiang Jingchen, almost wishing for his demise. "I find my own quarters quite comfortable," Jiang Huaiyue asserted, Unwilling to share space with someone so unpredictable, she feared that inciting his displeasure could cost her dearly. Noticing her reluctance, Pei Ji felt a surge of annoyance. He looked at his freshly dressed arm and commanded, "Leave." Song Ku, having been an observer of the unfolding drama, reluctantly exited the room. Once he departed, the spacious chamber was left with only Jiang Huaiyue and Pei Ji. Pei Ji moved slowly to don his attire and then approached her. Jiang Huaiyue instinctively retreated, but he grasped her arm and pulled her into his embrace, asking, "What are you hiding from?" He lowered his gaze, studying her fair visage, his eyes growing ever more profound. Under the intensity of his gaze, Jiang Huaiyue felt a rush of alarm. She met his deep-set gaze and attempted to push away. "My lord, please release me. Let us speak civilly." He was known to be averse to women's company. Could it be that, after one encounter, he had developed an insatiable appetite? Pei Ji, disliking her words, leaned down to kiss her. He preferred witnessing her weep with reddened eyes upon the bed, rather than listening to her chatter. As the fervor escalated, Jiang Huaiyue, her legs weakening from his kiss and reliant upon his hold around her waist, grew anxious. "My lord, we cannot proceed this way. The last time was an anomaly due to the drug. Now we are both fully aware." Pei Ji laid her upon the bed, his gaze slightly narrowed. "Is it not too late to voice such concerns now? My lord, matters of intimacy should only be engaged in by those who share mutual affection," Jiang Huaiyue replied softly. Chapter 41. I never lie, but did not the princess profess her heart's desire for this prince? Is she reluctant to serve? Or were those words merely deceit to beguile him? Pei Ji gently lifted a strand of her hair, letting it twine around his fingertips, his tone laced with danger. The two were exceedingly close, their heated breaths brushing against each other's ears. Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip and donned a smile. "How could that be? What I said before was all heartfelt. It's just that the prince has never believed me." She wondered if he would indeed kill her if he discovered that she had been deceiving him all along. Pei Ji forced a smile, aware that she was merely putting on an act. Very well. He leaned down and nipped at her lips, causing Jiang Huaiyue to gasp softly in pain. "Why did you bite me?" she questioned, touching her lips and raising her voice. The princess had best speak the truth, otherwise, "I shall cast you into a pit of snakes to be their meal." His hand gently caressed her cheek. At the mention of snakes, Jiang Huaiyue instinctively recoiled, her heart racing. She longed to curse him. "Are you a pervert?" but dared not. Snakes were her greatest fear, so terrifying that merely seeing one could render her faint. "I speak only the truth. It's just that the prince has been too indifferent towards me. I did not wish to irritate you, so I repeatedly suggested a separation." Jiang Huaiyue believed that preserving her life was far more crucial than maintaining her innocence, for Pei Ji was indeed capable of feeding her to snakes. Noticing her ingratiating expression, Pei Ji's gaze deepened. "The princess should know that I despise those who deceive me." He was curious to see how long she could maintain her ruse. "I never lie," Jiang Huaiyue asserted, looking at him with earnest eyes and blinking. Pei Ji scoffed inwardly. It was amusing that one who spun tales could declare such a thing. However, he was indifferent. Whether she liked him or not was inconsequential, for she was ultimately his. Even if her heart lingered on another, he would eradicate that attachment in due time. Jiang Huaiyue, sensing his silence, placed her hand against his chest and softly said, "Could you please get off me, prince? I can hardly breathe." The weight of his body pressed against her, rendering her uncomfortable, and the position they found themselves in was too likely to ignite sparks. Pei Ji remained silent, grasping the back of her head and kissing her again. Her body felt soft and pliant, as though devoid of bones, and the sweet scent enveloped her, causing her reason to vanish into thin air. Jiang Huaiyue hesitated for a moment before pushing against him, ultimately convincing herself to surrender to the moment. After all, it required no effort on her part, and since he was exploiting her, why could she not turn the tables? It was said that no matter the circumstance, one should utilize all available resources to thrive. Besides, she had just professed her affections. To reject him now would surely raise suspicions. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to him with eagerness. Jiang Huaiyue distinctly felt Pei Ji's grip on her waist tighten. "Gentle now," she murmured, shrinking back slightly, her lively eyes glistening. Pei Ji's arm tensed, his gaze stormy. and Jiang Huaiyue felt as if she were adrift on a turbulent sea, her mind blank and teetering on the brink of oblivion. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the room was ablaze with fervor. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window's cracks, and Jiang Huaiyue, nursing her sore back, slowly sat up, the autumn cicadas. Her voice trailed off as Qiu-chan stepped cautiously through the door, gently lifting the curtain. "Princess, you are awake?" Qiu-chan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Huaiyue's neck, causing her to blush. "I wish to bathe," Jiang Huaiyue spoke weakly. "Please wait. Your servant will prepare it," Qiu-chan replied softly. Lowering her eyes, Jiang Huaiyue nodded, leaning against the bedside. "All right." Qiu-chan swiftly prepared warm water, and after Jiang Huaiyue finished bathing, she sat before the copper mirror, allowing Qiu-chan to help her dry her hair. "Princess, you seem to have become somewhat more beautiful." Qiu-chan's voice came from behind her. Jiang Huaiyue raised her gaze, observing the spring-like allure in her own eyes, aware of the reason behind it. She cleared her throat. "Was I not beautiful before? No matter how you look. You are beautiful." Qiu-chan smiled. "Qiu-chan, give me the medicine." Jiang Huaiyue remembered something and turned to speak softly. Although she had been intimate with Pei Ji, she must ensure no complications arose. Qiu-chan looked around cautiously, carefully retrieving a small vial from her waist pouch, opening it to pour out a tiny black pill. "Princess, the doctor said taking this for a prolonged period is not advisable," she said, concern etched on her face. Jiang Huaiyue reached out, took it, and swallowed it without hesitation. "It's fine." This contraceptive was procured by Qiu-chan from the rejuvenation hall after Jiang Huaiyue returned from Yinxiang Temple. "Princess, you and the prince are now married. Do we still need to leave?" "Of course not. I am not truly his wife. He is merely toying with me." Jiang Huaiyue observed clearly that Pei Ji held no genuine affection for her. As for why he slept with her, it was likely driven by lust. For men are creatures that think with their lower bodies, regardless of how noble they may be. However, this was acceptable. She may not possess many skills, but she was quite adept at acting. Chapter 42. Bitten by a cat resolute, Jiang Huaiyue decided that since she had shared a bed, she ought to receive some reward. Life should progress. In the pavilion of the Pingyang Marca residence, the wind blew gently, the white gauze fluttered, and the water surface rippled. Pei Ji leaned against the railing, his gaze distant and contemplative. "I wonder why you suddenly took action against Jiang Jingchen." And moreover, Helan recalled those rumors with a subtle expression. Normally, although Pei Ji was decisive in his actions, he rarely resorted to such tactics. It seemed Jiang Jingchen had crossed his line, and curiosity gnawed at him regarding the nature of that transgression. He was always scheming against me. Thus returning the favor seemed only fitting. To eliminate him would indeed be a challenge. Upon hearing this, Helan's mind whirled. A thought flashed through him. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Jingchen has drugged you again?" Pei Ji remained silent, his gaze falling upon the faint bite mark on his palm, recalling the pleasures of the previous night, a shadow crossing his eyes. "No, his ploy is utterly shameless. Does he truly believe he can control you with a woman?" Helan scoffed dismissively. It must be noted that Pei Ji was known to avoid the company of women. To presume that a woman could seduce him was, frankly, a poor strategy. He shook his head and looked at Pei Ji. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. "Who did this to you?" "No way. Could it be that you truly fell for it? You really slept with a woman?" Pei Ji covered his hand with his sleeve. His tone tranquil. "It was a cat bite. If you're going to lie, at least have a plausible reason. Which cat bites like that?" Helan snorted, his expression one of disbelief. Ignoring him, Pei Ji continued. "In a few days, we will be hunting at Xiangshan. It's best to prepare early. Rest assured, it's all under control." Helan raised an eyebrow. Every year, the hunting event was accompanied by a performance. They were accustomed to it. Yet, Helan found himself more intrigued by the bite mark on Pei Ji's hand and, recalling his earlier words, cautiously inquired, "Have you been with the princess?" After much contemplation, this was the only possibility he could conceive. Pei Ji lowered his gaze and took a sip of the cool tea from the table. Seeing that he did not deny it, Helan realized he had guessed correctly and withdrew his teasing expression. "Are you serious?" Although she is not Jiang Qi's daughter, she belongs to Jiang Jingchen. While they may no longer harbor a blood feud, Jiang Huaiyue is Jiang Jingchen's imperial sister. Her presence is conspicuous. There is a mistake in your statement, Pei Ji replied coldly. What mistake? Helan asked. Once she has entered the royal residence, she belongs to this prince. Moreover, it is merely a dalliance. What do you worry about? Do you fear that this prince might develop genuine feelings for her? Bei spoke leisurely. That's not it. As the saying goes, the boudoir is a hero's grave. What if? Helan began. There is no what if such a day were to come. This prince would personally bring it to an end, Pei Ji declared, setting down his teacup, his gaze profound. He would not leave himself vulnerable, nor would he allow such a situation to arise. Helan fell silent, inexplicably gripped by a foreboding sense. Upon returning to the residence, Pei Ji did not see Jiang Huaiyue and, upon inquiring with Fu Yao, learned that she had gone to find Yuan. Though he knew she lacked the courage to harm Yuan, concern still tugged at him. As he approached, he heard the melodious sound of music from the courtyard. Drawing closer, he discovered Jiang Huaiyue cradling a pipa, her head lowered as she played. The lively and graceful melody flowed from her fingertips, the sunlight casting a golden glow upon her figure, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. A Yuan, resting her chin on her hands, watched her with delight, her eyes sparkling, while the rice ball at her feet squinted in the sun. This moment was exquisite, so much so that Pei Ji felt momentarily entranced. He halted, standing quietly at a distance to observe. After finishing a piece, Jiang Huaiyue sensed something and instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Pei Ji, she smiled. My lord. Chapter 43. Such a strong reaction? A Yuan, hearing the voice, turned around and cheerfully called out, Brother. Pei Ji approached the two, his gaze resting on Jiang Huaiyue's face. The princess plays the pipa quite well. Jiang Huaiyue handed the pipa to Qiu Chan. Your praise is unwarranted. I only know a little. It had been a long time since she last played, and her fingers felt clumsy. She had stumbled upon the pipa in a Yuan's room and couldn't resist toying with it, resulting in Pei Ji witnessing her. However, it should be fine. He had no knowledge of whether the original owner could play the pipa. Although Pei Ji himself was not proficient, he could tell she was far from merely having a basic understanding. Rather, she was quite skilled. Your playing is truly wonderful, Sister Yuya. A Yuan clapped her hands, smiling. Jiang Huaiyue responded with a gentle smile. Thank you for the compliment, a Yuan. Yuya? Pei Ji glanced at her. The name, uttered from his lips, sounded peculiar to Jiang Huaiyue, who offered a shy smile and replied, That is my nickname. Sister Yuya, brother, A Yuan is hungry. A Yuan stood between the two, tugging at their clothing and gently swaying. Pei Ji retracted his gaze and said, All right, I will have someone prepare a meal. Yes, sister and brother should eat with A Yuan. A Yuan chimed happily. Emoing had the kitchen send over the food, and Jiang Huaiyue dined with Pei Ji and A Yuan, perhaps due to A Yuan's presence. Pei Ji's demeanor was less frosty, making the meal surprisingly harmonious. After dinner, under A Yuan's reluctant gaze, Jiang Huaiyue departed with Pei Ji. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow. As the cool moonlight enveloped them, elongating their shadows, Jiang Huaiyue turned to him. Your Highness, I wish to learn some self-defense techniques. May I ask for you to teach me? Pei Ji's eyes flickered as he appraised her, responding in a soft tone. Why do you wish to learn self-defense? Jiang bit her lip, replying earnestly, It's nothing much. I just think that should danger arise again, it would be wise to have the ability to protect myself. After all, relying on others is not as reliable as relying on oneself. Learning a bit would enhance my safety. Pei Ji contemplated for a moment. It is permissible for Fu Yao to teach you, but martial arts are not easy to master. Are you prepared to endure the hardships? A shadow crossed his gaze as he recalled something. Her physical condition was indeed lacking. She had fainted after little exertion. Jiang Huaiyue nodded firmly. I'm not afraid of hardship, Your Highness. Rest assured, I will persevere. Enduring the trials of martial arts is nothing compared to the sufferings of love. Pei Ji nodded. In that case, let Fu Yao commence your lessons tomorrow. Jiang Huaiyue's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Thank you, Your Highness. Elated by his agreement, she began to envision herself as a heroine. Upon returning to the waterside pavilion, she felt slightly sticky and instructed Qiu Chan to prepare bathing supplies. However, just as she entered the bath, she discovered that Pei Ji had followed her in. After Qiu-chan set down what Jiang Huaiyue needed, she heard Pei Ji's cold voice command, "Leave." Hesitating, she glanced at the princess, and upon receiving a nod, she slowly exited. Jiang Huaiyue had already shrunk into the water upon Pei Ji's entrance. She raised her eyes and asked, "Your Highness, do you wish to wash as well? Or would you prefer to wait until I am finished?" Just as she spoke, she saw Pei Ji unfasten his garments, revealing a toned chest. After he entered the water, leaning against the edge of the pool, he beckoned, "Come here." Jiang Huaiyue instinctively understood his intent. Her legs still ached from their previous encounter, and she truly did not wish to serve him today. Moreover, his technique was rather lacking, causing her considerable pain, leading her to seriously doubt his abilities. "Your Highness, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Please take your time. I will step out first." As she spoke, she reached for the marble wall, intending to rise and leave, but was abruptly pulled back by the man. The moment her soft form pressed against him, Pei Ji felt a rush of heat. Was she truly dizzy, or merely reluctant to serve him? Pei Ji's sharp gaze bore into her, his handsome features illuminated by the light, evoking a sense of unease. Jiang Huaiyue quickly donned a smile, placing her hand on his chest. "Your Highness, how could you think such a thing? I am merely feeling a bit dizzy." Internally, she scoffed at the man before her. What a foolish man, expecting me to serve him. Have you truly grasped the intricacies of the art of love? Even if I have never seen a pig being butchered, I have certainly witnessed them run. I had hoped that a night with such a handsome man would be worth the experience. Yet, last night revealed the harsh reality. Despite his favorable conditions, his technique was regrettably lacking. Pei Ji lowered his gaze to the person leaning against him, her fair body exposed before him, and he swallowed hard. The princess should endeavor to hold on a little longer. Take your time to faint. Jiang Huaiyue thought, "Is this what you call human speech? I mentioned my discomfort, and yet you asked me to endure, only concerned with your own pleasure. How heartless." In the opulent bath, two figures embraced, the splashes of water striking the pool's walls, with some droplets escaping. To alleviate her own suffering, Jiang Huaiyue put forth an earnest performance, coyly calling out to him, "Husband," in the next moment. She sensed something and glanced up at him. Is it truly so that a simple utterance of husband elicits such a reaction? Pei Ji furrowed his brows, meeting her astonished gaze, and with a hint of irritation, "Pinch your waist, call me again." Husband. Jiang Huaiyue's lips curled subtly, deliberately elongating the final syllable. Pei Ji's dark eyes were inscrutable, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yet, Jiang Huaiyue would soon pay the price for her teasing, as the following day, even lunch was consumed in bed. "Princess, the prince is rather excessive," Qiu-chan lamented while dressing her, noticing that the princess's flawless body bore no marks of good treatment. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Jiang Huaiyue forced a smile. "A few days of care will suffice. To him, I am naught but a plaything. Can I expect him to cherish me? But, princess, the prince wields such power. Can we truly escape?" Qiu-chan voiced her concerns, lowering her gaze. "We can, and that day is not far off." Jiang Huaiyue recalled that soon, news of Xiao Qingrong's death in battle would reach the borders, and during that time of national unrest, they could seize the opportunity to flee. Qiu-chan nodded, assisting her in changing clothes. "Where's Fuyao?" Jiang Huaiyue inquired aloud. "Is the princess calling for her?" Qiu-chan knew that Fuyao was under Pei Ji's command, hence she never allowed her inside the princess's quarters. Fuyao, however, did not mind, as her sole duty was to accompany the princess, ensuring her safety from harm against the prince and Miss Ayuan. Jiang Huaiyue nodded. "Go fetch her." "Understood," Qiu-chan replied before stepping outside. Upon reaching the doorway, she called out to the figure standing straight beneath the eaves, "Fuyao, the princess summons you." Fuyao turned around, and Qiu-chan could not help but frown. After all this time, she had never seen her smile. Was it a prerequisite for being the prince's subordinate to refrain from smiling? How peculiar. As Fuyao brushed past her and entered, she bowed to Jiang Huaiyue. "Princess." "Yes. I wish to learn some self-defense techniques. I have already spoken to the prince about it, and he has instructed you to teach me," Jiang Huaiyue stated flatly. Fuyao, upon hearing this, clasped her hands in acknowledgement. "Your servant obeys." In the ensuing days, Jiang Huaiyue diligently commenced her self-defense training under the guidance of Fu Yao. Her commitment was commendable, and within a month, she could engage in sparring sessions with Fu Yao. During this period, her relationship with Pei Ji also saw a slight thaw. Although it remained superficial, nevertheless, she regarded this development as a significant improvement. Meanwhile, Su Xiangwan and Yunshang successfully launched their Qingshan Pavilion. Upon its opening, the unique styles and exquisite garments quickly garnered immense popularity among the noble women of the capital, leading to a flourishing business. In stark contrast, the once thriving Jinsho workshop found itself in a steady decline. At the Heming Tower, a renowned haven for the affluent in the capital, a man clad in luxurious garments leisurely examined the accounts before him, a casual smile adorning his face. Reporting to him was the manager of the Jinsho workshop, who nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, afraid to take a deep breath. "Manager Lin, do you dare present this meager profit to me?" The speaker was Meng Xinyun, son of the loyal and valiant Duke Meng Changjiao, with the Jinsho workshop being part of his family's enterprise. Manager Lin trembled as he replied, "Young master, the newly established Qingshan Pavilion has captured all our business. I am truly at a loss." He had indeed put some thought into it, attempting to replicate the Qingshan Pavilion's garments. But the other party had introduced a membership system and offered complimentary fragrant powders, luring all the women of the city to their establishment. Meng Xinyun narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. "I've heard that the Qingshan Pavilion is run by a woman?" "Yes, her name is Yunshang. She is not from the capital. The shop had been open for quite some time without success, but for some reason, she revamped it and subsequently siphoned away all our clientele," Manager Lin cautiously explained, fearful of incurring the ire of the man before him. Meng Xinyun chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. "Just a woman. You cannot handle her?" He believed women should remain at home, and since she had chosen to expose herself to the public eye, she could not be a reputable lady. "What does the young master suggest?" Manager Lin inquired cautiously. "Find a few individuals to abduct her and sell her off," he replied with a nonchalant tone, as if he were discussing mere commodities rather than human lives. Manager Lin bowed his head. "Rest assured, young master, I know how to proceed." The following afternoon, Yunshang closed the shop and, with a basket in hand, set out to procure herbs for making fragrant powders. As she traversed the marketplace and approached the corner apothecary, a man brushed past her, scattering a handful of powder as he went. Realizing the danger too late, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The basket slipped from her grasp as the man swiftly took a shortcut, carrying her away. When Yunshang regained consciousness, she heard a woman's voice nearby. "Xiao Tao, keep an eye on her. Let me know when she awakens." "Understood." With the sound of the door closing, silence enveloped the room. A familiar scent wafted to Yunshang's nostrils, and a sense of foreboding filled her heart. She was no stranger to this scent. So had she been sold to a brothel? Yet, upon her arrival in Kyoto, she had not offended anyone. Who could it be? Yunshang found herself momentarily perplexed, feigning awakening as she slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a delicate visage. Seeing her awake, Xiao Tao spoke. "You are awake? I will fetch mother." "Wait, where's this place?" Yunshang swiftly grasped her arm and inquired. Xiao Tao pondered for a moment before responding. "This is Qiming Tower." Yunshang mused as expected. Qiming Tower was the most renowned brothel in Kyoto, and its backers were indeed unscrupulous. Lowering her gaze to the young girl before her, she flickered her eyes and discreetly produced a dagger concealed at her waist, pressing it against Xiao Tao's side. The icy blade made Xiao Tao freeze in fright, instinctively crying out for help. But before she could utter a sound, Yunshang pressed in slightly harder, her voice sharp. "You may test whether they arrive faster or my dagger does." Her gaze was frigid, her exquisite beauty both captivating and chilling. Xiao Tao dared not utter another sound, her voice trembling as she asked, "What do you intend to do? Even if you kill me, you cannot escape." Yunshang was well aware of this. Moments later, Xiao Tao, clad in Yunshang's garments, found herself bound and gagged, lying on the floor. Meanwhile, Yunshang donned Xiao Tao's attire, carefully stowing away the dagger and cautiously peering through the window. Below, a throng surged, filled with clinking cups and raucous laughter. Escape through the window was impossible. However, guards lingered at the entrance, making it difficult for her to leave alone. Contemplating this, Yunshang felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She pondered why fate had intertwined her with such establishments repeatedly. Just as she was engulfed in despair, a commotion erupted downstairs. She glanced out to see a disturbance brewing, which, to her fortune, could prove advantageous. The more chaotic it became, the greater her chance of escape. In the grand hall, Yilan, dressed in a crimson robe, his jade belt accentuating his athletic form, exuded an air of carefree abandon. Beside him, Xin Yanli wore a cold expression, visibly impatient. Had it not been for pressing matters that night, he would not have set foot in such a place. Xin Yanli, could you not wear such a sour face? Who seeks pleasure with someone like you? Yilan waved his fan, a glass of wine in hand, his gaze fixated on a man nearby, laughing heartily with a woman, his unkempt beard framing his face. I am not here for pleasure. When do we apprehend him? Xin Yanli replied tersely. Yilan scoffed lightly. Do not feign innocence. Was it not you who frequented brothels? Xin Yanli lowered his eyes, recalling the heartless woman, filling him with ire. He knew he had to enter the room soon. Otherwise, amidst the crowd, the target might escape. Not to mention, this individual was quite adept at evasion, having been pursued for several days. This man, named Chun Tong, was a minor officer under Gu Tsongin, Pei Ji's father. He had been bribed by Jiang Qi to clandestinely deliver battle plans to the northern Rome, and he possessed a secret letter. That letter, penned by Jiang Qi, held the key to unmasking his hypocritical facade and vindicating the Gu family. Xin Yanli remained silent, arms crossed, leaning against a nearby pillar. Above, Yunshang realized that she could not afford to sit idly by. Taking a deep breath and gripping the dagger in her hand, she lowered her head and opened the door to step outside. The two guards stationed at the entrance sensed something amiss and quickly stepped forward to obstruct her. Halt. The two rushed towards her, and Yunshang's gaze sharpened as she desperately ran, lifting her skirts. Thus, this scene unfolded upstairs, a young woman clad in maidservant attire sprinting frantically, pursued by several burly men. The madam of Qiming building, witnessing the commotion, hurriedly called out to others, "Quickly, capture her!" As Yunshang ran, she noticed the number of her pursuers multiplying until she found herself encircled. Casting a glance back down, she gritted her teeth and leapt onto the railing, propelling herself downwards. Even if it meant her demise, she would never allow them to trample upon her dignity. The madam, frightened, shut her eyes, taken aback by the girl's fierce spirit. As the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, Yunshang reflected upon her life, deeming it a tragic farce. Sold to a brothel by her brother in her youth, she had endured rigorous training in various arts to survive, ultimately becoming the establishment's courtesan. In a desperate bid to preserve her virtue, she chose a man who appeared exceptional in every regard, charming him and deceiving him into redeeming her. After her release, she followed him without recognition or claim, knowing in her heart that no future awaited them, wanting to escape the confines of a stagnant existence. She seized the opportunity to abscond with his money while he was away. In the span of just over a decade, she had witnessed enough of the world's capriciousness and the warmth of human affection, having relished her fleeting taste of freedom for merely a few months. She resigned herself to the notion that death would offer her liberation. As she closed her eyes, tears slipped down her cheeks like delicate butterflies alighting upon the ground. The patrons surrounding her instinctively shut their eyes. In that precarious moment, Yunshang felt herself caught in an embrace. Before she could open her eyes, a familiar voice, tinged with irritation, reached her ears. Did you go to such lengths to leave me, only to seek death here? Yunshang opened her eyes, staring blankly at him. Second master, how could he be here? Was this a dream? Upon noticing the tears at the corners of her eyes, Xin Yanli's heart tightened as if gripped by an unseen force. He coldly lifted the corners of his lips and remarked, "It's truly remarkable that you still remember me." The woman, whose words were laced with deceit, professing her love yet harboring no sincerity, had left him without a second thought. How ironic that he, so astute throughout his life, had fallen for her ruse. As he set her down, Yunshang finally comprehended that this was not a dream. It was indeed him who had saved her. "Thank you for rescuing me, second master," she whispered gratefully, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Chapter 45. I marry you. Shun Yanli patted her lightly, his tone unassuming. Behave yourself. The madam, accompanied by a throng of others, descended and, upon seeing that Yinshang was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Waving her handkerchief, she smiled and said, Esteemed sir, I thank you for your intervention. Perhaps you might consider putting her down now. Feeling the attention of the onlookers upon her, Yinshang flushed crimson as he patted her in front of everyone. Hearing the madam's words, she instinctively clutched his clothing, her eyes betraying her unease. She worried about the possibility that he might resent her for deceiving him and leave her to her fate. Shen Yanli pressed his thin lips tightly together and declared, How much for her? I shall purchase her. The madam hesitated. The girl was quite beautiful, and she had initially intended to cultivate her talents. Yinshang spoke softly. I was brought here against my will. Her implication was clear. There was no need for him to spend money. He could simply take her away, given his formidable martial prowess. If he were to pay, she would only find herself further ensnared by him. Shen Yanli heard her words, but chose to ignore them, producing a stack of banknotes with one hand and extending them forward. Is this sufficient? The madam's eyes sparkled at his generosity. It was more than enough. She quickly accepted the money with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Yes, 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 this girl belongs to you, young master. The fortunate girl had struck a deal with a wealthy patron. With the money in hand, she turned and called for her servants to tend to the customers. Shen Yanli glanced back and noted that Helan had already departed, presumably in pursuit of Qintong. With his skills, capturing someone was a trivial matter, so he did not follow. Yinshang felt a peculiar mixture of emotions as he effortlessly extricated her from her predicament. Where are you taking me? She inquired loudly as he carried her out of the dream pavilion. Shen Yanli's smile did not reach his eyes as he replied in a low voice. Is it not rather late to be asking that now? Even now, he felt a lingering fear. Had he not come today, would she have truly left him forever? No one could fathom the turmoil he felt upon seeing her face, a blend of joy and fear. Joy at having found her. Fear that he might not act swiftly enough to catch her. Thankfully, he had indeed caught her, and the sensation of holding her once more after so many days filled him with longing. Thank you, second master, for saving me, but I wish to return home, Yinshang said softly, meeting his stern gaze. She was grateful for his rescue, yet she now considered herself free. Shen Yanli, already harboring a tempest of emotions, felt a surge of frustration at her declaration of wanting to return home. He looked down at her exquisite visage and queried, Where's home? I was unaware you had one. Second master, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I will repay the money I owe you in due time. So please, let me go. She wished to sever ties with him, not wanting to be treated as a mere plaything, summoned and dismissed at will. That was not the life she envisioned. As her words fell, his grip around her waist tightened abruptly. The man's expression was cold, his eyes piercing. Let you go? And who will release me? Do not forget. It was you who first enticed me. He had merely ventured to the flower house for business, only to be ensnared by her allure, leading to an uncontrollable spiral. With that, he executed a swift movement and leapt into a courtyard, tossing Yinshang onto the bed before she could even react. A torrent of kisses descended upon her, and she pushed him away, exclaiming, Shen Yanli, have you lost your mind? Let me go. As she resisted, Shen Yanli grasped her wrists and pinned them above her head. What? Have you forgotten how you so eagerly seduced me? Yinshang's eyes instantly reddened at his words. Yes, I was shameless, and I did pursue you, but you enjoyed it just as much. How are you any better than I? Even if she actively seduces him, what does it matter? They are merely fulfilling their own desires. In his current state, what is he truly doing? Upon witnessing her tears, Shen Yanli instinctively reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes and sighed. Ashong, stop this nonsense. Once I finish my tasks, I will take you back to Yangzhou, and we can be well together, all right? I will not return. Yinshang averted her gaze, refusing to look at him. After all, she had managed to escape Yangzhou and had no desire to return. Moreover, what purpose would it serve to go back with him? To become a pampered canary in a gilded cage? After all this time together, have you ever held a shred of genuine affection for me? Shen Yanli fixed his gaze upon her eyes, obsessively seeking an answer. Yinshang's fingers curled, her breath stilled for a moment. She did not wish to respond. She was not a stone. How could she truly feel nothing? Yet, there was no future for them. So why must they continue to torment each other? Xin Yanli, if you wish for me to return with you, what identity do you expect me to assume? What was his identity and what was hers? The entire city of Yangzhou knew that the second Master Shun had purchased a frail beauty from the flower house. Wherever she went, she would be subject to their judgment. If that were the case, what was the point of returning? Xin Yanli gently caressed her face and said softly, I will take you as my wife. Will you marry me? Through this ordeal, he had come to realize his own heart. He loved her, she occupied his thoughts, and thus he wished to marry her. Yunshang's smile bore a trace of bitterness. We are not suited for each other. At present, he was merely intrigued by his feelings, contemplating marriage, but what about the future? It was likely he would eventually criticize her due to her status, rather than marry him and embrace an uncertain future. She preferred to focus on her business and become her own support. How are we not suited? Xin Yanli, I have never made a decision for myself in my life. I wish to take charge of my own fate for once. Please do not pressure me. Her nose tinged with sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks, her sobs heart-wrenching. Undeniably, when he spoke of marrying her, she felt a fleeting thrill, but reason reminded her that such a course was ill-advised. Xin Yanli released his hold on her, and after a moment, he relented, saying, Do not hide from me any longer. You must not run away secretly. All right, Yunshang replied softly. Upon hearing her agreement, he pulled her up and enveloped her in his embrace. She stirred, wishing to push him away, but he said, Do not move. Let me hold you. For many years, he had roamed alone and never felt loneliness. Yet since meeting her, thoughts of her often occupied his mind. Since she claimed they were not suited, he was willing to wait until the day she was ready, for he had no attachments holding him back. Yunshang remained silent, merely allowing him to hold her. Chapter 46. Do not tell me this is a mosquito bite in early May at the fragrant mountain hunting grounds in an exquisitely lavish carriage. Jiang Huaiyue was held in Pei Ji's embrace, his hand firmly gripping her waist. She squirmed, unable to endure the heat, and said, Your Highness, it is too hot. Please let me go. What was wrong with this man? He insisted on holding her wherever he went, leaving her speechless. Pei Ji glanced at her upon hearing her words, saying nothing, yet the intensity of his gaze rendered Jiang Huaiyue too intimidated to move. Your Highness, may I ask you to teach me how to ride a horse later? She asked with a charming smile. Do you wish to learn how to ride? Pei Ji gently grasped the fragrant pouch at her waist, speaking in a calm tone. Jiang Huaiyue nodded slightly, expressing her eagerness to learn horseback riding, desiring to escape swiftly. Let Fuyao teach you, but do not wander off today, he said in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Huaiyue sensed something amiss and inquired, Is something going to happen? With this prince here? What could possibly go wrong? Pei Ji wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning his gaze upon her neck and inhaling her delicate fragrance. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Jiang Huaiyue to shrink her neck, whispering, My lord, being as erudite as you are, do you happen to know about poison? Pei Ji's eyes darkened at her mention of the subject. What prompted this question? I was merely curious, she replied, tugging at his sleeve playfully. Observing her charming demeanor, Pei Ji smiled. I shall have Moing investigate and provide you with the details. Thank you, my husband. With her objective achieved, Jiang Huaiyue smiled cheerfully and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. In that moment, Pei Ji unexpectedly pulled her closer and pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Huaiyue was momentarily taken aback, but responded in kind. The sound of the carriage wheels created a gentle rhythm, causing his ears to flush crimson. Truly, their lord had grown increasingly bold. After a moment, Jiang Huaiyue, her face flushed, adjusted her attire. My husband, we still have to meet others. The marks on her neck were hardly presentable for an audience. Pei Ji concealed the desire in his gaze and released her. Sit over there. Jiang Huaiyue let out a soft huff, descending from his lap to occupy another seat. How heartless of you, my lord, she mumbled, her eyes reflecting her displeasure. Pei Ji poured himself a cup of tea, remarking, It seems the princess enjoys being held by this prince. I do not, Jiang Huaiyue retorted loudly. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sitting independently was far more agreeable, She had only indulged him for the sake of their charade. Pei Ji remained silent, his expression warm and noble, resembling a refined gentleman, making it hard to believe he had just engaged in such intimate acts with her. The fragrant mountain was a designated hunting ground for the royal family. Once the carriage came to a halt, she and Pei Ji disembarked in succession. The view before them was breathtaking, nestled among mountains, instantly uplifting their spirits. After paying their respects to Jiang Jingshan and listening to his speech, Jiang Huaiyue seized a moment to slip away. She instructed Qiu Chan to gather information, learning of Su Xiangwan's tent, and proceeded to seek her out. Upon arrival, she turned to Qiu Chan and Fu Yao, saying, "You both wait outside. I shall speak with the general's wife shortly." "Yes," they replied in unison. Jiang Huaiyue lifted the curtain to enter, finding Su Xiangwan seated at a low table adorned with exquisite pastries and tea. "I knew you would come. Please sit." Su Xiangwan greeted her with a smile. Jiang Huaiyue took a seat without hesitation. "Only you, Wan, truly understands me." She sipped the tea first and casually picked a pastry to savor. Su Xiangwan poured her more tea and suddenly noticed her neck. "Do not tell me that was from a mosquito bite." Jiang Huaiyue cleared her throat, revealing the truth. "I slept with Pei Ji." "How did that happen?" Su Xiangwan's expression grew somewhat complex. The development has truly become increasingly chaotic. One cannot help but wonder what these two are up to. "He seems to regard my presence as a remedy." Jiang Huaiyue, having finished the last morsel of her pastry, displayed a look of resignation. Su Xiangwan remarked, "It's nothing. Just consider a nap." Fortunately, Pei Ji is quite handsome. If he were less so, I might find it hard to partake. "You seem to be enjoying your meal quite well." Su Xiangwan closed her eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Upon mentioning this matter, Jiang Huaiyue found her voice. What is so enjoyable about it? His skills are utterly lacking. Isn't it said that men are naturally adept? Su Xiangwan recalled having read such sentiments in novels, where all manner of men are portrayed as self-taught. Jiang Huaiyue scoffed, "That's a fallacy. It's not the same at all. You'll understand in due time." Su Xiangwan was at a loss. How was she to know? Will we escape? Of course we must. Otherwise, your general husband will soon meet his end. We shall leave on the day of his funeral. Jiang Huaiyue contemplated for a long while, deeming this day a splendid opportunity. Su Xiangwan nodded. "I have no objections, but can you truly get away?" A lingering worry resided in her heart. "Even if I cannot, I must try. I cannot continue to feign affection for Pei Ji. It is exhausting to pretend. Moreover, he is suspicious, and Jiang Huaiyue feels the constant pressure of concealing her true feelings. Yuya, sometimes when one immerses too deeply into a role, it becomes difficult to extricate oneself." Su Xiangwan gently cautioned. Indeed, as the saying goes, it is easy to enter a role but challenging to exit. She feared that while performing, she might lose herself entirely. Jiang Huaiyue burst into laughter, saying, "You must trust me, Wan. There's a clear distinction between life and love. As the adage states, life is precious. Love is not so dear. For the sake of freedom, one must cast aside love. Make sure you are resolute. On the day of Shao Qingrong's funeral, we shall depart." Su Xiangwan spoke solemnly. Jiang Huaiyue nodded, and then retrieved several books from her sleeve, placing them on the table. Su Xiangwan glanced at them and asked, "What are these?" "Novels I have written. You can take them to a bookstore and see if they accept submissions." Jiang Huaiyue raised an eyebrow. Su Xiangwan skimmed through them, smiling. "They look promising. Of course, who do you think I am? I also have some musical scores. If anyone is interested, I can sell those as well." Jiang Huaiyue, ever the industrious one, thought that since they were already living in a story, she might as well utilize her clever mind to earn a bit more. "All right, I will look into it once I return." Su Xiangwan carefully gathered the items. Once their conversation concluded, Jiang Huaiyue linked her arm with Su Xiangwan's, suggesting, "Shall we go hunting together? I could also practice horseback riding." "Very well," Su Xiangwan replied, standing to exit the tent alongside her. In the forest, the scent of blood lingered as Pei Ji sat atop his horse, commanding his men to eliminate the encircling assailants. "Your Highness, all has been dealt with," Mo Ing reported. Sword in hand, Pei Ji cast a disdainful glance, saying, "Send the bodies to Jiang Jingshan." "Understood." Mo Ing gestured, and the other shadows swiftly carried the corpses away. In an instant, the forest returned to silence, with birds chirping from the branches. Chapter 47. What does it mean to like? Jiang Huaiyue rode forth on a hunting expedition, accompanied by a throng of followers. A group of individuals ventured into the forest when suddenly they noticed a commotion in the treetops in the distance. Jiang Huaiyue signaled for silence and drew his bow, releasing an arrow. After the arrow flew forth, a distinct sound of something collapsing resonated. Behind him, some courtiers began to flatter him, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, your aim is impeccable. You are truly remarkable." Jiang Huaiyue smiled faintly, attributing it to mere fortune. He then beckoned to Huaiyue, who was following closely. "Huaiyue, go and see what has been struck and bring back the quarry." Huaiyue flicked his wrist with a feather duster in hand, replying, "I shall attend to it at once." He called upon several young eunuchs to accompany him, fearing that if it were a large beast, he would struggle to manage it alone. They cautiously approached the edge of the grass, parting the concealing foliage. However, upon discerning what had been hit, their faces turned pallid with fright. As Jiang Huaiyue's confidant, Huaiyue recognized the figure. It was none other than the assassin sent by the emperor to eliminate the regent, now found in such a precarious position. This indicated that the regent had long since unraveled the schemes, orchestrating the situation deliberately. From a distance, Jiang Huaiyue, noticing their prolonged silence, called out, "What troubles you? Is it too large for you to manage?" The thought that he may have struck a formidable beast brought him a sense of pleasure. Just as he intended to summon a few guards, Huaiyue hurried back, whispering, "Your Majesty, it is a corpse." Jiang Huaiyue's expression froze, his features sharpening. "Bring it here." Huaiyue waved his hand, and the young eunuchs swiftly carried forth the lifeless figure clad in black, revealing the arrow embedded in his chest, clearly the very one Jiang Huaiyue had just shot. In that moment, Jiang Huaiyue comprehended that it was Pei Ji's doing, an indication of an intimidating warning for him. His grip on the bow tightened, and he turned his horse around. "Clean this up. Today's events must not leave this place." "Understood," the others responded, each harboring their own thoughts. Jiang Huaiyue chose not to advance further, aware that, given Pei Ji's character, there would be no survivors left behind. He suspected that pressing on would lead to the discovery of more bodies. He urged his horse onward, and the others hastily followed in his wake. After Pei Ji dealt with Jiang Huaiyue's men, Helan rode up beside him. "You think Jiang Huaiyue has seen the gift you sent him by now?" He remarked that Jiang Huaiyue was simply seeking trouble, oblivious to whether he could truly contend with Pei Ji. Experience, after all, carries its weight. "Well, has Chun Tong been apprehended?" Pei Ji inquired, lifting his eyelids with an indifferent expression. "He has been caught, but mentioning it enrages me," Helan replied, recalling the incident involving Shun Yanli, which left him seething. They had agreed to apprehend the target together, yet the moment he encountered a woman, all thoughts vanished from his mind. To add insult to injury, they had planned for Chun Tong to be taken down as soon as he entered the room, only for Shun Yanli's distraction to startle Chun Tong, who then slipped away like a mudfish, forcing Helan to chase him through several streets. Utterly exhausted before finally capturing him, Pei Ji, noticing Helan's frustration, inquired, "What troubles you?" Shun Yanli went off to rescue a damsel last night, embracing the beauty and vanishing, and I have yet to see him since. Pei Ji recalled Shun Yanli's actions and said somberly, "The person has already fled. Why does he still seek? The fact that he could escape indicates he holds no affection. What purpose would there be in keeping such a person close?" Helan instinctively replied, "What else could it be but love? Such emotions are often too intricate to be fully articulated." "What constitutes love?" Pei Ji asked casually, guiding his horse. Helan's lips twitched in disbelief as he looked over. "Do not tell me you have developed feelings for the princess." It was not unreasonable for him to speculate. Those who pose such inquiries often find themselves smitten. "I shall not harbor affection for anyone," Pei Ji retorted, furrowing his brow. To him, Jiang Huaiyue was merely a plaything, devoid of any sentiment, and it ought to remain that way. Love entails a constant preoccupation with her, a longing for her, and a pang of jealousy upon seeing her with another man, desiring to gift her the finest treasures in the world. Observing his denial, Helan shook his head and softly spoke. Pei Ji said nothing in response and rode away. Chapter 48. turned back and glanced to the side, not far from the camp. In a small clearing, Jiang Huaiyue sat gracefully atop her horse, while Fu Yao led the steed gently. Su Xiangwan sat beneath a nearby tree, having summoned some ice to brew a pot of fruit tea. After sampling it, Jiang Huaiyue felt it satisfactory and said to Fu Yao, "Let go of me. I wish to try riding on my own." Fu Yao hesitated, but eventually released her grip, cautioning, "Princess, be careful not to ride too swiftly." Having accompanied the princess for some time, she recognized Jiang Huaiyue as an astute and resilient young woman, quick to learn and capable of drawing parallels from her studies. "I understand," Jiang Huaiyue replied with a smile, for she would not risk her life frivolously. Once Fu Yao released her, she took the reins and uttered, "Giddy up." The chestnut horse reared and galloped, the wind brushing against her face, lifting her hair as Jiang Huaiyue wore a carefree smile. Su Xiangwan felt delighted at her swift mastery. After several laps, Jiang He grew increasingly adept and slightly quickened her pace. But at that moment, a child suddenly dashed out from beside the camp. Her eyes widened, and she quickly tightened the reins. The horse neighed loudly, veering to the side, and Jiang Huaiyue, caught off guard by the inertia, fell just before her descent. She thought to herself, "This is disastrous." Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she landed in an embrace. She opened her eyes and softly called, "Brother Huang?" Jiang Jingchun set her down, remarking coolly, "How careless you are." "I am unscathed. Thank you, Brother Huang," Jiang Huaiyue replied, stepping back and smiling in gratitude. She had not expected Jiang Jingchun to rescue her. It was quite a surprise. "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was the fault of this humble servant for not watching the child closely, which caused the princess to be startled." A lavishly dressed woman, cradling the child, knelt before Jiang Jingchun, bowing her head. "What do you think, Yunhe?" Jiang Jingchun did not respond, but directed his gaze toward Jiang Huaiyue. She bit her lip and said, "It was my oversight. I should not have ridden here. Please do not blame them, Brother Huang. Should you not express your gratitude to the princess?" Jiang Jingchun insisted solemnly. The woman bowed her head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Please rise," Jiang Huaiyue said, instinctively shifting her gaze elsewhere, not wishing to invite misfortune upon herself. Jiang Jingchun glanced at her face, then suddenly extended his hand. Startled, Jiang Huaiyue attempted to retreat, but he said, "Stay still. Your hair is disheveled." He reached out to smooth a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "Thank you, brother," Jiang Huaiyue murmured, somewhat perplexed by his intentions. "Well, continue your play. I have matters to attend to," Jiang Jingchun remarked enigmatically, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes as he turned to leave. Jiang Huaiyue bowed slightly, watching his departing figure, feeling a sense of unease. Su Xiangwan rushed over, grasping her arm with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. But don't you think Jiang Jingchun is rather peculiar?" Jiang Huaiyue voiced her suspicions. Su Xiangwan hesitated, then leaned closer. "Turn and look at the diagonal behind you." "What?" Jiang Huaiyue turned, bewildered, only to find Pei Ji sitting atop his horse nearby, gazing down at her with a predatory intensity. "When did he arrive?" she stammered, her voice trembling. "He must have come just after you fell," Su Xiangwan speculated, having observed everything from her vantage point beneath the tree. Pei Ji's expression darkened upon witnessing Jiang Jingchun save the princess, his eyes glinting with a ferociousness akin to a wolf king protecting his territory. Wishing to sink his teeth into Jiang Jingchun, Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip. "I can't discuss this with you now. I must go put on a performance." With that, she displayed a fragile, sorrowful expression and hurried towards Pei Ji. "Husband, you have finally arrived. I was just terrified." Standing beneath him, she looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of the beautiful woman weeping was heart-wrenching, and Pei Ji's eyes flashed with a sharp coldness. The emperor saved the princess. What was there to fear? Seeing his emotionless demeanor, Jiang Huaiyue sensed his anger. "I nearly fell off the horse, and you show no concern for me," she said. Her voice choked with emotion, her hands clenched tightly. Internally, she chastised him, thinking, "You dog, you could have saved me when I was about to fall. Yet now you're angry because someone else did." Pei Ji's dark gaze recalled the earlier scene, igniting his fury. He swiftly pulled her from the horse and embraced her tightly before galloping away. Jiang Huaiyue, still tear-streaked, found herself atop the horse in an instant, gripping him tightly. "Husband, where are you taking me? Don't you enjoy riding?" "I'll take you for a ride until your heart is content," he replied coldly, tightening the reins as they plunged into the woods. Helan observed their retreating figures, shaking his head in disbelief. This is what they call not liking someone? Earlier, he had feared Pei Ji might confront Jiang Jingxian with lethal intentions. Meanwhile, on a higher platform, Jiang Jingxian watched Pei Ji take Jiang Huaiyue away, a smirk of derision creeping across his face. "Ah, Pei Ji, you now have a vulnerability." Encircled by him atop the horse, Jiang Huaiyue wore a face full of bewilderment. Was it truly necessary to be this reckless? The horse stumbled, causing her discomfort. Yet, in this moment, she did not forget to play her part. Burrowing deeper into Pei Ji's embrace while pleading, "Husband, I'm scared. Could you please stop?" As she spoke, the wind filled her mouth, tousling her hair and adding to her annoyance. Pei Ji, filled with a growing ire, felt a flush of heat at her cries. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Huaiyue's waist, utilizing his lightness of foot to carry her onto a sturdy tree branch. The sudden elevation frightened Jiang Huaiyue, and she instinctively clung tighter to Pei Ji, fearing he might let her fall. "Husband, this is too high. Let us go back down." She held onto him with both hands, too frightened to even move. In stark contrast to her nervousness, Pei Ji appeared composed. He lowered his gaze, grasped her chin to tilt her head up, and pressed his lips against hers. "Don't!" Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip, reluctant to receive his kiss. Pei Ji's expression grew increasingly frigid as he exerted pressure, compelling her to part her lips. The force of his grip made her feel as though her lips were on the verge of being crushed. She wondered what madness had overtaken him. Was it perhaps due to his disdain for Jiang Jingxian? "How fond you seem of your royal brother." After a pause, he released her. Observing the glimmer in her eyes and the allure of her lips, his voice cold. Jiang Huaiyue's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by that? Did he know of her past affection for Jiang Jingxian? But that couldn't be right. He shouldn't know. "What are you saying, husband? I love only you. My royal brother is merely my sibling," she explained. Pei Ji detected a flicker of panic in her eyes, his demeanor growing even more frigid. "If he is but a brother, then why do you gaze at him so fondly? You smile insincerely at me, yet beam with joy at the sight of Jiang Jingxian." Jiang Huaiyue looked at him incredulously, feeling more wrong than Do-yi. She had no idea how he perceived her gaze towards Jiang Jingxian. Moreover, if he didn't harbor feelings for her, why act as though he were jealous, making her seem as if she were unfaithful? "What are you talking about, husband? When did I ever look at my royal brother like that?" Jiang Huaiyue playfully curled her fingers around his, gazing at him with affection. "If I ever look at him that way again, I shall gouge out the princess's eyes and use them as night pearls." Pei Ji's icy hand suddenly seized the nape of her neck. After a moment of silence, he let out a cold scoff, laden with an inexplicable chill. Though startled, Jiang Huaiyue's first thought was that he must consider her eyes quite radiant if he wished to use them as night pearls. "In my eyes, I see only you, husband." She leaned in, kissing his lips, her tongue brushing away the trace of crimson. Pei Ji lowered his gaze upon her trembling lashes, and, as if to withdraw, he pressed deeper, invading her completely. On a sturdy tree branch, Jiang Huaiyue felt her legs weaken from the kiss. Had it not been for the embrace around her waist, she might have tumbled down. "Husband, let us return. We might be seen." She gently nudged him and spoke in a hushed tone. In this desolate wilderness, she certainly did not wish to become a wild couple with him. Pei Ji understood her thoughts, letting out a cold laugh. If he truly desired her here, did she believe she could refuse? He embraced her, whose legs had grown weak, and with a graceful leap, they swiftly descended to the ground. Jiang Huaiyue remained silently compliant, while Pei Ji whistled, summoning a horse from afar. Upon returning to the tent, before Jiang Huaiyue could catch her breath, she was thrown onto the couch. "Husband, it's still daytime." She winced in pain, furrowing her brows as she tried to retreat. Pei Ji seized her delicate ankle, pulling her beneath him. "What of the daytime?" His icy hand glided up her calf, and as Jiang Huaiyue trembled, she lifted her gaze to meet his handsome face. "Husband, could we wait until nightfall?" "The princess truly lacks awareness," he scoffed coldly, exerting force until the sound of tearing fabric echoed, shredding Jiang Huaiyue's gown. Soon, the tent was filled with intimate sounds, lingering endlessly. That night, Jiang Jingchen hosted a banquet for his ministers. Scanning the empty seats, he noticed Pei Ji's absence and turned to the nearby eunuch Yu. Go see why the regent has not arrived. Yes, eunuch Yu replied, quietly departing. Jiang Jingchen, holding a wine cup, let his gaze linger on Chu Nanshi below, his eyes imbued with an elusive fondness. Su Xiangwan sat in a corner, observing everything. Eunuch Yu approached Pei Ji's tent, only to be intercepted by Mo Ying before he could draw near. His Majesty sent me to invite the prince and the princess to the banquet, Eunuch Yu said, weighing his words with a smile. Mo Ying's expression was cold. The prince is busy. And the princess? Eunuch Yu inquired. The princess is also occupied, Mo Ying replied, his tone subdued. Understanding. Eunuch Yu nodded. Then I shall return to report. Mo Ying remained silent, continuing to stand guard nearby. Every word exchanged reached Pei Ji's ears as he draped himself in a long robe, his bare chest marked by scratches, exuding an air of intimacy. Jiang Huaiyue lay sprawled on the bed, her voice hoarse. Husband, I wish to drink water. Pei Ji glanced at her, pouring a cup of tea before approaching and offering it to her. Thank you, husband, Jiang Huaiyue replied, tilting her head back to gulp it down. Her body ached intensely. Her legs felt as if they might snap, having just endured a frenzy akin to that of a mad dog. Within the tent, the flickering candlelight danced, illuminating the delicate fabric of the woman's gown, her alluring figure partially revealed. As she drank, the marks she had left on her snowy neck were vividly apparent. Pei Ji observed her silently, a grave expression upon his face. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Huaiyue released the tightly gripped cup. Why do you look at me so? Not calling me husband anymore? He teased, sitting down beside her. I regard you as my husband, but have you ever truly considered me as your wife? She met his eyes, a hint of sorrow clouding her own. Jiang Huaiyue always remembered how on their wedding night he claimed he was unworthy. Now, after days of intimacy, she longed to know if his heart remained as cold as before. If he held even a shred of affection for her, she could utilize it to her advantage. Pei Ji met her gaze and smirked slightly. Your Highness, you have overstepped. Jiang Huaiyue lowered her eyes, a hint of frost glimmering within them. Indeed, she was cold-hearted and unfeeling. She clenched her hand beneath the covers, I understand. Meanwhile, at the banquet, a sudden shout pierced the air. Your Majesty. Urgent news from 800 miles. Jiang Jingchen's expression darkened as he commanded, enter. The other officials fell silent, sensing that the military report might bear tidings of victory. As Jiang Jingchen's words faded, a soldier entered, bowing and presenting a document. Your Majesty, long live your Majesty. The esteemed eunuch Yu stepped forward to receive the document, opening it before handing it to Jiang Jingchen. Su Xiangwan observed this scene, recalling Shao Qingrong. Could it be today? As a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in her mind, she saw Jiang Jingchen's face brighten as he exclaimed, Excellent. We have won. The Northern Rong have retreated entirely. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. May heaven bless our great Yong. The crowd of officials echoed in unison. Chapter 50. The general dies in battle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingchen's mood lifted. With the border secure, he could finally deal with Pei Ji without concern. As long as he eliminated him, there would be no further threats, and he could finally take charge of his own affairs. Your Majesty, there is also a confidential letter. A kneeling man produced a wax-sealed letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The assembly exchanged puzzled glances, with a military report delivered. What purpose did this letter serve? Su Xiangwan felt an unsettling premonition. This letter likely contained news of Shao Qingrong's demise at the border. Eunuch Yu, receiving a nod from Jiang Jingchen, took possession of the letter. Upon seeing its contents, sorrow washed over Jiang Jingchen's face as he solemnly declared, General Shao has sacrificed himself. Your Majesty, may you find peace in your grief. The officials murmured in consolation. In a shadowy corner, Chu Nanshi tightened her fists in disbelief. How could this be? He was so formidable. How could he fall? Pain flickered in her eyes as she turned her gaze towards Su Xiangwan, realizing that Chu Nanshi's focus was on her. Su Xiangwan understood that the fallen was her nominal husband and felt the expected sorrow. She withdrew a handkerchief from her sleeve, blinking as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. General Xiao died for the nation. My heart is heavy with sorrow. Therefore, I posthumously confer him the title of Duke of Stabilization and ensure a grand burial. Jiang Jingshan spoke with melancholy. As the words lingered, he recalled that General Xiao had a wife, prompting him to inquire, "Is the general's wife present?" Su Xiangwan stood and stepped forward. "This humble servant pays respects to your majesty." Observing her tear-streaked face, the assembly lamented her fate, newlywed on the night of her husband's departure to battle. She now faced the reality of widowhood, a daunting path ahead. "Do not grieve excessively, madam. Should you require assistance with General Zhao's funeral, do not hesitate to speak." Jiang Jingshan offered in comfort. Although Su Xiangwan had never met Xiao Qingrong, she deeply respected him. Throughout history, every individual who defended their homeland deserved reverence. This humble servant obeys. "Thank you for your concern, your majesty," she replied with a respectful bow. Jiang Jingshan nodded, glancing at the darkening night sky. "It is late. Let's disperse." Upon hearing his words, the ministers rose in unison, respectfully bidding farewell to his majesty. Jiang Huaiyue learned of Xiao Qingrong's demise on the following day. Though she had long anticipated this outcome, the moment it arrived, a subtle sorrow gripped her heart. For years, he had steadfastly defended the borders, safeguarding the nation, a true hero deserving of respect. She wished him a smooth passage, hoping for his rebirth in an era of peace. Due to the news of the border victory and Xiao Qingrong's death, the hunting event was hastily concluded. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Huaiyue began to study the maps, ever prepared to flee. The border lay thousands of miles from the capital. It would take several days to transport Xiao Qingrong's coffin back, leaving them little time. Meanwhile, Su Xiangwan busied herself with the preparations for Xiao Qingrong's funeral. On this day, Jiang Huaiyue had finished the last of the contraceptive medicine she had concocted. Accompanied by Qiu Chan, she ventured out to the rejuvenation hall. After a brief wait, she entered, finding the inner chamber veiled by curtains, obscuring her view of the physician within. Once seated, she placed her hand upon the pulse pillow, awaiting the doctor to take her pulse. Observing the delicate, fair hand of the physician, she couldn't help but marvel at its whiteness, rivaling her own. She mused, could this be a young lady, fond of medicine, discreetly practicing her craft? "Miss, may I offer you a word of caution? Overindulgence in contraceptive medicine can be detrimental to your health," Chu Nanchi gently remarked while feeling her pulse. Jiang Huaiyue pressed her lips together. "It matters not. I would appreciate it if you could prescribe me some more." Chu Nanchi, puzzled, wondered why. Given her marriage to the prince, the princess would still require such medicine. Yet, it was not her place to intrude upon personal matters. Very well, she acquiesced. Withdrawing her hand, Jiang Huaiyue recalled something and inquired, "Doctor, might you have a remedy for congenital frailty stemming from the womb?" Chu Nanchi paused before responding. "What symptoms does the patient exhibit?" Due to premature birth, her mental development remains stunted, akin to that of a child. Her body requires constant nourishment through tonics, and she suffers from coughs, chills, and nightmares at night. Jiang Huaiyue detailed all the symptoms she could think of regarding Yuan, for regardless of Peiji's circumstances, her affection for Yuan was genuine. Without having seen the individual, it is difficult for me to ascertain. However, all medicines carry some degree of toxicity. I would suggest preparing nourishing medicinal dishes gradually. Additionally, for the nightmares, I will prescribe some calming incense for you to take home. It should alleviate her distress somewhat. Chu Nanchi, adhering to her medical duties, articulated her considerations. "Thank you, Doctor." Jiang Huaiyue smiled graciously. "No need for thanks," Chu Nanchi replied. As Jiang Huaiyue rose to leave, she heard a voice from behind. "Has the poison on you been resolved?" At the mention of this, a shadow of worry crossed Jiang Huaiyue's eyes. Not yet. Since learning of her identity, Chu Nanchi had deduced the source of the poison on her, likely instigated by His Majesty. The court was in turmoil, with the regent wielding power, and the emperor considered him a thorn in his side. Thus, marrying Jiang Huaiyue to him was a means of surveillance. To ensure the princess remained under his control, the emperor would naturally devise ways to manipulate her. Her eyes flickered. Perhaps the fate of this marriage depended upon her. I possess the means to alleviate the poison within you, Chu Nanshi proclaimed with conviction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue's heart brimmed with joy, prompting her to inquire, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Chu Nanshi replied assuredly. Yet, Jiang Huaiyue, regaining her composure, posed a question. Did not the doctor previously state that only the mother worm could serve as an antidote? Chu Nanshi gazed at her silhouette through the curtain, responding, "As long as you understand that I can resolve this poison, it suffices. However, I do have a condition." "What condition?" Jiang Huaiyue felt increasingly perplexed. Sensing an odd familiarity about the doctor, along with a vague suspicion that she might recognize her true identity. "Let us first address the matter of the poison before discussing this further," Chu Nanshi said solemnly. She had not spoken falsely. Once the poison was implanted, it could indeed only be countered by the mother worm, making it imperative to acquire it. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huaiyue remarked, "That is agreeable. Yet let it be known that I shall not engage in acts of violence or theft beyond my capabilities. Rest assured, I shall not place you in a compromising position." Chu Nanshi replied, feeling a sense of relief as their agreement solidified. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Huaiyue maintained a vigilant demeanor, asking, "How long will it take to neutralize the poison?" Given her impending departure from the capital, she could not afford to wait indefinitely. 7 days hence, you may return here," Chu Nanshi suggested thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Jiang Huaiyue affirmed before turning to depart. After procuring the necessary medicine from the rejuvenation hall, Jiang Huaiyue purchased some delicacies and trinkets, intending to bring them back for Yuan. Chapter 51. The day of the funeral, though Pei Ji was somewhat unfeeling, he was at least generous, providing her with a considerable sum of silver, thus granting her a modest financial cushion. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Jiang Huaiyue made her way directly to a Yuan's courtyard. Upon spotting her, a Yuan rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister Yuya!" Her light blue dress fluttered in the breeze, and her smile radiated like sunlight. Every moment spent with her lifted Jiang Huaiyue's spirits, imparting a sense of ease. "What are you up to?" Jiang Huaiyue affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile playing on her lips. A Yuan shyly giggled. "I am practicing my calligraphy." "Impressive. What have you written?" "Let me see." Jiang Huaiyue raised her brows in admiration. A Yuan eagerly tugged her into the room, guiding her to the writing desk. As Jiang Huaiyue peered down at the crooked characters sprawled across the table, she couldn't help but chuckle. "A Yuan, did not your brother provide you with a practice book? Why not follow it?" On the desk lay a stack of practice sheets beside a Yuan's uneven handwriting, which Jiang Huaiyue recognized as Pei Ji's style, grand and vigorous, sharp and commanding. A Yuan pouted, her expression tinged with grievance. "It's too difficult." For Yuan, merely tracing the characters proved to be a challenge. "Then let us set aside the writing for now. I have brought you some treats," Jiang Huaiyue said, playfully pinching her little face and waving the delicacies enticingly before her. A Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded eagerly yes. Jiang Huaiyue opened the treats and handed them to a Yuan, who took 2 pieces in her hands, nibbling at them like a hamster. "They're so delicious." Her eyes crinkled with laughter, and the dimples on her cheeks appeared, rendering her utterly adorable. Jiang Huaiyue poured a cup of water and gently pushed it towards her, cautioning her to drink some before eating, lest she choke. "MHM." A Yuan obediently nodded, cupping the tea with both hands and taking a delicate sip. Her actions elicited laughter from Jiang Huaiyue. How could such a charming girl be so delightful? At this thought, she produced a small item from the rejuvenation hall, a tranquil incense, meant to be lit in A Yuan's room at night to prevent her from having nightmares. Lu Bai hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. Understanding her concerns, Jiang Huaiyue nonchalantly remarked, "You may inquire with the prince first." "Thank you, your highness," Lu Bai replied softly. A Yuan was the prince's only sister, and any misfortune that befell her would be too great a burden for them to bear. After spending some time with A Yuan, Jiang Huaiyue returned to the waterside pavilion. In the study of the Wang residence, Mo Ying stood guard outside the door, unmoving. Inside, the air was thick with fragrant smoke as Pei Ji sat on a Wang Wali chair, with light and shadow dancing across his figure. "Xiao Qingrong, You weren't discovered upon your return, were you? Ilan inquired, raising an eyebrow at the refined figure seated before him. Everyone believed the renowned General Xiao had perished. Yet unbeknownst to them, it was merely a substitute that had met its end. The real Xiao Qingrong had seamlessly returned to the capital. Hearing Helan's words, a smile graced Xiao Qingrong's picturesque features as he replied, "Of course not." He had made thorough preparations before his departure, and now, to everyone, he was considered dead. "When shall we act?" Shen inquired. As he spoke, several pairs of eyes turned toward Pei Ji. "On the day of your funeral," Pei Ji answered coldly. After years of meticulous planning, it was time for a new ruler to ascend. Xiao Qingrong smirked slightly. "Very well. My people have already disguised themselves as commoners and entered the city." It was an odd sensation to watch others conduct a funeral for him while he remained very much alive. "Ilan, ensure that no one escapes the palace gates that day," Pei Ji instructed, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Rest assured, I will guarantee that not even a fly can escape," Ilan replied, a smile tugging at his lips, his expression brimming with anticipation. Seeing that they were all engaged, Shen asked, "What shall I do?" Pei Ji glanced at Xiao Qingrong. "There is a secret passage in Longqian Palace that leads directly outside the city. Take some people to guard the entrance, just in case." The secret passage had been constructed long ago during the palace's building, known only to the emperor and the crown prince. "Understood," Shun Yin acknowledged. Once everything was settled, he would ensure Chong was well protected. Once the business was concluded, Helan teasingly asked, "How will you arrange the families of the three of you?" He noticed that among the four, he was the only solitary figure. Pei Ji's gaze deepened as he replied solemnly, "The regent's residence is impenetrable. After this matter is resolved, Yuan will be free to walk among the people without fear, no longer needing to remain hidden in a small courtyard. Few know my identity since I arrived in the capital," Shun Yin added. He had no enemies, and everyone was aware that Master Shen's woman had left him. In this way, Aishang's safety was assured. Xiao Qingrong suddenly recalled his wife, whom he had never met, and paused for a moment. "I will arrange for someone keep watch." It seemed that that night would be quite chaotic, so it was wise to have extra vigilance. Helan listened to their conversation, shaking his head helplessly. It was better to be a solitary man, observing how everyone seemed so burdened with worry. Upon exiting the study, Pei Ji returned to the courtyard under the cover of night. Moing spoke up, "Your Highness, today the princess visited the rejuvenation hall and brought some calming incense for the young lady, claiming it can alleviate her nightmares. Has Songku examined her?" Pei Ji parted his thin lips. "Has he?" "Yes, Dr. Song confirmed its effectiveness," Moing replied. Pei Ji recalled the interactions between Jiang Huaiyue and Yuan, softly stating, "Then let Yuan use it." At the water pavilion, upon entering the room, Pei Ji saw the beauty leaning against the couch, engrossed in a book, her figure graceful and her brows adorned with a smile. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Huaiyue looked up, her smile fading as she greeted him with a subdued tone. "Your Highness has returned." He stood at a distance, surveying her with cold, dark eyes, the beauty mark on his nose adding an unusual charm to his visage. Pei Ji noticed her smile vanish and her expression turn indifferent. He waved his hand to dismiss the attendants and approached Jiang Huaiyue. "You delivered calming incense to Yuan?" he inquired, taking a seat beside her. Jiang Huaiyue shifted back slightly, lowering her gaze as she replied, "Yes, I inquired about Yuan's health. The doctor mentioned that medicine can be somewhat toxic, suggesting that Yuan could consume some medicinal dishes for nourishment." Though she held affection for Yuan, she recognized that Yuan was ultimately Pei Ji's sister, and thus felt it best not to interfere. Pei Ji narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, sensing a shift in her demeanor, and a cold smile played upon his lips. "No more pretenses?" Jiang Huaiyue paused, her grip on the book tightening. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" "I did not understand." She simply felt fatigued today and did not wish to engage with him. Chapter 52. I thought you liked me. After maneuvering around him for several days, Jiang Huaiyue had discerned his character. He was often unpredictable and deeply contemplative. Her own subtle intentions were likely already perceived by him. The books often spoke of love blossoming over time, yet after such a duration, she had seen no signs of affection. Damn it, she had been foolishly taken advantage of. Was she truly unable to comprehend, or was she merely feigning ignorance? Pei Ji raised his hand, gripping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, the flickering candlelight illuminating half of his face, casting shadows of ambiguity. Jiang Huaiyue felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense stare. Uttering a pained sound, "It hurts." Listening to her, Pei Ji's gaze deepened, and he pulled her closer, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Sensing the heat emanating from him, Jiang Huaiyue understood that he was once again consumed by desire and pushed against him. "Your Highness, I am unwell today." His hand pressed and kneaded, and as she attempted to evade him, his other hand held her firmly in his embrace, rendering her immobile. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear. Noticing he had disregarded her words, Jiang Huaiyue's eyes reddened with anger as she clawed at his neck. Pei Ji felt the sting and raised his gaze to meet her tear-filled eyes, his lips moving. "Are you feeling so wronged? What does it matter to feel wronged? The prince has always been indifferent to my feelings." Jiang Huaiyue turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, her garment slightly torn, revealing her delicate shoulder. With lowered lashes trembling gently, her slender brows knit together, and a tear cascaded perfectly from the corner of her eye. Although it was highly probable that she was merely pretending, Pei Ji could distinctly sense a profound and indescribable ache in his heart. Suppressing his thoughts, he pulled her closer. "Saying you cried out like that, I assumed you must enjoy it." Jiang Huaiyue responded. Her compliance had inadvertently turned it into her dilemma. Furthermore, who had told him that she felt wronged? To speak of it, her grievances had persisted for quite some time. "Your Highness, I call you husband." Pei Ji turned her face towards him, using his fingertip to wipe away the tear at the corner of her eye. Though feigned, it must be said that her calling him husband sounded rather pleasant. Jiang Huaiyue felt his gesture, puzzled by his erratic behavior, yet she prudently refrained from provoking him, whispering, "Husband." Pei Ji gazed down at her, the person in his embrace soft and pliable, and after spending so much time together, merely looking at her could easily arouse his desires. Anticipating the impending actions, he couldn't help but feel eager for her reaction. He wondered how she would react if she were to learn of Jiang Jingchen's demise. Jiang Huaiyue was oblivious to his thoughts, but sensed something was amiss. She inquired, "Husband, will you pay respects when General Xiao is buried?" Since she intended to escape, she needed to ascertain his whereabouts on that day. "I will not go. I have other matters," Pei Ji replied nonchalantly, pinching her earlobe. Jiang Huaiyue's gaze shifted slightly upward. "May I visit the general's residence to pay my respects?" "You do not know him. What is there to pay respect for?" Pei Ji retorted coldly, adding, "Moreover, he is not dead. There is no need for you to go. General Xiao is a hero. If you do not attend, it is only fitting for me to represent you, lest it attract unnecessary gossip," Jiang Huaiyue said softly, pressing her lips together. "Bestie, do you think I fear public opinion? In this entire capital, who does not gossip about him? Yet what does it matter?" He was unafraid, for he knew that the power of discourse always lay in the hands of those who could speak. Jiang Huaiyue remained silent, thinking to herself how capable he was. Noticing her silence, Pei Ji shifted his hand's position. Feeling his hand against her thigh, Jiang Huaiyue's face flushed, and she glared at him indignantly. "Your hand." This scoundrel, appearing so refined, yet beneath it all, behaved like a rogue. Pei Ji pressed closer. "Be obedient, and I shall release you early tonight." With that, he sought her lips and kissed her, while Jiang Huaiyue twisted her body, feeling him need her. Within the palace, after Jiang Jingchen concluded court, he learned that Chu Nanshi had entered the palace and was currently waiting for him in Longqian Palace. Without delay, he hurried to see her. At that moment, in Longqian Palace, Chu Nanshi donned a water-blue garment, standing beneath the wisteria tree in the corridor. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the ribbon behind her head, making her beauty breathtaking. As Jiang Jingchen approached, he beheld this scene, his heart racing with intensity. Striding forward, he softly called, "Shi-er." Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Nanshi turned and bowed. "This humble daughter greets your majesty. May your majesty live for eternity." "Rise," Jiang Jingchen said, extending his hand to gently support her arm, his joy unmistakable. Noticing the hand upon her arm, Chu Nanshi stood up and took a small step back, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "What prompts you to visit the palace today?" he inquired. Remembering her purpose, Chu Nanchi replied softly, "Your Majesty, I wish to reside in the palace for a few days, if it pleases you." She had contemplated that since the poison was inflicted upon the princess by Jiang Jingchen, the maternal poison must be in his chambers or study. Only by entering the palace could she seize the opportunity to obtain it. Jiang Jingchen, upon hearing her words, felt an instinctive thrill. Yet a trace of confusion followed. Why would she suddenly desire to stay in the palace? He had assumed that his previous decree regarding her marriage would agitate her. "Your Majesty, I wish to familiarize myself with my future residents." Chu Nanchi lied with an impassive countenance. Jiang Jingchen's eyes sparkled with delight as he declared, "Very well. I shall arrange everything at once." Her willingness to marry him was indeed splendid news. Chu Nanchi looked into his joyful eyes, but found no warmth reflected in her own. He promptly summoned Yujiu. The eunuch Yujiu, who had been nearby, hurried over. "Your Majesty," he greeted. Jiang Jingchen's voice rose with authority. "Go prepare a palace for Miss Chu, ensuring that everything is of the finest quality." "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall comply," Yujiu replied with a lowered gaze. This was Chu Nanchi's first stay in the palace. It was imperative that she did not leave with a negative impression. After issuing the orders, he turned to the serene-faced Chu Nanchi and asked, "Shall I accompany you for a stroll?" "Very well," she replied nonchalantly. The two walked side by side towards the imperial garden, passing palace attendants who bowed respectfully, not daring to gaze too boldly. Before the general's residence, white banners hung mournfully, and the morning hall had already been established, the estate enveloped in silence. In the courtyard, Su Xiangwan, having concluded her instructions with the steward, rubbed her temples. Ningxiang poured her a cup of tea and offered it. "Miss, please have a sip." Ever since the news of General Xiao's demise reached her, Su Xiangwan had scarcely slept well, busily managing various affairs day in and day out. The sight of her weariness pained Ningxiang. Su Xiangwan closed the ledger she had been reviewing, raised the tea to her lips, and asked, "Have you taken care of the matters I assigned?" "Miss, it is prepared. Are we truly to proceed with this plan?" Ninjing inquired softly, recalling Su Yangale's directives. "Indeed. This is the only way to secure our escape," Su Xiangwan replied lightly. With Xiao Qingrong's death, she could feign her own demise, allowing others to believe she had perished in mourning for him, thus evading suspicion. "But miss, can we truly succeed in our escape?" Ningxiang pondered whether their plan would unfold as they envisioned. Frankly, Su Xiangwan was uncertain herself. "We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." "Fear not." Moreover, her greater concern lay with Huaiyue, worried about whether she could successfully flee from Pei Ji's watchful eye. After all, escaping from the regent was far more challenging than from the general's estate. In the ensuing days, Pei Ji departed early and returned late, while Jiang Huaiyue roamed the estate after each meal, thoroughly familiarizing herself with the layout of the Wang residence. As the appointed seventh day approached, Jiang Huaiyue dispatched Shouchan to Chidang multiple times. Yet, she never encountered the physician who was to attend to her, prompting a resigned sigh. After all, it was merely a transaction. If a solution could be found, splendid. If not, there was little to be done. She instructed Shouchan to procure some soporifics from Chidang, for when the time came to leave, she would need to shake off Fuyao, lest her escape be thwarted. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Huaiyue diligently prepared various delicacies in the small kitchen, ostensibly for Fuyao and Shouchan to taste. Initially, Fuyao displayed some hesitation, but soon consumed the treats without reservation. Just as everything seemed in readiness, a royal decree arrived from the palace. Jiang Jingchen wished to see her. Reluctantly, she complied and made her way to the palace. Inside the carriage, she was guided by eunuch Yu to the imperial study. Upon entering, she lifted her gaze to see two figures seated by the window, engaged in a game of chess. Were those Chu Nanchi and Jiang Jingchen? The sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman was strikingly pleasant. Jiang Huaiyue greeted. Yini pays her respects to the crown prince. Jiang Jingchen glanced over her eyes. "Thank you, your highness." As she stood, her gaze fell upon Chu Nanchi. Sympathy stirred within her for the female lead. Recent rumors about her royal brother had spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that the male lead possessed such an indecisive nature? Truly unfortunate for her. Chu Nanqi nodded in acknowledgement. I have met the princess. Miss Chu is too kind, Jiang Huaiyue replied with a light smile. She then turned to Jiang Jingchun. Your Majesty, please converse with the princess. I shall take my leave. Very well. Go ahead, Jiang Jingchun replied gently. As Chu Nanqi performed a curtsy and stepped forward, she stumbled slightly, prompting Jiang Huaiyue to instinctively reach out to steady her. Sire, are you all right? Jiang Jingchun hastily approached, concern etched on his face. I am fine. Thank you, princess. Chu Nanqi expressed her gratitude. Jiang Huaiyue shook her head. It's nothing. Miss Chu, do take care. Once Chu Nanqi departed, Jiang Huaiyue clutched the object in her hand, her mind a tempest of thoughts. Just moments ago, when she assisted her, Chu Nanqi had slipped a small vial into her palm, the contents of which remained a mystery. Secretly stowing the item, she composed herself and inquired, Might I ask why His Highness summoned me? Jiang Jingchun lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized her. What is the status between you and Pei Ji? Not much. He has no affection for me whatsoever, Jiang Huaiyue replied. Pouting as memories of the male lead's underhanded dealings with Pei Ji surfaced, leaving her at a loss for words. What a fine male lead he was, resorting to such sordid tactics day in and day out. If you strive to conceive his child, he will naturally have no cause to disregard you, Jiang Jingchun remarked blandly. Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to exclaim, Are you out of your mind? How could a mere girl, just now reaching adulthood, be expected to bear a child for that older man? This body had only just turned 18, and while Pei Ji was not old, he was a full 8 years her senior. Your Highness, this is not within my power to decide, she replied, her lips twitching. Jiang Jingchun stated, Then you must find a way. If a child is conceived, he will surely care for the well-being of his wife and offspring. Jiang Huaiyue scoffed inwardly, thinking about the absurdity of it all, and dismissed the matter without a second thought. I understand. Does your Highness have any other matters to attend to? What has Pei Ji been up to lately? For reasons unknown, Jiang Jingchun felt a lingering unease, even though everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Jiang Huaiyue rolled her eyes internally. If he was so capable, why not investigate for himself? There's nothing particularly noteworthy, just the usual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingchun fell silent for a moment before responding. Understood. You may return. Yes. Jiang Huaiyue sighed with relief. She was eager to leave, having no desire to linger in his company. Exiting the imperial study, she noticed Chu Nanqi in a nearby pavilion and decided to approach her. Miss Chu. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Nanqi turned around. Your Highness. Jiang Huaiyue observed her gentle demeanor, contemplating how to inquire about the item she had just received when Chu Nanqi spoke. You wish to know what I gave you, do you not? With a smile in her eyes, she regarded Jiang Huaiyue quietly. What does Miss Chu mean? After her question, she heard Chu Nanqi reply with 3 words, Revitalization Hall. Revitalization Hall? Jiang Huaiyue looked at her in surprise, realizing that the doctor must be her. She had thought the voice sounded familiar upon first hearing it. However, the script made no mention of Chu Nanqi's medical skills. This was all quite perplexing. Miss Chu possesses medical knowledge? Chu Nanqi smiled lightly, responding with calm assurance. I know a little. So, you provided me with the maternal poison? Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Chu Nanqi entered the palace for this maternal poison? Yet, considering Jiang Jingchun's character, even if he favored Chu Nanqi, he would not simply hand over such a thing to her. Thus, it must have been stolen. Realizing this, Jiang Huaiyue marveled at how the heroine truly was capable of great endeavors. Yes, I have fulfilled my promise to the princess. In her quest to find the maternal poison, she had deliberately approached Jiang Jingchun these past few days, and fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, leading her to the Longqin Palace. Jiang Huaiyue tightened her grip on the vial containing the maternal poison and inquired, What is it that Miss Chu wishes for me to do? She was curious about what Chu Nanqi wanted from her, as she hardly believed she could be of assistance. I need you to help me annul this marriage. Chu Nanqi's gaze was fixed upon the shimmering surface of the lake as she spoke softly. Miss Chu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but you may be overestimating my capabilities. I am but a powerless and uncherished princess, Jiang Huaiyue replied with an awkward smile. How could she, devoid of influence, possibly help her annul a marriage? Moreover, were not the male and female leads destined for each other? She could not help but notice Chu Nanxi's disdainful expression towards Jiang Jingchen, despite his rather unappealing nature. Since arriving in this world, she had encountered a few men and felt that any of them were preferable to Jiang Jingchen. Chu Nanxi's eyes lifted slightly, though you may not be able to. Your husband certainly can. The regent holds immense power. With his assistance, it would be quite simple to annul a mere marriage. Chapter 54. This prince has no intention of complying. Jiang Huaiyue felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she had indeed been overly sentimental. The one of interest was not her, but rather the enigmatic Pei Ji who stood behind her. Unfortunately, she would have to disappoint herself, for she could not persuade Pei Ji. My apologies, Miss Chu, she said, but I am unable to fulfill your request. I cannot compel the prince to annul your engagement. You may take this back. Although she yearned to break the curse, it was simply beyond her capabilities, and she could not deceive her. Chu Nanxi raised her eyes upon hearing this and replied calmly, It matters not. Even if I desire it, it would be of no use. Since the annulment cannot occur, it is sufficient to save the princess. As this path proved unfruitful, she would seek alternative solutions. Jiang Huaiyue gazed at her in astonishment, surprised by her response. How unexpectedly gracious the heroine was. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Since I have taken something from Miss Chu, I shall make every effort. I cannot guarantee success, but I will try. Well, since she had expressed her willingness, Jiang Huaiyue felt compelled to give it her best, despite her doubts about the likelihood of success. Chu Nanxi smiled upon hearing this. Thank you, princess. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huaiyue ventured, Miss Chu, may I ask, why do you not wish to marry my elder brother? Had her arrival alongside Wan altered the course of events? Moreover, the narrative suggested that the male lead was a heartthrob, yet she could not discern any charm in him. Upon posing this question, Chu Nanxi regarded her with an expression of peculiar intensity. Your Highness, not every woman desires to be confined within the depths of a palace, sharing a man with many others while engaging in endless intrigue. Though I once yearned for a mutual affection, the one I cherished is long married and no longer among the living. Ultimately, fate has drawn us apart. Why cling to what cannot be? Jiang Huaiyue felt a pang of shame as she observed the composed woman before her, who spoke her thoughts with such tranquility. Wan was right. Since their arrival in this world, the people around them were flesh and blood, having long since broken free from the constraints of the story. Miss Chu, I am truly sorry, she murmured, genuinely admiring the woman before her and coming to understand that Jiang Jingchen was indeed unworthy of her. Chu Nanxi gently shook her head. It matters not. The hour grows late. You should return, princess. But Miss Chu, what if my elder brother discovers you have taken a mother insect? Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brow, concern etched upon her face. The insect was Jiang Jingchen's means of control over her. If he discovered its loss, he would surely suspect Chu Nanxi. Sensing the concern emanating from Jiang Huaiyue, Chu Nanxi reassured her, I have placed another one inside. Upon your return, simply cut your palm to draw the insect out with your blood, then burn it with fire. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. I will keep my promise to Mississippi Chu close to my heart. Chu Nanxi replied, Princess, do your utmost. If it does not work, I shall seek another way. Jiang Huaiyue nodded and turned to depart. On her way back, she glanced at the vial given to her by Chu Nanxi, a light smile gracing her lips. It was indeed wonderful to have a method to resolve the curse. Yet, how should she fulfill her promise to Chu Nanxi? She wondered if it would be feasible to directly approach Pei Ji. Jiang Huaiyue pondered throughout her journey, unable to devise a suitable plan. Upon returning to her residence, she resolved to seek out Pei Ji. After inquiring, she learned he was in his study and proceeded there, carrying the delicacies she had prepared. Inside the study, Pei Ji was engaged in discussion with Xiao Qingrong and others. Mo Ying knocked gently at the door, announcing, Your Highness, the princess is approaching the study. Helan raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Ah, our esteemed Pei's wife has arrived. Xiao Qingrong had long heard of Princess Yunhe's marriage to him, but had yet to meet her. However, from Helan's words, she gathered that Pei Ji seemed to hold her in high regard, stirring her curiosity. Xin Yanli exhibited a more indifferent response. Pei Ji shot Helan a glance, initially intending to instruct Mo Ying to intercept her, but then, upon a sudden thought, he directed the three to retreat behind the screen. Helan playfully shook his head and urged Xin Yanli and Xiao Qingrong, quickly, let us not become an annoyance. The three discreetly concealed themselves behind the screen, while Pei Ji instructed Mo Ying, allow her to enter. Mo Ying nodded and went to relay the message. Jiang Huaiyue entered the study without hindrance, noticing an increase in the number of guards at the door, which struck her as peculiar. She entered the study, where Pei Ji sat in a dark robe, his sharp gaze sweeping toward her. Husband, I have made some peach blossom cakes for you to taste, she announced as she approached him, setting down the food box and unveiling the delicacies to present before him. Pei Ji regarded the exquisite treats, his attention shifting to her. Dressed in a flowing light green gown, she appeared even more graceful, her slender waist swaying like a delicate willow in a breeze. Her beautiful visage bore a subtle smile, each movement exuding charm. What brings you here? Pei Ji inquired, aware that her visit was not without purpose. Jiang Huaiyue placed the cakes down, her fingers tightening as she spoke. I seek your assistance, dear husband. Feeling utterly helpless, she found herself compelled to ask for his help, especially considering that Chu Nanshi had ventured into the palace to procure a poison to save her. Though they had previously made promises, she had fulfilled her part, and regardless of the outcome, she felt it necessary to make an attempt. Pei Ji, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Speak. Today, I encountered Miss Chu in the palace. She expressed her reluctance to marry the emperor. Is there a way for you to assist her? Jiang Huaiyue had contemplated many justifications, ultimately deciding to be forthright. What? Does the princess wish to marry of her own accord? A flicker of derision crossed Pei Ji's eyes as he spoke coldly. Jiang Huaiyue was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes internally while maintaining her silence. What do you mean, husband? I merely believe that someone as admirable as Miss Chu deserves better than the emperor, and since she has aided me, I wish to return the favor. Understanding his inherent suspicion, she was perplexed as to why he would assume she had feelings for Jiang Jingxin. Moreover, he appeared to be rather invested in the matter, which struck her as peculiar. The princess has stated she has assisted you, yet she has not aided me, Pei Ji said, his gaze indifferent. Frustration welled within Jiang Huaiyue at his obstinacy. Then consider it a debt I owe you. Is that acceptable? She ventured tentatively. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow. What would the princess offer in return? Your trivial schemes? He perceived her feigned sentimentality and pretense, truly believing he was oblivious to her intentions. Jiang Huaiyue, having had her thoughts unveiled by him, realized that she could not obtain his favor. I understand. I shall not disturb the prince any longer. I will take my leave. A surge of frustration welled within her as she gathered the delicacies from the table, turning to depart. Pei Ji reached out, drawing her back, causing Jiang Huaiyue to stumble into his embrace, where she was met with his displeased countenance. Did I ever say I consented? He remarked, his tone indicating that her audacity had grown. She now dared to show him her displeasure. Jiang Huaiyue looked at him in astonishment. Did his earlier words imply consent? Chapter 55. The unraveling of the curse was the prince indicating that she had his approval. The light in her eyes sparkled as she gazed up at him, stirring an inexplicable fluttering in Pei Ji's heart. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have relished the urge to pull her closer and kiss her. He suppressed his emotions and merely hummed in response. Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback by his newfound amiability, excitedly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing the corner of his lips. Thank you, my husband. Enjoy the delicacies at your leisure. I shall return now. The warmth of her touch vanished in an instant, leaving him momentarily entranced by her delightful features and the joy radiating from her being. He felt a gentle movement in his palm as her delicate green sash brushed against him, leaving behind a faint sweet fragrance in the air. As Jiang Huaiyue dashed away, she noticed the empty teacups on the other table, a flicker of deeper meaning flashing in her eyes. The study fell silent, and three figures emerged from behind the screen. Helan clicked her tongue, exclaiming, That my husband sounded truly sweet. Yanli and Xiao Qingrong both wore smiles on their faces. Pei Ji cast a cold glance at Helan, who, upon seeing the peach blossom cake on the table, approached. "May I have a piece?" Before he could extend his hand, Pei Ji's icy voice cut through the air. "Do you no longer value your hand?" Helan pouted in disappointment. "So stingy." He turned back to his chair, observing Pei Ji repackaging the delicacies into their box. Internally, he mused about Pei Ji's possessiveness. He wouldn't even share a morsel. Despite his grand proclamations of ruthlessness, it seemed unlikely that he would follow through. Pei Ji disregarded Helan's thoughts and directly inquired, "When will the coffin be delivered?" Calculating the days. "The false corpse should arrive soon." Xiao Qingrong replied with a slight smile. "It will arrive in 3 days." Helan harbored a lingering question regarding their conversation, after disposing of Jiang Jingchun, who would ascend to the throne. The two of them, one cunning and ruthless, the other as sly as a fox, certainly shared a semblance of mutual understanding. After leaving the study, Jiang Huaiyue couldn't shake the image of the empty teacups from her mind, which left her with a sense of confusion. Yet, after much contemplation, she could not arrive at any conclusion and decided to set it aside for the time being. Upon returning to her room, she instructed Qiu Chan to prepare some items and retrieve the cursed insect given to her by Chu Nanchi. Opening the container, she gazed at the writhing black creature inside and felt a wave of discomfort at the thought that one resided within her own body. Qiu Chan completed the preparations, and Jiang Huaiyue commanded, "Close the door." Understanding the princess's intentions, Qiu Chan cautiously shut the door and approached. "Princess, is this really advisable?" "We shall see," Jiang Huaiyue replied, gripping the dagger on the table, steeling herself as she drew the blade across her palm. In the fleeting moment of a scratch, blood flowed swiftly from the palm, while the worms contained within the bottle seemed to sense something, writhing frantically and emitting a peculiar rustling sound, creating an atmosphere of eerie intensity. Jiang Huaiyue endured the pain in her palm, waiting silently. After a while, something began to surge visibly along her fair arm, slowly making its way toward the wound. Qiu Chan, holding her breath, gazed intently, and moments later, the worm emerged from the injury and plopped into the pool of blood. With a torch, she ignited it. Jiang Huaiyue grabbed a cloth nearby to press against her wound. Qiu Chan skillfully extracted the worm with tweezers, placing it into a pre-prepared vessel, and then lit a piece of paper with a fire starter, tossing it inside before sealing the container. After completing the task, she turned her gaze to Jiang Huaiyue's hand. "Your Highness, allow me to apply the medicine." Jiang Huaiyue nodded, permitting Qiu Chan to tend her injury. "Qiu Chan, discreetly dispose of this blood. Do not let anyone see," she instructed. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand," Qiu Chan replied. Observing the wound, which was subtly curling, she expressed concern. "Your Highness, it must hurt greatly." She carefully cleaned the blood around the wound, applied the healing powder, and then bandaged it. Jiang Huaiyue recognized her concern and smiled. "It's nothing. The poison has been dispelled. I am no longer under anyone's control. You should feel happy for me." Having left the capital, she was entirely free. Everything here was no longer her concern. "Your Highness speaks wisely. This servant was mistaken," Qiu Chan reflected, her heart filled with hope for the future, wishing for smooth sailing and that the princess would face fewer calamities. After dinner, Jiang Huaiyue sat in the corridor, gazing up at the moon, its light pure and radiant. The shadows of trees danced in the wind, enveloping the royal residence in tranquility. Upon entering the courtyard, Pei Ji encountered this scene, petals fluttering down, the lady leaning against the red pillar, her gaze directed at the sky, a hint of sorrow reflected in her brow, an image that stirred compassion. Hearing a noise, Jiang Huaiyue lifted her gaze to see the expressionless figure of the gentleman in white, the moonlight illuminating his handsome features, resembling a celestial being. After a moment of contemplation, she gently called out, "Husband, have you finished your tasks?" After all, he had just agreed to assist her today. It was wise to show him some kindness, lest he retract his promise. Pei Ji approached, lifting his robe to sit beside her. "Why are you not inside?" he inquired. Jiang Huaiyue smiled slightly. "I just had dinner and came out to admire the moon." Hearing her words, Pei Ji looked up at the moon, which was still partially waning. "Is it beautiful? Is it not?" Jiang Huaiyue turned to meet his gaze. Her eyes sparkled with brightness, so much so that Pei Ji could see his own reflection within them. His gaze shifted slightly, and he spoke softly, "It is beautiful." As their eyes locked, Jiang Huaiyue instinctively sought to avert her gaze, only to find him quicker, cupping her face to prevent her from turning away. Their lips met, warm breaths cascading over her face, causing Jiang Huaiyue to instinctively clench her hands resting on her knees. Soon, she would be entirely free, no longer needing to tread carefully in his presence. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips as her hand found its way to his neck. Pei Ji's hand shifted to cradle the back of her head, while the other rested upon her waist. The sweet fragrance emanating from the woman enveloped him, causing his breath to grow increasingly erratic. After a passionate kiss, he paused, and Jiang Huaiyue, her face flushed and breathless, nestled in his embrace. She discerned the unmistakable desire in his gaze, which elicited a suppressed chuckle within her. No matter how handsome or capable a man may be, he remains ensnared by the mundane desires of the world. Pei Ji leaned down and lifted her effortlessly, striding into the room. As Jiang Huaiyue was set down, she inadvertently grazed her injured hand, letting out a soft gasp. Hiss. The man before her promptly grasped her hand, observing the wound seeping blood, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "How did you get hurt?" Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze. "I promised to carve a puppet for a yuan and accidentally nicked myself." Pei Ji hesitated. She is but a child. Why take it so seriously? Is it foolishness? He then called out to the outside, "Mo-ing, fetch Song Ku." Chapter 56. Without the use of hands, the room was illuminated with bright candlelight. Song Ku arrived, carrying a medicine box, and upon entering, asked, "Where's the injury?" After a long day of exhausting activities, he was on the brink of sleep. It had been dragged from his bed. Looking up, he saw Pei Ji cradling Jiang Huaiyue beside the bed, stating, "She injured her hand. Help her." Song Ku approached reluctantly, examining the bandaged wound, but just as he reached out to inspect it, he was halted by another large hand. "What are you doing?" Pei Ji's dark eyes narrowed. Song Ku, bemused by his overprotectiveness, replied, "Your Highness, I am merely examining the wound." Pei Ji paused, then took Jiang Huaiyue's hand, carefully unwrapping the bandages that Xiao-chan had applied. Subsequently, he held her hand before Song Ku, saying, "Look." Song Ku pursed his lips, casting a brief glance. Internally, he grumbled that it was hardly a serious injury. A little medicine would suffice, and it hardly warranted such a disruption. He retrieved 2 bottles of medicine from the box, stating, "Here, this is premium healing ointment. Apply it, and within 4 days, it will scab over. Once it does, use this to ensure no scar remains." He explained the application clearly and handed over the medicine. Pei Ji accepted it, saying, "You may leave now." Song Ku, visibly irritated, grabbed the medicine box and departed. Jiang Huaiyue gazed at the man applying the medicine so closely, her expression somewhat dazed. What was his intent? Why this sudden concern for her? It sent an unsettling chill down her spine. Noticing her silence, Pei Ji inquired, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing, my lord." "How do you plan to assist Miss Chu with her annulment?" She worried whether this matter could be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, she feared that after her escape, Pei Ji might withdraw his support out of anger, leaving her guilty towards Chu Nanchi. Pei Ji applied the medicine to her hand, saying, "We will know in a few days." Jiang bit her lip, observing her hand, which was bandaged like a zongzi, unable to suppress a slight smile. "My lord, your rapping is rather." As she spoke, the chilling gaze of the man silenced her, and she swallowed her words. Pei Ji's voice was low and commanding. "Rather what?" Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip, smiling, "Rather too exquisite. Thank you, my lord." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. It is often said that beauty is best observed beneath the lamp's glow. As my gaze swept across the alabaster neck of the person before me, a fiery sensation surged within Pei Ji, ignited by the moment. Suddenly pinned beneath him, Jiang Huaiyue raised her eyes and said, "Husband, my hand is still injured. There is no need for your hands. What is there to fear?" He replied impassively, leaning down to kiss her neck. Jiang Huaiyue instinctively shrank back, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. This dog of a man, even in her injured state, showed no mercy. Pei Ji raised her injured hand above her head, tearing open her garment to explore. His actions, compelling her body to involuntarily arch, made Jiang Huaiyue gaze at him. Despite the indulgent nature of his actions, he wore an appearance of aloof restraint, provoking a sense of irritation within her. On the bed, ambiguous sounds filled the air as Jiang Huaiyue emitted soft, restless hums. In this moment of passion, she vaguely heard him say, "Be obedient." 3 days later, the sky was overcast. Jiang Huaiyue donned a pale yellow, narrow-sleeved garment, her skirt flowing elegantly, with her hair loosely gathered at the back, adorned simply with a few pearl hairpins. As she opened the window, her brows knitted lightly, she called, "Qiu-chan, have all the items been prepared?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, everything is ready," Qiu-chan responded from a short distance behind her. Jiang Huaiyue acknowledged with a hum, then gazed at the sunless sky and said, "Take an umbrella. It may rain tonight. Better to be prepared." "Yes, Your Highness," Qiu-chan replied, turning to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, in the morning hall of the general's residence, Su Xiangwan, clad in white and appearing haggard, stood vigil as guests came to pay their respects, each offering their condolences as they departed. She slowly nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Chu Nanshi, who was lighting incense in the hall, observed the coffin, her heart tightening. She suppressed her sorrow and personally placed the incense. Turning to the despondent Su Xiangwan, she approached and said, "Madam, the deceased has passed. You must take care of your health." Su Xiangwan met her concerned gaze and replied, "Thank you, Miss Chu." Chu Nanshi nodded, "Madam, you are too kind. Should you require assistance in the future, you may come to the Grand Tutor's residence." "All right," Su Xiangwan nodded in agreement. As the guests gradually departed, Su Xiangwan stumbled slightly, and Ning Xiang, quick to react, supported her. "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy," Su Xiangwan murmured weakly, leaning against her. Ning Xiang sobbed, "Madam has not slept a wink since the general's passing. He would surely be pained to see you like this." Listening to Ning Xiang's words, Su Xiangwan's thoughts wandered, realizing that Ning Xiang was quite the actress. "Ning Xiang, do not speak like that. This is what I should do." At that moment, the steward approached, expressing concern. "Madam, you should rest. Leave this to me." "But there are still many guests." Su Xiangwan hesitated. The steward bowed. "Madam, do not worry. I will handle everything. You should rest. You are the sole master of the general's residence. The general had no parents or siblings, nor have you borne any children together. It is upon you to uphold the family." With that, the steward nodded, and Su Xiangwan straightened her posture, speaking slowly. "There is no need for such formality, my good sir. I shall take a short rest. Should anything arise, please send someone to fetch me." The steward responded affirmatively. Ning Xiang supported Su Xiangwan back to the courtyard, and upon entering the room, she promptly closed the door. "Miss, you should rest a while." "I will call for you shortly," Ning Xiang remarked, noting the dark circles under her eyes. Her previous words were not unfounded. Indeed, Su Xiangwan had not slept well these past few days, not due to the arrangements for Xiao Qingrong's funeral, but rather due to her plans for departure. "I am not weary. You may stand guard outside," Su Xiangwan replied softly. Understanding her intentions, Ning Xiang bowed and exited, quietly guarding the door. The room fell into silence as Su Xiangwan opened the cabinet and retrieved a box from her neatly packed belongings. She slowly opened the box, taking out a concealed dart she had prepared in advance, fastening it to her arm. She whispered, "May everything proceed smoothly." As night descended, Pei Ji entered the palace with Mo Ying, seamlessly making his way into the imperial study. Mo Ying, behind him, held a sword stained with the blood of the eunuchs who had attempted to obstruct their entrance. Jiang Jingchun, observing Pei Ji, wore a grim expression. "What is the meaning of this, Regent? How dare you enter without summons and permit your subordinates to commit murder within the palace? Such audacity is unparalleled." Mo Ying pulled a chair over and placed it behind Pei Ji, who elegantly seated himself, gazing at the alarmed Jiang Jingchun. "Can't your majesty discern the situation?" Upon witnessing Pei Ji's fearless demeanor, Jiang Jingchun called out, "Bring forth reinforcements." Yet, despite his repeated calls, no one appeared, and a wave of dread washed over him. Yu Gonggong had been swiftly silenced by Mo Ying's blade at the first sign of unrest. Jiang Jingchun had long harbored disdain for the eunuch. "Pei Ji, Are you plotting rebellion? Jiang Jingchun's hands clenched tightly, betraying his anxiety. He understood Pei Ji's immense power. Yet he had not anticipated such ease in infiltrating the palace, catching him completely off guard. Pei Ji brushed off his robe, his gaze piercing. Have I not made my intentions sufficiently clear? After indulging in these childish games for so long, I find them rather tiresome. With his words laid bare, Jiang Jingchun could no longer feign ignorance. You treasonous rebel, are you not concerned about the scorn you will incur? He retorted. Yet he conveniently overlooked how the Jiang family had once usurped the throne from the Ning clan. Have I ever feared public opinion? By the way, your majesty, are you unaware of how your father met his demise? Jiang Jingchun's breath hitched, disbelief flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, Pei Ji coolly stated, I killed him. Why you dare? Jiang Jingchun stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Pei Ji, unable to fathom that his father's death was indeed orchestrated by him. Pei Ji remained silent, while Mo swiftly advanced, pressing Jiang Jingchun's hand onto the table, and without hesitation, the blade descended. A scream echoed through the hall as a severed finger fell, bloodied and gruesome beside him. Jiang Jingchun gazed at the severed finger, his pallor evident as pain radiated from his fingertip throughout his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes brimmed with hatred as he sneered, Pei Ji, the military token of the Divine Strategy Army lies in my grasp. The moment I command, you shall have no escape. As he spoke, he retrieved a military token from a concealed compartment, gripping it tightly. Pei Ji narrowed his gaze. Is that so? If yours is in hand, then what do I hold? His eyes glinted with mockery as he lifted the token in his possession and waved it. Jiang Jingchun glanced over and then looked down at his own token, muttering, impossible. This cannot be. Yours must surely be a forgery. The token in his possession was undeniably genuine. How could he possibly still possess one? Could it be that Jiang Huaiyue deceived him, having sided with Pei Ji from the very beginning? Cursed be the day. Truly, one cannot shed tears until faced with the coffin. Pei Ji, seemingly indifferent, commanded Mo Ying, apprehend him. Mo Ying stepped forward, effortlessly forcing Jiang Jingchun to kneel before Pei Ji. Jiang Jingchun struggled to rise, but Mo Ying pressed down hard on his back, rendering him immobile. Pei Ji, you treacherous scoundrel, vile and shameless, should you kill me, history shall record your name in infamy for eternity. Pei Ji remained unperturbed by his words, his thoughts drifting to the charming visage of Jiang Huaiyue as he inquired, where is the antidote to the poison? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingchun let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha, Pei Ji, could it be you genuinely harbor feelings for my royal sister? Surely, you are aware of my intentions in sending her to you. Since his defeat was inevitable, he resolved that none would emerge unscathed. Jiang Huaiyue could not possibly think that her allegiance to Pei Ji would allow her to live in peace. Such delusions were laughable. He doubted that Pei Ji would be so naive as to spare him once the truth was revealed. Pei Ji languidly responded, you speak far too much. In an instant, Mo Ying silenced Jiang Jingchun with a decisive strike, dislocating his jaw. After summoning others to take Jiang Jingchun away, Mo Ying began to search the palace with a few men. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with thunder, and in no time, large raindrops fell, soaking the ground. Pei Ji, cloaked in a dark mantle, stood at the entrance, gazing upward at the pitch-black night, lost in thought. Decades had passed, and the departed loved ones would not return simply because he had avenged them. The living continued to suffer daily in this wretched world. At times, he truly questioned the meaning of existence. Meanwhile, Mo Ying, scouring the area, eventually discovered a small porcelain vial in a hidden spot. After examining it closely, he approached Pei Ji from behind. My lord, I have found it. Mo Ying presented it with both hands. He understood that his lord sought this item for the princess. Did this signify his acceptance of her as a wife? Pei Ji turned slightly, accepting the vial and placing it into his sleeve, about to issue commands to depart. Suddenly, Mo Ying exclaimed, my lord, it is Fu Yao and Yu Qing. How strange. Had not the lord ordered them to guard the royal residence? Why had they suddenly appeared in the palace? My lord, it is my incompetence. The princess is missing. Fu Yao knelt before Pei Ji, her voice a low plea for forgiveness. She never anticipated that the princess had previously asked her to taste the food merely to lower her guard. The scene rewinds to nightfall. Jiang Huaiyue presented freshly baked pastries to Qiu Chan, signaling her with a glance. Qiu Chan, understanding the cue, nodded and took a piece that had not been tampered with, approaching Fu Yao while eating. Fu Yao, the princess made these, and she wishes for us to sample their flavor. Qiu Chan, as usual, held the pastry before Fu Yao. I find it somewhat sweet. Would you care to try? She inquired, furrowing her brow before taking another bite. Fu Yao intended to decline, but Qiu Chan promptly remarked, if you do not eat, the princess will be displeased. Considering the princess had often delighted in crafting pastries for her tasting, Fu Yao thought it harmless and took a piece, biting into it. However, after consuming half of the pastry, her vision began to blur. Years of martial training allowed her to quickly discern the effects of the drug. She was about to call for help when, unexpectedly, Qiu Chan swiftly struck her on the head with a plate, rendering her unconscious. She should be alive, right? Qiu Chan, trembling from the shock of her first such act, reached out to check Fu Yao's breath. Upon realizing that she had merely fainted, she exhaled in relief. Jiang Huaiyue approached, and Qiu Chan whispered, Princess, she hasn't completely lost consciousness. I just struck her lightly. It is of no concern. Let us place her on the table. We must leave at once. Together, they hoisted Fu Yao onto the table, then seized their pre-packed belongings and climbed through the window into the backyard. Ever since squeezing through a dog hole in a Yuan's yard while searching for rice balls, Jiang Huaiyue had resolved to identify an escape route in advance. Fortunately, they discovered a dog hole in the backyard, well concealed and difficult to notice. Princess, I will keep watch. You go first, Qiu Chan urged, gripping her bundle anxiously as she surveyed the surroundings. Jiang Huaiyue wasted no time and swiftly crawled through the opening. Fortunately, both she and Qiu Chan were slender, making their escape effortless. Once outside the palace, Jiang Huaiyue donned a veil and, accompanied by Qiu Chan, proceeded into the bustling marketplace, heading towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Wanwan. Chapter 58. Xiao Qingrong is not dead at the general's residence. As the appointed hour approached, Ningxiang stood by with the items. Su Xiangwan poured some wine from the table onto the floor. The air was instantly filled with the sharp aroma of alcohol as she reached for a nearby candlestick, preparing to topple it when urgent knocking echoed from the door. Ningxiang's heart raced, a hint of panic in her eyes. Su Xiangwan glanced at her, signaling her to step aside, then calmly approached the door to open it. Upon opening, she found a young maid, who nervously spoke, Madam, you must come quickly to the front. The general. Hearing the mention of the general, Su Xiangwan's brow knitted in confusion. What has happened to the general? Is he not deceased? She questioned, noting the maid's evident fear. The general has returned, the maid managed to say, biting her lip and summoning her courage. Su Xiangwan doubted her hearing and asked once more, Who has returned? Madam, it is the general. He is not dead. He has come back, the young maid reiterated. The source of her earlier fear stemmed from the belief that he had returned from the dead. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Su Xiangwan took a step back, her heartstrings taut with disbelief. How could this be? The script clearly stated that Xiao Qingrong had perished. How could he still be alive? Moreover, he chose this very moment to return, disrupting all her plans with Yuya. What should she do now? The maid, believing Su Xiangwan was immersed in the joy of the general's resurrection, hastily conveyed her message. Madam, the general is waiting to see you in the front courtyard. I understand. Please step out for a moment. I shall join you after changing, Su Xiangwan replied calmly. Yes. Once the maid had departed, Su Xiangwan abruptly shut the door. Ningxiang approached her. Miss, what shall we do now? With the general's sudden return, how can we leave? Su Xiangwan closed her eyes momentarily, gritting her teeth as she declared. We must leave now, while they are still in the front courtyard. We will sneak away. No matter the circumstances, she had to venture out tonight. She presumed Yuya had already arrived. If they missed this opportunity, the chance to escape would become exceedingly slim. Yes, Ningxiang naturally acquiesced to her every command. Without further ado, Su Xiangwan led her into the darkness towards the back door. Initially, she had intended to use the chaos of the night to set a fire and feign a suicide. but she never anticipated that Xiao Qingrong had survived. His unexpected return had thrown all her plans into disarray. Having successfully evaded the guards and reached the back door, neither mistress nor maid anticipated being halted. As they beheld the guards brandishing torches and blades, Su Xiangwan's heart plummeted. It was over. All was lost. In the general's estate's morning hall, Su Xiangwan and Ning Xiang were ushered before Xiao Qingrong by a group of guards. "General, we have apprehended 2 individuals attempting to leave the estate," one guard reported, bowing respectfully. Standing beneath the eaves, Xiao Qingrong lifted his gaze, and before he could speak, the steward beside him exclaimed, "Madam." The steward, perplexed, wondered why she had suddenly left the estate, especially with a bundle in hand, when she had claimed to be weary and in need of rest. Su Xiangwan had never expected to encounter the living Xiao Qingrong. This was indeed her first sight of him. The man stood some distance away, clad in garments as white as snow, his countenance like a painting, emanating an innate air of nobility. He appeared far from a martial figure, resembling instead a delicate scholar, incapable of even wringing the neck of a chicken. "I was feeling discontented and wished to take a stroll," she murmured softly, meeting the gazes of those around her. Xiao Qingrong regarded her with a calm demeanor. "Is that so? I had assumed you were eager to seek another's affection now that you believed your husband to be deceased." Despite holding a neatly packed bundle, she maintained her composure while asserting her desire for a leisurely outing. It appeared that this lady was no ordinary woman. Su Xiangwan chuckled lightly. "My lord, you jest." She had never had any contact with Xiao Qingrong, and since he had passed away early, the script had never introduced what kind of person he truly was. After a day of turmoil, it was time to send the lady back to rest. Xiao Qingrong, with his thin lips slightly parted, commanded her to leave. Though he was unaware of her reasons for departing, he had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to be distracted. If she insisted on leaving, he would naturally allow her to go once he had resolved all his affairs. Surrounded by numerous guards, Su Xiangwan sincerely hoped that Yuya would not cling stubbornly to her, waiting for her in anguish. She could not leave at this moment, but she wished more than anything for her to escape. As Su Xiangwan brushed past Xiao Qingrong, she was escorted back to her chamber. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Qingrong turned to the butler and said, "I shall step out for a while. Ensure that the lady is well guarded and does not venture outside. The chaos outside is excessive, and since she is my wife, it would be unacceptable if anything were to happen to her." "Yes," the butler replied, bowing his head, after ensuring everything was in order at the residence. Xiao Qingrong mounted his horse and swiftly made his way to the palace. He encountered Pei Ji at the palace gates, where Pei Ji, astride his horse, appeared somber, his aura chilling. Just as Xiao Qingrong intended to inquire about the situation, Pei Ji rode past him without pause, leaving Xiao Qingrong in disarray in the rain. Without further thought, he tightened the reins and entered the palace. At this moment, it was already the appointed hour, yet Jiang Huaiyue had not seen Su Xiangwan, causing her heart to swell with worry. Qiu-chan held an umbrella for Jiang Huaiyue, her eyes fixed on the dark, empty crossroads. "Your Highness, the time has arrived. Yet Miss Su has yet to make her appearance." Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brow, her right eyelid twitching incessantly. Shortly after leaving the residence, she had noticed numerous armored soldiers galloping by on the street. Recalling Pei Ji's recent peculiar behaviors, a vague suspicion stirred within her. Could it be that today was the day Pei Ji would rebel, which might signify his impending demise? Although the script did not specify the exact cause of Pei Ji's death, it was indeed due to his rebellion. If this were the case after today, she would no longer have to live in trepidation. Yet, as she pondered, she became anxious. Could Jiang Jingxin truly kill Pei Ji? After much contemplation without resolution, Jiang Huaiyue decided not to burden herself further. After all, she was leaving, and whether he lived or died was no longer her concern. Upon hearing Qiu Chan's words, she furrowed her brow. Wan Wan was typically astute, and if she had not arrived by now, it must mean something significant had occurred. Otherwise, she would have come without fail. "Your Highness, should we not leave first? If the prince discovers our escape, he will not spare you." Although Qiu Chan did not understand why the princess was so concerned for Miss Su, she believed the princess's safety was paramount. The prince was cold-blooded and merciless. If the princess were captured, she would undoubtedly endure inhumane torment. After much contemplation, Jiang Huaiyue gritted her teeth. Very well, let us depart. Although she worried for Wanwan, she understood that her own predicament was far more precarious. Once she exited the city, she would find a place to hide, and, once the turmoil subsided, she would devise a means to contact Wanwan. The autumn cicada heard the sound, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Suddenly, she turned her head and met the gaze of several figures standing in the night. The smile on her face froze, her lips trembling as she called out, "Your Highness." Jiang Huaiyue clearly heard her words and was abruptly struck by a chilling gaze, causing her spine to tingle and her heartbeat to thunder like a drum. As she slowly turned around and locked eyes with Pei Ji's deep gaze, her breath quickened. Chapter 59. I have never liked you. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to? Jiang Huaiyue's mind went blank at the sight of him, leaving her uncertain on how to respond. Where is the princess headed? Pei Ji asked, his eyes deep and his expression cold, like dark clouds suffocating the city, making it hard for one to breathe. She had thought that his usual pretense was merely for self-deception, but she was surprised to discover he harbored thoughts of escape, truly remarkable. His icy voice, mingled with the sound of rain, reached her ears, and Jiang Huaiyue's heart twisted in turmoil as she struggled to remain composed. My lord has misunderstood. I merely accompanied the autumn cicada for a stroll, but the rain intensified, so I sought refuge here. She forced a smile, her expression submissive. Pei Ji regarded her, still playing the charade despite the circumstances. His dark eyes roiled with intensity as he stepped closer, gripping her neck with a firm hand. Jiang Huaiyue, do you truly believe me a fool? The distance between them narrowed sharply, and a searing pain surged through her, rendering her speechless. The umbrella in the autumn cicada's hand fell to the ground as she hurriedly knelt, bowing her head in supplication. Your Highness, I beg you, spare the princess. Please. It was all my idea. The princess had no part in it. I implore you, let her go. She bowed repeatedly, fervently pleading. Pei Ji did not even spare her a glance, his voice frigid as he commanded, Mo Ing, kill. Upon hearing his order, Mo Ing unsheathed his knife and advanced step by step toward the autumn cicada. Jiang Huaiyue, witnessing this intense struggle, swiftly drew the hairpin from her head and aimed it unblinkingly at Pei Ji's neck. Pei Ji released his grip on her neck, but immediately seized her wrist with force. Jiang Huaiyue winced in pain, and the hairpin was swiftly snatched from her hand. With his strength no longer restraining her, she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Do you seek to kill me? Pei Ji looked down at her, seated on the rain-soaked ground, his gaze as cold as ice, revealing his fierce temper. Ignoring him entirely, Jiang Huaiyue noticed Mo Ying's knife was poised to strike the autumn cicada. She quickly rose and extended her hand to obstruct the blow. Montak Ying, seeing her reckless act of self-sacrifice, Pei Ji tightened his grip on the hairpin and called out coldly. At the critical moment, Mo Ying swiftly retracted the knife. Princess, are you unharmed? The autumn cicada, believing her death was imminent, was astonished that the princess would risk her own safety to save her. Jiang Huaiyue forced a smile towards her. I am fine. All the plans were hers, and the responsibility lay solely on her shoulders. She could not allow the autumn cicada to perish because of her. That would weigh heavily on her conscience. Understanding that being captured by him today meant she would not fare well, she resolved that there was no need to pretend any longer. After all, life was but a fleeting moment. After pondering deeply, she lifted her gaze to meet the murderous intent of another. You wish to slay Qiu Chan. Why should I not eliminate you? For merely a maid, you would seek to take my life. Pei Ji, incensed by her willingness to kill for a mere servant, leaned forward and tightened his grip around her neck. Jiang Huaiyue gasped for breath, tears welling in her eyes as she instinctively attempted to pry his hand away. Noticing the diminishing strength in her struggles, Pei Ji watched her with a peculiar ache swelling within him. After a moment, he ultimately released her, and Jiang Huaiyue sank to the ground, her garments drenched by the rain, clinging to her form and accentuating her delicate figure. Raindrops dripped from her small face, rendering her fragile and pitiable. With a derisive laugh, she turned away. In my eyes, she is more than just a maid. You, prince, residing in your lofty heights, cannot fathom the emotions of someone as insignificant as I. Take her away, Pei Ji commanded coldly, narrowing his eyes. Mo sheathed his blade and approached, seizing Qiu Chan, who attempted to resist, swiftly rendering her unconscious. "Where are you taking her?" Jiang Huaiyue rose immediately, intent on reclaiming Qiu Chan. If they separated her from Qiu Chan, who could predict what fate awaited her? Would she even survive? Pei Ji pulled her back, gripping the back of her head to compel her gaze upon him. His tone devoid of warmth. "Jiang Huaiyue, if you choose to act, why not maintain the facade?" Enveloped in his embrace, she struggled fiercely. Yet his strength rendered her efforts futile. In that moment, she loathed herself profoundly. Why was she so powerless, merely a pawn in their hands? An overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction surged within her, and she chuckled bitterly. "Pei Ji, I no longer wish to pretend. I am weary of feigning camaraderie, of smiling sweetly at you and calling you husband. I find it repugnant. I have never harbored any affection for you. A man so elevated, who regards others with disdain, holds nothing worthy of my admiration." Upon hearing her words, Pei Ji's grip tightened, as if he wished to crush her skull. "You court death." No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "If you possess the courage, then kill me. Living in your presence is akin to a fate worse than death." With the truth laid bare, there was no turning back. If she were to die, she must voice her grievances, lest she depart this world with unfulfilled bitterness. A shadow darkened Pei Ji's handsome features. "Very well. I shall show you what it means to live a life worse than death." With that, he hoisted her over his shoulder and commanded his subordinates in the rain, "Return to the manor." As night enveloped the capital, the rain intensified, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning that instilled fear. In the dark prison of the regent's manor, Jiang Huaiyue was ushered inside, immediately assailed by the pungent scent of blood and the anguished cries that filled the air. She was confined by Pei Ji in a lightless cell, her hands and feet shackled by heavy chains. The damp, dark chamber was teeming with cockroaches and rats. Fortunately, Jiang Huaiyue possessed a certain courage. As long as there were no snakes, she could manage her fear of the rest. For 2 consecutive days, Pei Ji seemed to have forgotten her existence. Although confined within the prison, Jiang Huaiyue found a peculiar sense of comfort in not having to confront him. The only downside was the repulsive quality of the meals served in the cell, which were nearly inedible. In the general's residence, Su Xiangwan spent a sleepless night, her heart laden with anxiety. The door to her chamber was guarded, rendering her unable to venture out. It was only on the following morning that she could finally move freely. After exiting the estate, she hurried to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Yuya, fully aware that nothing would likely be there. Yet she felt compelled to see for herself. "Miss, perhaps the princess has already departed." Ningxiang observed her worried demeanor and couldn't help but offer comfort. Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together in silence. If the princess had indeed left, it would be a cause for celebration, but her fear of potential misfortune loomed large. At this juncture, her visit to the Wang residence was to gather information. As long as she could ascertain that Yuya was not there, her heart would find some solace. "Ningxiang, you may return to the estate. I have matters to attend to." She spoke softly. "Yes, miss," Ningxiang replied, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Chapter 60. She had considered escaping last night after the rain. The sky cleared, and the willows along the riverbanks shimmered with the fresh green of new shoots. Su Xiangwan made her way directly to the regent's residence, but paused at a tea stall upon overhearing a conversation. "Have you heard? It is said that the regent rebelled last night," a man at the tea stall whispered conspiratorially. His companion glanced around cautiously before responding. "Is that true? I did hear some commotion." "It is true," a friend of mine informed me. "The regent is the legitimate son of General Gu Jilin from the previous dynasty. The reason General Gu perished on the battlefield was due to the actions of the late emperor, who climbed to power over Gu's lifeless body, ultimately using his authority to overthrow the Ning family. Given your account, it makes sense. The prince seeks vengeance for his family," the other mused. "Indeed, and General Fu Yuan is not dead. Everything has been meticulously planned." As Su Xiangwan absorbed this news, a tempest of turmoil surged within her. The narrative had never elaborated on Pei Ji's origins, but if this were indeed the case, everything would fall into place. Thus, Xiao Qingrong was originally aligned with Pei Ji, and all these events were premeditated, waiting for the moment Xiao Qingrong's coffin returned to the capital to catch Jiang Jingshan off guard. In her contemplation, she overheard the two men continuing their discussion. Do you think the regent will ascend the throne? That seems likely. Otherwise, the Jiang clan would be left without a leader. Leaving the tea stall, Su Xiangwan's expression darkened. The situation had grown increasingly complex, spiraling beyond her control. In that moment, she sincerely hoped Yuya had indeed left and was not still detained within the Wang residence. Anxious and restless, she could hardly wait, lifting her skirts and hurrying onward. After a short while, she stood before the heavily guarded Wang residence, summoning her courage to approach, only to be halted at the entrance. Who goes there? Inquired the servant stationed at the door. Su Xiangwan gently nodded, politely producing her waist token. I am the wife of General Xiao from the general's mansion. During our last excursion with the princess, she inadvertently left behind an item, and I have come today to return it. She had long observed the regent's manner, discerning its formidable defenses. A direct intrusion was undoubtedly out of the question. Thus, she could only feign a visit as a means to probe the situation. Please wait a moment while I inform my lord. The servants, aware of the close relationship between the prince and General Xiao, treated her with considerable courtesy. Su Xiangwan nodded, a sense of unease settling in her heart. The prince had not outright declined her request to see Yuya. If Yuya had truly fled, such a reaction would be unexpected. Had Pei Ji perhaps instructed them to keep matters under wraps, or was it something else? In the pavilion of the Wang residence, Pei Ji sat uneasily upon the arranged couch, fiddling with a porcelain vase in his hands. Helan lounged carefreely in the corridor, holding a plate of grapes and occasionally tossing one into her mouth. If you ask me, Jiang Jingchun is utterly incompetent. Dealing with him brings no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. He had stood at the palace gate last night, as if he had been rendered useless. Who says otherwise? You had me guarding that secret passage, and with Mo-ing present, how could anyone have the chance to enter? Shun Yanli recalled how he had spent the better part of the night outside the city, coming away empty-handed and drenched by the rain, feeling quite disgruntled. Fortunately, when he visited Ashong, she had compassionately prepared a bowl of ginger soup for him, which was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Qingrong listened to their banter with a neutral expression, his gaze resting on Pei Ji, who had remained silent from the beginning. In a foul mood, Helan popped another grape in her mouth, her eyes bright. Indeed, Pei Ji, why the silence? After you captured Jiang Jingshan last night, were you rushing off to in such a frenzy? Having known him for many years, it was the first time she had witnessed him in such a fluster. He had ignored her greeting, which struck her as quite odd. Pei Ji raised his gaze to Shen Yanli, who was sipping tea. Why did you continue to search when the person had already escaped? Shen Yanli was taken aback. What is he saying? Helan quickly grasped the implication, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He is asking why you pursued your little beauty after she fled. Upon saying this, she cast another glance at Pei Ji, her expression hinting at her delight in the unfolding drama. Was Pei Ji's frantic demeanor last night truly due to someone at home having absconded? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite the embarrassment. It was amusing to recall who had previously claimed indifference towards her, yet had clearly been smitten. With Helan's reminder, Shen Yanli regained his composure. Although he was puzzled by the question, he replied slowly, because I care. Initially, when she left, I thought of her as just a woman. If she wanted to go, so be it. What was the big deal? But later, he had risen to fame at a young age, his looks undeniably charming, naturally attracting the affection of many women. A woman who did not hold him in her heart would easily walk away. And then what? Helan inquired, her lips curling with a teasing smile, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Later, I suddenly realized that thoughts of her often invaded my mind. Despite this, I continually restrained myself, suppressing the yearning to seek her out. Gradually, however, I found myself increasingly discontent, as those emotions tormented me day and night until I could no longer hold them at bay. The essence of love has always been difficult to articulate. It silently erodes your heart until one day you become aware of it, yet find it impossible to extricate yourself. Pei Ji listened to Shen Yanli's words, and the image of Jiang Huaiyue emerged in his mind as he tightened his grip on the porcelain vase. Pei Ji, he teased, let me take a wild guess. Your pallor last night was perhaps due to the princess's sudden departure? The moment those words left Helan's lips, he was met with a cold glare from Pei Ji. Observing his demeanor, Helan realized he had struck the mark. Indeed, the princess had fled. Well, who would have thought? The princess, usually so delicate, possesses such audacity, he remarked. Shen Yanli suddenly grasped Pei Ji's intent behind his inquiry. While the others continued their conversation, Xiao Qingrong remained silent, recalling how Su Xiangwan had intended to leave last night but had been apprehended. Could it be that she planned to escape with the princess? Have they found her? He inquired, his voice smooth and gentle. Yes, have they found her? Helan raised an eyebrow. Pei Ji cast a cold glance at the group, tapping his fingers on the table as he quietly mused, so eager to know. Are we? A chuckle escaped Helan, who feigned a smile while munching on grapes. The conversation abruptly halted as Mo Ying's deep voice resounded from outside the pavilion. Your Highness, the general's wife has arrived and wishes to see the princess. Pei Ji slowly lifted his gaze, resting it upon Xiao Qingrong. With a calm expression, Xiao Qingrong replied, to be honest, she too intended to escape last night. Chapter 61. The prince should reflect on his own issues. Helan's eyes widened in disbelief. Today's gossip was indeed intriguing. If all three of their wives harbored thoughts of fleeing, the source of the issue was all too apparent. Pei Ji remained silent, yet he had already begun to formulate a plan. Thus, it seemed her escape had been prearranged with Su Xiangwan. They intended to leave together. Gazing at the insect within the porcelain vase, he had sought methods to counteract the poison on her behalf, only to discover that she was utterly indifferent to it. In the end, it appeared he had been the one harboring misplaced affections. With a scoff in his heart, he commanded, let her in. As you wish, Mo Ying responded. Departing to the outside, Su Xiangwan awaited patiently at the entrance of the royal residence. After a while, she spotted Mo Ying approaching from a distance. She recognized him as one of Pei Ji's subordinates. Madam, please, Mo Ying gestured for her to enter. Su Xiangwan nodded, replying, thank you for your trouble. Her initial intention was to gather information, yet she was being invited inside, and moreover, by someone from Pei Ji's entourage. What scheme could he possibly be concocting? Lost in her thoughts, Su Xiangwan followed Mo Ying as he led her around the rockery and pavilions, crossing small bridges and flower beds until they arrived at the pavilion. As she approached, an unsettling premonition arose within her. The individual she was to meet was likely Pei Ji. Today, she acted impulsively. She should have anticipated that if Yuya truly had escaped, her arrival at this moment would unmistakably reveal her allegiance with Yuya. Conversely, if Yuya had not fled, she would undoubtedly be confined by Pei Ji somewhere. Thus, her actions could inadvertently alert the enemy. Contemplating this, Su Xiangwan halted her steps. I suddenly recall some matters that require my attention. I shall visit the princess another day. With that, she turned to leave. Mo Ying obstructed her path, unyielding and coldly stating, Madam, please. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Su Xiangwan understood that an easy departure was no longer an option. She clenched her palms, forcing herself to regain her composure. Exhaling a deep breath, she resolved to proceed towards the pavilion once more. Your Highness, Madame Xiao has arrived, Mo Ying announced, lifting the curtain. Su Xiangwan stepped inside, expecting to find only Pei Ji, yet she was surprised to see her husband, whom she had only met once, along with two unfamiliar faces. Greetings to your Highness, she offered a respectful bow. Pei Ji cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Rise. As she stood, her eyes fell upon Xiao Qingrong. Recalling the rumor she had heard, she considered that her husband's close relationship with Pei Ji might be advantageous. Had she known he would be present, she would have accompanied him from the outset. Xiao Qingrong smiled gently. Madam, since when have you and the princess grown so close? The woman standing between them wore a gown of water green, with a white sash accentuating her slender waist. Her features were soft, and her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, leaving an indelible impression. He remembered that his wife had previously been confined within the walls of the residence. How had she forged such a profound bond with a princess raised in seclusion and lacking favor? Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, her voice soft. The bonds of friendship among women, my husband, are beyond your understanding. Was it only permissible for men to share fraternal bonds while women were forbidden from nurturing friendships? Your Highness, Might I inquire where the princess is? She asked aloud. Pei Ji lifted the curtain, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized her. Shouldn't you know best, madam? Why do you come to ask this of me? His expression darkened, as if someone owed him a substantial debt. Su Xiangwan detected the mockery in his tone and replied without a hint of hesitation. The princess is your wife. How would I possibly know? Is that so? Yet I have heard that you two wished to flee last night. Was that not premeditated? He leaned back, supporting his forehead, his tone nonchalant. You must have heard it from my husband, your highness. Last night, I was simply overwhelmed with grief of my husband as passing and wished to take a stroll. I had no intention of fleeing, she clarified. Pei Ji remained silent, pondering the audacity of someone who could lie so effortlessly without a change in demeanor. Could it be that the princess has truly run away? Su Xiangwan feigned confusion before continuing. The princess possesses such a gentle nature, and her affections for you are sincere. If she desires to leave, surely she has her reasons. Perhaps it would be wise for you to reflect on your own shortcomings. At her words, the pavilion fell into a hushed silence. Helan could not help but marvel. Su Xiangwan was indeed a woman of remarkable courage, daring to provoke Pei Ji. Pei Ji's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a piercing coldness in his gaze, which regarded Su Xiangwan as if she were a mere specter. Feeling the sharpness of his stare, Su Xiangwan's back tingled with unease, yet she steeled herself against her fear and spoke. I understand that the prince is angry, but I must still express my thoughts. Xiao Qingrong observed her with disapproval in her eyes. Su Xiangwan exhibited considerable audacity. Should she truly provoke Pei Ji's ire, he would be unable to protect her today. Did she not notice the murderous intent in his gaze? Yet, she dared to utter such words. Of course, Su Xiangwan was aware of Pei Ji's anger, but certain truths compelled her to speak. Oh, pray, enlighten me, Pei Ji sneered, genuinely intrigued by her forthcoming words. Your Highness sits upon a lofty throne, wielding the power of life and death over the princess. I live in constant trepidation, fearing that a single misstep could cost me my life. In this world, women are relegated to a lowly status, shackled by the doctrines of propriety. No one desires to live in such a manner, if given the choice. Who would not yearn for a life of freedom and vitality? While I may harbor feelings for you, that sentiment pales in comparison to my desire for autonomy, to no longer tread cautiously in your shadow. Thus, I advise you, your Highness, that while there exists a remedy for every ailment, there is no antidote for regret. Her words, though softly spoken, resonated with unwavering strength. Shen Yanli found herself reflecting. Is this how Ashong perceives things as well? Pei Ji remained silent for an extended period, the atmosphere plummeting to an icy stillness. Su Xiangwan's admission of her feelings was a revelation, yet fortunately, she remained unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, he would have found it comical that amidst her lengthy discourse, she believed he had only heard that one statement. Moreover, the fact that he would remember such a falsehood was equally absurd. Indeed, Su Xiangwan's assertion served as a lifeline for Huaiyue, for she was now entirely convinced that Huaiyue had been captured by him. This prince never harbors regrets. Pei Ji's frigid voice pierced through to Su Xiangwan's ears. She met his gaze unflinchingly and replied, Your Highness, nothing in this world is absolute. Human nature is inherently greedy. When one becomes enamored with an object or a person, the initial desire is merely for possession. However, as time passes, one craves not only the object but also its essence, and ultimately more. At her words, Pei Ji tightened his grip on the item in his hand, his mind stirred by the notion. Is it truly so? Chapter 62. My lady, your performance faltered. The hour grows late. I must take my leave and visit the princess another day, she said, bowing slightly. Her eyes drifting towards Xiao Qingrong seated beside her. Will you accompany me home, my husband? Xiao Qingrong surveyed her for a moment before rising. It seems the prince has matters to attend to. We shall depart. He discerned that Pei Ji's thoughts had strayed far from their conversation, rendering their presence unnecessary. Better to leave while curiosity about Su Xiangwan lingered. Let us go, Su Xiangwan replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as they walked side by side. Having absorbed so much, Shen Yanli felt enriched by the experience. I too must take my leave, he declared, intent on finding Ashong and nurturing her genuine affection for him. Once the gathering had dispersed, Helan rose gracefully, brushing off his garments. Everyone has departed, including the esteemed heir. Do you think this prince will regret it? He pondered, a look of contemplation on his face. Helan gazed at him incredulously, silently raising an eyebrow. Peiji, this matter must be addressed with your own heart. If you truly fear regret, then treat her with kindness. As the saying goes, one should leave a thread of connection for future encounters. You ought to temper your habit of resorting to violence. No maiden would find that appealing. Peiji met his teasing gaze and replied with a slight parting of his lips. Leave. Then I shall take my leave, Helan murmured, taking with him the plate of grapes they had just consumed. Su Xiangwan followed Xiao Qingrong out of the Wangfu, fortunate enough not to have to walk back. As the carriage glided smoothly, she observed the man seated upright, unable to suppress her curiosity about his relationship with Peiji. Sensing her gaze lingering on him, Xiao Qingrong spoke slowly. Speak your mind. Husband, how did you come to know the prince? She inquired thoughtfully. Upon hearing her address him as husband, Xiao Qingrong paused before responding. Are you concerned about him? You think too much, husband. I am merely curious, for to outsiders, it appears you share no connection whatsoever. And in fact, quite the opposite. My father is aligned with Jiang Jingchun, constantly opposing Peiji, with the Su family as my maternal kin. I find myself on opposing sides with Peiji, yet who would have known that such seemingly disparate individuals could share a profound bond? Moreover, I even feigned death to assist him. Isn't it contradictory to wish to flee, yet still call me husband? Xiao Qingrong poured himself a cup of tea, his voice soothing. Su Xiangwan gazed at him, contemplating his mention of this matter again. Secretly, she thought, this man truly knows how to touch upon sensitive topics. I have explained to my husband that I do not wish to escape. After all, you are indeed my husband. Is there any issue with addressing you as such? Xiao Qingrong took a sip of tea. Regardless of the situation, I shall write a divorce decree upon our return, allowing you to depart. This marriage was never his desire. It was merely a strategic decision made in haste. Now that she wished to leave, he would grant her that wish. Hearing him speak of divorce made Su Xiangwan's heart skip a beat, with the matter of the crescent moon still unresolved. The identity of a general's wife was still of value to her. If they were to part ways, returning to the Su family would be impossible. Moreover, should Peiji ascend to the throne and Crescent Moon be taken into the palace, how could she enter without a proper status? After a thorough analysis, Su Xiangwan pinched her thigh hard, the pain causing tears to well in her eyes. Does my husband no longer want me? I cannot return to the Su family. And if we divorce, I truly do not know what to do. Xiao Qingrong held the teacup, observing the glistening eyes of the person before him, their demeanor soft and fragile. It was quite a coincidence that he had just witnessed her inflicting pain upon herself. Indeed, it was amusing. With a knowing smile, he gently teased. What, then, is the meaning of your words, my lady? Su Xiangwan bit her lip. Husband, please do not cast me away. I'm already wed to you. If you no longer want me, how shall I live? She looked into his eyes, her sincerity palpable. Xiao Qingrong leaned slightly forward, the distance between them suddenly narrowing. Su Xiangwan's eyelashes trembled, her heart unable to resist the thought. Could he possibly be intending to kiss her? How abrupt. Madam, your performance leaves much to be desired. His gaze was light, and his tone bore a hint of amusement, compared to his bold remarks earlier at the regent's residence. This performance was so lacking that he could hardly bear to watch. Su Xiangwan was taken aback by his perceptiveness, realizing he had seen through her thoughts with ease. Was her acting truly inadequate? What are you saying, my husband? I do not comprehend, she replied, lowering her eyes to continue her act. Xiao Qingrong tugged at the corners of his lips, retreating to sit down again. Su Xiangwan fell silent, suddenly understanding the plight of Yeye. Indeed, these men from ancient times were quite difficult to deal with. In the study, Peiji sat in a chair, perusing a scroll with a stern expression. Has she said anything? Mo Ying replied. Since the day of her return, the prince has confined the princess to the dark prison, even deliberately having interrogations conducted near her cell. Initially, it was thought that the delicate princess would be frightened into seeking an audience with the prince. However, to our surprise, she has been eating and drinking as usual, appearing quite content. Nothing? Pei Ji's brow deepened, and he cast aside the scroll. Clean her up and bring her to me. She possesses a strong will. Several days have passed, and she has not begged for mercy at all. In the prison cell, Jiang Huaiyue curled up in the corner, her gaze calmly observing the mice and cockroaches scurrying across the floor. She silently mused, "This place is reminiscent of the poem penned by the little swallow." Entering a room with walls on all sides, she looked up to see a mouse and down to spot a cockroach. She sighed, wondering if Pei Ji would keep her confined in such a place for a lifetime. She also pondered how Qiu-chan was faring and hoped Wan was safe. A click sounded at the cell door, and Jiang Huaiyue looked up to see Mo-ing. "The princess, please." Despite her confusion, who would wish to remain in this dreadful place? She quickly got up and walked out. Upon exiting the prison, Fuyo, accompanied by several maidservants, escorted her back to her quarters. After a refreshing wash, they brought her to the water pavilion. Entering the room, she was taken aback by the sight of the man seated on the small couch by the window. It had been 2 days since their last encounter, and the scenes of that day were still vividly etched in her mind. In the past, she had feigned composure in his presence, but now, unexpectedly unmasked, she found herself at a loss on how to respond. Pei Ji, hearing the commotion, turned his gaze toward her. "Are you not coming over? Do you expect this prince to summon you?" Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment after hearing the door close behind her before finally approaching. Upon halting a short distance from him, she ceased her movements. Pei Ji, clearly displeased, remarked, "It has been 2 days. Do you have nothing to say? What does the prince wish to hear from me?" Her willingness to speak had never held any significance in his eyes. What difference did it make whether she spoke or remained silent? Chapter 63. Why Seek Death? Pei Ji was provoked by her indifferent demeanor and coldly retorted, "If you wish for your maidservant to perish, you may continue to linger there." Upon hearing his threatening words, impatience flickered in Jiang Huaiyue's eyes, and she took a few steps closer. "What have you done to Qiu-chan?" His methods were notoriously ruthless, and Qiu-chan would undoubtedly suffer under his control. Seeing her still concerned about that maid, Pei Ji felt a surge of frustration rise within him. He reached out and grasped Jiang Huaiyue's wrist, pulling her forward. Caught off guard, she fell into his embrace, inhaling the crisp scent that enveloped him. After a few days apart, holding her again brought Pei Ji a sense of fulfillment. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his warm breath cascading over her skin. Regaining her composure, Jiang Huaiyue coldly pushed him away, demanding, "What are you doing? Let me go." Pei Ji remained silent, lifting his head to press against her, a fierce glimmer igniting in his eyes. Why seek death? Is it not better to be obedient? Unable to break free, Jiang Huaiyue raised her gaze defiantly. "Am I to obediently become your plaything?" He was unpredictable, constantly guarding himself, treating her as nothing more than an object of amusement. It was madness for her to stay here. "Is that truly what you think?" Pei Ji tightened his grip, forcing her chin up. "Isn't it?" Jiang Huaiyue scoffed. Pei Ji's expression turned icy. "If that is the case, I shall show you what true captivity entails." He concentrated his inner strength, and in an instant, the garments Jiang Huaiyue had just donned disintegrated into fragments, scattering across the floor. Her flawless, snow-white form was now clad only in a pale yellow garment, the delicate curves barely concealed. She felt an immediate chill, and, realizing his intentions, Jiang Huaiyue, both embarrassed and enraged, attempted to kick and strike him. "Pei Ji, have you lost your mind?" As she moved, her alabaster body trembled, her slender legs kicking at him as if inviting him. Pei Ji held her wrists above her head, his body pressing down on her legs, and leaned in to kiss her. His strength was overwhelming. The grip around her waist felt as if he intended to crush her into his very being. Jiang Huaiyue winced in pain, gasping, "Pei Ji, are you insane? You consider yourself superior, yet you are nothing but a hypocrite unable to resist base desires." Ever since the last time he had her administer a remedy to help him with his poison, he had become insatiable, their entanglements growing ever more complex. "Be silent. Do you truly believe I would not kill you?" Pei Ji's brows furrowed as he bit into her neck. Clear bite marks marred her fair skin, an alluring contrast. Tears welled in the corners of Jiang Huaiyue's eyes as she whimpered in pain, "Go ahead, kill me if you can." Her tears painted her cheeks a rosy hue, and though her delicate lips were soft, They uttered words that stung. Pei Ji lowered his brow and pressed his lips against hers, while Jiang Huaiyue, hands pinned in his embrace, struggled against him. Her attempts to resist felt no more than a playful tickle to him, and her anger made her want to bite him. She held her breath, refusing to make a sound. Seeing her resolve, Pei Ji recognized her intent. He maliciously tormented her, and despite her silence, he demanded her pleas for mercy. Ultimately, Jiang Huaiyue succumbed, the pain becoming unbearable, causing her to faint. In her last moments of consciousness, she felt that Pei Ji truly held power over her, and in every regard, they were mismatched. When Jiang Huaiyue awakened once more in the waterside pavilion, she found herself adorned in a gossamer gown, her bare feet encumbered by golden chains at her ankles. As she surveyed her surroundings, a wave of dread washed over her. What was Pei Ji attempting to convey? Did he truly intend to bind her within the confines of his palace, indulging in his whims day after day? Observing the chains on her feet, she tugged at them, only to discover that the more she pulled, the tighter they became. After some contemplation, she rose and retrieved a hairpin from the nearby vanity. She inserted the pin into the lock, but after an arduous attempt, not only did it not yield, but it also constricted further, leaving red marks on her ankles. Frustrated, she cast the pin to the ground, consumed by an urge to dismember that wretched man, Pei Ji. After a bout of futile struggle, exhaustion overtook her. She languidly dragged the clanking chains and poured herself a cup of tea. In her past, while indulging in novels, she had envied the protagonists who thrived in their literary worlds, relishing the tales of enforced affection from their male counterparts. Yet, when faced with such a situation herself, all she wished for was to flee as far as possible. She pondered whether she would forever remain ensnared in Pei Ji's grasp, destined to be trapped in this manner. Lowering her gaze to the myriad of ambiguous marks adorning her arms, she recalled the events of the previous night, her heart racing with terror. She had yet to take the necessary precautions. "Is anyone there?" She called out toward the door. Moments later, it creaked open to reveal a woman who entered with her eyes cast down. "What is your command, your highness?" The unfamiliar maidservant stood before her, and Jiang Huaiyue inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Yuan Ji, sent by the prince to attend to the princess." The maid replied respectfully, her head bowed. Jiang Huaiyue furrowed her brow, a mix of displeasure and resignation washing over her. "Where's my bundle?" "Do you mean the bundle brought back that day?" Yuan Ji asked. "Yes, where is it?" "Bring it to me," she commanded. The bundle contained half a vial of the contraceptive medicine she had not consumed. Now imprisoned and unable to escape, the prospect of bearing a child filled her with dread. She could not be bound to this fate for eternity. "Please wait, your highness, I shall retrieve it," Yuan Ji replied, gently closing the door behind her. After a brief pause, Jiang Huaiyue observed as Yuan Ji returned with the familiar bundle. She accepted it, silently extracting what she desired before setting it aside. "Yuan Ji, do you have any clothes? Fetch me something to wear." The attire Pei Ji had provided was scarcely better than being unclothed. She was grateful that no one frequented his chambers. Otherwise, the thought of being seen in such a state was mortifying. Yuan Ji lowered her gaze. "Your highness, the prince has decreed that you may only wear this." Jiang Huaiyue gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. "What madness is this? I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" She resolved to turn her ire into appetite, deciding to satisfy her hunger before addressing anything else. "Please wait, your highness." Meanwhile, in the study, Pei Ji and his companions deliberated over who should ascend the throne. Logically, Xiao Qingrong, the former crown prince, should claim the position if they were to stage a rebellion in his name. However, from the outset, he had been opposed to using his identity for such purposes. Consequently, outsiders believed that Pei Ji had instigated the rebellion solely to avenge his family. "Pei Ji, I harbor no interest in the throne. You have navigated the intricacies of the court for many years, and now the moment is ripe for you to seize the opportunity." Xiao Qingrong spoke in a tone devoid of fervor. After years of warfare, he had grown accustomed to freedom and had no desire to occupy that position. Chapter 64. I do not wish to divorce. Pei Ji remained silent, lost in thought. Xin Yanli pondered before articulating. "I believe Xiao Qingrong's perspective holds merit. You should ascend the throne directly. Ultimately, it matters little who occupies the imperial seat, as the populace is largely indifferent, so long as they can live prosperous lives. The identity of the dynasty is of no consequence. Furthermore, Pei Ji is indeed the most adept among us at wielding power and manipulating human sentiments. Pei Ji furrowed his brow. Xiao Qingrong, are you certain you have contemplated this thoroughly? What is there to contemplate? The vendetta has long been avenged, my family is gone, and I am left alone. What significance does that position hold for me? His expression was tranquil, yet a flicker of sorrow glimmered in his eyes. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Helan interjected abruptly. Enough, it matters little. If Xiao Qingrong is unwilling, then Pei Ji, you shall take the mantle. It is rather amusing that these two, whom many covet the throne, are instead deferring to one another. By the way, how do you intend to deal with Jiang Jingchen? He casually inquired. Upon mentioning Jiang Jingchen, Pei Ji's countenance turned cold. He is languishing in the water dungeon, barely clinging to life. Years have passed, and one would expect some growth, yet he remains utterly ineffectual. Do you want him? If so, take him back, he said, looking towards Xiao Qingrong. Xiao Qingrong smirked slightly. What purpose would it serve for me to take him back? It was Jiang Jingchen's father who harmed the Ning family. The old man is dead, and bringing back a mere boy would only occupy space. A few days after that, Pei Ji ascended the throne, renaming the nation to Chun, and issued a grand amnesty while reducing taxes for 3 years. This news was a boon for the citizens of the capital, and their attitude towards Emperor Pei Ji underwent a significant transformation. Su Xiangwan returned from the regent's residence, spending her days within the confines of the courtyard. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the scattered sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a serene stillness within the room. Ningxiang entered, bearing the evening meal. Miss, it is time to eat. Su Xiangwan sighed, slowly seated herself, and absent-mindedly lifted her chopsticks to her mouth. Miss, are you worried about the princess? Yes, I wonder how she is faring. There has been no word. A sense of helplessness enveloped her, leaving her uncertain about how to reunite with her or what trial she might currently be facing. In this place, under the weight of greater power, she felt utterly constrained. As the master and servant conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Madam, I've been sent by the general to deliver this. Came the voice of someone Su Xiangwan recognized as one of Xiao Qingrong's subordinates, seemingly named Song Yin. Seeing the item in his hand, resembling a letter, Su Xiangwan gestured for Ning Xiang to take it. Ning Xiang accepted it from him, presenting it to Su Xiangwan with both hands. The subordinate took his leave. The matter entrusted by the general has been attended to, Song Yin stated before turning to depart. Miss, it appears to be a letter, Ning Xiang remarked, puzzled. It is curious to be writing letters within the same residence. Wouldn't it be more efficient to speak directly? Recalling the matter of divorce that Xiao Qingrong had proposed a few days prior, Su Xiangwan felt an unsettling premonition stirring within her. She swiftly opened the letter in her hand, and the most conspicuous phrase leapt out at her. Divorce agreement. My lady, since it is a divorce agreement, we can depart with our heads held high, Ningxiang remarked joyfully upon witnessing it from behind her. The lady had long desired to leave, and now her wishes seemed to have materialized unexpectedly. However, Su Xiangwan abruptly rose from her chair, declaring, now is not the time for a divorce. With that, she exited the courtyard clutching the divorce document. Ningxiang, perplexed, wondered why the lady, who had so eagerly anticipated this moment, was now hesitating to part ways. Su Xiangwan could not afford to ponder Ningxiang's thoughts. Pei Ji had ascended the throne, and the Su family, discontent with him, had been imprisoned. If she were to divorce Xiao Qingrong as an inconsequential commoner, how could she ever find the opportunity to enter the palace and meet Yuya? Thus, it was not the right moment for separation. She needed to dissuade Xiao Qingrong from this notion. Since Xiao Qingrong's absence, Su Xiangwan had resided in the main courtyard following her marriage. Upon his return, he did not require her to relocate, but instead sought another courtyard to dwell in, Yinshui Pavilion. Seated with a scroll in hand, Xiao Qingrong appeared as a vision of grace, his features exquisite and captivating. Has it been delivered? He inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Song Yin, his voice soothing. Song Yin nodded. It has been placed in the lady's hands. Just as he finished speaking, a sound caught his attention, and he turned to see Su Xiangwan entering the courtyard. The lady has arrived again, Song Yin commented, to which Xiao Qingrong, with a hint of resignation, replied. I can see that. From a distance, Su Xiangwan spotted Xiao Qingrong, took a deep breath, and tightened her grip on the divorce document as she stepped into the house. I have come to see my husband, she stated. Noticing Song Yin lingering nearby, Xiao Qingrong gestured, Song Yin, you may leave. Yes. After casting a glance at the two, Song Yin turned and departed. Once he left, only Xiao Qingrong and Su Xiangwan remained in the room. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiao Qingrong raised his gaze, his lips curving slightly as he regarded her. Su Xiangwan retrieved the divorce document, asking, What does this mean, my husband? Is my lady illiterate? He responded with a nonchalant tone, his inflection rising at the end. Taken aback by his unexpected retort, Su Xiangwan studied the man before her, whose elegance was akin to a jade ornament, radiating brilliance. It dawned on her that he was not without his own cunning. Indeed, anyone capable of befriending a man like Pei Ji could not be entirely virtuous. I do not wish to divorce, she asserted, stepping closer, her eyes fixed intently on him. Xiao Qingrong's smile did not reach his eyes. Is this not what my lady desired? Just days ago, she had contemplated a secret escape, yet now, when presented with the chance to leave, she hesitated. The Su family is no more. If my husband were to divorce me, how could I, a frail woman, survive? She lowered her gaze, her lashes trembling as tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls released from a broken string. Xiao Qingrong's long fingers lightly tapped the table as he spoke with intrigue. What does my lady propose? I am aware that my husband does not harbor affection for me. Let us set a term of 3 months. Should my husband remain indifferent after this period, I shall willingly take the divorce document and depart, ensuring no further entanglement. Su Xiangwan gently dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, speaking softly. Come here, he beckoned with a slight motion of his hand, although uncertain of his intentions. Su Xiangwan slowly approached. As she drew near, Xiao Qingrong lifted her chin with his hand and remarked, What gave you the confidence that I would come to like you in just 3 months? His fingers brushed against her delicate skin, and her tear-filled eyes evoked a sense of pity. Undeniably, she was indeed beautiful. However, Xiao Qingrong was not one to be easily swayed by mere appearances. Confused by his actions, Su Xiangwan gazed at the man so close before her and said softly, Husband, would you dare to try? 3 months should be ample time. Chapter 65, Yielding. If it's a trial you seek, then so be it, Xiao Qingrong replied, half closing his eyes as he caressed her chin and let his fingers linger on her cheek. Upon feeling his slightly rough palm, Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow in discomfort. She placed her hand over his and gently remarked, Husband, your hands are rather coarse. Do you not like it? He asked nonchalantly. Her soft, seemingly boneless hand pressed against his revealed to Xiao Qingrong for the first time how tender a person's touch could be. Su Xiangwan pursed her lips and smiled. Not particularly, for you have caused me some pain. For reasons unknown, this seemingly ordinary exchange left Xiao Qingrong feeling somewhat perturbed. He withdrew his hand, stating, If there is nothing else, you may leave. Su Xiangwan eagerly complied. Certainly. She tucked the divorce papers away, feeling a surge of happiness. She had effortlessly obtained them, and Xiao Qingrong had acquiesced to her request. However, just as she was joyfully making her exit, a voice called from behind, Wait. What is it, husband? Return the divorce papers to me. Xiao Qingrong's gaze fell upon the papers she had just stowed away. Su Xiangwan's smile faltered. Didn't you give them to me, husband? Her joy was short-lived, now on the verge of being snatched away. Is it that you refuse to comply? Xiao Qingrong's expression was casual, yet his tone was indifferent. Sensing the scrutiny in his eyes, Su Xiangwan shook her head. How could that be? You are overthinking it. With a resigned sigh in her heart, she reluctantly handed the papers over, realizing that this man was exceedingly shrewd, cautious even in such matters. Xiao Qingrong took the divorce papers from her hand. You may go back now. Su Xiangwan bowed slightly and departed. Under the brilliant sun, the colorful glazed tiles shimmered in the light. In Chongqing Palace, Jiang Huaiyue looked at her maid, Yuan Ji, who was serving her meal, and said, Yuan Ji, please tell me about the situation outside. She had been confined by Pei Ji, restricted in her movements, leaving her oblivious to the world beyond. Yet, one thing was clear to her. She was indeed within the palace. Therefore, her earlier suspicions were confirmed. Pei Ji had indeed staged a rebellion, and it had succeeded. Otherwise, she would not be here, but rather in a dark prison. Yuanji lowered her head. "Princess, forgive me, but I dare not speak freely. His Majesty has long instructed that I should not gossip in your presence." Seeing her reticence, Jiang Huaiyue realized she would not glean any information from her, and her appetite waned. Setting down her chopsticks, she stated calmly, "Dismiss the meal. Will the princess not eat anymore?" Yuanji inquired. Observing the exquisite meal laid out before her, Jiang Huaiyue shook her head, declaring, "I am full." Noticing her disinterest, Yuanji summoned the serving maids, who swiftly and delicately cleared the table. "Your Highness, the maidservant shall take her leave," Yuanji curtsied. Jiang Huaiyue responded with a faint acknowledgement. As she departed, silence enveloped the hall once more. Looking down at the golden chain adorning her ankle, Jiang Huaiyue let out a bitter smile. She never imagined she would experience a day of being hidden away like a treasure in a gilded chamber. For these past days, she had been harboring a sense of indignation, unwilling to concede or bow her head. Yet she felt trapped, unwilling to accept being confined by Pei Ji, unwilling to be toyed with in this constrained existence. To survive, she would sacrifice her pride. Gently caressing the cold gold chain, she murmured softly. In the ornate and frigid palace, a woman clad in white gauze stirred her sorrowful brow. Her skin was as fair as snow, her form as delicate as jade. Yet the ambiguous red marks upon her body lingered stubbornly. "Come in," she called out to the door. Yuanji, stationed at the entrance, entered the hall. "Your Highness, send word. I wish to see him." The woman's light, ethereal voice rang out. Realizing whom she referred to, Yuanji replied, "Yes, this servant shall go at once." Shortly after her departure, Jiang Huaiyue heard footsteps at the entrance and looked up. A man dressed in black, his handsome visage marked by an air of indifference, seemed to exude an impenetrable aloofness. Upon entering, he surveyed the woman seated on the floor. "What is it?" Pei Ji inquired, settling onto the low couch beneath the window. Jiang Huaiyue rose from the ground and stepped toward him, the chain on her ankle clinking with every movement, resonating throughout the palace. As she approached, Jiang Huaiyue crouched down before him, lifting her gaze to softly utter, "I was wrong." Pei Ji observed her hand resting on his knee and leaned closer, gripping her chin with his fingers. He scrutinized her face and asked in what way. "I should not have spoken carelessly and insulted my husband, nor should I have contemplated escape," Jiang Huaiyue articulated, feeling the coolness of his fingers against her skin. Pei Ji gazed into her eyes, aware that she was yielding to him. Though her words seemed sweet, he wondered what thoughts lay hidden in her heart. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Should there be a next time, I shall break your legs." Jiang Huaiyue blinked, obediently allowing herself to be embraced, concealing the chill in her gaze from him. "Rest assured, husband, I shall not run away again," she said, wrapping her arms around his back and speaking softly. Pei Ji pulled her into his lap, his fingers playfully entwining with hers as he observed her submissive demeanor. "You had better keep your word." Jiang Huaiyue met his profound gaze, nodding obediently, and leaned closer to his lips. "Husband, this chain has chafed my ankle raw. When will you help me remove it?" Sitting in his embrace, she slowly drew her feet back, the gossamer fabric of her white gauze spreading apart, revealing her jade-like feet against his arm. Pei Ji lowered his gaze, grasping her ankle, where the deep red marks were unmistakable. His thumb gently caressed the tender skin as the fragrance of the woman in his arms enveloped him. Jiang Huaiyue sat upon his lap, and he immediately felt the stirrings within himself. A mocking smile played on his lips, for he deemed her a hypocrite. She placed her hand upon his shoulder, tilted her head back, and softly whispered his name in his ear. Husband sensing the pressure of her foot, Jiang Huaiyue realized his breath had quickened, and reason was slipping away. As anticipated, in the next moment, he grasped her waist and pulled her closer into his embrace. The small, soft couch could barely accommodate one person, yet Jiang Huaiyue found herself leaning over him, caught in his kiss. For a long while, ambiguous sounds echoed, rising and falling in the air. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Huaiyue opened her drowsy eyes, lifted the covers, and as her feet touched the cold floor, she felt something amiss and glanced down. The chains that had bound her were gone, and the chill on her ankles indicated they had been treated with some ointment. She lowered her gaze, recalling the passionate moments shared with Pei Ji the night before, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. Pei Ji, I am curious to see if you are inherently cold-hearted and unfeeling. Having regained her freedom, Jiang Huaiyue behaved herself for the time being. After a determined effort, Pei Ji had released Qiu Chan. Chapter 66. It should be I who welcomes you. The summer evening breeze, tinged with a hint of warmth, wafted into the hall, while the icy basin within exuded a refreshing chill. Jiang Huaiyue had just bathed, donning a light green tunic with her lustrous hair cascading down her back, secured only by a matching hairband. Leaning against the doorway of the hall, she soon saw Fuyao enter, supporting Qiu Chan, her expression cold. Princess, Qiu Chan choked out, gazing at Jiang Huaiyue, who was now within arm's reach. Jiang Huaiyue approached, lifting her skirt slightly, and reached out to offer a semblance of support. Qiu Chan, are you all right? Have you been hurt? She scrutinized Qiu Chan from head to toe, noting that aside from her pale complexion, she appeared to be unscathed. Princess, I am well, Qiu Chan replied. During her confinement, she had feared she might never see the princess again. Thankfully, the princess was unharmed. Observing Fuyao assisting Qiu Chan, Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip. Fuyao, I am sorry for causing you to be punished. She understood that her attempt to escape had provoked Pei Ji, and Fuyao had been sent by him. Her departure had resulted in Fuyao as punishment. Although she too was a victim of circumstance, an apology was warranted. A flicker of surprise crossed Fuyao's cold gaze, perhaps not expecting the princess to apologize to a mere servant. It is my failure, unrelated to the princess, she responded coolly, releasing her hold on Qiu Chan. In the brightly lit chamber, Jiang Huaiyue inquired with concern. Qiu Chan, how have you fared these past days? Have you suffered any punishment? The day Pei Ji had threatened to kill Qiu Chan had indeed alarmed her. Over the intervening time, she had worried incessantly about Qiu Chan's fate. Do not worry, princess. I am unharmed, merely confined, but they did not punish me, Qiu Chan said, deeply touched by the princess's concern. She felt that she must have done countless good deeds in a past life to deserve such a benevolent master in this one. Hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue felt relieved. That is good to hear. By the way, Qiu Chan, I heard rumors that the princess rebelled. She cautiously broached the subject, recalling the whispers she had heard on her way back. To her astonishment, she found that after only a few days of confinement, she had transformed into a fallen princess. In recent days, Jiang Huaiyue had been wandering about the imperial garden, gleaning details from numerous palace maids and eunuchs. She was taken aback to discover the tragic backstory of Pei Ji, yet it bore little relevance to her own plight. Now, she was a princess of a fallen kingdom. If Pei Ji chose to keep her in the eyes of the outside world, she ought to feel grateful. He had long harbored rebellious thoughts, which did not surprise her. Qiu Chan understood that the princess had no affection for the prince, yet she found herself ensnared by his side, unable to escape. Princess, shall we depart? She softly inquired. Jiang Huaiyue met her gaze and smiled gently. Let us first focus on surviving. We shall address future matters when the time comes. Preserving our lives opens up other possibilities. Qiu Chan nodded, observing the princess's furrowed brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. As the two spoke, Pei Ji arrived under the cover of night. Upon seeing him, Jiang Huaiyue rose to greet him. Husband, have you dined? Qiu Chan discreetly withdrew, lowering her head in deference. Yes. Pei Ji noted the smile upon her countenance, and his gaze swept over Qiu Chan. It was evident that her happiness stemmed from the presence of this maid. Jiang Huaiyue, perceiving his glance at Qiu Chan, promptly instructed, Qiu Chan, you may leave for now. Yes, Qiu Chan replied respectfully before quietly exiting. The vast palace was left with only Jiang Huaiyue and Pei Ji. Husband, thank you for permitting Qiu Chan to return, she said, embracing his arm and expressing her gratitude in a gentle tone. Pei Ji lowered his gaze at the person close to him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why do you care so much for a mere maid? He inquired. Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback by his question. After a moment's reflection, she replied, a maid is also nurtured by parents. She has been loyal to me and has accompanied me for many years. She is like family, hence my concern. And what of me? Pei Ji's voice was soft as he fixed his gaze upon her. Under his scrutiny, Jiang Huaiyue felt a flutter in her heart, her eyes brightening with a smile. You, of course, are also my family. As the saying goes, when one marries a man, one shares his clothing and sustenance. I have wed you, so you are naturally my closest companion. Family? Pei Ji murmured silently to himself, contemplating her words. Noticing his silence, Jiang Huaiyue tugged at his sleeve. What are you thinking, husband? Nothing of consequence. Go bathe, he replied coolly, pulling his sleeve from her grasp and turning towards the bathing area behind the screen. Jiang Huaiyue watched his retreating figure, her gaze downcast and silent. As Pei Ji neared the screen, his voice suddenly rang out. Come here and attend to me. Yes, Jiang Huaiyue replied softly, clenching her hands. She needed to placate him, to ease his wariness, so that she could seek an opportunity to escape the palace and discuss future plans with Wan. Half a month had passed since Pei Ji ascended to the throne, and his first decree had been to eliminate his adversaries. Those who had once opposed him were decimated, with a significant number executed. In an instant, those remaining in the court were gripped by fear, anxious that they might be next to face the blade. While some fell into despair, others thrived in the aftermath. Those who aligned with Pei Ji were rewarded with titles. Xiao Qingrong was bestowed the title of a prince of a different surname and granted residence in the regent's palace, thus elevating him to a position of unparalleled authority beneath the emperor. As for Helan and Shen Yanli, both expressed their disinterest in holding official positions, preferring instead to acquire treasures and riches. Helan found the notion of being a leisurely individual quite appealing. He did not wish to don court attire and attend morning assemblies daily, as it was exceedingly tiresome. Shen Yanli, on the other hand, felt overwhelmed with his current obligations, particularly with the substantial backlog of business in Jiangnan awaiting his return for resolution. Moreover, he favored commerce over bureaucratic duties. Upon the issuance of the royal decree, Su Xiangwan relocated to the royal residence alongside Xiao Qingrong. When selecting a courtyard, Su Xiangwan chose the one once inhabited by Jiang Huaiyue. One afternoon, while she practiced calligraphy in her chamber, she suddenly perceived a cold, mechanical voice resonating in her ears. Book Traversal System 007 activated. Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow and surveyed the room. Noticing her perplexity, Ning Xiang inquired, Miss, what is the matter? Nothing, I'm just a bit hungry. Please fetch me some snacks from the kitchen. Of course. Without hesitation, Ning Xiang set down the ink stick and departed. Once the door was closed, Su Xiangwan addressed the empty air. System? Upon her utterance, the electronic voice re-emerged. Greetings, host. Welcome to the world of the novel. At that moment, Su Xiangwan was assured that her hearing was not deceiving her, although she was not particularly fond of novels. Her experience in filming short dramas with Huiya had afforded her some insight. In works of this genre, systems were a common occurrence, and initially, she had wondered whether they would have a system upon their arrival. However, after spending considerable time in this world, no system had manifested itself. It is I who should be welcoming you. She grimaced slightly, quite taken aback by the tardiness of this system compared to typical book traversers. Chapter 67. What use are you? Apologies, host. There were complications with the time-space tunnel, which caused delays during the transmission, hence my late arrival. 007 responded in a manner devoid of any emotion, resembling a mere machine. Oh, can we return? Su Xiangwan inquired. In novels, systems typically outline tasks, and upon their completion, one could be revived, if only they were true. However, 007's subsequent reply shattered her hopes. No, it is impossible, as the hostess body has been irreparably damaged, making a return unfeasible. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan felt a gentle pang of disappointment. Then what purpose do you serve? She quickly regained her composure, recognizing that at least she had an ally. It was prudent to ascertain the situation before devising her next steps. 007 serves no purpose. Su Xiangwan inhaled deeply. If you are of no use, then what is your role here? It was disheartening to have entertained any semblance of joy. 007 has come to inform the host that Jiang Jingchen, as the child of fate, must not perish for the time being, Otherwise, this world is destined to collapse. Upon hearing this, even someone as emotionally stable as she was tempted to utter an expletive. Not only had the system arrived late, but it also proved to be of little assistance. Further complicating matters, given her current predicament with Huaiyue, where understanding her own survival was already a challenge. The added burden of ensuring Jiang Jingchen's safety rendered her situation nearly untenable. You mentioned he must not die for now. When then can he meet his end? Su Xiangwan pondered over its earlier statement before posing her question. Once the fateful child is replaced, his life or death shall no longer bear any consequence. To elucidate further, Su Xiangwan wished to express that, in other novels, the fateful child is often portrayed as exceptionally fortunate, seemingly aided by divine intervention in all endeavors. However, in this instance, he is utterly inept and inconsequential. Then who will take his place? She mused, feeling compelled to clarify this, lest the new fateful child meet an untimely demise, leading to collective ruin. The host's current husband, Xiao Qingrong, came to response. Su Xiangwan pondered, why not Pei Ji? He is the antagonist, replied 007. After organizing the information provided by the system, Su Xiangwan recalled something. All right, I understand. Will you always be around in the future? No. 007 is merely here to maintain order. How long until the fateful child becomes Xiao Qingrong? She found the system's vague assertions rather disconcerting, without a precise timeline. How could she ascertain when the change would occur? 007 hesitated momentarily. Please hold on, host. Uncertain of its intentions. She soon noticed a crystal ball materializing on the table before her, enveloped in white mist. Is this a crystal ball? Su Xiangwan inquired, reaching out to examine it. Indeed, once the white mist dissipates entirely, transforming into crystal clarity, it will signify the change of the fateful child. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan acknowledged her understanding. System. If we ensure the fateful child remains unharmed, the world will remain intact. Yet, Xiao Qingrong is destined to perish eventually. What then? The matter of life and death is seldom clear-cut. What if he were to die unexpectedly? Would that not lead to the demise of all? Before he passes, a new fateful child will be born. The host need not worry, assured 007. Very well, we are grateful for the opportunity to live again. But safeguarding Jiang Jingchen poses certain challenges for us. Thus, we require compensation. Su Xiangwan began to negotiate with utmost seriousness. What sort of compensation does the host desire? Do you possess anything that can alter one's appearance? She had come to realize the profound difficulties she and Huaiyue faced in seeking escape. With Pei Ji now ascended to the throne, without employing some stratagem, their entrapment seemed eternal. After a prolonged silence, 007 soon presented another small porcelain object alongside the crystal ball on the table. This is a disguise potion. Consuming a single pellet will transform you entirely into another person for half a month. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you. By the way, once you depart, will you not return? There won't be any strange tasks imposed upon us later, will there? Rest assured, host, once 007 departs, it shall be for eternity. It had its own pressing duties, after all, with countless realms awaiting its governance. That is reassuring. Farewell, Su Xiangwan replied, feeling a sense of relief. 007 fell silent, offering no further words. Moments later, when no sound followed, she softly called out, 007, are you still there? In response to her, there was an enveloping silence. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Ningxiang entered, holding a tray of pastries. Miss, with whom are you conversing? She inquired, as if she had just overheard the young lady speaking. Nothing much, Su Xiangwan replied, discreetly stowing away the crystal ball and the potion provided by the system. She needed to devise a plan to swiftly enter the palace and communicate with Huaiyue, uncertain of Jiang Jingchen's current whereabouts, whether he was alive or dead. Miss, I have brought osmanthus cake. Do come and taste it. Ningxiang placed a freshly baked delicacy before Su Xiangwan. The young lady reached out, pinching a piece and taking a gentle bite, the delightful scent of osmanthus filling her senses and lifting her spirits. Glancing at the pristine cake, she softly inquired, are there more in the kitchen? Yes, miss, but is it insufficient? Ningxiang asked, puzzled. Not at all. Please fetch me some. I am heading to the study. To enter the palace, I must rely on Xiao Qingrong, she instructed. Ningxiang nodded, understood, Mississippi. In the palace, Jiang Huaiyue, adorned in a moon-white palace gown, sat lost in thought on a swing in the corridor. Qiu stood behind her, gently pushing, and whispered, Princess, now that His Majesty has ascended the throne, as his first wife, will he not make you the empress? What nonsense! As a princess of a fallen kingdom, what right do I have? Besides, I have no desire for such a title, Jiang Huaiyue scoffed. If I had the time, I would rather leave and pursue a life of freedom. But princess, that rightfully belongs to you. What if His Majesty takes another? That would be troubling, Qiu remarked, aware that her princess held no affection for the emperor, yet concerned about the potential repercussions should there be others in the harem to mistreat her. Rest assured, I am well aware of my situation, Jiang Huaiyue replied softly. As the two conversed, a voice resonated from outside the hall. Jiang Huaiyue turned to see Fuyo leading Song Ku towards her. Greetings, Your Highness, Song Ku, dressed in the robes of the Imperial Medical Bureau, bowed deeply. After Pei Ji's ascension, he had been appointed as the head physician. Dr. Song, you are too courteous. What brings you here today? Jiang Huaiyue inquired. Song Ku straightened himself and slowly responded. His Majesty has sent me to request a health check for the princess. Jiang Huaiyue's heart sank at this revelation. What could Pei Ji mean by suddenly having someone examine her? Had he discovered her secret use of contraceptive medicine? Chapter 68. The poison is cured. I appreciate your kind intentions, Dr. Song, but I assure you, I am in good health and do not wish to trouble you. Recently, Pei Ji had visited frequently, and her consumption of contraceptive medicine had increased, leading to a persistent discomfort in her abdomen. She feared that Song Ku might discern something amiss. Seeing her reluctance, Song Ku gently replied, Princess, I must report back to His Majesty after examining you. Jiang Huaiyue understood his implication. He needed to provide an account to Pei Ji. Yet, now that he was present, refusing him would only betray her unease. Very well, Jiang Huaiyue acquiesced, rising from the swing to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard. Song Ku retrieved a diagnostic tool from his medical kit and placed it before her. Please extend your hand, Princess. Jiang Huaiyue slightly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a glimpse of her delicate wrist, and Song Ku lowered his gaze, delicately placing a white cloth upon her wrist. During the pulse examination, Jiang Huaiyue's heart raced uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but wonder if Song Ku would discern anything amiss. After a moment, Song Ku lifted his gaze to meet hers, his refined visage adorned with a hint of a smile. Princess, there is no need for anxiety. Do try to relax. He merely intended to take her pulse, yet her heartbeat was undeniably rapid. Hearing his words, Jiang Huaiyue pressed her lips together and inquired, Song Taiji, how's my health? Princess, please switch to the other hand. Song Ku sidestepped her question. She withdrew her wrist and offered her other hand, choosing silence. Moments later, Song Ku smiled gently. The princess is in good health, though she does exhibit some signs of coldness, which may pose challenges for future conception. I shall prescribe some restorative medicine. With time, it should suffice. Jiang Huaiyue thought to herself, who cares for conception? I would prefer not to bear children at all. Though such sentiments coursed through her mind, she maintained her composure. Thank you, Song Taiji. He nodded and produced a small porcelain vial alongside a silver needle. Princess, may I request a few drops of your blood? What do you require my blood for? Jiang Huaiyue asked warily. I have heard from His Majesty that you have been afflicted by a poisonous curse, and I wish to conduct some research. Observing his earnest demeanor, Jiang Huaiyue decided to be forthright. The poison has already been resolved, so even if you desire my blood, it would serve no purpose. She understood that whatever she shared with Song Ku would undoubtedly be reported to Pei Ji, yet the fact that the poison was resolved was not worth concealing. Resolved? If I may be so bold, how is the curse lifted? Although he possessed limited knowledge of such poisons, he understood that breaking a curse was no trivial matter. In cases of maternal curse, only the maternal bug could counteract it. No other means would suffice. However, he had just witnessed the maternal bug in the possession of His Majesty. His presence here today was predicated on the Emperor's directive to assess the princess's health, and, if all was well, to lift the curse. Yet now, the princess claimed the curse had already been lifted. Why does Song Taiji appear so astonished by my claim of the curse being resolved? Jiang Huaiyue queried, suspicion creeping into her tone. His demeanor seemed rather peculiar. Princess, you are overthinking. I am merely curious, Song Ku replied, lowering his gaze as he gathered his belongings. Since the curse has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Jiang Huaiyue scrutinized him for a moment, but said nothing in return. Upon exiting Changxing Palace, Song Ku proceeded directly to the imperial study to report back. Upon his arrival, Pei Ji was engrossed in reviewing memorials, a red brush pen in hand. I pay my respects to your majesty. Pei Ji, without lifting his head, replied, Rise. Song Ku stood upright and began to speak slowly. Your majesty, I have checked the princess's pulse. Her health appears satisfactory. Furthermore, she claims that the curse has been resolved. Hearing this, Pei Ji paused, his grip on the brush faltering as he raised his gaze. Resolved? Indeed. Did she elaborate on how it was lifted? He set down the brush and reached for the porcelain vial resting on the desk, one he had procured from Jiang Jingshan that day, containing the cursed insects. The princess mentioned that it was a physician who resolved the issue. I had intended to request a few drops of her blood for examination, but she declined. Pei Ji's eyes darkened as he tossed the vial to Song Ku. Examine this. It is indeed the cursed insect. Song Ku reached out to catch the bottle and examined it closely. Indeed, it appeared youthful, suggesting that the caregiver had yet to nurture it properly. Mo-ing. Pei Ji called out to the outside of the hall, and Mo-ing swiftly entered. Investigate the origins of the rejuvenation hall. If it were merely a simple medical establishment, how could it possibly unravel the poison placed upon Jiang Jingshan? Mo-ing acknowledged, Yes, I shall attend to it at once. With a wave of his hand, Pei Ji dismissed him. Once the matter of the poison was addressed, Song Ku continued, By the way, I have taken the princess's pulse. Her constitution is rather cold and requires careful nurturing before she can conceive. Otherwise, even if there is a pregnancy, the fetus may not be stable. What do you say this to me for? Pei Ji furrowed his brows. Song Ku hesitated briefly. I merely thought that His Majesty is not young anymore and should consider fatherhood. Moreover, it seems to me that His Majesty is gradually becoming more attentive to the princess. Having a child is merely a matter of time. Fatherhood? Pei Ji pondered this notion, struggling to envision what it would entail. You may leave, he said softly. With a gentle laugh, Song Ku departed slowly. As night fell, Jiang Huaiyue gazed at the man seated before her eyes shimmering lightly as she extended her bowl. Husband, I wish to have some soup. Pei Ji lifted his gaze towards her. Yinji, attending beside them, reached to take the bowl, but Jiang Huaiyue deftly evaded her hand. Husband, I would like you to serve it to me, if you please. Having rarely witnessed her in such a childlike demeanor, Pei Ji, almost involuntarily, took the bowl, ladled the soup, and handed it back to her. Jiang Huaiyue squinted her eyes and smiled. Thank you, husband. You are truly wonderful. After finishing her soup, she displayed a contented smile. Pei Ji lifted his eyelids. Have you resolved the poison within you? Aware that he would inquire about this matter, Jiang Huaiyue calmly continued sipping her soup, dabbing her lips with a handkerchief. Yes, indeed. What made you think to ask me about this? Just a casual inquiry. Pei Ji replied, narrowing his eyes. After their evening meal, as she sat for a while to digest, Pei Ji took her to the bathing pool. The marble basin was pristine, illuminated by luminous pearls on either side, casting a bright glow throughout the chamber. In the pool, the man rested his hands on the edge, eyes partially closed, lost in thought. Jiang Huaiyue stood behind him, vigorously scrubbing his back with a towel. Softly, she inquired, Husband, may I go out of the palace? Pei Ji opened his eyes and replied in a deep voice, What would you do outside the palace? It is too dull here. I wish to explore beyond these walls. Her delicate hands, scratching his back with a gentle strength akin to tickling, ignited a fire of frustration within him, recalling the lingering thought of her desire to escape. A glimmer of coldness crossed his gaze. Would you run away again if I allowed you to leave the palace? Chapter 69. You stepped on my dress. Detecting the displeasure in his tone, Jiang Huaiyue bit her lip. Husband, you misunderstand. I do not intend that. Is that so? Pei Ji smirked slightly, seizing her hand and pulling her downwards. Jiang Huaiyue was yanked into the water with a splash, emerging from the water with her eyes closed. She wiped her face and opened her eyes to meet his gaze. Pei Ji's dark eyes glinted with chill, and Jiang Huaiyue leaned in closer. "My lord, I truly have no intention of fleeing. Please do not be angry. If necessary, I shall not go." She leaned against his chest, her fair cheeks flushed by the warm steam rising from the pool. The thin garment clung to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Pei Ji encircled her waist, his tone icy as he admonished, "Refrain from your little schemes and behave yourself. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. It is merely the same old ruse, feigning vulnerability in hopes that I might lower my guard, allowing you to escape once more." She would not be foolish enough to believe that a past incident could repeat itself. Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts, and pressed her cheek against his neck. "My lord, I cannot leave the palace, yet I long for the candied hawthorn from outside, as well as the rice cakes from across Tianxiang Tower. If you find a moment, might you bring some back for me?" Pei Ji's hand rested on her softness as he replied softly, "If you desire something, let the imperial kitchen prepare it for you. The imperial kitchen does not possess the same flavor. I wish to savor the ones from outside." "Please, my lord," she coaxed, nestling against his neck, her breath fragrant and enticing. Pei Ji cast her a sidelong glance, a single word escaping his throat. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Jiang Huaiyue's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Thank you, my lord. I knew you were the best to me." Pei Ji tightened his grip around her waist. "Smile like that from now on. Compared to the insincere smiles of the past, this one is truly heartwarming." Jiang Huaiyue pouted playfully. "Were you saying, my lord? I have always smiled like this. Men, it seemed, were ever greedy." Pei Ji chuckled lightly, his large hand cradling the back of her head as he lowered his face to intertwine their breaths. Time flowed on, and the water in the pool rippled. In the Taifu mansion, ever since Jiang Jingchen's downfall, the marriage proposal had been left unresolved. Upon learning that Xiao Qingrong was still alive, Chu Nanqi displayed a relieved smile. How wonderful it was that such a beauty as Miss Su need not endure the torment of separation from her spouse. The days ahead were anew. She had found peace and wished only to accompany her grandfather, occasionally offering her services as a physician. If the opportunity arose, she would traverse mountains and rivers to broaden her horizons. On this day, she carried her medical kit to the Huichuntang. However, upon entering, she sensed something amiss. Manager Su and the young attendants stood to one side, visibly tense as they regarded her. Chu Nanqi set down her kit and lifted her gaze. Seated in her usual spot was a man clad in a vibrant red brocade robe, with silver hair tied back and a jade fan in hand. He exuded a charm that was both captivating and enigmatic. Beside him stood a figure in black, expressionless, a shadow. The shadow glanced at Helan, who resembled a flamboyant peacock, his expression difficult to articulate. Originally tasked by his master to investigate Huichuntang, he had unexpectedly encountered the heir and felt compelled to accompany him, under the pretense of seeking excitement, simply wishing to witness the physician capable of lifting the curse from the princess. Chu Nanqi maintained her composure and addressed him. "Might I inquire what brings you, my lord, to this place?" Upon recognizing her, Helan fixed his gaze on the woman veiled before him, a smile gracing his lips. "How did you come to identify this heir? Is he truly that renowned?" He could not help but ponder. Among the noble young men of the capital, only the heir of the Pingyang Wangfu possessed such uniqueness. Chu Nanqi's eyes danced with intrigue, pausing momentarily before articulating her final two words. Listening intently, Helan snapped open his fan, exclaiming, "Why do I feel as though you are mocking me?" "You are overthinking it," Chu Nanqi retorted, shifting her gaze to Mo Ing. "Is His Majesty seeking me?" She recognized Mo Ing and surmised that it must be the emperor who desired her presence. Helan felt disregarded, a sense of discontent brewing within him. "What do you mean? I am right here. Why would you assume it is not I who is looking for you?" No sooner had he spoken than an object was tossed toward him, which he instinctively caught. It was a small box, exuding the fragrance of herbs. "What is this?" "Given your frequent visits to the flower houses, I presume you feel somewhat inadequate today. This is a tonic, designed to assist in abstaining from indulgences for a month, ensuring you remain as you once were, she explained. Helan's expression darkened as he tossed the item onto the table. I am quite robust. I have no need for your concoction. Moreover, I am still in my prime. How dare you spread such rumors? This woman was utterly intolerable, infuriating him to no end. Beside him, Mo Ying stifled a smile at the sight of Chu Nanshi riling up the air. Oh, what concern is it of mine? Chu Nanshi zip lit in dai feng. Helan pointed an accusatory finger at her, eyes blazing with fury. Mo Ying, suppressing his amusement, spoke calmly. Miss Chu, His Majesty requests your presence in the palace. Let's go. Chu Nanshi had anticipated that Pei Ji would eventually seek her out. Having aided the princess in dispelling the poison, it would be evident to the emperor that the physician overseeing the Huichun Hall was none other than Chu Nanshi of the Taifu Mansion. Miss Chu? Helan murmured upon hearing Mo Ying's address. Mo Ying, do you know who she is? Your Highness, I must return to the palace. Mo Ying replied with a steady tone. Watching the two depart, Helan contemplated that the only Chu family in the capital must be connected to Jiang Jingxin's fiancée, Yi. Yet, that was no longer the case. As Chu Nanshi settled into the carriage, the curtain lifted, revealing Helan's androgynous visage once more. Helan leisurely took his seat. I shall accompany you to the palace. Chu Nanshi raised her gaze, her eyes lingering on him. Under her unwavering scrutiny, Helan felt an unexpected wave of nervousness. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I am aware of my good looks, but you, your Highness, you're stepping on my skirt, came her cool voice. Helan glanced down to see the hem of her aquamarine skirt caught beneath his foot. Embarrassed, he withdrew his foot and offered an apology. Chu Nanshi remained silent, opening her medicine box and withdrawing a book to read quietly. Leaning against the carriage wall, Helan's gaze remained fixed on her. Miss Chu, what inspires your pursuit of medicine? Chu Nanshi chose to ignore him. Miss Chu, from whom did you study? At what age did you begin your studies? As Helan's incessant inquiries continued, Chu Nanshi could no longer contain her irritation and raised her head. My lord, do you require a silencing potion? Chapter 70. Where is your master? This prince merely speaks more than usual. Surely a silencing potion is unnecessary, Helan replied, arching an eyebrow. Chu Nanshi fell silent. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage came to a halt. Helan lifted the curtain. Mo Ying, why have we stopped? Upon asking, he noticed that Mo Ying did not respond, but instead approached an elderly vendor selling candied hawthorns and purchased several skewers. He then crossed the street to acquire some rice cakes from another stall. When Mo Ying returned, Helan extended his hand. Mo Ying, grant this prince a skewer of candied hawthorn. Mo Ying neatly stowed away the purchases. My lord, you may procure your own. These were specifically instructed by His Majesty for me to buy and cannot be shared. Upon hearing that the treats were meant for Pei Ji, Helan was taken aback. What business did a grown man like Pei Ji have with such trifles? The prince may inquire for himself, Mo Ying stated, resuming their journey. Chu Nanshi, overhearing this, understood the situation and subtly smiled. Upon entering the palace gates, Chu Nanshi was led to the imperial study. Pei Ji, with a stern countenance, scrutinized the memorials, while Helan swaggered in, pulling out a chair to sit unceremoniously. Chu Nanshi followed closely behind, standing in the middle. This humble girl greets your majesty. Rise. Pei Ji instructed, setting down the documents in his hand. Helan bit into a peach, the crisp sound echoing conspicuously in the tranquil study. What brings you here? Pei Ji inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Helan mumbled indistinctly, I had nothing to do, just passing the time. Pei Ji redirected his gaze towards Chu Nanshi. Miss Chu, do you know why I summoned you? His eyes were devoid of warmth, laced with an air of pressure. Chu Nanshi, having done no wrong, felt no fear. I can surmise. Your Majesty likely wishes to inquire about the poison afflicting the princess. Pei Ji furrowed his brow at her words. Since you are aware, please elaborate. Mo Ying had investigated thoroughly, ultimately tracing the matter back to her, and was astonished to discover that the secluded Miss Chu had been a disciple of the renowned physician Sun Bai Chao, possessing exceptional medical skills. Moreover, her unexpected visits to the palace under the pretext of nurturing a relationship with Jiang Jingxin raised suspicions. It seemed that she had seized the opportunity to remove the poison from Jiang Huaiyue, during that time. Essentially, I engaged in a transaction with the princess. I assisted her in dispelling the curse, and in return, she would devise a way to annul my betrothal. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was favorable. Chu Nanchi explained. Pei Ji, upon hearing this, gestured to a porcelain vial on the side. So, this curse was placed by you? Chu Nanchi glanced at it, recognizing it as her own handiwork. Indeed. Where is your master? Sun Baichao. Bei inquired coldly. Chu Nanchi was taken aback, surprised that he had traced the inquiry back to her master. My master is notoriously elusive. I have not seen him in 3 years. Years ago, the esteemed physician Sun Baichao had come to treat her grandfather and, upon noticing her innate talent in medicine, took her as his apprentice. However, after completing her studies, she seldom encountered him and was unaware of his current whereabouts. Is this true? She confirmed. Naturally, listening from the side, Helan understood that Pei Ji had been searching for Sun Baichao due to a Yuan's illness. Now, after finally receiving news, the lead had vanished once more, leaving him understandably discontent. Your Majesty, perhaps we could have Miss Chu take a look at a Yuan. She is a disciple of a divine physician and may possess a solution. Chu Nanchi stood in the middle, absorbing the conversation. A Yuan, as they referred to her, must be none other than the current emperor's sister, Gu Yuan, the beloved Princess Annal. Mo-ing, take her, Pei Ji instructed. Yes, Mo-ing replied, bowing to Chu Nanchi. Miss Chu, please. Chu Nanchi nodded gently and followed him out. In the small kitchen of Chongqing Palace, Jiang Huaiyue was bustling with fervor. Xiao-chan, could you check if the water has boiled? She arranged the sliced fish neatly on a plate, calling out. Xiao-chan coughed lightly, glancing at the bubbling pot. Princess, it's boiling. Hearing this, Jiang Huaiyue swiftly placed the fish into the boiling water, retrieving it moments later. Princess, if you desire fish, you could simply summon the imperial kitchen instead of toiling here. It is rather beneath you. The day was growing warmer, and the kitchen felt stifling. It was indeed too much of a burden for someone of her noble stature to engage in such labor. If I remain idle without seeking something to occupy myself, I fear I might succumb to ailments. Before arriving in this world, she roamed freely, yet now confined within the palace, she encountered only a handful of people daily, nearly suffocating from the monotony. No wonder, as depicted in dramas, many women in the palace succumbed to madness after a few years. As she retrieved the cooked fish and drizzled hot oil over it, the enticing aroma filled the kitchen. Princess, it smells delightful. Xiao-chan inhaled deeply. Jiang Huaiyue smiled. There will be something even more fragrant shortly. After setting aside the fish, she took out the marinated chicken wings, coating them in sweet potato mash before placing them in the pan to fry. Xiao-chan observed Jiang Huaiyue intently. Princess, I've noticed you seem to have changed. Jiang Huaiyue chuckled lightly. In what way? Well, you become somewhat different. The former princess was gentle and often bullied, but now you handle matters decisively, never overly taxing yourself. Do you prefer the old me or the present? As long as you are the princess, I cherish both, Xiao-chan replied with a smile. Jiang Huaiyue picked up a chicken wing and offered it to her. Would you like to try? Xiao-chan carefully accepted it, blowing on it before taking a bite. Her eyes lighting up. Princess, it's delicious. She had never tasted anything this exquisite. The princess was truly remarkable. Isn't it delightful? Next time, I shall teach you to make it. After plating the chicken wings, Jiang Huaiyue resumed her tasks. Xiao-chan, engrossed in gnawing on the chicken wing, glanced up at the corner of the kitchen, noticing a moving basket. She blinked, wondering if her eyes were deceiving her. It seemed the basket was drawing closer. Princess, what is it? Jiang Huaiyue paused her chopping. Xiao-chan pointed ahead, and Jiang Huaiyue followed her gesture. The basket was shifting slightly. Setting down her knife, Xiao-chan tugged at her sleeve. Princess, be careful. It's nothing. Jiang Huaiyue stepped forward, reaching out to lift the basket. Lowering her head, she discovered it was a yuan. The girl's hair was disheveled, and her face bore an unidentifiable dark smudge. A yuan, what are you doing hiding here, and in such a state? Jiang Huaiyue hurriedly helped her up. A yuan looked at her with a pitiful expression and said, I wanted to play with my sister, but my brother wouldn't let me find you. It had been a long time since she had seen her sister, Her mischievous brother was monopolizing her. Observing A Yuan's dirty appearance, Jiang Huaiyue gently tidied her tousled hair and asked, A Yuan, where's Lu Bai? Why isn't she with you? Chapter 71. What constitutes kindness towards her? A Yuan, with her incomplete understanding, had never been one to stray far from others. How had she managed to come here on her own? A Yuan had secretly slipped away. Unbeknownst to Lu Bai, A Yuan tugged at her sleeve, gently swaying it, her gaze fixated on the chicken wings Jiang Huaiyue had just placed on the stove. Jiang Huaiyue smiled and asked, Would you like to eat? A Yuan nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let Xiao-chan help you freshen up, and I shall serve you a meal upon your return. All right. A Yuan looked back reluctantly, nodding in agreement. Jiang Huaiyue whispered to Xiao-chan, Have Fu Yao inform Pei Ji that A Yuan is with me. Understood, Xiao-chan replied, extending her hand to assist A Yuan. Princess, I shall take you to wash up. While the two departed, Jiang Huaiyue prepared the remaining dishes. Meanwhile, Chu Nanshi, following Mo Ying to check on A Yuan, encountered Lu Bai, who was out searching for her. Mo Ying, the princess is missing, Lu Bai exclaimed, noticing the worry etched on Mo Ying's face. What happened? Mo Ying asked gravely. Lu Bai recounted the events leading up to their current predicament, prompting Mo Ying to summon help for a search. Just then, they crossed paths with Fu Yao, who came with news. No need to search. Princess Anil is currently in Chongqing Palace. Lu Bai finally sighed in relief, grateful that the princess had been found. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Chu Nanshi, who had been silent, interjected upon hearing them mention Chongqing Palace, her eyes glimmering. In that case, let us proceed to Chongqing Palace to assist the princess. Mo Ying instructed Fu Yao to take Chu Nanshi along while he returned to the imperial study. In Chongqing Palace, Xiao-chan helped A Yuan wash her face and dressed her in a beautiful outfit belonging to Jiang Huaiyue. Are you ready? Jiang Huaiyue entered from outside. A Yuan rose from the vanity, exclaiming, Sister Yuya, your clothes are so beautiful. Jiang Huaiyue, observing the lively girl before her, smiled. It is A Yuan's beauty that makes anything she wears look splendid. Some individuals are born as favored children of destiny. Those who are pleasing to the eye receive kindness wherever they go. A Yuan lifted her small face and smiled. Sister, I am hungry. I know, you little glutton. Jiang Huaiyue teased, playfully poking her nose with her finger and leading her toward the pavilion in the courtyard. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered Chu Nanshi, who had entered alongside Fu Yao. This humble servant pays her respects to the princess, Chu Nanshi said, slightly bowing in greeting. A Yuan, unable to contain her excitement, rushed to the table filled with food. What brings Miss Chu here? Jiang Huaiyue inquired. Chu Nanshi zet ponde sopti. His Majesty has sent me to check the pulse of Princess Anil. I see. Jiang Huaiyue nodded, a sudden scheme forming in her heart. Just in time. I have prepared some dishes. Miss Chu, why not join us for a meal before we attend to Yuan? It would be my pleasure to oblige. Chu Nanshi was not one to be overly formal, especially since she had already caught a whiff of the delectable food upon entering, which had indeed whetted her appetite. As the two conversed, a Yuan, who had been waiting patiently, could hardly contain herself. Sister, hurry. I am so hungry. I'm coming, Jiang Huaiyue replied, taking her seat. Chu Nanshi removed her veil, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, while Xiao-chan set an additional pair of chopsticks and a bowl before her. Sister, may we eat now? A Yuan eagerly inquired, her eyes fixed on Jiang Huaiyue. She had been longing for food, yet she refrained from eating until her sister permitted it. Go ahead, eat. Jiang Huaiyue urged, aware of how long a Yuan had been waiting. She used the serving chopsticks to place a chicken wing into a Yuan's bowl. A Yuan licked her lips, grasping the chicken wing, and began to gnaw on it. When Pei Ji and Helan entered, they were met with the sight of the three engaged in their meal. Helan, ever the sociable one, remarked, It is better to arrive at the right moment than to come too early. I haven't eaten either. Might the princess allow me to share a meal? Jiang Huaiyue felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, pondering, given your words, how could I refuse? If the heir does not mind, then certainly. She responded softly. Glancing at Pei Ji, husband, have you eaten? Helan settled beside Chu Nanshi, he hasn't tea. Then let us all dine together, she suggested. Prompting Xiao-chan to set out 2 more sets of chopsticks and bowls, and instructing her to bring out additional dishes from the royal kitchen. After all, she had only prepared enough for two, and such a gathering warranted more food. Pei Ji was guided by Jiang Huaiyue to sit beside her. Helan glanced at Chu Nanshi, who was not wearing a veil. "Miss Chu, I thought you were here for a consultation. How is it that you are dining?" "I am different from the heir," Chu Nanshi replied. Helan retorted, "In what way?" "I was personally invited by the princess, while the heir sought to join uninvited. Can they truly be compared?" Chu Nanshi raised an eyebrow. Helan was momentarily speechless. "You are quite clever." This woman's sharp tongue could be infuriating. He took a bite of fish, and upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. "This is delicious. Your royal kitchen has truly improved its culinary skills." A Yuan, engrossed in her meal, looked up and chimed in, "Sister made this herself." "I did not know the princess possessed such culinary talent," Helan praised with a smile. Jiang Huaiyue smiled softly. "You flatter me, heir." Noticing that Pei Ji had yet to touch his food, she offered him a piece of fish. "Husband, do try it." "How does it taste?" Her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at him. Pei Ji took a bite and found it indeed delicious, just as Helan had noted. "Not bad," he acknowledged. Jiang Huaiyue knew him to be discerning, so his compliment was a rare treasure. "Then do eat more, if you enjoy it. I shall prepare it for you again next time." She attended to him with gentle care, and observing this scene, Chu Nanshi felt a tinge of oddity. "You should eat your own food," she remarked, noticing that Pei Ji had not yet taken a bite. Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze. "Very well." After their meal, the servants brought in tea to cleanse the palate, and the group tidied themselves up. Chu Nanshi prepared to assist a Yuan with her medical examination. She turned to Pei Ji and said, "Your Majesty, I need to go to the inner hall for an inspection." Pei Ji replied softly, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaiyue pondered how she might find a moment to converse with Chu Nanshi alone, when, unexpectedly, a Yuan tugged at her, insisting, "A Yuan wants sister to accompany me." Chu Nanshi's gaze swept past Jiang Huaiyue, and she remarked gently, "Since it is the princess's request, let us go together. Having someone she relies on nearby will help her relax." Jiang Huaiyue glanced at Pei Ji, saying, "Husband, I will accompany a Yuan." Pei Yi responded calmly, his expression serene as he surveyed both her and Chu Nanshi, offering a quiet acknowledgement. Upon entering, Helan, fanning himself, exclaimed, "You and the princess look quite affectionate at the moment. Do you think she would run away again?" Pei Ji appeared momentarily taken aback. Helan clucked his tongue lightly, adding, "Whether she will run away again, I cannot say, but I do know that if you wish to prevent her from fleeing, you must treat her kindly. Women, after all, need to be cherished in one's hands." He candidly expressed, "To be honest, with your temperament, if I were a woman, I would not wish to be near you. It would be utterly terrifying." "What constitutes treating her well?" Pei Yi inquired. Helan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Allow her to pursue what she desires, respect her opinions, and always provide her with a sense of security. After all, that is how your father treated your mother." And she appeared quite content. Chapter 72. A Yuan wishes to sleep with sister. Pei Ji listened to his words, his gaze lowered in contemplation. After a moment, he murmured, "If I do this, will she cease to think of running away? In the past, you mentioned that she could leave at will. Does this indicate that you care now?" Helan's voice held a smile as he raised an eyebrow at him. "I do not know. Perhaps Su Xiangwan spoke the truth." Pei Yi replied nonchalantly. Though he claimed her as his, what he truly yearned for was to witness her genuine smile, hoping that it would stem from her heart. Helan shook his head, patting Pei Ji on the shoulder. "Pei Ji, we have known each other for many years. So allow me to speak candidly. Now that your great vengeance has been avenged, you are no longer the weak person you once were. There is no need to remain so tense. You may attempt to live a life akin to that of ordinary folk." Pei Ji furrowed his brow, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Do I possess that qualification? Those who dwell in hell have no right to believe that merely aspiring to goodness will grant them forgiveness. Do not overthink it. Consider Shun Yanli, who pursued her beloved from Jiangnan to the capital and is still in pursuit." Inside the hall, Chu Nanshi was taking a Yuan's pulse, while Jiang Huaiyue patiently awaited her turn. After a while, Chu Nanshi produced a delicate ball and handed it to a Yuan, saying, "Princess, here is something for you to play with." The Yuan received it with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister." "You are welcome," Chu Nanchi replied with a smile. She then turned to Jiang Huaiyue, inquiring, "Does the princess have anything to discuss with me?" Meeting her eyes, which sparkled with amusement, Jiang Huaiyue could not help but laugh. "I do have a matter I wish to ask Miss Chu for assistance with. Since I have partaken of the princess's hospitality, it is only fitting that I assist her." Chu Nanchi blinked in acknowledgement. Understanding her agreement, Jiang Huaiyue continued, "I am currently unable to leave the palace, so I would trouble Miss Chu to deliver a letter to the proprietress, Miss Yinshang, at Qingshan Pavilion, and have her pass it on to the Princess of Huainan. Why does the princess not allow me to directly deliver the message to the princess consort? I merely fear being discovered." Jiang Huaiyue was certainly aware that she could directly hand it to Wan Wan. However, with Xiao Qingrong being friends with Pei Ji, it was uncertain whether it would be discovered, subsequently revealing it to Pei Ji. Hearing her words, Chu Nanchi nodded. "Very well, then the princess should write promptly." Jiang Huaiyue smiled and quickly approached the writing desk to compose a letter for Wan Wan. She succinctly recounted recent events and urged her to remain patient, assuring her that she would find a moment to leave the palace and visit. After a while, Jiang Huaiyue handed the letter over. "I appreciate your assistance, Miss Chu. No need for formality, just call me Nanchi, Princess," came the reply. It felt somewhat odd to be addressed as Miss Chu after having known each other for some time. "All right, Nanchi. My close friends refer to me as Yuya," Jiang Huaiyue replied with a gentle smile. Chu Nanchi accepted the letter. Yuya, a delightful name. "By the way, if you enter the palace again, could you bring me some contraceptive medicine?" Jiang Huaiyue spoke softly, although Chu Nanchi was slightly taken aback by her request for such medicine. She nonetheless agreed. "Very well, I shall remember." "Thank you." Gratitude shimmered in Jiang Huaiyue's eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Nanchi had already assisted her numerous times. Yet she found little opportunity to reciprocate. "No need for pleasantries. We are friends, are we not?" Jiang Huaiyue nodded. "Indeed, we are friends. Now go on." Chu Nanchi patted her hand. Exiting the hall, Pei Ji and He Lan awaited at the entrance. Chu Nanchi spoke softly. "I can help regulate the princess's frail condition, but I cannot address anything beyond that. Yuan's mental deficiency stems from being born prematurely. Thus external intervention is necessary for reversal." Hearing this, Pei Ji glanced at his innocent and carefree sister, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Jiang Huaiyue, standing opposite Pei Ji, noticed the expression and offered comfort. That is still a positive outcome. At least Yuan will no longer suffer during her playful activities. Frankly speaking, even in a modern world with advanced medicine, Yuan's mental condition might not find resolution, let alone in the present time. Should you require anything, Miss Chu, seek out Song Ku at the Imperial Medical Institute. I shall ensure he assists you, Pei Ji said, suppressing his emotions in a low voice. Chu Nanchi responded, "Understood. Miss Chu will stay in the palace until Yuan is well before departing." Pei Ji's voice was devoid of emotion, and Chu Nanchi was momentarily taken aback. Realizing, she replied, "Your Majesty, I have some medical supplies at home that I need to retrieve, and I did not inform my grandfather of my departure today. May I return home first and come back tomorrow?" Jiang Huaiyue felt a surge of anxiety as Pei Ji suggested that Chu Nanchi remain. If he did not permit her to return today, she would lose the opportunity to contact Wan Wan. After a moment of silence, Pei Ji replied, "Very well. Thank you. Your Majesty." Chu Nanchi bowed in gratitude. With the necessary matters addressed, she turned to leave. He Lan, having finished his meal and joined the festivities, declared, "I too shall take my leave, just in time to catch a carriage." Once everyone had departed, only Pei Ji, Jiang Huaiyue, and Yuan remained. Yuan, cherishing the exquisite ball given to her by Chu Nanchi, scampered over to Jiang Huaiyue and grasped her hand. "Sister, play with Yuan." Jiang Huaiyue glanced at Pei Ji and then averted her gaze. "All right, I shall accompany you and play." As she went to join Yuan in their games, she anticipated that Pei Ji would depart. However, to her surprise, he stepped into the hall, showing no intention of leaving. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that there was nothing within the hall that he should not see, so she continued to indulge and play with Yuan. Amidst their laughter and frolic, the joyous sounds wafted into Pei Ji's ears. He settled on a soft couch, idly flipping through a book, occasionally glancing out the window. The youthful and lively countenance of the girl captured his attention, her face adorned with an inadvertent, gentle smile. As night descended, Jiang Huaiyue found herself utterly exhausted, yet a yuan still brimmed with energy, insisting that she accompany her in capturing fireflies spotted in the courtyard. After an exhausting endeavor to catch them, Jiang Huaiyue was thoroughly worn out. Meanwhile, Pei Ji, who had been waiting in the hall, transitioned from an initial state of ease to one of agitation and finally to impatience. At last, when a yuan called out once more about the fireflies, Pei Ji instructed Mo Ying to escort a yuan back. Before Jiang Huaiyue could breathe a sigh of relief, a yuan dashed over and clung to her waist, exclaiming, "A yuan does not want to go back. A yuan wants to sleep with sister." And Mo Ying, being a man, hesitated to pull her away, and Luo Bai, mindful of the social hierarchy, did not dare to exert too much force. Jiang Huaiyue struggled to free herself from a yuan's grasp. Meeting Pei Ji's gaze, she hesitated, contemplating whether to suggest pulling her away. Yet, Pei Ji silenced her unspoken thoughts. Ultimately, a yuan was taken away in tears, mumbling, "Bad brother," leaving Jiang Huaiyue in a bemused state. With the yuan's departure, the courtyard fell into an immediate silence, and Pei Ji's gaze remained fixed upon her. Clearing her throat, she heard a voice. "Are you not coming in? Do you intend to continue standing there feeding mosquitoes?" In the summer, mosquitoes were plentiful, and Jiang Huaiyue had always been susceptible to them. She was dismayed to find that this new place was no exception. As she entered the hall, candlelight illuminated the figure of the man nearby, softening his sharp features and rendering his handsome visage even more gentle. The mole on his nose seemed to carry an alluring charm. "There is something you desire on the table," Pei Ji said softly. Jiang Huaiyue approached the table, where something wrapped in oil paper awaited her. She gently unwrapped it to reveal glistening red candied hawthorns and soft rice cakes arranged neatly. She picked up a skewer of candied hawthorns and turned to him with a smile. "Husband, you truly bought these for me?" "Indeed," Pei Ji replied, his throat moving as he spoke softly. Jiang Huaiyue approached him, looking up with gratitude. "Thank you, husband." After taking a delicate bite, a satisfied smile graced her face. Yet, in truth, she did not particularly enjoy candied hawthorns, the sole reason being that she found the hawthorn too sour. She preferred sweets that were inherently sweet, such as hawthorn balls. However, at that moment, she forgot that no matter how they were made, they ultimately remained hawthorn. Pei Ji's gaze lingered on her face, his eyes subtly shifting. "Is it tasty?" "Delicious." "Husband, you should try some too," Jiang Huaiyue nodded, raising the skewer of candied hawthorns before him. Pei Ji did not respond, but instead took her hand and urged her to sit in his embrace. "I shall not eat. You may indulge yourself." Despite his reluctance, Jiang Huaiyue insisted that he partake. She sought to dismantle all his principles, testing his limits step by step, striving to secure her own interests to the fullest. "My lord, do have a taste. It is truly delightful." Pei Ji gazed intently at her. "Do you truly wish for me to try?" "Indeed, it is a gift from you, my lord, and I wish to share it with you." She nodded, her smile radiant. As he observed her lips parting and closing, Pei Ji found himself lacking the patience to listen. With a swift motion, his hand glided from her arm to her neck, and he leaned in, bestowing a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips. Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily taken aback. "It is quite sweet," he murmured in a deep voice, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he tenderly tousled her hair. Her grip on the candied hawthorn tightened and then loosened, as she suppressed the flutter of feelings that arose within her. Feigning irritation, she exclaimed, "My lord, what are you doing?" "I merely wish for you to eat the candied hawthorn." Observing her demeanor, Pei Ji's eyes darkened with intrigue. "Do you still wish to eat?" "Huh." Jiang Huaiyue looked at him. "Let's save it for tomorrow." He took the candied hawthorn from her hand and placed it on a nearby plate of confections before drawing her closer, understanding his intentions. Jiang Huaiyue realized he simply desired her company for the night. A flurry of kisses fell upon her neck, causing an exquisite ticklish sensation that made her instinctively want to evade him. Yet, the hand that rested on her waist held her firmly in place, granting her no room to retreat. "What are you hiding from?" he breathed, his voice laced with urgency. Jiang Huaiyue's cheeks flushed as she replied in a soft, teasing tone. It tickles the two were intimately entwined, her light pink dress mingling with his dark attire, creating a scene of delightful ambiguity. The temperature in the room steadily rose, and due to the diminutive size of the low couch, Jiang Huaiyue frequently bumped her head against the nearby shelf. "My lord, it hurts seeing her discomfort." Peiji lifted her into his arms, settling her in his embrace. Every inch of her was soft, and at times he feared he might inadvertently break her. Outside the Chongqing Palace, Chu Nanchi boarded a carriage and instructed the driver to set off. Just as the carriage was about to depart, the curtain was drawn back, and Helan entered with an air of familiarity. "Miss Chu, might you take me along?" Chu Nanchi cast him a sidelong glance. "If I decline, will the young master disembark?" Having already entered, his question left her at a loss for a reply. Naturally, that is not an option. Helan closed his fan and leaned against the interior of the carriage, his expression carefree. Chu Nanchi, uninterested, resumed her reading. Helan observed her focused demeanor. "Miss Chu, you are indeed quite studious." Chu Nanchi turned the book slightly, offering no response. Noticing her silence, Helan fidgeted in the carriage, shifting this way and that, which vexed Chu Nanchi to no end. "What is wrong with the young master? If you cannot control your restlessness, I would not mind administering a few acupuncture needles." Helan paused, taken aback as she produced a glistening silver needle from her waist pouch. "This carriage is rather uncomfortable for me. Am I not allowed to move about?" Chu Nanchi delicately pinched the silver needle, her voice icy. "If the carriage is uncomfortable, the young master may disembark and take a stroll." A grown man, yet more delicate than a woman. "Hey, I am quite content to sit. What's wrong with that?" Helan retorted indignant. "It would be wise for the young master to behave, for I cannot guarantee that my needle will not find its way into your flesh," Chu Nanchi replied, retracting the silver needle. She lifted the curtain to glance outside. "Coachman, please stop at the market shortly. I shall return on my own." "Understood," the coachman responded. Helan raised an eyebrow. "Miss Chu, where do you intend to go at this late hour, if not to the Grand Tutor's residence?" "My personal affairs do not require reporting to the young master," Chu Nanchi replied as she began to gather her belongings. Helan realized he was merely making a fool of himself and sulked into silence. After a short while, the carriage came to a halt. "Miss Chu, we have arrived." Chu Nanchi picked up her medicine box and stood, politely saying, "Take care on your journey, young master, for the night is dark and the winds fierce." Not to mention, with Helan's striking appearance, it was likely that many would be tempted. Her caution was not misplaced. Once she departed, silence enveloped the carriage, and Helan pondered, sensing something amiss. After a moment, he mused aloud. "She advised me to be cautious. Could it be that she finds me handsome?" The more he considered it, the more convinced he became that he was correct. She must indeed think him attractive. Indeed, she possessed good taste. The coachman was about to alter their route to the Pingyang Marquis residence when Helan pulled aside the curtain. "I shall return on my own. You may leave." "Yes, sir." Upon disembarking, Helan swiftly vanished into the throng. Chu Nanchi followed the directions provided by Jiang Huaiyue to the street of the Jingxiafeng and soon found the Qingshan Pavilion. Observing the tightly shut door, she approached and gently rapped upon it. Before long, the door opened, revealing a woman. "May I inquire if Miss Yunshang is present?" "Chu Nanchi inquit sopti." Yunshang, seeing a stranger in Chu Nanchi, felt a twinge of curiosity. "I am. May I ask who you are? Is it convenient to speak inside?" Chu Nanchi glanced at the bustling street. "Very well." Yunshang stepped aside to allow her entry. Once inside the hall, Chu Nanchi produced a letter from her sleeve. "I am Chu Nanchi, entrusted to request your assistance in delivering this letter to the Princess of Huainan." Yunshang accepted the letter, her gaze falling upon the words to Wan with affection, and surmised, "Is this from the princess?" Surprised by her deduction, Chu Nanchi nodded. "Indeed." Chapter 74. Unexpectedly cherished. "Thank you, Miss Chu. I shall ensure it is delivered." Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since Wan had last visited. Ever since the last occasion she had shared her portion, she had resolved to depart. However, not long after, a palace upheaval ensued, followed by news of General Zhao's miraculous resurrection. She speculated that Wan must not have left, but the subsequent events remained unknown to her. After the letter was entrusted, Chu Nanshi expressed her desire to take her leave. Very well, it is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Miss, wait. Yunxiang called after her. Turning to retrieve a lantern. The night has fallen. Please tread carefully. Chu Nanshi gazed at the lantern in her hand, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you. After seeing her off, Yunxiang carefully stowed the letter away and re-entered the courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, Shun Yanli, adorned with an apron tied around her waist, balanced 2 bowls on the stone table. Shang, it is time to eat. Witnessing this scene, a surge of emotion welled up in Yunxiang's heart, and she slowly approached. Shen Yanli, you need not do this. He now oversaw all the transportation in Jiangnan, and everyone addressed him as second master, yet he concealed himself in this modest courtyard. Preparing meals for her. What could this possibly signify? I wish to do this. You do not want to return to Jiangnan, so I shall remain in Kyoto with you. Shen Yanli removed the apron from his waist and took her hand. Having experienced loss, she had become the most cherished being in his heart. The haunting feeling of waking in the midnight hours, feeling a profound sense of emptiness, was something he wished never to endure again. What about your business? Will you not tend to it? And your subordinates? Yunxiang could not bear to see him sacrifice so much for her. She simply could not accept it. The business is in the capable hands of Baisun and Long Yu. Over the years, they have matured into adept leaders, and my absence will not hinder them. Shen Yanli had long since made all necessary arrangements. Since Shang desired to stay in Kyoto, he would entrust all his affairs to Baisun and Long Yu, returning occasionally to check in. He also contemplated opening a martial arts school in Kyoto, for he felt uneasy about Shang managing the shop alone. He feared she might encounter unsavory characters, as she had before. Yunxiang lowered her gaze, her heart a tangle of emotions. Let us eat. Very well. I have prepared your favorite shredded meat noodles. Do taste them. Shen Yanli guided her to sit down. Remembering something, he inquired, Who visited you just now? Yunxiang paused, her fingers gripping the chopsticks, and replied slowly, It was nothing, merely a customer who found the clothes unsuitable and inquired about a return. Shen Yanli, upon hearing this, did not press further. After dinner, as Yunxiang reached to clear the bowls, Shen Yanli stopped her. I shall wash them. You should rest. With that, he took the 2 bowls and headed to the kitchen. Observing his figure, Yunxiang contemplated and followed. Shen Yanli, when you spoke of wanting to marry me, was it sincere? Shen Yanli halted, his hand gripping the bowl, and turned to the woman a few steps away, placing the bowl down and stepping closer. It is true, in this life, I shall marry no one but you, Yunxiang. Yunxiang regarded his expression, her lips parting slightly. But I hail from a brothel. Do you not mind? Though she had been pure when they met, her past rendered her unclean in the eyes of others. I do not mind. It is you as a person that I cherish, you, Yunxiang, and only you. Throughout his tumultuous life, he had never cared for anything else until she entered it, igniting a fear within him. Each time he faced peril, he would think of how regrettable it would be to die without seeing her again. The gravity in his words stirred something deep within Yunxiang. Shen Yanli, you are aware of my nature. I am inherently possessive and cannot tolerate the presence of others. If you marry me, you must not glance at another woman. Do you not regret this? Shen Yanli's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing her words. Does this mean Shang is willing to marry me? Before Yunxiang could respond, he declared, I have no regrets. Never will I regret. No one else can compare to you in my eyes. In this lifetime, I can see only you. If I should ever betray you, you may take my life. Hearing his proclamation, Yunxiang could not help but chuckle, reaching out to caress his face. Why resort to threats? If it ever comes to that, I would likely castrate you, lock you away, and smear you with honey, inviting all manner of creatures to bite you, ultimately dismembering you, rather than feeling disheartened. Shen Yanli found himself laughing even more joyfully, squeezing her hand. I never imagined a Shang cared for me so deeply. They say that love runs deep, and so does hate. A Shang's willingness to treat him this way surely indicated her profound concern for him. Yunxiang couldn't help but smirk. Go wash the dishes. Very well, my dear. Shen Yanli leaned down to kiss her cheek, and then turned to wash the dishes. After he left, Yunxiang touched her cheek. unable to suppress the smile that crept upon her lips. "Who is your dear?" She thought she had whispered softly, yet a certain man, confident in his profound internal strength, replied loudly, "Of course it is a Shang." Her heart raced, and Yun Shang, flustered and annoyed, retreated to her chamber. The following day, taking advantage of Shun Yanli's absence, Yun Shang brought out a kite to fly in the courtyard. After waiting a long while without anyone arriving, she suddenly remembered that Wan Wan had moved away. Previously, the general's residence was less than a street away, allowing her to see the kite. However, now that Wan Wan had relocated to the former regent's residence, which was much farther away, she could no longer see it. After putting away the kite and pondering for some time, she decided to visit the royal residence. Gathering some clothes and jewelry, she arrived at the entrance of the royal palace. The guard stationed at the gate stopped her, and Yun Shang calmly stated, "These garments were specially made for the princess at my Qingshan pavilion. I have come to deliver them today. Please inform her. Please wait." The guard replied. Yun Shang nodded and patiently awaited. Within the inner courtyard of the royal residence, Ning Xiang entered the room, addressing Su Xiangwan, who was engrossed in a book. "My lady, Miss Yun Shang has arrived." Su Xiangwan set down her book. "Yun Shang is here? Please invite her in at once." She pondered what could have prompted Yun Shang's sudden visit. Could it be an urgent matter? "Yes," Ning Xiang replied and hurried out to fetch her. Yun Shang did not wait long before she saw Ning Xiang emerging. Shortly thereafter, Ning Xiang led her into the inner courtyard, where she met Su Xiangwan. Upon seeing her, Su Xiangwan approached. "Yun Shang, what brings you here? I have something to discuss with you." Yun Shang placed the garments she held down. Ning Xiang, ever considerate, said, "My lady, I shall wait outside." She turned and stood at the door, while Su Xiangwan and Yun Shang sat across from each other. With Su Xiangwan pouring her a cup of tea. "What is it?" Yun Shang retrieved a letter from her sleeve and handed it over. A letter from the princess. A glimmer of disbelief crossed Su Xiangwan's eyes, quickly followed by excitement as she reached for it. Eagerly, she opened the letter, recognizing the familiar handwriting. Chapter 75. Envy their deep affection. After reading the letter, Su Xiangwan felt a sense of relief, knowing that she was now safe and that the curse had been lifted. Yun Shang silently sipped her tea, allowing her the time to absorb the contents of the letter. Crescent Moon, residing in the palace, who could have possibly delivered this letter? Su Xiangwan carefully tucked the letter away and turned to her. She pondered for a moment. Although many could enter and exit the palace, they had few mutual acquaintances. It was hard to imagine who would dare take such a risk to deliver their correspondence. Yun Shang recalled the woman from the previous night and softly replied. It was a woman who introduced herself as Chu Nanchi. Chu Nanci, it was indeed her. Did she mention anything else? Su Xiangwan looked at her with anticipation. Yun Shang shook her head. No, she simply said she was entrusted by the princess to help deliver a letter. I understand. Thank you, Yun Shang. Now that she knew Crescent Moon was safe, it was paramount to enter the palace and inform her of the occurrences with the system, while also discreetly inquiring about Jiang Jingchen's whereabouts. His fortune had not yet fully shifted. For the time being, he could not perish, lest everything in this world vanish with him. Why be so polite? We are friends, Yun Shang remarked with a casual smile. It was their collaboration that allowed the Qingshan pavilion to flourish, and she owed much to her. As a thought occurred to her, Su Xiangwan slowly said, Yun Shang, have you considered recruiting a manager to oversee the Qingshan pavilion, and perhaps even opening additional shops? Do you have new ideas, Wan? Yun Shang expressed her continued interest in business. I am knowledgeable about the methods of creating fragrant powders and cosmetics, as well as a type of ointment. We could establish a shop specializing in these. Su Xiangwan, being a cultural heritage blogger, was well versed in these practices, making them quite applicable. Yun Shang's interest was piqued immediately. That sounds wonderful. However, I'm not very proficient in these areas. How can I assist you? I'll provide the expertise. You provide the time, Su Xiangwan suggested. With Xiao Qingrong's return, she needed to act with caution to avoid complications later. Not a problem. I will take care of it. Yun Shang nodded with a smile in agreement. The two conversed for quite some time, and as the hour grew late, Yun Shang proposed to take her leave. I'll escort you out, Su Xiangwan offered with a smile. All right. Yun Shang rose, and they exited the courtyard together. She inquired, by the way, how is the princess? Despite not having spent much time with her, she knew she was an exceptional young woman and hoped for her well-being. Su Xiangwan pursed her lips. She mentioned in her letter that all is well. As for the reality, only seeing her will unveil the truth. They had grown up together, and Su Xiangwan understood her nature. She consistently shared good news while concealing worries. Wanwan, why is this world so harsh towards women? Clearly, women can accomplish what men do, and often even excel. Su Xiangwan paused, softly responding, precisely for this reason. We must prove ourselves not inferior to anyone. Life is fleeting. We should pursue what we desire and meet those we wish to see. Otherwise, when we reach the end of our days and look back, we will find ourselves laden with regrets. You are right. It should be thus, Yin Shang smiled in response. Life is short. We ought to seize joy in a timely manner. As they conversed, the two individuals circumvented the artificial hill and, upon exiting the inner courtyard, unexpectedly encountered two others. Yin Shang raised her gaze and recognized one of them as Shen Yanli. Surprised to see her, Shen Yanli hurriedly approached. Ah Shang, what brings you here? Yin Shang, maintaining her composure, replied, The princess commissioned a few garments from me, and I specifically came to deliver them. You should have mentioned your visit to the Wangfu. You could have simply brought them for me. She was unaware of the close bond Shen Yanli shared with the former General Fu Yuan, who was associated with Prince Xiao Qingrong of Huainan. Noticing her discontent, Shen Yanli apologized. I'm sorry. Ah, Shang, I didn't mean to conceal it from you. Allow me to explain when we return. He had been preoccupied of late, neglecting her feelings, and had not found an appropriate moment to speak, thus the delay until now. Su Xiangwan observed the unfamiliar man and oscillated between him and Yun Shang, pondering whether they were a couple. Your Highness, I shall leave it here. I must take my leave, she stated, mindful of the presence of others and the necessity of propriety. Very well, Yun, take care, Su Xiangwan responded with a nod. Shen Yanli then turned to Xiao Qingrong. Your Highness, I bid you farewell. He swiftly followed Yun Shang. Though they were some distance away, his voice could still be heard, continuously explaining and soothing her. Su Xiangwan watched their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing her lips. Since arriving, Xiao Qingrong had been thoroughly overlooked by the trio. What is the lady pondering? He inquired, observing the smile on her face. Upon hearing his voice, Su Xiangwan glanced at him. I envy them. Envy what? He questioned, bemused that someone so privileged and of high status would feel envy. Su Xiangwan's gaze flickered as she replied with a smile. Naturally, I envy the depth of their affection. Do you not agree, my lord? Xiao Qingrong furrowed his brow. Deep affection? Are you aware of the entanglements between Miss Yun and Shen Yanli? You do not grasp the full context, yet you envy them. Do you even know what you are envious of? Although he spent most of his time at the frontier, he was well informed about the affairs concerning Shen Yanli and Miss Yun, thanks to He Lan's verbose letters. Are you inclined to share with me, husband? I do delight in gossip. Su Xiangwan leaned closer to Xiao Qingrong, her eyes sparkling with mirth. In truth, she had long sensed that Yun Shang harbored secrets. Yet her perpetual sadness had deterred her from inquiring further. However, since Xiao Qingrong was a friend of Yun Shang's companion, she was eager to hear whatever he was willing to divulge. Xiao Qingrong cast her a sidelong glance. When did I express a desire to share? Su Xiangwan blinked at him, captivated by his ethereal beauty. But you just mentioned it, did you not? Surely you do not intend to go back on your word. Setting aside all else, she thought her husband was indeed quite handsome, and a practitioner of martial arts at that. She was merely curious about his physique. Catching a glimpse of the mischievous glint in her eyes, Xiao Qingrong averted his gaze. Su Xiangwan, you certainly have a knack for climbing a ladder. That requires my lord to extend a hand first, she teased, raising an eyebrow with a playful glimmer. Su Xiangwan fixated her gaze on Xiao Qingrong, suddenly realizing that perhaps he was indeed the type that could be won over through relentless pursuit, as rumored online. After all, she had wagered a 3-month bet with him. What harm could there be in trying? I'm hungry. Let us dine, he remarked calmly. Suppressing a laugh, Su Xiangwan responded, Are you inviting me to share a meal? My husband? Madam, you're being overly sentimental, Xiao Qingrong retorted, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a sudden intensity. Watching her cheerful expression, his eyes momentarily glazed over. Observing his tall figure, Su Xiangwan pouted. You're truly one to say one thing and mean another. Chapter 76. Silence at the table in the Zizhu Pavilion. Su Xiangwan elegantly took her seat, surveying the table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine. She could not deny that she was indeed feeling quite hungry. What is your relationship with that young Master Shen from earlier? She inquired curiously. Xiao Qingrong, with his slender fingers grasping the chopsticks, replied, Silence is golden during meals. Disappointed, Su Xiangwan fell silent, and throughout their meal, the only sounds were the occasional clinking of utensils. Having spent considerable time in solitude, she had grown accustomed to dining alone, where silence reigned supreme. However, with someone present yet unable to converse, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Resolving to hasten her meal, she caught Xiao Qingrong's attention as he observed her hastened pace. Are you very hungry? He asked. Swallowing her food, she took a sip of water and replied, Didn't you say silence is golden during meals? I wish to eat quickly and converse. Xiao Qingrong, bemused, could only manage a wry smile, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing his lack of response, Su Xiangwan continued to focus on her meal. After finishing a small bowl, she set down her utensils. Seeing this, Ningxiang brought her water for rinsing and mince, and after taking care of herself, she rested her chin on her hand, watching Xiao Qingrong dine. His annoyance flared as he finally set down his chopsticks. If you have finished eating, my lady, you may return. I am eagerly awaiting my husband to share some gossip. Su Xiangwan declared, seeking to bridge their relationship and gain insight into their social circle, so she could exchange news with Huiya the next time they met. With a sigh, Xiao Qingrong pointed to a nearby writing desk. Go wait over there. Her unwavering gaze made it impossible for him to eat another bite. Very well, she smiled, rising to sit beside him at the writing desk. Casually flipping through a book that lay nearby, she became entranced by the swaying banana leaves outside, with sunlight filtering through the window, casting dappled shadows. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After a meal, one often feels drowsy, and with the profound silence that enveloped them, Su Xiangwan unknowingly drifted into slumber. Clear the table, Xiao Qingrong murmured softly. After a while, without movement from her, he rose and approached, only to find Su Xiangwan peacefully asleep atop his book, the dance of light and shadow occasionally gracing her face, with her long eyelashes casting delicate reflections. He studied her intently, recalling the 3-month wager they had made that day. Su Xiangwan, what are your true intentions? In her dreams, the delicate scent of sandalwood danced at the tip of her nose, and she slept deeply. When she awoke, the sun had already set. Observing the somewhat unfamiliar room, she realized that she must have dozed off while reading, thus finding herself in Xiao Qingrong's chamber. Ningxiang? She called softly. As her voice faded, the door swung open, and Ningxiang entered. Your Highness, you are awake? Seeing the smile on Ningxiang's face, Su Xiangwan inquired, What are you smiling about? Did something good happen while I was asleep? Your Highness, I'm simply happy for you. Seeing your relationship with the prince grow stronger fills my heart with joy, Ningxiang replied. Su Xiangwan was puzzled, wondering what fantasies this silly girl had conjured. Where's Xiao Qingrong gone? She asked, slipping on her shoes. Ningxiang wrung out a cloth and handed it to her. It seems the prince has gone out. After a brief tidying up, Su Xiangwan glanced outside and said to Ningxiang, Let us go out. Where are we headed, Your Highness? Ningxiang asked, trailing behind her. You will know when we arrive, Su Xiangwan responded vaguely. She intended to visit the Grand Tutor's residence to see Chu Nanshi and explore if there was a way for her to enter the palace again. Shortly thereafter, Su Xiangwan left the Grand Tutor's residence feeling disheartened. She had arrived too late. Chu Nanshi had already entered the palace early that morning, and the gatekeeper mentioned that she might not emerge for quite some time. It seemed relying on others would not suffice. She would have to venture into the palace herself. To gain entry, she would need Xiao Qingrong's assistance, either by persuading him to take her willingly or by secretly using his token to enter. However, the latter option was fraught with peril, and she would refrain from resorting to it unless absolutely necessary. After settling down at the manor, following her exit from the palace, Chu Nanshi returned once more to the palace. To facilitate her care for a Yuan, Pei Ji had specifically permitted her to reside in a Yuan's palace. Jiang Huaiyue, seizing the opportunity to visit a Yuan, had gone to Yaohua Palace, where Yuan resided. Upon her arrival, she found Chu Nanshi engaging a Yuan in physical activity. "You're here?" Chu Nanshi greeted her with a smile. "Sister," a Yuan exclaimed, coming over and tugging at her sleeve, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Observing her childlike demeanor, Jiang Huaiyue produced some pastries she had made. "A Yuan, I baked some treats. Shall we go inside and enjoy them?" "Good." A Yuan nearly bounced with joy at the mention of pastries. She took Jiang Huaiyue's hand with one hand and Chu Nanshi's with the other. "Let's go eat treats." Jiang Huaiyue and Chu Nanshi exchanged glances, unable to resist the infectious joy radiating from a Yuan. Inside the palace, the three sat at the table, and Jiang Huaiyue offered a Yuan apiece. "A Yuan, would you like to try this?" A Yuan reached out to take it, biting into it like an adorable little hamster, melting Jiang Huaiyue's heart. She couldn't help but exclaim, "If only I could have a daughter with a temperament like a Yuan's, I would cherish her every day. Were it not for the impossibility, Jiang Huaiyue would have wished to take a Yuan with her on her next escape." Chu Nanshi, overhearing her words, remarked, "If the princess desires a daughter, it is not so difficult." Jiang Huaiyue comprehended her intent, and the smile on her face diminished slightly as she produced a package and handed it to Lu Bai. "Lu Bai, please boil a kettle of water and prepare this floral tea," she instructed. Lu Bai hesitated. Jiang Huaiyue's voice was calm as she continued, "With me and Miss Chu accompanying a Yuan, what do you have to fear? Be swift and return." "Understood." Given the weight of her words, Lu Bai dared not defy her command and accepted the package with both hands. After her departure, Jiang Huaiyue instructed Qiu to stand guard at the door. "Nashi, have you brought the medicine I requested?" she inquired. Chu Nashi regretted her words the moment they left her lips. Yaya had been consistently taking contraceptive medicine, indicating her reluctance to bear children for His Majesty. How could she have spoken so thoughtlessly? "I have brought it." Chu Nashi opened her medicine chest and handed her a pouch. "Yueya, I apologize for my earlier remarks. Please do not hold it against me." Upon hearing her apology, Jiang chuckled lightly. "It is of no consequence. It was merely a jest, and I did not take it to heart. Indeed, I prepared this contraceptive medicine overnight, incorporating some nourishing herbs to mitigate bodily harm. Yet excessive consumption remains detrimental," Chu Nashi cautioned softly. "I understand, and I appreciate your efforts." Jiang Huaiyue replied gratefully as she accepted the pouch. Thankfully, she had Chu Nashi, otherwise she would be at a loss. The palace had become as impenetrable as iron, and with her means of escape thwarted, the contraceptive medicine was nearly depleted. If she did not replenish her supply and were to conceive, she would find herself utterly ensnared. Chu Nashi smiled and shook her head. "It is nothing, but allow me to add, since you wish to avoid children, I also possess medication for men. You might discuss with His Majesty the possibility of him taking it." With that, she produced another type of medicine she had brought. Jiang Huaiyue understood her intentions were for her benefit, yet she was already clandestinely consuming the medication from Peiji, and how could she dare to let him know? Moreover, such a man would never willingly take such medicine. "Thank you, Nashi, but matters with His Majesty are not so simple. What we have discussed today must remain between us. I fear for your safety should my situation implicate you." Chu Nashi chuckled dismissively. "Rest assured, I am quite discreet. A Yuan is also quite secretive." A Yuan tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Huaiyue with a smile. Noticing the remnants of pastry on her face, Jiang Huaiyue could not help but laugh. "Indeed, our Yuan has the most sealed lips." In the imperial study, Xiao Qingrong played a game of chess with Peiji, placing a white piece down. "Jiang Jingchun has been clamoring incessantly in the dungeon, which is quite bothersome," he remarked. "If his noise displeases you, simply sever his tongue," Peiji replied coolly. A glimmer of amusement rose in Xiao Qingrong's eyes, his expression becoming increasingly gentle. "What I meant was, why not just kill him outright?" He had anticipated that Peiji would either remove Jiang Jingchun or confine him elsewhere. Yet, to his surprise, Peiji had detained him within his own residence, the former regent's manor. Song Yin had informed him that the guards watching Jiang Jingchun had reported several times that he was unbearably annoying, constantly shouting threats against Peiji, declaring him a wolfish and ambitious man who deserved a miserable end. words that had become tiresome to hear. For the time being, spare his life. Do not toy with him to the point of death. Pei Jishio's long fingers delicately placed a black chess piece onto the board. He felt there was still some utility in keeping Jiang Jingshan around, though the exact purpose remained uncertain. Hearing his words, Xiao Qingrong shook his head, saying, "Very well. I shall heed your counsel. By the way, with the position of the Empress vacant, do you not intend to establish a consort?" The decrees sent by those antiquated old men in the court were nearly drowning his desk. Pei Jishio paused momentarily, then replied slowly, "There is no rush." "And what a princess! Are you truly considering keeping her in such a nameless, unrecognized state?" Although it was Jiang Jingshan who had forcibly bestowed her upon him, she remained his nominal wife. Mentioning Jiang Huaiyue, Pei Jishio toyed with the chess piece in his hand. What else can be done? By the way, she is fervently intent on escaping. Have you inquired about her reasons? As Xiao Qingrong spoke, he scrutinized Pei Jishio closely, under the gaze of a man assessing him. Pei Jishio's eyes turned cold. "Tend to your own affairs. How could one who could not even manage his own household dare to judge another?" Xiao Qingrong, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I understand now. It must be your temper that is too harsh. You may believe yourself to be superior, but does he not know himself? A person raised in the depths of the palace, steeped in darkness since childhood, is hardly likely to possess a pure heart. Though he feigns indifference and detachment from worldly matters, when it comes to cunning, he surpasses you without a doubt." Xiao Qingrong shrugged and raised his brows, gazing at the evenly matched black and white pieces on the board, softly suggesting a stalemate. Upon hearing this, Pei Jishio tossed the piece he had been holding back onto the board. "In that case, you may take your leave." "Very well, you are the sovereign. Your word is final." Xiao Qingrong slowly rose, adjusted his robe, and turned to exit. Once outside the imperial study, he lifted his gaze to the cascading sunlight and sighed. Song Yin, following closely behind, inquired, "My lord, why do you sigh?" "Ultimately, the past cannot be reclaimed," Xiao Qingrong replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he reflected. Pei Jishio was right. In comparison to him, he had indeed been ruthless and wretched. Though he was the crown prince, his mother had passed away at his birth, and his father cherished her deeply, often feeling that had it not been for him, she might not have left. Xiao Qingrong could sense the conflicting emotions of love and resentment that Pei Jishio harbored toward him. Eventually, for reasons unknown, Pei Jishio began to take little interest in him. The palace staff, believing he had lost his father's favor, treated him harshly. Yet he possessed a vengeful spirit. Those who had wronged him met their demise by his own hand. In stark contrast, Pei Jishio had loving parents. His father would take him to battle, and his mother would sew his clothes and prepare porridge for him, along with a yet-to-be-born sister. Their first encounter occurred at the royal hunting grounds during a heavy snowfall, blanketing the mountains in white. The emperor had decreed that all princes hunt alongside the children of ministers, and the one who brought back the most game could request a wish from him. Unsurprisingly, Pei Jishio emerged victorious. From his hiding place, Xiao Qingrong observed the young Pei Jishio joyfully running towards his mother, clutching a rabbit, while Madame Gu praised him and affectionately ruffled his hair. That scene lingered in his heart for many years. In the depths of night, he often wished he could see his own mother once more. Having secured first place, he anticipated that Pei Ji would request something amusing. However, he unexpectedly asked the emperor for a chef from the imperial kitchen, motivated by his mother's fondness for the chef's pear blossom cake. Later, General Gu was wrongfully accused on the battlefield and perished far from home. His mother, upon receiving the tragic news, unexpectedly went into early labor and ultimately succumbed to blood loss, leaving the fragile newborn struggling for breath. He was fiercely protected by the emperor's men as they escaped the palace and encountered Pei Ji once more in a dilapidated temple outside. Unlike the joyous demeanor seen during the hunt, his eyes were now bloodshot and haunting, his expression slightly dazed, resembling a person on the brink of madness, as he sat there without eating or drinking. Eventually, it was the fragile infant, a Yuan, who brought him back to reality, as she was perilously close to death due to her premature birth. The accompanying physician lamented that a Yuan's frail condition made survival unlikely. Upon hearing this, Pei Ji, in a frenzy, bowed before the dusty statue of Buddha in the temple, pleading for the deity to spare his sole remaining family member. Thus, he continued to bow for most of the night, and whether it was his heartfelt sincerity that moved the heavens or Yuan's compassion for her brother's plight, she ultimately survived. Following several assassination attempts and brushes with death, they decided to part ways for the sake of their survival. Years later, when he was seen again, he bore no resemblance to his former self. Chapter 78. Falling in love with a pawn is the fate of the player after leaving the Grand Tutor's residence. Su Xiangwan, noticing the hour was still early, strolled through the streets with Ningxiang, visiting various perfumeries and cosmetic shops. Ningxiang trailed behind her, hands laden with an assortment of items. Before she could voice her thoughts, Su Xiangwan gently instructed her to address her as Madam or Miss. Yes, Madam, Ningxiang complied. Why have you purchased so many cosmetics? In a brief span, they had nearly traversed all the cosmetic shops in the capital. To establish a shop, one must be aware of the offerings of others to create something innovative. Realizing her intent, Ningxiang asked, "Are you planning to venture into the perfume business, madam?" "Indeed," Su Xiangwan replied, as they wandered through the marketplace, glancing at a nearby syrup stall. "Ningxiang, would you like some syrup? Is that permissible?" Ningxiang's eyes sparkled in excitement. "Of course," Su Xiangwan chuckled. "Sir, 2 bowls of syrup, please," she called out to the elderly vendor preparing the sweet delicacy. "Certainly, ladies, please have a seat," the vendor responded. Su Xiangwan and Ningxiang settled at a clean table, observing the bustling passers-by with a sigh. "Madam, are you thinking of the princess again?" Ningxiang, now attuned to her mistress's moods, recognized that a sigh invariably signified worry for the princess. Yes, she also enjoys syrup. She would be unwilling to leave without having some if we encountered her while shopping. Reflecting on the time, they had been here for nearly half a year. Yet their meetings with the princess had been few and far between. "Do not worry, madam. There will surely be a way to enter the palace," Ningxiang reassured her. "Yes, there must be," Su Xiangwan replied softly. "Madam, is that a carriage from the Wang residence?" Suddenly, Ningxiang pointed to the side as Su Xiangwan was lost in thought. At that moment, Song Yin, the driver, spotted Su Xiangwan and Ningxiang, and he turned to speak to Xiao Qingrong inside the carriage, saying, "My lord, it is the princess and Ningxiang." Xiao Qingrong lifted the curtain and cast a glance at the person seated in the sweet soup shop. Unable to suppress a thought, "He certainly runs swiftly. Husband, come down for a bowl of sweet soup. It's my treat." The gentle tone of the woman reached his ears as Xiao Qingrong turned to look at the person waving at him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a surge of interest and decided to alight from the carriage. "Madam, you are remarkably quick. I had just left the residence when you followed closely behind." Upon seeing Xiao Qingrong approach, Ningxiang discreetly rose and moved to an adjacent seat. Su Xiangwan observed the person across from her and then glanced in the direction for which the carriage had come, speculating. "Did my husband just visit the palace?" Meeting her gaze, Xiao Qingrong calmly acknowledged. "So what if I did?" Su Xiangwan genuinely wished to inquire whether he had seen Huaiyue during his visit. Yet she hesitated on how to pose the question. Noticing her indecision, Xiao Qingrong spoke lightly. "If you have something to say, then say it." Just as Su Xiangwan pondered how to articulate her thoughts, an old man brought over 2 bowls of sweet soup. "Ladies, your sweet soup." Xiao Qingrong reached for 1 bowl and stirred it with a spoon. "Did you see the princess during your visit to the palace?" she softly inquired, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Xiao Qingrong raised an eyebrow. "Are you quite concerned for her?" "I simply haven't seen her in quite some time. I worry about her well-being," she replied. "In the palace, where luxuries abound, what is there to worry about?" Xiao Qingrong sampled the sweet soup, subtly furrowing his brow. He suspected the old man had added an excessive amount of sugar. It was overwhelmingly sweet. Su Xiangwan responded, "While luxuries are indeed splendid, no one enjoys being treated like a cage canary." She was well aware that Huaiyue had always adapted to her circumstances, thriving wherever she found herself. Yet, this was Pei Ji, who was profoundly different from others. His temperament was far too unstable. Their matters are their own. Moreover, how do you know the princess does not appreciate such a life? Listening to his words, Su Xiangwan maintained a stoic expression and replied, "You men do not genuinely believe that treating a woman like a prized pet is in her best interest, do you?" Xiao Qingrong noticed her emotional shift, but refrained from engaging in an argument. Then what do you believe would truly be for her benefit? A woman is not an appendage to a man. She possesses the right to choose her own life. If you genuinely wish her well, you should support her and allow her to soar. Su Xiangwan found his perspective utterly distasteful, steeped as it was in the archaic notion of male superiority. But have you ever considered that some women may desire such a life? Certain beliefs are ingrained from a young age. Not everyone shares your views. Understanding her inner strength and her own convictions, he was nonetheless taken aback by her profound clarity. As for others, I cannot speak, for they have been steeped in those teachings for many years. Yet Yuya is different. She would not find joy in such a life. She had traversed mountains and rivers, witnessed vast deserts and the setting sun, and explored countless places, taking in the world's beauty. How could she be content remaining within the confines of a square palace? Watching her youth fade away day by day, seeing her unwavering conviction, Xiao Qingrong's thin lips curled into a slight smile. I did not encounter her in the palace, but I believe all is well. She is the emperor's wife. He would not treat her poorly. He understood Pei Ji if he truly intended harm. The princess would not survive the wedding night. Since one has survived, it is only natural that one would not easily succumb to death. Is she a wife or merely a pawn? Su Xiangwan snapped coldly. Xiao Qingrong turned to her. Are you not afraid I will inform Pei Ji? Knowing full well her acquaintance with Pei Ji, she dared to act so recklessly before him, confident that she would not divulge this to Pei Ji. What is there to fear? I am more concerned if my husband chooses to speak. If he does, remember to add a remark. Xiao Qingrong inquired. What? Su Xiangwan responded with a profound smile. To fall in love with a pawn is the fate of the player. The game is not yet concluded. It remains uncertain who the ultimate victor will be, so do not rejoice too prematurely. Xiao Qingrong echoed her words, then chuckled lightly. Are you aware that a player advances and retreats, determining victory from afar? Even if one falls in love, what of it? As he spoke, Su Xiangwan laughed. She smiled gently, her eyes shimmering like a tranquil pool of water, leaning in slightly. From what my husband says, it seems you have yet to truly love anyone. Gazing at the person who had suddenly moved closer, Xiao Qingrong replied, and what of it? If my husband has never loved, how can he ascertain that the person destined for triumph would willingly confine themselves in pursuit of her affection? She lifted her chin, her eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and determination. Xiao Qingrong caressed his fingers. Have you finished? If you have, let us return home. Chapter 79. What can one not bear? Su Xiangwan watched as Xiao Qingrong entered the carriage, lowering her gaze with a smile, calling to the maid beside her. Ningxiang. We are leaving. Very well, madam. Upon hearing the command, Ningxiang gathered her belongings and departed. Xiao Qingrong, having boarded the carriage first, felt the sweetness of the syrup he had just consumed was overwhelming. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it down. Su Xiangwan lifted the curtain to find the handsome man before her, his smooth jawline and the bobbing of his throat captivating her attention, suppressing the emotions within her eyes. Indeed, even when simply drinking tea, she felt as though he were enticing her. She took a seat opposite him. Husband, could you pour me a cup as well? That old man's syrup is truly too sweet. Xiao Qingrong, holding the teacup, looked at her. Pour it yourself. It seems she is indeed taking advantage of him, daring to issue commands now. Surely, my husband does not share the belief of those ineffectual men, thinking that serving his wife a cup of tea would diminish his masculinity. Su Xiangwan teased him with a playful remark. Xiao Qingrong chuckled. Are you trying to provoke me? Indeed, does it serve any purpose with my husband? She unabashedly admitted, her smile curling her lips. Xiao Qingrong set down his teacup, took another cup, poured tea, and raised it. According to your reasoning, if I do not comply, would I not become the ineffectual man you speak of? Upon seeing this, Su Xiangwan reached out to take it. I misspoke. My husband is undoubtedly a paragon among men, a refined gentleman. Just as her fingers brushed the cup, Xiao Qingrong moved his hand away. I have poured the tea. I fear my wife may not be able to bear it. His gaze was calm, though his tone bore an edge of disapproval. Su Xiangwan understood that he was subtly admonishing her, yet she was unwilling to succumb to such tactics. What could be too much to bear from tea poured by her husband? To speak in an absurd manner, not only could she endure a cup of tea, But even if he were to kneel and kiss her feet, she would graciously accept it. As she finished speaking, she casually rested her hands on the back of her own hand, leaning slightly forward to tilt her head back and sip the tea. The tea poured by her husband was as refreshing and delightful as he was. Su Xiangwan gazed at him with tender eyes. The gentle touch of her hand sparked a current that coursed through her body, prompting Xiao Qingrong to naturally withdraw his hand. That night, after bathing, Su Xiangwan donned a light blue thin garment, her long hair cascading down her back like a water lily emerging from the water or a lotus in the rain. She leaned against the small couch by the window, holding a white crystal ball left to her by the system. Ningxiang entered the room with soft footsteps, placing her belongings on the small table. Your Highness, the kitchen has prepared stewed pear soup. Would you care to have some? Leave it for now. I will drink it shortly, Su Xiangwan replied, her attention still focused on the object in her hands. Ningxiang acquiesced and, noticing the crystal ball, inquired, Your Highness, what is this? I have never seen it before. Having observed her mistress holding the crystal ball for several days, she found it peculiar that she, who had been by Su Xiangwan's side for so long, was unaware of its origin. This is a crystal ball from the western regions, Su Xiangwan casually explained, squeezing the ball and watching the mist inside swirl. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder I have never encountered it before, Ningxiang nodded. The curiosities from the western regions indeed piqued her interest. There were many things she had never seen, and it was said that although the region was small, it produced fruits that were not found elsewhere. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Xiangwan had never indulged in a lazy morning since arriving in this world. After Ningxiang assisted her with her morning routine, she went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. While waiting, Su Xiangwan casually picked up a book and began to leaf through it. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Ningxiang returned. Your Highness, breakfast is ready. She opened the food box, revealing steaming dishes, and arranged them on the table. Su Xiangwan set aside her book and approached the table. Once breakfast was laid out, Ningxiang handed her chopsticks. Your Highness, I overheard Aunt Huang in the kitchen say that Song Yin always takes 2 portions of food when he goes to the kitchen. It's quite strange. 2 portions? Su Xiangwan asked as she accepted the chopsticks. Yes. Do you think the prince might be hiding someone in his quarters? Ningxiang's expression shifted dramatically, her thoughts spiraling as she considered the possibility. I mean, with a wife as beautiful as you, perhaps the prince has been enchanted by another vixen since returning. As Su Xiangwan pondered her words, a sudden tension gripped her mind, and a thought arose. Could it be Jiang Jingchen? What if Jiang Jingchen was not with Pei Ji, but was actually here? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Since Xiao Qingrong was close to Pei Ji, it would be surprising if Jiang Jingchen was in his possession. Yet, verification was necessary to ascertain the truth. Noticing the change in her mistress's expression, Ningxiang sought to comfort her. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. You're the prince's legitimate wife, and those vixens pose no threat. Lost in thought, Su Xiangwan momentarily paused at Ningxiang's words. Ningxiang, what are you talking about? What vixens? What fanciful notions was this girl concocting? Ningxiang exclaimed with indignation. Is it the little vixen hidden in the prince's chamber? The princess was right. Indeed, no man is to be trusted. Previously, when Jiang Huaiyue was chatting with Su Xiangwan, she had occasionally vented her frustrations about Pei Ji, and Ningxiang, who was attending to them, had overheard. Upon hearing her words, Su Xiangwan responded with a smile. Ningxiang, one cannot be so certain about matters not witnessed firsthand. Does the princess imply that one must catch a thief in the act? Ningxiang inquired. Su Xiangwan's lips twitched slightly. That seems to be the gist of it. When you go to fetch lunch, pay attention to whether Song Yin, carrying food, enters the prince's courtyard or goes elsewhere. She refrained from sharing anything further, allowing Ningxiang to maintain her misunderstanding, believing that it was better to have fewer complications for both of them. Rest assured, my lady, Ningxiang will keep a vigilant watch over Song Yin, she declared with unwavering determination, vowing to protect her lady's position at all costs. Good, Su Xiangwan softly replied, bowing her head to begin her meal. At the Zizhuxuan, Song Yin entered the room, carrying 2 food boxes. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, My lord, when did we start treating prisoners with such kindness? With fish and meat at every meal, Do we intend to fatten Jiang Jingshan like a pig before slaughtering him? Xiao Qingrong regarded him coolly. Consider it a good deed. Let him eat for another day, and then we shall cut him off. Are you suggesting we let him starve? Song Yin was taken aback. Let's observe for now. When he is on the brink of death, we can offer him sustenance, he replied softly. After all, it takes several days without food for a person to perish. Song Yin acknowledged this and began to arrange the meal for Xiao Qingrong, lifting the other box. Then I shall deliver his meal. Xiao Qingrong replied, elegantly picking up her chopsticks to commence her meal. In the quiet room, Song Yin tugged at the inkstone on the writing desk, revealing a long hidden passage. As his figure vanished, the passage sealed itself once more as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 80. Next time, I will cook for you again. After finishing her meal, Su Xiangwan sat in the courtyard, poring over the assortment of cosmetic powders she had purchased. She tested each one in turn, noting their merits and drawbacks in her notebook. Before she knew it, it was time for lunch, and Ningxiang had purposefully delayed her departure. She was aware that Song Yin would not arrive for the meal so early, and only by arriving later could she chance upon him. Aunt Huang in the kitchen was a kind-hearted woman who, knowing the princess's benevolence, always saved the best treats for them. Upon seeing Ningxiang enter, she cheerfully greeted, Miss Ningxiang, why are you so late today? The reason for her inquiry was that Ningxiang typically arrived first. I was delayed attending to the princess's affairs today. Ningxiang replied with a smile, her gaze drifting to Song Yin, who was leaving with 2 food boxes. As he walked away without glancing back, Ningxiang returned her focus to Aunt Huang. Could you please be a bit quicker? Hearing this, Aunt Huang hastened her movements, swiftly preparing the food before handing over the boxes. All set, Miss Ningxiang. Thank you. Ningxiang softly expressed her gratitude. No need for such formality, Aunt Huang replied. Ningxiang emerged from the kitchen, trailing behind Song Yin at a distance. Too timid to draw near, fearing discovery. After witnessing him enter the Zijou courtyard, she departed. However, unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, Song Yin stepped back outside, watching her silhouette vanish around the corner before re-entering the courtyard. Inside the Zijou pavilion, Xiao Qingrong was engrossed in painting when Song Yin entered. My lord, just now, the maid Ningxiang has been following me closely by the side of the princess. And then, Xiao Qingrong inquired without lifting her gaze. She left as soon as I entered the Zijou pavilion, Song Yin replied in a deep voice. Xiao Qingrong set down her brush and glanced at the 2 food boxes in his hands, her expression shifting slightly. Have those in the shadows keep a close watch on the princess. I am curious to see what she intends to do. Understood, Song Yin responded. Princess, I saw it. As soon as Song Yin entered the Zijou pavilion, that person must be hidden by the prince in the courtyard, Ningxiang remarked with dissatisfaction. Suspecting that it was indeed Jiang Jingshan, she needed to find an opportunity to visit the Zijou pavilion. Noticing her continued silence, Ningxiang asked, Princess, what are you thinking? What should we do? It's nothing. Let us keep this matter quiet for now. Allow me to ponder, she replied softly. Ningxiang nodded, all right. In the subsequent days, Su Xiangwan instructed Ningxiang to keep a close watch on Song Yin, only to unexpectedly discover that he had been carrying a meal every day. This realization prompted Su Xiangwan to understand that she could no longer delay. If Jiang Jingshan were to be killed by Xiao Qingrong, it would be disastrous. Consequently, she sent Ningxiang out of the estate to procure some narcotic powder, intending to drug Xiao Qingrong and investigate his quarters. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as Ningxiang purchased the drug, Xiao Qingrong became aware of it. You mean to say, Ningxiang left the estate to buy narcotic powder? Xiao Qingrong asked, dropping the chess piece she held, her gaze darkening. Yes, I witnessed it firsthand. Song Yin followed Ningxiang out and saw it all, he confirmed. But we do not know what the princess intends to do with this drug. Xiao Qingrong stared at the white pieces encircled by black on the chessboard, a flicker of coldness crossing her eyes. As night fell, the sky twinkled with stars, enveloping the entire royal residence. Su Xiangwan, carrying the prepared pastries, made her way toward the Zijou pavilion. Ningxiang followed closely behind, inexplicably anxious. She could not comprehend why the princess would resort to drugging food if she intended to catch someone in the act. Was she planning to incapacitate the prince and that vixen, only to teach them a lesson? Yet, The prince was skilled in martial arts and had seen battle. Having taken many lives, moreover, he had Song Yin by his side. She wondered if the amount of drug she purchased would suffice. Upon reaching the entrance, Song Yin observed the two women and bowed. "I have seen the princess. No need for formalities. Is my husband inside?" she inquired gently. "The master is inside playing chess." Song Yin replied casually, glancing at the food box in Ning Xiang's hands. He was well aware that it contained the drug, and earlier that afternoon, he had pondered whom the drug was meant for, only to be surprised it was intended for the prince. Undoubtedly, the princess possessed considerable audacity. Regrettably, she was unaware that in the early years on the battlefield, the enemy frequently resorted to cunning schemes. In order to avoid falling victim, her master had consumed numerous types of narcotics, leading to a developed resistance within his body. Su Xiangwan smiled. "I shall bring my husband some late-night snacks." She lifted her gaze to glance inside the chamber before retracting her sight. "Please, princess," Song Yin spoke without hesitation. Su Xiangwan nodded, turning to accept the food box. Exchanging a knowing glance with Ning Xiang, she entered the room. This was her second visit to Xiao Qingrong's quarters since moving into the royal residence. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, yet exuded elegance, revealing the owner's exquisite taste. Xiao Qingrong sat cross-legged on the low couch, his long fingers deftly maneuvering the chess pieces. Under the illumination of the lamp, his refined brows and eyes resembled those of an ethereal being, strikingly beautiful. "Why do you play alone, my husband?" She approached the table, placing down her offerings. Xiao Qingrong raised his gaze at the sound, his expression inscrutable. "Is there something? The weather has warmed. I made some flaky pastries for you. Dear husband, please have a taste." She presented a small plate of steaming pastries from the food box before him, observing the delicacy in her hand. Xiao Qingrong tightened his grip on the chess piece, a trace of coldness flickering in his gentle eyes. "You may eat it yourself, my lady. I do not enjoy cold foods." Su Xiangwan blinked, scooping a small bite with a spoon. "Then, dear husband, do sample it, perhaps from today onward. You might come to like it." Xiao Qingrong regarded her smile and, after a moment's pause, reached out to accept. "Very well." As Su Xiangwan watched him take a small bite, he unexpectedly redirected it towards himself. "You should have the first taste, my lady." A smile graced his lips, as if he genuinely wished to share. Su Xiangwan's pupils constricted as she bit her lip. "Husband, I cannot consume cold foods today. Please eat it for me." Xiao Qingrong discerned the apprehension and tension in her eyes, and his smile grew more pronounced. He replied, "All right," and before the morsel on the spoon could dissolve, he placed it in his mouth. "Is it to your liking?" he inquired blandly. "Delicious, my lady. Your culinary skills are commendable." He seemed to genuinely enjoy it, for Su Xiangwan observed him take another bite. Relieved, she whispered, "If you like it, I shall prepare it for you again next time." However, within moments, she witnessed him rubbing his temples, then resting his head on the chessboard, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 81. I am not the real Su Xiangwan, seeing Xiao Qingrong fall asleep. Su Xiangwan gently shook him, calling softly, "Husband, dear husband?" She called several times, but he showed no response. Gradually, she rose and began searching the room for hidden mechanisms. If her suspicions were correct, there must be a secret chamber within, but where could the mechanism be located? Su Xiangwan rummaged through the bookshelf and along the walls. It found no signs of activity. Standing beside the study table, she fixated intently on a painting of banana plants beneath an eave, rendered with fluid brushstrokes. The curvature of the banana leaves in the wind appeared almost lifelike, showcasing the artist's exceptional technique. As Su Xiangwan's gaze swept across the array of tools on the desk, it lingered upon a dark inkstone. She recognized it as a Duan inkstone, its surface intricately carved with exquisite orchids. For reasons unknown, she instinctively felt that this was the object she sought. Reaching out to touch the inkstone, she discerned something amiss. With a firm tug, a sound echoed through the room, and a long hidden passageway unveiled itself before her. Approaching the passage, Su Xiangwan glanced back at the still unconscious Xiao Qingrong, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a candle from the side and lifting her skirt to enter. Once inside, the slumbering Xiao Qingrong gradually sat up, his eyes clear and devoid of any signs of having been compromised. Casting a sidelong glance, at the melting pastry on the table. His gaze was profoundly unsettling. Navigating the dark, damp passage with caution, Su Xiangwan descended the steps. On either side, cells were arranged, leading further to a large water dungeon. In the center of the water dungeon, a figure was bound by chains, his body marred with scars, hair disheveled and obscuring his features. Su Xiangwan pondered momentarily before softly calling out, "Jiang Jingshan, is that you?" Upon her repeated calls, the restrained individual stirred slowly, his voice hoarse. "Who are you?" Confirming his identity as Jiang Jingshan, Su Xiangwan remained silent. She was not there to rescue him, merely to ascertain his presence. Without further ado, she turned to leave. Jiang Jingshan, raising his gaze to her retreating figure, pleaded, "Save me." Recalling how he had used poison to control her under the crescent moon, she felt an urge to kick him, let alone rescue him. Were it not for the system's warning that he could not die just yet, his fate would hold no consequence for her. Jiang Jingshan, as the saying goes, heaven's mischief may be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot be endured. No one can save you, she declared, departing without a backward glance. Once Su Xiangwan's figure vanished completely, Jiang Jingshan erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "This shouldn't be. This is not how it should be. I am the emperor, the most exalted of all. How could I have become a prisoner, if not for Pei Ji and Xiao Qingrong?" His heart burned with discontent. As Su Xiangwan made her way back, she pondered how to temporarily safeguard Jiang Jingshan's life. Although Xiao Qingrong had not executed him yet, the future remained uncertain. And since 2 days prior, they had ceased providing him with food. While it took about 7 days without sustenance for a person to perish, that was not a certainty. Frustrated by her inability to devise a solution, she felt vexed. As she neared the exit of the dark passage, a sudden burning pain seared across her hand. Looking down, she discovered molten wax from the candle had dripped onto her skin. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped her heart as this discomfort accompanied her out of the passage. Yet, emerging from the dark confines into the bright room, she instinctively closed her eyes, momentarily disoriented by the light. A glint of cold steel flashed by. A chilling sword pressed against her neck, severing a lock of her hair, which fluttered to the ground. She opened her eyes and lifted her gaze, finding Xiao Qingrong standing tall and poised, his gentle countenance now icy. The sword he wielded was poised just a hair's breadth from her neck, threatening to spill her blood on the spot. "Husband, what is the meaning of this?" Su Xiangwan forced a semblance of calm, managing a strained smile. She was puzzled by how swiftly Xiao Qingrong had awakened. She had administered a significant dose in that sweet mountain, yet he appeared completely unfazed. Xiao Qingrong spoke. "Is the lady feigning ignorance?" He had not anticipated that she would drug him, and it was all for Jiang Jingshan. For some reason, the thought ignited a simmering anger within him. Observing his demeanor, Su Xiangwan realized that unless she provided a plausible explanation, this matter would not conclude easily. "Husband, why not lower your sword, and we can discuss this calmly?" Xiao Qingrong remained silent, merely gazing at her with a detached expression. After a moment, he sheathed the sword. Setting it aside, Su Xiangwan took a seat opposite him, saying, "Husband, I had no intention of rescuing him. I have no connection with him." Xiao Qingrong, uncertain whether to believe her, poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. He remained silent, prompting Su Xiangwan to continue. "I merely came to ascertain whether he is indeed Jiang Jingshan." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingrong inquired, "And then what?" He could not afford to let the man die just yet. Would her husband consider sparing him for a while longer? As she proposed this, Su Xiangwan herself felt absurd, but she could think of no other way to explain her actions directly to him. Xiao Qingrong's expression turned cold. "You wish to keep him alive so that you can summon someone to rescue him? Do you truly think I am such a fool, so easily deceived? You claim indifference, yet your words betray a reluctance to see him perish." Su Xiangwan's eyes widened in disbelief at his thought process. When had she ever intended to rescue Jiang Jingshan? Fearing he might misunderstand her further, she hastily clarified, "No, husband, there's a reason I ask you to refrain from killing him for the time being." "What reason?" Xiao Qingrong's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Su Xiangwan hesitated before responding, "Please, just wait a moment." Rising, she strode to the door, calling out to the waiting Ningxiang. "Ningxiang, please go to my chamber and retrieve the crystal ball I have stored in the box. Now, Ningxiang queried. Yes, right now, Su Xiangwan affirmed with a nod. Though Ningxiang was unaware of the reason for the urgency, she complied swiftly. Meanwhile, Song Yin, puzzled, heard his master's voice from within the room. Song Yin, follow her. Yes. Song Yin promptly replied, trailing after Ningxiang. Seeing Xiao Qingrong's cautious demeanor, Su Xiangwan let out a resigned sigh. She returned to her previous seat, pouring herself a cup of tea. Husband, allow me to share a secret with you. Go on, he replied, intrigued to see what else she might reveal. Taking a sip of tea, Su Xiangwan slowly stated, Husband, did you know? I am not the true Su Xiangwan. I am merely a wisp of a soul from another realm, having inadvertently found myself within her body. At her words, Xiao Qingrong lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her. After a long pause, he finally asked, Do you take me for a fool, attempting to deceive me? Why does she not declare herself a celestial being descended from the heavens to save the mortal realm? Su Xiangwan gazed at him in disbelief. This was not how she had envisioned it. In a novel she had read, when a heroine disclosed her origins to the hero, he believed her instantly. Why was he not adhering to the script? My lord, I speak the truth. I am not deceiving you. I truly hail from another world. Chapter 82. I have no time for your nonsense, Su Xiangwan. I have no time for your nonsense, Xiao Qingrong remarked, furrowing his brow. In a desperate bid to preserve Jiang Jingchen's life, she had resorted to fabricating tales to deceive him. Su Xiangwan mani David Teresmite, exclaiming, I am genuinely not jesting with you. In this world, my truth seems to go unrecognized. Your Highness, the items have arrived. Came the voice of Ningxiang from outside the door. Instantly, Su Xiangwan rose with renewed hope. My lord, allow me to show you something. You will understand. She stepped outside and took the crystal ball from Ningxiang, returning to present it before Xiao Qingrong's eyes. My lord, behold this. A few days ago, I had a dream wherein a voice revealed that Jiang Jingchen is a man of great fortune. He cannot die just yet. If he were to perish, we all would face doom. The voice also stated that once this crystal ball becomes entirely transparent, Jiang Jingchen's fate will no longer matter. Su Xiangwan gazed at him with earnest clarity, yearning for him to believe her more than ever before. Xiao Qingrong cast a glance at the object in her hand. Scoffing lightly, Su Xiangwan, do you truly think I have never encountered such a trinket from the western regions? Is that why you concocted this tale? What? Su Xiangwan managed a tremulous smile, her lips quivering. This item is commonplace in the western regions. Is it worthy of your elaborate fabrication? Xiao Qingrong mocked. Doubt crept into Su Xiangwan's mind. Was her assertion truly so implausible? Why did he not believe her, nor even entertain the possibility? But it appeared suddenly in my room. I have never purchased it. Children should not speak of strange phenomena, Xiao Qingrong replied, casting her a sidelong glance, his tone nonchalant. Su Xiangwan sighed. Rolling her eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. In this era, her honesty seemed to go unnoticed. My lord, do you not have any questions for me? She thought to herself, forget it. If you choose not to believe, so be it. I have neither strength nor desire to argue further. Indeed, I do, Xiao Qingrong replied. Su Xiangwan smiled. Speak then. Why do you wish for Jiang Jingchen to live? I demand the truth, he insisted, fixing his gaze upon her. Su Xiangwan met his clear, jade-like visage, momentarily rendered speechless. She longed to shake his head and declare, brother, I am speaking nothing but the truth. It is you who refuses to believe. My lord, shall we not retire for the night? Let's not speak of that ill-fated person. She genuinely found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Qingrong smirked. You are attempting to change the subject. I'm not. Regardless, you only need to know that I have no interest in Jiang Jingchen. I would rather he perish at this moment, yet he truly cannot die. This crystal ball, no. This glass orb is entrusted to you. When it turns transparent, you may do with Jiang Jingchen as you please. As she spoke, she pressed the crystal ball, now elevated to the status of a glass orb, into Xiao Qingrong's hands, rising and turning away without a hint of hesitation to flee. She truly wished to leave that place, fearing she might be unable to restrain herself from uttering a few harsh words to Xiao Qingrong. To push someone as emotionally stable as her to such a point was, conversely, a testament to Xiao Qingrong's remarkable character. Xiao Qingrong lowered her gaze upon the orb in her hands, her expression clouded with gloom. Sitting outside of Zizhu Pavilion, Su Xiangwan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her, as if she had just discarded a scalding hot potato. She reflected that since Xiao Qingrong was destined to be the male lead, not her, she would relinquish the choice to him, letting him handle matters as he pleased. At worst, they would all meet the same fate. "Your Highness, you appear to be in good spirits," Ningxiang remarked. Su Xiangwan looked up at the moonlight. "Having dealt with that vexatious vixen, I naturally feel elated." There truly was a vixen? Ningxiang, who had been stationed at the door all night, had heard no sounds emanating from the room and assumed there was none. "Indeed, but she is no longer here," Su Xiangwan replied with a smile. On the 4th day of the 5th month, the eve of the Dragon Boat Festival, Jiang Huaiyue sat in the courtyard. Having instructed Xiuchan to prepare numerous packages of zongzi ingredients, planning to make them herself, Chu Nanshi and Yuan had also come to assist, with smiles of ease gracing their faces. Upon arrival, a Yuan immediately called for the palace maids to accompany her in flying kites. Jiang Huaiyue sat alongside Chu Nanshi, chatting while wrapping zongzi. "Nanshi, what festivities await outside the palace for the Dragon Boat Festival?" Jiang Huaiyue, attending the festival here for the first time, was unaware of the customs they observed. Chu Nanshi, hands deftly molding the zongzi as Jiang Huaiyue had instructed, replied, "Well, outside the palace, there will be dragon boat races. Ordinary families will worship the gods and honor their ancestors, praying for blessings and warding off evil. There were fragrant sachets, drink realgar wine, and there are lantern displays in the evening. How delightful! Merely listening evokes a sense of liveliness," Jiang Huaiyue expressed, her eyes shimmering with envy. Yet, alas, she could not leave the palace to witness it. Chu Nanshi paused, her hands stilling as she held the zongzi. "Yuya, the palace will also be bustling tomorrow. I've heard that His Majesty has arranged a banquet, inviting various officials and their families to enter the palace." Despite her inability to leave, it seemed that the Princess of Huainan would visit tomorrow, which ought to lift her spirits. Jiang Huaiyue caught the underlying meaning in her words and quickly inquired, "Will officials' families be invited? I thought it was only the ministers coming." "I've inquired, and indeed, some will be," Chu Nanshi replied softly. Upon receiving this confirmed news, Jiang Huaiyue's lips curled into a smile. "How wonderful! I shall soon be reunited with Wanwan. I have so much I wish to share with her." "After the Dragon Boat Festival, I shall be leaving the palace," Chu Nanshi remarked, placing the finished zongzi into a basin of icy water. Jiang Huaiyue turned to her, her eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. "Having spent nearly half a month in the palace, you must be missing your grandfather." Chu Nanshi had often come to keep her company during her time in the palace. Though their acquaintance was brief, they had forged a strong bond. Jiang Huaiyue naturally felt reluctant to see her go. "Yes, a little. A Yuan's health has improved significantly, and I must return to fulfill my own responsibilities," Chu Nanshi replied. Jiang Huaiyue smiled gently. "What are your plans?" "I yearn to leave the capital for a while, to explore the world beyond, having never ventured beyond these city walls. Perhaps stepping away will unveil different fortunes." "Very well. I shall wish you a smooth journey, free from worries and fears." Observing the gentle and smiling countenance of the young woman before me, I genuinely feel happiness for her. She has transcended the predetermined conclusion of her life, living freely and effortlessly. Such a remarkable woman should not be confined to a single space. She possesses her own ideals and convictions. "I have prepared some medicine for you, just in case of unforeseen circumstances." Chu Nanshi handed a box to her from the maid behind. Upon seeing this, Jiang Huaiyue felt a slight sting in her nose. "Thank you." Chapter 83. May our wishes come true. You are most welcome. I hope that when we meet again, you shall simply be Yuya, and I merely Nanshi. As Chu Nanshi uttered these words, Jiang Huaiyue gazed at her in a daze, and after a moment, they exchanged smiles. Everything was understood without the need for words. Remembering something, Chu Nanshi leaned in closer. Do you truly harbor feelings for His Majesty? Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Jiang Huaiyue smiled. "Because your gaze towards His Majesty has changed. During her time in the palace, she had often observed Yuya interacting with the emperor, noting that not only had Yuya changed, but so had his majesty. Jiang Huaiyue paused, her fingers gripping the zongzi. A ripple of emotion stirring within her as she casually inquired, "What has changed? I see affection in your eyes. Did you not wish to finish your thought?" Chu Nanchi hesitated, yet Jiang Huaiyue understood. She was inquiring whether she had developed feelings for Pei Ji. Nanchi. One must immerse oneself in the situation to seize the slightest chance of survival. Her voice was soft, adorned with a gentle smile. Yet Chu Nanchi sensed the sadness hidden within her heart. Wise souls often communicate without the need for explicitness. Chu Nanchi placed her hand over Jiang Huaiyue's. "But you will be hurt. It will bring pain." She had experienced it herself, even if it was merely her solitary performance. The sensation was indeed unbearable. "I hold grudges, and since I shall be the one to suffer, why should he not share the burden of pain with me?" The wounds and grievances endured do not fade with the passage of time. Rather, they delve deeper into the marrow, remaining unforgettable. "Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Chu Nanchi gazed at her with compassion, speaking softly. Jiang Huaiyue felt warmth from her words and smiled. "Thank you. Sister Yuya." Sister Nanchi, look quickly. The kite has taken flight. A cheerful voice from behind, that of a Yuan, resonated clearly in their ears. Jiang Huaiyue and Chu Nanchi simultaneously looked up, witnessing the goldfish-shaped kite soaring over the red walls, dancing freely in the sky. Yet, no matter how high it soared, the string remained firmly in the hands of the one who released it. A Yuan. I have heard that if one cuts the string while releasing a kite and makes a wish, that wish will come true. Would you like to try? Jiang Huaiyue smiled at a Yuan. A Yuan, gazing at the kite in the sky, appeared bewildered. Is that true? It is indeed true. A Yuan may give it a try. Chu Nanchi chimed in from the side. Then I shall make a wish. A Yuan had never done anything like this before, excitedly urging Lu Bai to cut the kite string. Lu Bai took the scissors and snipped the line. A gust of wind blew, lifting the kite higher into the sky. A Yuan quickly closed her eyes, murmuring wishes under her breath. Jiang Huaiyue looked up and softly spoke, kites soaring high and fish leaping from the depths. May all our wishes come true. As night fell, the candlelight in Chongqing Palace flickered brightly. Before Pei Ji could step into the hall, he was greeted by the sound of melodious laughter akin to silver bells. "Sister, this zongzi is so delicious," a Yuan exclaimed, holding a red date-flavored zongzi and relishing every bite. Jiang Huaiyue instructed Qiu-chan to ladle her a bowl of warm osmanthus dumplings, saying, "Eat slowly and drink some of this." This is delightful as well, sister. You are truly remarkable," a Yuan generously praised, amused by a Yuan's exuberance. Jiang Huaiyue smiled warmly, commenting, "A Yuan is indeed the queen of encouragement." Qiu-chan, standing behind Jiang Huaiyue, was the first to notice Pei Ji entering through the door and promptly bowed. "Your Majesty." Hearing the address, Jiang Huaiyue turned to see the newcomer. Clad in a white brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns and golden thread at the cuffs and collar, the white jade belt accentuating his sturdy waist. The candlelight cast an enchanting glow upon his handsome visage, momentarily captivating the heart. "My husband, have you finished your tasks? I have wrapped some zongzi for you to try," Jiang Huaiyue said as she rose and naturally linked her arm with his, guiding him to the table. Upon hearing that Jiang Huaiyue was offering zongzi to Pei Ji, a Yuan instinctively pulled her plate closer to her, fearful he might take it away. Jiang Huaiyue caught sight of this and couldn't help but laugh. "A Yuan, glutinous rice is hard to digest. You mustn't eat too many. Share some with your brother." "No, a Yuan can save some for tomorrow," she huffed lightly, clutching her plate tightly. Pei Ji observed the scene and remarked mildly, "A Yuan seems to have gained a bit of weight." Jiang Huaiyue turned to a Yuan, sensing it might be true. When she first met a Yuan, she was quite slender, lacking any flesh despite being only a few years younger. She appeared delicate, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Now, under Ninshi's care, a Yuan had indeed plumped up a little, her complexion rosy and her health evident. "Brother is mean," a Yuan remembered how Pei Ji had sent her away previously, forbidding her from playing with her sister. Pei Ji, unwilling to engage with his ungrateful sister, reflected on how he had raised her from childhood, only to see her now infatuated solely with her sister, Yuya. "Husband, have some of mine. It's freshly peeled. Jiang Huaiyue offered her plate to him. Pei Ji glanced at it and took a small spoonful. Observing him, Jiang Huaiyue inquired, "How is it? Is it tasty?" "It has honey. Dipping it enhances the flavor." "Not bad," he replied, disliking sweet foods, and set it down after only a few bites. Noticing the time, he announced, "Take a yuan back. It's inappropriate for her to remain here all day instead of returning to her own palace." Liu Bai sensed the emperor's displeasure with their princess and hurriedly helped the yuan up, saying, "Princess, it's getting late. We should return to rest." "But I want to keep playing," a yuan pouted unhappily. Upon witnessing her distress, Jiang Huaiyue comforted her, saying, "The yuan, be obedient. Come to play again tomorrow." "Very well," she replied, leaving with a dissatisfied huff directed at Pei Ji, muttering that her brother was too unkind. Whenever he arrived, she could not play with her sister, which was truly irritating. After a yuan departed, Pei Ji gestured for the attendants to withdraw. The vast palace was left with only the two of them, the candlelight occasionally flickering with a soft crackle. "My husband, will I be able to attend the banquet tomorrow?" Jiang Huaiyue recalled the Duanwu banquet that Chu Nanshi had mentioned and inquired. Pei Ji grasped her delicate hand, asking gently, "Do you wish to go?" "I do." Jiang Huaiyue smiled and nodded, eager to see Wanwan. Was her desire to attend the banquet genuine, or was it to meet someone special? Pei Ji scrutinized her eyes intently. Jiang Huaiyue did not conceal her feelings. She nestled against him, saying, "I wish to see Wanwan. She must be worried about me." Aware of his perpetual vigilance towards her, she had no intention of deceiving him. Pei Ji embraced her, whispering, "Very well." Surprised by his agreement, Jiang Huaiyue looked up, exclaiming, "You consented?" She had anticipated he would refuse. "I have said before, as long as you behave, I shall grant you whatever you desire." Pei Ji tenderly caressed her face, his tone gentle. Chapter 84. The candidate sits beside me. Jiang Huaiyue's fingers, resting on his shoulder, stirred with joy as she beamed, "Thank you, my husband. I will be obedient." Observing her radiant smile, Pei Ji felt a flicker of amusement. If his heart's peculiar flutter at her genuine smile could be deemed affection, perhaps their words held truth. He had indeed grown fond of her. Yet precisely for this reason, he would never permit her to escape his grasp, not even in thought. "You, do not attempt to deceive me," he murmured, lowering his head to her neck, his breath lingering, voice deep and haunting. Jiang Huaiyue, nestled in his embrace, dared not move. "Or else what?" she inquired, a tremor of curiosity lacing her words. "Or else, even if you were to perish, I would retrieve your body and keep it by my side," Pei Ji declared, then bit her neck gently. The sharp pain elicited a soft gasp from Jiang Huaiyue, who inwardly scolded him for being mad. "Once one is dead, who cares whether you find my body? As long as you do not claim to love me while dragging me into death, preserving the sanctity of my cycle. My husband, you think too much. How could I deceive you?" Pei Ji remained silent, a smile tugging at his lips as he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bathhouse. The next day, Jiang Huaiyue eagerly awaited the arrival of night. Qiu Chan entered with attendants trailing behind her, carrying newly crafted palace garments and exquisite jewelry. "Your Highness, these are sent by His Majesty. Which would you like to wear?" Jiang Huaiyue did not lift her head, replying, "Something modest and simple. A deposed princess." She saw no reason to adorn herself in flamboyant attire. Understood, Qiu Chan acknowledged her character and, after a brief glance, selected a blue floral top paired with a purple skirt from an attendant. "Your Highness, what do you think of this one?" Jiang Huaiyue examined it and nodded approvingly. "It is lovely." Having chosen her attire, the autumn cicadas prompted others to set aside their garments as they began to attend to Jiang Huaiyue's bathing and changing. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the palace, the banquet was held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a venue designated for such gatherings. The ministers, accompanied by their ladies, had already taken their seats, and familiar officials were animatedly engaged in conversation. It was at this moment that Su Xiangwan arrived alongside Xiao Qingrong, their entrance stirring a ripple of intrigue among the attendees. Everyone knew that the Prince of Huainan was favored by His Majesty, and since there had been no rumors of his close affiliations with anyone, many were eager to cultivate a rapport with him. Xiao Qingrong, feigning modesty, was led by a palace attendant to her designated seat. Before long, Pei Ji entered the hall with Jiang Huaiyue, prompting the others present to bow their heads. Too intimidated to meet the emperor's gaze. At the command of the chief eunuch, all knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty live for thousands of years." Jiang Huaiyue stood beside Pei Ji, her gaze casually sweeping over the assembly. She had heard that Pei Ji had conferred the title of Prince of Huainan upon Xiao Qingrong, making Wanwan the Princess of Huainan, seated at the foremost table, where she easily spotted her. The voice of a person beside her broke the silence. No need for such formalities. "Thank you, your majesty," they replied. As the assembly rose, they realized that the emperor had brought along a princess from the previous dynasty, which displeased some ministers. They questioned the appropriateness of Jiang Huaiyue receiving their obeisance, given her background. While some ministers feared inciting Pei Ji's wrath and remained silent, there were always those bold enough to speak. "Your majesty, may I inquire what status this former princess holds to warrant our kneeling?" The speaker, an elderly figure with graying temples, was old Minister Lin, known for his rigid and conservative views. With him leading the charge, numerous others began to voice their concerns. As the subject of their discourse, Jiang Huaiyue remained unperturbed. Pei Ji, holding her hand discreetly beneath his voluminous sleeves, sat beside her. "What do you wish to convey, old minister?" he inquired. "I merely believe, your majesty, that this action is inappropriate," old Minister Lin responded, bowing. Pei Ji's lips curled slightly, his demeanor icy. "Then, according to your esteemed opinion, what should I do?" It seemed that some ministers had grown too comfortable, presuming to direct his affairs. "Your majesty has ascended the throne for several days now, and with the position of empress vacant, it is time to commence the selection of candidates to ensure the continuation of the lineage." "I concur. We all concur," echoed the ministers behind old Minister Lin in unison. Jiang Huaiyue took a pastry, nibbling on it, while feigning ignorance of the unfolding drama. It appeared that being an emperor brought its own burdens, with a throng of ministers incessantly offering suggestions, growing tiresome. "Since you believe that the absence of an empress jeopardizes my reign, let preparations for the coronation ceremony commence," Pei Ji declared, casting a glance at Jiang Huaiyue, who was savoring her pastry. Upon hearing him mention the conferral of an empress, an uncomfortable sensation briefly washed over her, but she swiftly dismissed it from her mind. He could choose whomever he pleased. After all, she would eventually depart. The only troubling aspect was reconciling with the reality that while she shared his bed, he could share his with another. What if he were to contract a disease? Wouldn't that be a grave misfortune? Might your majesty have a favored candidate in mind? Lin Gulao, witnessing his compliance, spoke with a tone laced with delight. Yet in the next breath, Pei Ji's words extinguished his smile. "The candidate is not seated beside the emperor." Lin Gulao replied, "Your majesty, this is utterly unacceptable." Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, his voice icy, his handsome visage devoid of expression. Those acquainted with him understood that this heralded his anger. Just as Lin Gulao was about to speak, a teasing voice interrupted. "I say, Lin Gulao, you are not young anymore. Perhaps you ought to refrain from meddling in the emperor's private affairs." The heiress comment was inappropriate. Matters of succession are too grave to be treated so cavalierly. Lin Gulao cast a displeased glance towards Ilan. What right does a powerless princess of a fallen nation have to aspire to be the empress of Chenghua? This heir perceives Lin Gulao's involvement as a case of a dog catching mice, unnecessarily meddling. Ilan, fanning himself, spoke nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the Prince of Pingyang grimaced slightly, casting a disapproving glance at his impudent son. "Ilan, you must not be disrespectful in the presence of His Majesty. Should you provoke Lin Gulao to the point of ill health, the consequences will be dire. It is settled then. Let the Bureau of Astronomy select an auspicious date for the coronation ceremony." Pei Ji disregarded Lin Gulao and stated directly. "Lord Su, in charge of the Bureau, replied, I shall comply with your command." Observing the emperor's steadfastness, Lin Gulao glanced at Jiang Huaiyue with displeasure. What a bewitching woman she must be, to have so enthralled the emperor that he would consider crowning a princess of a fallen dynasty as empress. Absurd. Jiang Huaiyue, inexplicably under his scrutiny, found herself momentarily dazed. Has Pei Ji lost his senses? Why would he elevate her to empress? Who would desire such a role? Chapter 85. Are you perhaps fond of him? She harbored numerous questions, yet this was not the moment for discourse, so she suppressed them. Below, Su Xiangwan observed the unblemished crescent moon and felt a surge of contentment. As the banquet commenced, the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and the elegantly dressed dancers twirled gracefully. Jiang Huaiyue, distracted, soon noticed that Su Xiangwan had vanished from her seat and turned her gaze towards Pei Ji. Husband, I feel a bit stifled. I wish to take a stroll. Pei Ji indifferently glanced at the vacant seat beside Xiao Qingrong, discerning her intentions, and made no effort to hinder her. Go ahead, take Fu Yao with you. Jiang He understood his wish for Fu Yao to keep an eye on her, but as long as she could meet with Wan Wan, other concerns were secondary. All right, I understand. With his permission granted, Jiang Huaiyue departed from the banquet. As she exited the palace, she spotted Wan Wan's maid, Ning Xiang, waiting nearby. Approaching her, Ning Xiang bowed and said, Greetings, princess. My lady is waiting for you in the pavilion ahead. Indeed, let us go. Jiang Huaiyue quickened her pace, eager to reunite with Su Xiangwan. The summer heat was oppressive. Even the breeze that brushed against her face felt stifling. Outside the Taiha Hall, the pavilion was adjacent to a lotus pond, where the gentle wind caused the lotus flowers to sway, their beauty rendering one speechless. Observing Wan Wan's silhouette, Jiang Huaiyue turned and instructed, You all wait here. Fu Yao, responding with a businesslike demeanor, stated, His Majesty instructed me to accompany the princess. Since the last unfortunate encounter at the princess's residence, Fu Yao has become increasingly cautious in her undertakings. I shall not run. You can observe me from here, Jiang Huaiyue declared, casting a glance at Qiuchan before heading towards the pavilion. Fu Yao wished to articulate further, but Qiuchan restrained her. Fu Yao, the princess makes a valid point. She will not flee, so there is no need for such vigilance. Besides, His Majesty has already consented to the princess meeting the princess of Huainan. Upon reflecting on her words, Fu Yao recognized the truth in them and ceased to advance. She lowered her gaze to her arm, cradled in Qiuchan's embrace, and expressionlessly commanded, Release me. Qiuchan pouted, Seated in the pavilion, with her back to Jiang Huaiyue, Su Xiangwan heard footsteps and smiled. She has arrived. Wan Wen, how I have missed you for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Su Xiangwan's voice, Jiang Huaiyue felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and a strong urge to weep. Detecting the tremor of sorrow in her tone, Su Xiangwan turned to her. What is this? Are you on the verge of tears for missing me? She reached for Jiang Huaiyue's hand, drawing her close and offering a comforting embrace. I know you have faced hardships. I have found a way for us to leave. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Huaiyue momentarily froze at the words whispered in her ear. Soon, she regained her composure, enveloped Su Xiangwan in her arms, and softly inquired, What is it? A system has manifested. It has provided me with a potion that allows for transformation. We shall seek an opportune moment to depart. Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback, astonished to discover the existence of a system. Has it left? Su Xiangwan, fearing that lingering too long in embrace might arouse suspicion, released her. Rest assured, it has completely vacated. Jiang Huaiyue sniffed, her voice slightly muffled. That is good. Although she had read many novels where systems endowed characters with powerful abilities, not all systems were benevolent. I would rather avoid one that enforces tasks upon you, threatening you with lightning should you fail. Yuya, I apologize for the last time. I was on the verge of departing when unexpectedly, Xiao Qingrong turned out to be alive, and he caught me off guard. Su Xiangwan elaborated on her absence. I understand. When I later learned that Xiao Qingrong had survived, I immediately surmised as much. Jiang Huaiyue was well aware that she would not have missed their appointment without a compelling reason. Did Pei Ji give you any trouble? Su Xiangwan asked softly. Jiang Huaiyue chuckled lightly. I am perfectly well. He merely confined me for a few days without any serious consequences. She was not deceiving. Aside from choking her and occasionally taking liberties in bed, what else could the man do? Su Xiangwan recognized her reluctance to discuss the matter further and refrained from pressing. Yuya, Have you developed feelings for Pei Ji? After being questioned by her friend for 2 consecutive days about her feelings for Pei Ji, Jiang Huaiyue let out a soft laugh. Wan Wen, I merely wish for him to believe that I have taken a liking to him. How do you think my performance is? Pei Ji was quite vigilant, and given her previous careless remarks about never having liked him, if she did not exhibit some sincerity, he would surely see through her facade, which would only backfire. Su Xiangwan observed the concern reflected in her companion's eyes. Do not deceive me. We have grown up together, and I know you better than anyone. How could I not discern your innermost thoughts? In her pursuit of performance, she resolutely convinced herself that Pei Ji was the one she cherished, the one she loved, enabling her to maintain her composure in his presence. Do not fret over me. We are both worldly women, and even if there exists a vague affection, it will not sway my decisions. Jiang Huaiyue gently patted her hand, smiling nonchalantly. When compared to the freedom of a lifetime, the weight of love is abundantly clear. Moreover, this was an unhealthy attachment, or rather, it could hardly be deemed love. It was merely a game of strategy, and the ultimate victor must undoubtedly be her. Very well. Take care of yourself, and patiently await the opportune moment. I will find a way to inform you when the time comes, Su Xiangwan softly remarked. Understood, Jiang Huaiyue replied, recalling the elegant gentleman in white seated beside Wan Wan. Teasingly adding, Wan Wan, your rather charming husband is rather handsome. Don't you have any thoughts about him? She winked at Su Xiangwan as she spoke. Su Xiangwan thought of Xiao Qingrong and sighed in resignation. She recounted to Jiang Huaiyue everything regarding the chosen one as mentioned by the system and her disclosure of her identity to Xiao Qingrong. As her words faded, she was met with uproarious laughter from the person before her, nearly moved to tears by mirth. Ha ha, Wan Wan, this is too amusing. Surely, Xiao Qingrong cannot be that foolish. Jiang Huaiyue exclaimed. While other male leads are quick to understand, why is it that Wan Wan's encounter is so different? It is simply hilarious. Casting a sidelong glance at the person leaning against her shoulder in fits of laughter, Su Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. Please, cease your laughter. I do not wish to. But it truly is quite funny, Jiang Huaiyue replied, her laughter bubbling forth once more. Su Xiangwan remained silent, observing her friend's joyous demeanor. As Jiang Huaiyue gradually stilled her laughter, she placed a hand on Su Xiangwan's shoulder, lamenting, Wan Wan, how have we come to be so unfortunate? To have suffered a car accident at such a young age is already unfortunate enough, and then to find ourselves in a story, only to encounter a ruthless man like Pei Ji. Even if he is handsome, I have no desire for him. Fear not, it shall all pass. Have faith that tomorrow will be brighter, Su Xiangwan reassured her. I shall drink to that bowl of comforting words, Jiang Huaiyue replied. Chapter 86. Wishing you well during the Dragon Boat Festival, the two conversed for quite some time, until Pei Ji summoned Mo Ying to search for her. Reluctantly, Jiang Huaiyue bid farewell to Su Xiangwan and returned to the banquet, where lively toasts and exchanges filled the air. As soon as she sat down, Pei Ji took her hand in his. His expression remained composed. Why the delay? Gazing at his sharply defined profile, Jiang Huaiyue softly responded. It has been a while since I last saw Wan Wan, and we engaged in prolonged conversation. Had it not been for him sending Mo Ying to remind her, she would have had much more to share. Do you wish to leave the palace? Pei Ji casually inquired, gripping the wine cup on the table. Jiang Huaiyue thought she had misheard, her expression momentarily frozen. Do you not wish to go? Pei Ji pressed, noting her silence. As he finished speaking, Jiang Huaiyue confirmed that she had not misheard him. Elated, she grasped his sleeve, inquiring eagerly, Are we going? When shall we go? Observing the joy on her face, Pei Ji's expression softened. Tonight, there's a lantern festival outside the palace. Jiang Huaiyue glanced at the crowd below, hesitating, but the banquet has not yet concluded. No matter, Pei Yi replied nonchalantly. After he spoke, he cast a glance at Mo Ying, who understood and approached the chief eunuch nearby. Jiang Huaiyue watched as the two exchanged a few words before being led away by Pei Ji. She lifted her gaze to his tall and slender figure. And in that moment, Jiang Huaiyue felt her heart race uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, the marketplace was ablaze with light, lanterns swaying gently as men and women meandered through, their laughter resonating in the air. Jiang Huaiyue gazed excitedly at her surroundings, feeling a wave of joy and ease wash over her. Pei Ji had changed into a white robe, which accentuated his refined and handsome features. Perhaps due to the enchanting moonlight, his gaze was gentle, imbued with a hint of mirth. Spotting a stall selling fragrant pouches, Jiang Huaiyue approached, asking, "Grandmother, how much for the pouches?" 21 each, my dear. The old woman replied with a smile. Jiang Huaiyue sifted through the options, selecting a delicately woven pouch shaped like a charming little ball, intricately hollowed out, likely concealing fragrant pellets within. Glancing back at Pei Ji, she decided on another pouch of the same deep green hue. "Grandmother, I would like these too." As she bent down to retrieve her purse to pay, she noticed Pei Ji had already presented a silver ingot to the vendor. "Young master, you've given too much. I cannot provide change," the old woman said, a troubled expression crossing her face upon seeing the amount. "No need for change," Pei Ji declared with authority. Observing the elderly vendor, who despite her age still worked at the stall, her patched clothing indicating a life of hardship, Jiang Huaiyue felt a pang of empathy. "Grandmother, these 2 pouches are worth no more than this to us. Please keep it." Her words were sincere. The craftsmanship of the pouches was exquisite, reflecting the artisan's dedication. In modern times, such an item would scarcely be found for such a modest sum. "Thank you, dear lady and young master. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Wear these colorful strings to ward off evil and bring good fortune. I wish you both a harmonious union and companionship for a lifetime." As she received the 2 colorful strings along with the vendor's blessings, Jiang Huaiyue tightened her grip on the fragrant pouches. Before she could respond, Pei Ji took the items from her hand. "Thank you. Let us go," he said, looking at her. Jiang Huaiyue, snapping back to reality, smiled at him and handed him one of the pouches. "Here, wishing you a happy Dragon Boat Festival." Pei Ji's gaze shifted slightly, his voice low. "Put on for me." "All right," Jiang Huaiyue replied, lowering her eyes as she hung the green pouch on his belt. Pei Ji looked down at her, feeling an unexpected sense of tranquility. Once she secured it, Jiang Huaiyue stepped back, preparing to adorn herself with one as well. However, before she could act, he swiftly snatched it from her. She looked up at him, perplexed. "I will help you." Jiang Huaiyue thought to herself, is it really necessary for just 1 pouch? Yet, as he had expressed his wish, she chose not to voice any objections. Pei Ji approached her, bowing his head to assist in fastening the fragrant sachet. Observing his earnest demeanor, Jiang Huaiyue felt a twinge of discomfort. Once the sachet was secured, she swiftly stepped back, creating a bit of distance between them. Noticing this, Pei Ji's eyes flashed with surprise as he assertively pulled her closer, inquiring, "What are you hiding from?" "Nothing at all. Let's wander a bit further ahead," Jiang Huaiyue replied, feigning anxiety. Hand in hand, they continued down the bustling street, where the throng of people surged around them. In the sweltering summer heat, sweat accumulated in Jiang Huaiyue's palms. She glanced sideways and said, "Husband, my hands are all sweaty. Perhaps we could switch hands?" In truth, she yearned to suggest they forego the hand-holding entirely, but she knew all too well that a certain domineering individual would never acquiesce. Pei Ji cast a sidelong glance at her and switched hands. At that moment, a small girl came rushing towards them, apparently oblivious to her surroundings, and collided directly with Jiang Huaiyue. The impact caused her to stagger back a few steps. Pei Ji steadied her by wrapping his arm around her waist, his gaze darkening as he directed an irritated look at the child who had bumped into Jiang Huaiyue. Sensing the discontent emanating from him, Jiang Huaiyue reassured, "I am fine." She then looked down at the little girl, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, her hair styled in 2 cute pigtails, and her round eyes and cherubic face exuding an undeniable charm. "I'm so sorry, big sister, it was an accident," the girl said, her features tinged with guilt as she offered a soft apology. Jiang Huaiyue smiled gently. "It's all right, but do be careful, as there are many people around." "Where are your parents?" "My parents are behind me," the little girl replied, pointing toward the couple who were hurrying towards them. Jiang Huaiyue glanced over to see the couple approaching, taking hold of their daughter as hand. The man inquired softly, "What has happened?" "Daddy, I accidentally bumped into this sister," the girl explained, looking up at her father. The woman affectionately tousled her daughter's hair and asked, Have you apologized to the sister? I have, the little girl responded cheerfully. The woman turned to Jiang Huaiyue and Pei Ji, her voice warm and polite. My apologies. My daughter is quite mischievous and unintentionally caused the disturbance. Jiang Huaiyue, noticing that Pei Ji remained silent, replied, It is no matter. She did not mean any harm. The man, assessing Jiang Huaiyue and Pei Ji, noted their refined demeanor and striking appearances, suggesting they belonged to an elevated status. Su, quickly thanked the sister and brother. The woman gently urged her daughter. Thank you, brother and sister. I hope you have a lovely baby as adorable as me soon. Su tilted her head, revealing 2 adorable little canine teeth as she smiled. Jiang Huaiyue felt a peculiar discomfort at the girl's words. She wished to dismiss such a blessing as unnecessary. Her parents, taken aback by their daughter's candidness, exchanged awkward glances. Forgive her. Children speak without restraint. We should be on our way now, Su. Say goodbye to the brother and sister. Goodbye, brother and sister. Susuwub Chitafidi. Skipping away. Chapter 87. Quite suitable for monastic life left standing in place. Jiang Huaiyue exhaled a sigh, turning to Pei Ji and suggesting, Let us proceed. Pei Ji remained silent, trailing behind her. As he inadvertently noticed her ears, flushed a deep crimson, his lips curled into an involuntary smile. At the grand banquet, the ministers, regaining their senses, soon realized that His Majesty had long since departed. The chief steward declared with a loud voice, His Majesty, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, has returned. You may all leave at your leisure. Su Xiangwan shared a carriage with Xiao Qingrong as they exited the palace. Ever since she had confided in him about certain matters, tranquility had reigned. It seemed Jiang Jingshun was currently at ease. Today, she encountered Yuya once more and relayed the circumstances regarding the system, which brought her some solace. Did you just meet the princess? Xiao Qingrong inquired unexpectedly. Su Xiangwan lifted her gaze, replying, Yes, we exchanged a few words. Is it true that His Majesty intends to elevate the princess to the rank of empress? She asked. Xiao Qingrong's expression softened, his tone clear and melodic. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once spoken, it is not easily retracted, especially when it comes to His Majesty. It seemed that Pei Ji was indeed earnest in his intentions. Otherwise, how could it be so? Su Xiangwan fell silent. Her initial suspicions confirmed. Pei Ji had developed feelings for Yuya. Were you pondering? Xiao Qingrong asked gently upon noticing her deep contemplation. Nothing much. Just reflecting on how His Majesty's previous demeanor towards the princess was rather aloof. Who would have anticipated this turn of events? It appears one should not hastily utter words that may lead to self-reproach. The nuances of her remarks were lost on Xiao Qingrong, as he had not yet returned to the capital at that time. His Majesty had endured much hardship in his youth, and his character was cautious and fierce. He perhaps struggled to express himself. Hearing Xiao Qingrong's words, Su Xiangwan shot him a sidelong glance. Are you defending His Majesty? You seem remarkably well acquainted with him. Now that Pei Ji's background was clarified, she couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Qingrong was also of considerable depth, as he had met an untimely end in the script. Leaving little description of his character, Xiao Qingrong did not directly address her inquiry. But Madam is also quite familiar with the princess, is she not? Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, the cacophony around them drawing her attention. She lifted the curtain to peek outside. In the distance, lights flickered amid the bustling streets, alive with the sounds of celebration. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Do you wish to stroll through the streets, my husband? A voice inquired. Xiao Qingrong glanced at her before responding. Song Yin stopped the carriage. Once the carriage came to a halt, they both disembarked and walked side by side along the street. My husband, is the border still secure? Su Xiangwan turned to look at him. Xiao Qingrong had not anticipated her concern for this matter. He replied softly. In the last battle at Huangquan Pass, the northern Rong suffered heavy casualties and retreated for the time being, but they may return at any moment. The northern Rong are naturally aggressive, and given the barrenness of their homeland, they have long harbored ambitions to seize the Central Plains. Listening to his words, Su Xiangwan pondered for a moment. What is the stance of the Westerners? The Westerners currently maintain neutrality, but their future intentions remain uncertain. What he did not disclose was that he and Pei Ji were contemplating a proactive offensive, rather than leaving threats unaddressed. It would be wiser to subdue them and compel them to submit. With this understanding, Su Xiangwan felt somewhat reassured. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, Xiao Qingrong asked, "What prompted this sudden inquiry?" As he finished speaking, Su Xiangwan smiled. "I was merely curious. Have you ever wandered through the marketplace before?" Gazing at the smiling face before her, Xiao Qingrong averted her eyes. "No, I have been stationed at the frontier for many years, where there is nothing but endless desert and a lofty moon. The desert possesses its own beauty, and I am quite eager to see it." As Su Xiangwan spoke, a longing gleamed in her eyes. Once she and Huaiyue departed, she could explore freely. Even the thought of it filled her with delight. "What difference does the world you speak of have from here?" Xiao Qingrong inquired suddenly. "Aren't you the one who doubts me?" She regarded him with suspicion, questioning whether he found her words mere folly. Yet, Xiao Qingrong later reflected that the world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps it was he who had been narrow-minded. As their interactions deepened, he increasingly felt that she was unlike ordinary women, which piqued his curiosity. "You have your beliefs, and I have mine," he stated. Noticing his demeanor, Su Xiangwan's lips curled slightly. "But what benefit do I gain from this? What benefit do you seek? If you buy me a river lantern to make a wish, I shall tell you." Su Xiangwan glanced around, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the lanterns drifting with the current. Xiao Qingrong gestured for Song Yin to procure one. Before long, they held a lantern in their hands. Su Xiangwan bent down to place hers upon the water's surface, closing her eyes and silently wishing, "May Huaiyue and I live freely and unconstrained in this era, without fear or worry." Standing beside her, Xiao Qingrong watched her actions and gently set his own lantern into the water. After she made her wish, she looked up and asked, "What wish did you make?" "My husband? None. I seek nothing," he replied softly. "One must strive for what they desire. Wishing or beseeching the Buddha holds little merit. Haven't you ever wanted something since childhood that you did not attain?" Xiao Qingrong gazed at the lanterns swaying on the river surface. "Acceptance is sufficient." Hearing his words, Su Xiangwan smirked slightly. "Your mindset seems quite suited for monastic life." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Qingrong's face, imagining how he would appear with a shaved head and dressed in monk's robes. Surely, he would still look handsome, for he was indeed a striking figure. Noting the mirth in her eyes, Xiao Qingrong felt she was contemplating something inappropriate. "I bought the lantern for you. Do not change the subject." Su Xiangwan concealed her smile. "I feel a bit hungry. Let's find a place to sit and talk." Earlier, at the palace banquet, she had barely eaten, and now, after wandering about, she was genuinely famished. Xiao Qingrong pursed his lips, sensing that she had a knack for stirring up trouble. The Tianxiang building at night appeared lavish and grand from afar. Su Xiangwan had not anticipated that he would take her dine here. Only this establishment would suit Xiao Qingrong's refined taste. As they stepped into the restaurant, they noticed a musician on the stage in the center of the hall, her slender fingers gliding over the guqin, producing melodies that resonated like celestial music. Upon seeing Xiao Qingrong, the innkeeper momentarily froze, then quickly approached with a warm smile, saying, "Esteemed guests, please, upstairs." Su Xiangwan found something amiss in his overly enthusiastic demeanor. The proprietor skillfully guided them to the private room upstairs, and upon entering, he bowed respectfully, saying, "I was unaware of your highness and the princess's arrival. I hope you will forgive my oversight. Master Qiao, you are being overly courteous." "I have come merely to dine today," replied Xiao Qingrong, his expression serene. "Yes, I shall prepare it at once." Master Qiao nodded quietly. After he departed, Su Xiangwan inquired, "Is this tavern owned by you?" "Not quite. It belongs to an acquaintance of mine," came the response. The Tianxiang Tavern was established by Helan, and they had merely invested some funds. Hence the tavern's staff recognized them. Su Xiangwan thought little of it and took a seat by the window. "I never anticipated that my husband harbored so many secrets. Nor would you deny it of yourself," he replied. Chapter 88. A restless heart. Su Xiangwan merely smiled in silence, gently pushing open the window, her gaze rising to capture the bustling streets of the capital, a vivid tapestry of human existence. Xiao Qingrong approached and settled opposite her, observing her focused demeanor as she leaned by the window. "What captures your attention?" "Beholding the myriad facets of the world," Su Xiangwan replied. casting him a smile that lifted the corners of her eyes, reminiscent of rippling spring waters. Is it beautiful? Indeed, it is, she affirmed with a nod. Xiao Qingrong poured himself a cup of tea. How does the world you speak of differ from this one? Su Xiangwan rested her forearm against her forehead. The country I inhabit is splendid, devoid of the daily anxieties that plague one's existence, though financial concerns persist. She and Huaiyue often fantasized about the joys of limitless wealth, a sentiment shared by many ordinary individuals. And what else? He prompted. Su Xiangwan continued, in our land, a man may only have one wife, unlike the practice of polygamy. However, he is free to pursue love. What does free love entail? Xiao Qingrong's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. It means that two unmarried individuals may get to know each other and provide companionship, and if they find themselves suitable, they may marry. If not, they part ways, she explained thoughtfully. Xiao Qingrong grasped her meaning and posed a question that had evidently been on his mind. Can you return to your homeland? Alas, we cannot. Su Xiangwan sighed heavily. Realizing he had referred to you in the plural form, she asked, why do you say you? Xiao Qingrong seemed to have anticipated her inquiry. You have had no prior interactions with the princess, and your sudden closeness raises questions. Aside from your shared origin, is there any other explanation? Crucially, he had inadvertently mentioned this matter to Pei Ji, who appeared to have already guessed, which was why he had inquired today. But you previously expressed disbelief in my words, Su Xiangwan remarked, furrowing her brow. You also mentioned previously. Xiao Qingrong smiled gently, his demeanor warm. Su Xiangwan demandó un convencer. Pondering deeply until a possibility struck her, Pei Ji, with his astute mind, might have already deduced Huaiyue's identity, even if he had not fully uncovered it. He surely recognized that Jiang Huaiyue was no longer the same as before. As dusk fell, the carriage approached the palace gates, and Pei Ji gazed tenderly at the sleeping figure nestled against him. Mo Ing halted the carriage and quietly announced, Your Majesty, we have arrived. Pei Ji, upon hearing her words, bent down to lift Jiang Huaiyue from the carriage and proceeded towards the Changqing Palace. The moonlight was enchanting, and a gentle breeze lifted their garments, intertwining them in a tender embrace. Jiang Huaiyue stirred from her slumber, her eyes still hazy. Have we arrived? Soon, Pei Ji replied, casting a glance at her, a sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. At the Changqing Palace, Jiang Huaiyue, having bathed, languidly seated herself before the vanity. Pei Ji stood behind her, using a handkerchief to dry her hair. As a man engaging in such an act for the first time, his hands were rather clumsy, often tugging at her tresses. Ouch! She exclaimed, the sound of her discomfort reaching his ears. Pei Ji pressed his lips together, deciding to abandon the handkerchief, channeling his inner strength into his palms. It took but a moment for her hair to dry completely. Jiang Huaiyue touched her hair, surprised by its dryness, and turned to him. Husband, is this your inner strength? Indeed, Pei Ji affirmed. How impressive. I wish I could learn it too, she sighed, envious of the martial arts masters. Despite her training, she had only acquired rudimentary skills. Pei Ji embraced her. Martial arts should be learned from a young age, and it requires great effort. Can you teach me swordsmanship, dear husband? I wish to learn. She understood the rigors of martial training, but desired only basic self-defense skills, just in case she encountered danger. Hearing her request, Pei Ji inquired, why do you wish to learn swordsmanship? I find it remarkable and aesthetically pleasing. Or, if you know whip techniques, you could teach me that as well. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Pei Ji remained silent, bending down to lift her into his arms. Startled by the sudden embrace, Jiang Huaiyue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Husband, such frequent exertion may be detrimental to your health. Perhaps we should retire early tonight. The relentless nightly activities were taking a toll on her. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes. Did you not say that whether walking or sitting, you think of me? Jiang Huaiyue was taken aback. What is this? Why are you quoting ancient poetry now? Moreover, such remarks could easily lead to misinterpretations. Before she could gather her thoughts, she found herself tossed onto the couch, and soon after, he stood at the edge, loosening his garments. Jiang Huaiyue quickly sat up, pressing her hand against his, and smiled sweetly. Are you in the mood for poetry, dear husband? Why not we engage in it now? Pei Ji recalled a certain painting and snorted coldly. Although he was aware she did not create it, he could not muster any joy. Can you paint? He asked. Jiang Huaiyue was momentarily puzzled. Had they shifted from poetry to painting? Yet she nodded. I can manage a little. Excellent, he replied, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. At that moment, Jiang Huaiyue was oblivious to his true intentions, but would soon grasp the meaning. This cunning man had confined her to the writing desk, teasing her while he painted. Husband, can we continue this tomorrow? I feel quite sleepy, she murmured softly, clutching the brush. No, this painting must be completed tonight. Sleep is not an option, Pei Ji declared from his seat, his hands encircling her waist, rejecting her plea leisurely. Jiang Huaiyue rolled her eyes in frustration. Then, could you please remove your hands? You are distracting me. That merely indicates your mind is unsettled, he retorted. As he finished speaking, Jiang Huaiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face flushing a deep crimson, her legs trembling faintly. Pei Ji, what artful nonsense are you up to? If you wish to pursue her, just say so directly. This charade is utterly shameless. What is the matter with my hands? Pei Ji's lips curled into a light smile, his tone buoyant. Jiang Huaiyue, both embarrassed and furious, nearly dropped the brush in her grasp. Biting her lower lip, she endeavored to concentrate on her painting. Yet Pei Ji's hands were anything but still, rendering her unable to calm her mind. Aware of his deliberate provocation, Jiang Huaiyue decided to abandon the brush. Turning to him with a smile in her eyes, she suggested, Husband, let us retire to the bed. Not painting anymore? The man, seated in the chair, raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, feigning ignorance. Jiang Huaiyue gritted her teeth, realizing he was indeed a cunning fox. With a smile, she extended her finger, tracing it down Pei Ji's chest, playfully tugging at his delicate waist sash. Painting on paper lacked the thrill of painting upon her husband's bare skin. Chapter 89. Does husband desire children? Pei Ji regarded her with a smile. It is indeed delightful, though I dare say the princess might need it more than I do. He had referred to her as princess before, yet in this moment, under such circumstances, she found his address more flirtatious than ever. Husband, we should really go to the bed. Jiang Huaiyue had no desire to engage in such frivolities with him. Pei Ji raised an eyebrow. Are you so eager? His demeanor was gentle, appearing almost virtuous if one overlooked his mischievous hands. Sensing something unusual, she shifted slightly, muttering softly, I wonder who is truly more impatient. Pei Ji clearly heard her words. A smile flickered in his indifferent gaze as he lifted her chin and kissed her. Jiang Huaiyue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, inwardly lamenting how terrifyingly habitual such moments had become. That hurts a sharp sensation on her lips prompted her to look at him with displeasure. You're not focusing, Pei Ji remarked coolly, pulling her closer into his embrace. Jiang Huaiyue retorted, I am not. Pei Ji fixed his gaze upon her, unwilling to debate further. After a considerable time, Jiang Huaiyue found herself staring at the swaying canopy above, weakly grasping the quilt beneath her, tears cascading from her eyes unbidden. Why are you crying? The man's tone rose playfully as he caressed her delicate legs. Jiang Huaiyue shook her head feebly, muffled moans escaping her lips. Seeing her a loss for words, Pei Ji leaned down to kiss away the tears from her eyes. Afterward, Jiang Huaiyue, exhausted to the point of trembling legs, allowed him to carry her to wash and then back to bed. Was it really that exhausting for you? After all, I was the one exerting myself, Pei Ji remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his voice laced with amusement. Jiang Huaiyue rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, Why don't you consider that I was the one bearing the brunt of it? Goodness, did he not realize how much effort he had exerted while pretending to be so composed? Pei Ji chuckled at her words. Recalling what the little girl named Sui Sui had said earlier, his hand that had been supporting her waist now shifting to her abdomen. It has been quite some time, yet there remains no sign of conception. Perhaps I shall ask Song Ku to prescribe some medication for you to restore your health. If you were to bear a daughter akin to her, it would indeed be delightful. As his words fell, Jiang Huaiyue's fingers, resting at her side, twitched slightly, stirring a tempest within her heart. Does my husband desire a child? Leaning against his embrace, She stiffened momentarily, and Pei Ji sensed it. His gaze deepened, and his voice turned cool. "What is it? Do you not wish for one?" Jiang Huaiyue, aware of his contemplative nature, quickly responded with a smile. "How could that be? I merely thought my husband was not fond of children, and given my frail constitution, I might not be able to bear one. After all, this body is merely 18 years old. Who would wish to have a child at such a tender age? It is rather amusing." Moreover, she had never contemplated bearing children for him. "I have already mentioned that I would have Song Ku examine you first." Pei Ji's brow furrowed as he scrutinized her expression. Jiang Huaiyue lifted her lips and replied gently, "Very well." Pei Ji drew her closer into his embrace, tightening his hold around her waist. "Let's rest." As dusk approached during the evening meal, the sunset painted the sky with vibrant hues of crimson, casting a golden glow upon the entire palace. Due to the conversation regarding children initiated by Pei Ji the previous night, Jiang Huaiyue felt an air of anxiety throughout the day. Yet, as night fell and no one arrived at Chongqing Palace, she pondered that perhaps he had merely spoken in passing. At that moment, she noticed Song Ke following closely behind Pei Ji, sending a shiver down her spine. "Husband, you have arrived just in time. Let us dine." Jiang Huaiyue resignedly rose to greet him. Pei Ji restrained her hand. "First, let Song Ke take your pulse." Understanding that evasion was futile, Jiang Huaiyue lowered her gaze and acquiesced. "Very well." Seated at a nearby table, Song Ke opened his medical kit and retrieved the pulse pillow. As he took her pulse, the chamber fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Huaiyue felt the tension mount, her back damp with perspiration. After a while, Song Ke lifted his gaze to Jiang Huaiyue, questioning, "Why does the princess feel markedly colder than the last time I took her pulse? Moreover, there appears to be a sign of deficiency." The recent heat had undoubtedly tempted her to indulge. Jiang Huaiyue, feeling the weight of Pei Ji's scrutiny, attempted to respond with calmness. She sensed that Pei Ji had developed feelings for her, but that did not grant her the liberty to deceive him. Should he discover that she had been consuming contraceptive herbs from the very beginning, it would spell trouble. Indeed, Song Ke nodded. "I shall prescribe some warming and nourishing medicine for the princess. Take it for a few days, and I shall return to check your pulse." "Thank you, Dr. Song," Jiang Huaiyue replied, pressing her lips together. Song Ke collected the pulse pillow and gently cautioned, the princess need not be so formal during the course of the treatment. She must avoid consuming cold foods, as they may counteract the medicine's effects and lead to adverse reactions. "I will remember," Jiang Huaiyue finally exhaled, relieved that her secret remained undiscovered. Once his business was concluded, Song Ke took his leave with a bow. "Husband, let us eat." Jiang Huaiyue turned to Pei Ji, who set down his teacup. "Very well." In the days that followed, Jiang Huaiyue was obliged to consume that bitter herbal concoction daily, although she had contemplated discarding it. Pei Ji seemed to be aware of her intentions, assigning Fu Yao to keep a close watch on her. With no alternatives, she could only frown and swallow the medicine. Pei Ji continued to spend each night by her side, and she was compelled to consume the contraceptive herbs daily, uncertain whether it was the clash of medications. Jiang Huaiyue perpetually felt abdominal pain, yet she dared not voice her discomfort and chose to endure in silence. Xiao Chan, with a serving of rice balls that she had been hurling about outside, entered and upon seeing Jiang Huaiyue curled up on the bed, hastily dropped the rice balls. "Princess, what troubles you? Is it the pain again?" Noticing the beads of sweat glistening on the princess's forehead, Xiao Chan expressed her concern. "Shall I fetch the imperial physician? You have been suffering for several days. This cannot continue." Jiang Huaiyue felt the twisting ache within her abdomen and bit her lip tightly. "No, it would lead to discovery. I must endure, it will pass. Please, pour me a cup of hot water," she managed to request. Xiao Chan, filled with worry yet feeling helpless, prepared the water and brought it to Jiang Huaiyue, assisting her in drinking. "Princess, I shall fetch some hot water to soothe your belly." A warmth filled Jiang Huaiyue's heart as she weakly replied, "That would be agreeable." After Xiao Chan left, the rice ball, hiding in a corner, leisurely approached. Jiang Huaiyue tugged at her lips and embraced it, whispering, "Rice ball, everything will be all right, it will be all right." Gradually, the pain subsided, and Jiang Huaiyue drifted into a hazy slumber. The rice ball mewed softly and licked her hand before also succumbing to sleep. When Xiao-chan returned with the hot water, she found the princess and her cat deep in peaceful slumber. She approached, wrung out a cloth, wiped the sweat from Jiang Huaiyue's forehead, and covered her abdomen with a blanket before quietly retreating. Chapter 90. This is the contraceptive medicine. Jiang Huaiyue slept until nightfall. When Pei Ji arrived in the evening, he noted the usually brightly lit Chongqing Palace was now shrouded in darkness. Why are there no lights? He approached and saw Xiao-chan standing guard at the door. Xiao-chan bowed. Your Majesty, the princess is rather fatigued and has retired for the night. Perhaps you could return tomorrow. She spoke boldly. For if not for the emperor's daily visits, the princess would not have to suffer so. Pei Ji cast her a cold glance and strode past her, pushing the door open. The room was dimly lit, with moonlight illuminating the figure on the bed, slightly rising. A palace-maid lit a lamp, and Pei Ji moved closer, observing the cat nestled in her arms. In displeasure, he reached out and tossed the cat to the floor. The rice ball protested with a sound, disgruntled, and Xiao-chan rushed forward to retrieve it, fearing that the emperor might become enraged and strip the cat of its skin. Between the lighting of lamps and the cat's cries, even Jiang Huaiyue, deep in slumber, could not remain undisturbed. She opened her eyes and gazed at Pei Ji. Husband, what brings you here? Are you unwell? Pei Ji noticed her pallid complexion and lifted her from the bed, cradling her in his arms. Fearing he might discern her condition, she quickly shook her head. No, it's just the weather. I might have caught a heat stroke. Come, let us eat, he said, brushing her hair back from her shoulders and lifting her. Jiang Huaiyue was not truly hungry. Her appetite had vanished, yet she dared not confess this. Fearing he might summon the physician, she forced herself to eat a few bites alongside him, but Pei Ji, perhaps sensing her reluctance, asked, Is it unappetizing? No, I had too much for lunch. I'm not hungry now, she replied with a gentle smile. Pei Ji cast a fleeting glance at her before turning away to command. Have the imperial kitchen prepare some digestive aids. The attendant, upon hearing his directive, hurried off to relay the message. Jiang Huaiyue remained silent as she listened to his instructions. Soon, the kitchen sent over hawthorn and malt tea, along with a few sweet, yet not overly cloying snacks. Do eat a bit, Pei Ji said, serving her a bowl. Gazing at the hawthorn tea before her, Jiang Huaiyue smiled and nodded, lifting the bowl to drink it all at once. After finishing, she fought back her discomfort and picked up her chopsticks to nibble on some food. However, with each bite, she felt increasingly wronged, and fearing Pei Ji would notice, she could only lower her head. A wave of emotion washed over her, and her eyes welled up with tears. She simply could not comprehend why even a simple act of eating required her to be so mindful of others' expressions. She had truly had enough of such days. Lift your head, came the man's cool voice, but Jiang Huaiyue remained silent, her gaze fixed downward. Noticing her lack of response, Pei Ji reached out to gently tilt her chin upward. Jiang Huaiyue stubbornly averted her face, unwilling to let him see her tears. Pei Ji exerted a bit of pressure, compelling her to turn towards him. Before him, her eyes were red-rimmed, tears poised to spill over, a sight that stirred an unexpected pang of sorrow within Pei Ji. Why are you crying? If you truly do not wish to eat, then don't. I'm not forcing you. Their eyes met, and as Jiang Huaiyue blinked, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She suppressed her anger, wary of unleashing her frustration. I want to sleep, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Pei Ji gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip. If you wish to sleep, then do so. Jiang Huaiyue pressed her lips together and rose to wash up. Watching her frail figure, Pei Ji instructed someone to tidy up the chamber. He then settled onto a nearby low couch, idly playing with the exquisite ball at his waist. The same one Jiang Huaiyue had gifted him during the Dragon Boat Festival. Ever since that day, he had worn it daily. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and Pei Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he rose to investigate. Spotting something on the ground, he bent to pick it up, another exquisite ball, identical to his, which must have fallen at some point. As he twirled the object in his fingers, he intended to set it aside when he suddenly caught a whiff of something unusual. With a slight pressure of his fingers, the exquisite ball opened to reveal a pill inside. Pei Ji raised the pill to his nose and inhaled. Its bitter scent was distinct from the fragrant pills contained within his own exquisite ball. A flicker of malice shadowed his usually calm eyes as he strode to the door. Mo-ing, fetch Song Ke. Seeing the emperor's grim countenance, Mo-ing did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly employed his lightness skill towards the imperial hospital. Upon his arrival, Song Ke had just undressed and lain down. The door was kicked open with a loud bang, startling him into an upright position. "Montak Ying, what are you doing here in the dead of night?" Song Ke exclaimed, almost losing his composure. "Get dressed. His Majesty wishes to see you," Mo-ing replied coldly. Turning his back to him, rolling his eyes, Song Ke grumbled, "Is there no matter that can wait until morning? Must you come to kick down my door in the middle of the night? I'm not a night owl." Hearing his complaints, Mo-ing retorted, "Less chatter." With no choice but to comply, Song Ke resignedly donned his clothes and grabbed his medicine box. Let Esco cast a fleeting glance at him, and in the next instant grasped his collar, gracefully propelling himself towards the direction of the Chongqing Palace. "Your Majesty, Dr. Song has arrived," declared, thrusting Song Ke inside. Song Ke hastily steadied himself, adjusting his disheveled collar. "Your Majesty, do you require my assistance?" he inquired, bowing respectfully. At that moment, Pei Ji extended his hand and beckoned. "Come here, take a look at this." Song Ke, puzzled, approached and received the pill from Pei Ji's hand. He examined it closely before bringing it to his nose for a sniff. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he then broke off a small piece to taste. "Well?" Pei queried coldly. In that instant, all of Song Ke's confusion dissipated, and he realized the reason for the princess's cold physique. It was indeed caused by this substance. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the apothecary possessed considerable skill. This contraceptive was remarkably gentle on the body. However, the most pressing concern was the grim expression on the emperor's face, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. "What is the matter? Lost your voice?" Pei Ji snapped impatiently. Song Ke lowered his gaze and replied solemnly, "Your Majesty, this is a contraceptive." He gritted his teeth as he spoke, internally lamenting, "Princess, I am truly sorry. But the emperor is my benefactor, and I can only apologize to you." Upon hearing his words, Pei Ji's demeanor turned icy, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. A contraceptive, indeed. No wonder there has been no news for so long. She has been clandestinely consuming contraceptives all along. It was clear she had never intended to bear his child, which explained her anxiousness when he mentioned it days prior. Song Ke felt the chilling aura surrounding Pei Ji, terrified to even breathe. This was a catastrophe waiting to unfold. Just then, footsteps emerged from behind the screen. Jiang Huaiyue, having finished her bath, stepped out slowly. She raised her eyes to see Song Ke beside Pei Ji and the open exquisite ball on the table, her heart instantly racing. Pei Ji lifted his gaze. His dark pupils seemingly crystallized in frost, exuding a terrifying coldness. Jiang Huaiyue felt a surge of panic, her mind racing to concoct an explanation. On that day, the string of the sachet she wore had snapped, and she had carelessly placed the contraceptive in the exquisite ball, hoping it would go unnoticed. She never anticipated he would discover it. "Get out," he commanded, his tone sharp and filled with fury. Song Ke immediately understood that he was the target of this ire. He bowed his head and quickly exited. Once he left, discreetly closed the door. As the door clicked shut, Pei Ji smirked slightly. "Not going to explain?" Chapter 91. A bite might be worth a try. Jiang Huaiyue hesitated, uncertain of what to say. After pondering, she resolved that confronting him head-on would yield no benefit. She stepped closer, her voice softening. "Husband, I was simply frightened." "Frightened? Frightened of what?" "You, Jiang Huaiyue, who dare to kill me and run. What is there to fear?" He scoffed, his tone icy. Jiang Huaiyue felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. "I've heard that childbirth is incredibly painful, and I had always thought you did not like children." Her eyes reddened. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Aware of her habitual pretense, Pei Ji rose without a hint of softness, pinching her chin. "Have I ever claimed to dislike you? When you fearlessly risk your life for that maid, did you ever consider the pain it might cause?" Jiang Huaiyue winced as he gripped her chin, unable to contain herself as she spoke. "My lord, you never favored me, You would threaten my life at the slightest provocation. How could you expect me to bear your child? Had she not consumed the contraceptive, she would likely have met her demise long ago. Dispatched to the underworld with a bowl of abortifacient soup. Peiji's grip on her chin shifted to encircle her neck. Where did the medicine come from? I bought it casually. I can't recall, Jiang Huaiyue replied, fearing the implications for others and choosing silence. Is it truly fear of pain? Or do you simply wish not to bear my child? You know the answer within. The mere thought of her deception stirred a tempest of anger within him, a fierce desire to extinguish her life. Yet, witnessing her tear-streaked visage, an unusual ache surged through his heart, compelling him to redirect his fury elsewhere. He pressed against her neck, and Jiang Huaiyue's legs weakened, causing her to collapse to the floor. As her white robe fell away, she instinctively raised her gaze to him. Incredulous, realizing her predicament, she turned to flee. Peiji, swift as lightning, yanked her back. Where do you think you're going? Terrified by the menacing sight before her, she pleaded, My lord, I understand my mistake. Please do not act this way. I beg you. It's too late. Since you do not desire a child, you shall serve me thus every day henceforth. His eyes glowed crimson, his handsome visage flickering in the candlelight, and he thrust her down. Jiang Huaiyue, gripped by fear, turned her head, but his strength was insurmountable. In a moment of desperate resolve to bite him, Peiji preemptively grasped her chin. If you wish to keep your jaw intact, I dare you to try. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Huaiyue understood that his words were not mere threats, but promises he could fulfill. In frustration, she pounded his leg, but he held her tightly. An ambiguous sound began to fill the air, and the temperature within the chamber rose steadily. Following that day, Jiang Huaiyue was relocated by Peiji, and she no longer encountered Qiu-chan, with only Fuyou and Yuanji attending to her. The memory of that humiliating encounter ignited a fierce hatred for Peiji within her. When had she ever endured such indignity? Where is Qiu-chan? I wish to see her, she inquired, glancing at the meal before her. Yuanji lowered her gaze. Your Highness, please partake of the meal. Frustrated by Yuanji's lack of response, she turned to Fuyou. Fuyou, is Qiu-chan safe? Having spent considerable time with her, Fuyou answered, Your Highness. Qiu-chan is unharmed. Relieved by the news of Qiu-chan's safety, Jiang Huaiyue lowered her head and began to eat. In Chongqing Palace, Qiu-chan was in a state of frantic disarray, akin to a headless fly, unable to locate the princess and unsure of what to do. At that moment, she spotted a rice ball basking in the sun, dozing contentedly beneath the corridor. An idea struck her, prompting her to venture into the palace. Shortly thereafter, the white rice ball emerged from Chongqing Palace, adorned in a small garment, its tail wagging enthusiastically. Qiu-chan stood at the palace entrance, her heart silently praying. Rice ball, I hope you can find the princess. Outside the palace, in a residence adorned with the plaque of the Shun family, He Lian exclaimed, You are to wed? He remarked on the sudden shift from establishing a martial arts school to acquiring a new home, only to discover that it was indeed a matter of marriage. Yes, I have spoken with A Shang, and she has consented, Shun Yanli replied, her face radiant with a smile, as if basking in the warmth of spring. Xiao Qingrong, with a gentle tone, offered his congratulations. Thank you. In a few days, I shall send you an invitation. You must come to celebrate the joyous occasion. Shen Yanli said enthusiastically. He Lian clicked his tongue in mock dismay. While you two are embarking on the journey of matrimony, I remain a solitary figure. Tell me, is the experience of marriage truly as delightful as they say? He inquired with curiosity. Among the four present, it was likely only Shun Yanli who could provide an answer to such a question. Certainly, marrying the one you love is a wonderful experience, she replied with a smile. They had already missed many precious moments together, and she simply wished to share the rest of her life with him. He Lian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the quiet Peiji, who had remained silent since leaving the palace. Peiji, you finally ventured out of the palace. Why do you wear such a gloomy expression? He asked. It's nothing, Peiji replied, pinching the bridge of his nose and speaking in a low voice. He Lian sensed that there was indeed something amiss, and it seemed to be of considerable weight. However, Peiji was unwilling to share, and asking further would be futile. Turning his gaze to the outside, he observed the overcast sky and slowly remarked, "It seems rain is imminent." Xiao Qingrong responded, "The weather has been stifling. A rain would be welcome." Not long after their exchange, large raindrops began to fall from the sky. At that moment, a figure approached with an umbrella. Shen Yanli's eyes brightened upon seeing the newcomer, and she rose to greet her. "Aishang, what brings you here?" Yun Shang smiled gently, extending the umbrella she held. "It's raining, and there are no umbrellas in the residence, so I came to escort you back." How thoughtful of Aishang, Shen Yanli thought, grinning like a lovesick fool. She took Yun Shang's hand and introduced her. "Allow me to present Pei Ji, the current emperor." Yun Shang, having been informed of all matters upon her return from the Huainan Prince's residence, was not taken aback by the name. However, it was her first encounter with the emperor. As she observed him, Pei Ji's gaze met hers, cold and unsettling, which explained why Yuya was reluctant to be with him. "I have met His Majesty," Yun Shang said, regaining her composure and bowing respectfully. Pei Ji acknowledged her with a nod, but remained silent. Shen Yanli, understanding his temperament, introduced Xiao Qingrong. "This is Xiao Qingrong, the Prince of Huainan, whom you have met before." "I have met the prince. I apologize for any previous discourtesy and hope for your understanding," Yun Shang replied, her demeanor poised. "Miss Yun is too polite," Xiao Qingrong responded with a distant nod. When it came time for He Lian to introduce himself, Shen Yanli refrained from speaking, and he took it upon himself to say, "I am He Lian. I hope Miss Yun is well." "Your Grace is well," Yun Shang replied with a soft smile. He Lian's eyes lit up with a charming smile. All is well, indeed. His natural good looks, coupled with that smile, rendered him momentarily mesmerizing. Shen Yanli pulled Yun Shang closer, playfully admonishing He Lian, "What is there to smile about? You oversee everything, yet still concern yourself with whether I smile or not." He Lian retorted, his amusement unabated. Yun Shang withdrew her gaze and gently squeezed Shen Yanli's hand. "Shall we return? I have prepared your favorite dishes." "Very well," Shen Yanli replied. Shen Yanli, upon hearing this, felt a surge of pride as she lifted her chin and remarked, "I'm leaving. Remember to come celebrate with us on another day." At the mention of the wedding feast, Yun Shang couldn't help but blush, urging him to hasten his departure. Shen Yanli chuckled softly, unfurling her umbrella, and the silhouettes of the two figures gradually faded into the rain. Pei Ji observed this scene, his gaze deep and contemplative. Rising to his feet, he turned to Mo Ying beside him, commanding, "Return to the palace." Mo Ying promptly opened an umbrella to shield Pei Ji from the downpour. Once the others had departed, He Lian turned to Xiao Qingrong, who was rising. "The rain is truly heavy. Let me hitch a ride." He had rushed out that day without an umbrella or a carriage, and was destined to return drenched. Xiao Qingrong cast him a fleeting glance, choosing not to respond, knowing that even if she refused, He Lian's tenacious nature would compel him to follow her regardless. In Chapter 92, What is Worse Than Death? Pei Ji sat in the carriage, the rain pelting the roof with a clatter. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke, "Mo Ying, procure some candied hawthorn skewers and rice cakes." Mo Ying surveyed the torrential rain and the hurried pedestrians retreating homeward. He replied quietly, "Your Majesty, the rain is too heavy. The street vendors have all gone home. Let us head to Tianxiang Building and have them prepare it." With a cold voice, he continued, "Do as I say. Montag Ying Aknot get understot." He directed the carriage toward Tianxiang Building, entering directly upon arrival and briefing the proprietor on the matter. The proprietor twitched his lips in response, saying, "Please wait a moment. Young Master Mo, I will instruct them to prepare it at once." After a considerable time had passed, during which Pei Ji's patience waned, Mo Ying emerged from the building clad in a raincoat, presenting the items in his arms. "Your Majesty." Pei Ji extended his hand to receive the skewers and pastries. Setting them aside, after partaking in lunch, Jiang Huaiyue leaned against the window sill, lost in thought. Outside the courtyard, Fu Yao heard the mewing of a cat and followed the sound, discovering the familiar feline pawing at the base of the wall. Her expression softened a bit. She bent down to pick up the cat, checking its fur to ensure it was unharmed before carrying it into the palace. Upon entering, Fu Yao observed Jiang Huaiyue, whose features bore a trace of sorrow, and spoke, "Princess, here is your rice ball." Hearing the voice, Jiang Huaiyue turned, extending her hand. And Fu Yao presented the cat to her. Thank you. No need for such formality, Your Highness, Fu Yao replied with a meticulous demeanor. Jiang Huaiyue scratched the cat's chin, realizing it was sent to find her by Qiu Chan. As Fu Yao stepped out of the palace, Yuan Ji remarked, Fu Yao, you have overstepped. Are you not afraid of His Majesty's displeasure? Both she and Fu Yao were covert agents trained by the emperor, bound to loyalty for life. Yet, in recent days, Yuan Ji had noticed Fu Yao showing excessive concern for the princess and her maid. The princess is under His Majesty's protection. It is my duty to serve her well. You should tend to your own matters, Fu Yao coldly responded, casting a glance towards Jiang Huaiyue before retracting her gaze. Over the years, she had taken countless lives and engaged in many unspeakable deeds. Life alongside the princess was quite comforting. Jiang Huaiyue had a kind disposition. The last time she attempted to flee, she was punished for it. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Huaiyue had apologized to her, an act that touched her deeply. Such a good person as Jiang Huaiyue deserved assistance, and Fu Yao could only offer help within her means. Yuan Ji watched her retreating figure and sighed. The torrential rain poured down as Jiang Huaiyue cradled a rice ball in one hand, her other hand resting on the windowsill, supporting her head. Watching the banana leaves outside drenched by the rain, she softly murmured, the rain patters on the banana leaves, a leisurely listener to the downpour. It is said that there is sorrow, yet no sorrow. It was at that moment that Pei Ji entered, the figure by the window graceful. Her long hair cascading down her back, her eyes slightly furrowed, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Lost in thought, the rice ball in her arms meowed, snapping her back to reality. Sensing the gaze behind her, she lifted her eyes. Upon seeing him, Jiang Huaiyue instinctively shrank back. Recalling his earlier words, a flicker of tension crossing her gaze. Pei Ji noticed her reaction, his cool eyes narrowing. She was indeed afraid of him. He approached and sat beside her. Do you have nothing to say? Hasn't your husband already condemned me? What more can I say? She replied softly, her expression devoid of emotion. She was truly weary, having to don various facades daily. She hadn't realized until now just how adept she had become at acting. Suddenly, Pei Ji recognized something. He seemed powerless against her. He extended his hand, pushing forward the candied hawthorn and snacks he had brought. Jiang Huaiyue paused, opening her hand to reveal the candied hawthorn inside, a bittersweet pang in her heart. Wasn't it all a deception? She had never cared for candied hawthorn. Yet he had bought it to appease her. Alas, she was no naive girl, and a string of candied hawthorn could not sway her. Is my husband trying to placate me with this? She looked up at him. Pei Ji met her gaze, the slightest flicker in his eyes. Indeed. Have my husband developed feelings for me? Her voice was tender, her gaze shifting. Their eyes locked, the chamber enveloped in silence. Pei Ji remained silent, merely observing her. Noticing his reticence, Jiang Huaiyue suddenly smiled, her beauty even more captivating in that moment. She reached out to touch his face. Husband, perhaps you do not understand what it means to like someone. Liking someone involves caring, reluctance, heartache, and a suffering akin to death. She emphasized the last four words, which carved deeply into Pei Ji's heart. His eyes stirred, lips parting slightly. What does it mean to suffer worse than death? Jiang Huaiyue withdrew her hand. Perhaps it is all but a grand dream, all things rendered void. Will you not eat? Pei Ji lifted the oil paper, presenting a skewer of candied hawthorn before her. Gazing at the tart fruit encased in sugary coating, Jiang Huaiyue asked, am I permitted to choose not to eat? When with him, when had she ever possessed the right to make choices? If you do not like it, why did you initially profess affection? His retort caught Jiang Huaiyue off guard. Staring at him in disbelief, she sensed a double entendre in his words. Lowering her gaze, she replied, it is not that I do not like it, but rather that the exterior is too sweet while the interior is too sour, akin to a fleeting illusion. It shatters upon touch. I prefer sweetness that is wholehearted. Pei Ji set down the candied hawthorn and suddenly drew her into his embrace, burying his head in her shoulder. He sighed softly. If you do not like it, then you shall not eat it in the future. Very well. Jiang Huaiyue placed her hand on his broad back, her expression cold in the places he could not see. After that day, Jiang Huaiyue distinctly sensed his transformation But alas, it was still insufficient. To exist in a state worse than death, one must endure profound memories. On the 2nd day of June, it was auspicious for marriage. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Early in the morning, Pei Ji took Jiang Huaiyue out of the palace, both clad in ordinary attire, resembling an everyday couple. "Where are you taking me?" she inquired softly, leaning against him. Pei Ji, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "A friend of mine is getting married and has invited us to celebrate." Upon hearing the mention of a friend, Jiang Huaiyue suddenly realized how little she knew about him. Apart from Helan and Xiao Qingrong, she was unfamiliar with his acquaintances. However, her interest was not piqued. Meanwhile, a carriage rolled out from the Huainan Wangfu, where Su Xiangwan pondered, feeling something in her sleeve. A few days prior, she had received a letter from Yuya, informing her of her plans to depart and urging her to deliver medicine. Coincidentally, with Yunshang's marriage approaching, she thought Pei Ji might take Yuya out of the palace, prompting her to bring the medicine along. Xiao Qingrong observed the quiet figure in the carriage and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Xiangwan returned to reality and replied calmly, "I was merely contemplating that Yunshang and young Master Shan are to be wed. Yet my husband has not shared their story with me." Xiao Qingrong paused before responding. "I assumed you had a good relationship with Miss Yun and that she would confide in you. Moreover, he is not the type to gossip indiscriminately." Su Xiangwan pursed her lips. "It seems my husband is mistaken. By the way, will His Majesty bring the princess today?" She knew of her bond with the princess, but this fixation felt excessive. "How could I know? I'm not a parasite in His Majesty's belly," he replied calmly. Su Xiangwan shot him a peculiar glance. It was odd for a respectable person to liken themselves to such a creature, making her feel uneasy. "What kind of look is that?" Xiao Qingrong frowned. "Do you even know what a parasite is? You, so radiant and noble, should not speak of yourself in such terms," she sighed, shaking her head, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Xiao Qingrong was taken aback by her playful banter, nearly amused to the point of exasperation. "You certainly do not hold back your tongue. The feeling is mutual." Su Xiangwan lifted her chin defiantly. Upon arriving at Shun's residence, the sounds of celebratory music greeted them. As guests filled the entrance with beaming smiles, Shun Yanli, a figure of the martial world, had friends from all corners of the land, each possessing striking features and a commanding presence. Su Xiangwan alighted from the carriage behind Xiao Qingrong, handing the gifts to the steward before being escorted to their designated seats. Once seated, she frequently glanced toward the entrance, hoping to catch sight of Yuya. Xiao Qingrong noticed her anticipation and gently remarked, "Those who are meant to arrive will do so. Even if you wait at the door until it wears away, they cannot come if it is not their time. You, who frequently meet with His Majesty, cannot possibly comprehend my feelings," Su Xiangwan retorted with a hint of irritation. Xiao Qingrong countered, "What do you mean by that?" It sounded as if there is something more between him and Pei Ji. Perhaps it was Su Xiangwan's persistent hope that, at last, fate would favor the earnest. As she observed someone entering, her spirits lifted, her eyes brightening with expectation. Jiang Huaiyue was led by Pei Ji, and she immediately spotted Wanwan waving at her. With a smile, she slightly parted her lips, and Pei Ji instantly sensed her emotions. Without uttering a word, he guided her in that direction. Shin Yanli had arranged seats for their group, and now the four of them were gathered around the same table. However, whether it was Pei Ji's intention or mere coincidence, Jiang Huaiyue's seat faced Su Xiangwan's directly. "Why does the princess look so pale? Are you unwell?" Su Xiangwan inquired, noticing Jiang Huaiyue's slightly haggard appearance. Jiang Huaiyue pressed her lips together. "I'm fine, just haven't been sleeping well lately." Recently, the combination of the medicine prescribed by Song Ku and a contraceptive had caused her excruciating abdominal pain. After Pei Ji discovered this, the contraceptive was taken away, and he called upon Song Ku to assist in her recuperation. For the past few days, he had shown mercy by not approaching her. Nevertheless, her health would eventually improve, and it was impossible for him to refrain from intimacy forever. If they lingered too long, an unplanned pregnancy would complicate matters further. Su Xiangwan immediately sensed it was an excuse, knowing that something must have transpired. Otherwise, why would Jiang Huaiyue be in such a hurry to seek medicine? "Then you should go back and have some calming herbal tea and rest well," she gently advised. Jiang Huaiyue nodded slightly. After a while, the sound of firecrackers erupted at the entrance, causing Jiang Huaiyue to frown with discomfort. Suddenly, the noise diminished, and Peiji's warm palm rested against her ear. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she remained silent. Once the firecrackers ceased, Jiang Huaiyue tilted her head and smiled. "Thank you, my husband." Peiji replied, resuming his hold on her hand. The arrival of Shun Yanli and Yun Shang enlivened the atmosphere, as the two donned in red entered the hall hand in hand. Without parents to perform the traditional bowing ceremony, they swiftly proceeded to the final ritual of entering the bridal chamber, where Yun Shang was assisted inside. Suying's gaze shifted, and she softly addressed Jiang Huaiyue. "Princess, would you like to go see the bride?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Huaiyue looked up at Peiji. "Do you wish to go?" he asked in a low tone. Jiang Huaiyue nodded, her eyes reflecting anticipation. "Yes, I have yet to witness someone else's wedding." "Then let us go," Peiji said, gently stroking her hand with a warm expression. "All right, I will return shortly after taking a look." Jiang Huaiyue nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the courtyard, where, due to Fu Yao's presence, Su Xiangwan refrained from speaking recklessly. It was only after they entered the courtyard housing Yun Shang and informed the guards that they were friends of the bride that they were allowed inside. "Fu Yao, please wait for me at the entrance," Jiang Huaiyue softly instructed. "Understood," Fu Yao replied, lowering her gaze. Inside the bridal chamber, the flickering red candles cast a warm glow. Yun Shang, aware of their arrival, had already set down her fan in anticipation. "You're here. Come, sit with me," she urged. Her exquisite red wedding dress accentuated her already stunning beauty, making her appear even more radiant. Jiang Huaiyue chuckled lightly. "Yun Shang, congratulations. Please don't tease me. I suspect you all have hardly eaten outside. Why not join me for a bite?" Yun Shang replied with a carefree smile. The three of them settled at the table, engaging in lively conversation.